Chapter 55, 01 Swordmaster in Charge. Given the congestion in Bordel, the Blue Jay fleet could not avoid getting fairly close to other fleets, especially as it moved closer to the third planet from the local star. Nonetheless, traffic control reserved a fairly wide band of space for the important fleet. Once the collection of warships of the Red Association entered into high orbit over Bordel Roman 3, Vess and an expanded group of staffers teleported directly down to the surface. This time, they arrived directly inside Razor Fort, the local headquarters of the Bordel Roman 3 branch of the Larkinson clan. Due to recent events, the Bordel Roman 3 branch had grown faster than all of the other ones. It not only facilitated the logistics of the expeditionary fleet, but also managed the lucrative business interests of the clan. The LMC, the Creation Association, and the Larkinson Biotech Institute had all established a relatively strong presence on this booming planet. While Vess just started to settle down in their temporary accommodations within the bowels of Razor Fort, Alexa Strion and Gavin Newman already started to check up on the situation. As the highest leader of the Larkinson clan, there was no need for Vess to meet with the local branch leaders and supervise the various arrangements in person. Vess could delegate most of the work and allocate the remainder of his time on more useful endeavors. Now that his vacation came to an end, he could no longer spend much of his time on Bordel Roman 3 on sightseeing tours. Vess needed to fulfill his obligations to the Eden Institute and teach his classes by remote. His children, meanwhile, already boarded another R-Ray warship that brought them back to New Constantinople Roman 8. It was better for them to return straight to the Terran port system so that they could attend their classes at the Joan DeVos Elementary School in person. Vess and Jovi also believed it was more prudent to keep the children away from their father for the following weeks. The probability of an assassination attempt was too great at this time. Who knew how much collateral damage would result from such an incident? It became a lot easier for the Mechers to keep Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvain safe when they were well out of the way. Though Vess missed his children, he could still communicate with them on a daily basis by calling them over the galactic net. The lack of distractions allowed Vess to focus much more on his work and duties. While he made sure that he and his incarnations worked on his Mech designs on a regular basis, he also started to spend more time on conducting research. Vess managed to harvest so many insights, as of late, that he needed to convert his gains into actionable results. The foundation of the hyper-generation rested on the rapid development of hyper-technology and e-technology. At this stage, many competitors were scrambling to upgrade their last-gen mechs into proper hyper-mechs. Vess could not ignore this trend either. The LMC had already started to lay the groundwork on this expansive effort. The problem was that the design department got hollowed out during an inconvenient time. Vess and Gloriana transferred to the premier branch, while a lot of other lead designers chose to undergo years-long EdNet training. The only lead designer left to hold the fort over there was Kedis. She had taken on many more responsibilities because of that. It was not a surprise that she had not yet recruited enough journeyman Mech designers to restore the design department's ability to handle many second-class Mech design projects at once. Vess decided to call her in person to address this issue, and more. "I am impressed with what I saw back on Aucanon VI. Vess calmly spoke as he faced the projection of his former student. "The sword maidens over there have found a new way to synergize with their swordsman mechs that fits the new age. I can't help but notice that their cooperation could become a lot more effective if their mechs were more alive. Your monster slayers are only equivalent to first-order living mechs. Think about how much more E-energy they can harness if the mechs are second-order living mechs instead." Kedis crossed her arms. Her posture radiated a lot more strength and confidence than before. She had come into her own now that Vess had left her to fend for herself over at the expeditionary fleet. She had designed numerous mechs and started up several interesting new research projects. A lot of sword maidens and heaven sworders looked up to her for leadership and guidance. Caddies and Venerable Desi also worked hard to explore how they could combine their traditional swordsmanship with E-energy radiation. It turned out that these two separate concepts synergized quite well with each other. Swordmasters operating in a low-energy environment were like fish on land. Swordmasters operating in a medium-energy environment were more like fish swimming in a shallow pool of water. Though the pool was not large enough to comfortably accommodate most species of fish, they at least had access to enough water to unlock much of their buried potential. The oldest sword schools have carefully preserved ancient records that speak of this, Caddies solemnly explained to Vess. While much of those records are written in foreign languages that we can barely understand, they speak of swordmasters that can launch wind blades, unleash firestorms, cut through the fabric of space, and more. Many heaven sworders treat these outlandish claims as myths or wildly exaggerated boasts, but it is clear to us that there is a lot more truth to them than we thought. Our swordsmen and swordswomen have begun to explore the potential of sword styles that are special enough to call upon these forces. Does that mean that swordmasters such as yourself can become strong enough to fight against Mech head-on? Vess speculatively asked. Not yet, Caddies immediately replied. The comparison doesn't make sense. A swordmaster may become strong enough to defeat a Mech or even a squad of Mechs in the most extreme conditions, but there are too many shortcomings. Swordmasters cannot effectively threaten ranged Mechs that keep their distance. It is also much harder for additional swordmasters to rise from the ranks. Shouldn't it be easier for all of those swordsmen to break through now that the environment has become more favorable? That is true, but only to an extent. Many more sword initiates have emerged in the last year, especially once we started to hand out companion spirit fruits. The amount of heaven sworders who have become the equivalent of expert candidates has surprised all of us. It will take more effort for them to become the next generation of swordmasters, but once they do, we will gain a powerful troop of powerful infantry soldiers that can serve as excellent bodyguards, boarding troops, and so on. They are not as powerful Mech pilots, but they are far more flexible and suited for many missions. Vess' eyes lit up. Sword initiates were the equivalent of expert candidates. Anyone who managed to get started in extraordinary swordsmanship had a high chance of becoming swordmasters, especially in the current climate. Of course, these sword initiates also needed to receive expert guidance. They needed to master and perfect their swordsmanship to a superhuman degree. It was much harder for them to accomplish this by themselves. This was why guidance from Caddies was so crucial for them all. Her swordsmanship had reached such an impressive height that she could easily bring up other swordsmen regardless of their individual sword styles. As Caddies continued to explain her plan to raise an army of powerful swordmasters in the Heaven Sworder tradition, Vess already started to think about the implications of this development. An army of swordmasters represented the rise of an entirely new force. Though many of these powerful sword fanatics had a strong aversion to using ranged weapons, they were practically invincible at close range. Their intuition, their flexibility, their reliability, and their dedication all turned them into super soldiers that were much less ostentatious than expert pilots. I can certainly see how they can be useful to our clan, but don't fixate too much on them, okay? Swordmasters are not weak, but they cannot escape the fact that they are too small and weak to challenge Mechs and warships, both of which are available in large numbers. Only the superior scale and firepower of Mechs and warships can keep up with the endless number of face fighters and alien warships of our enemies. The projection of Caddies responded with a reassuring smile. I have not forgotten about that either. I am a Mech designer as well as a swordmaster. I do not want to neglect either of them. I have not slowed down any of my work related to Mechs. The progress that I have made into strengthening swordmasters can also be translated back to my Mech designs. This is how the monster slayers over at Aachen and VI are able to strengthen their swords and cut through much harder objects than they should. According to the five elements theory, swords, mechs, and sharpness are all derivatives of the metal element. Vess nodded multiple times when Kedis explained her work, but he did a double take when he heard her last sentence. Are you making deliberate use of the five elements theory to design and improve your mechs? In part, Kedis responded. For now, I am trying to explore more powerful ways to strengthen my mechs with the metal element. It is the easiest way for me to upgrade the performance of my swordsman mechs and bring them into the hyper generation. Once I have made enough progress in this area, I will try and dabble into other elements. The one exception is the storm sword, since I started it before the start of the Age of Dawn. Her approach sounded quite fitting for her. Kedis had such a strong affinity to metal and its various subcategories that she could quickly make her mech designs stronger by delving deeper into this element. It sounds like you are on the right track. You do not even need to explore those other elements. Do you know that? I am afraid that you will split your focus and waste too much time on trying to comprehend the other elements that you are not so good at. It would be a shame for you to underutilize your amazing affinity for metal. Kedis appreciated her former teacher's well-intentioned warning, but she had her own plan. I know what I am doing, Vess. I do not want my work to stay so one-dimensional. There are many ways to design good swords and swordsman mechs, and I am confident that I can bring a few of them to life. Perhaps you should spend a bit of time on raising a few apprentices of your own. You can delegate much of this work to other mech designers while you focus on developing your core strengths. There are no other mech designers like me. I am unique, Kedis exasperatingly said. Don't think that I have not tried to do something about this. The Sword Maidens have recruited multiple batches of young mech design students and tried to put them through their training program. The results were not that good. Let me guess. The students who are smart enough to keep up their studies perform poorly in physical training. The students who are doing well in their swordsmanship classes are not intellectually gifted enough to study mech design. How did you know? That is a good summary of what we have seen so far. I would have thought that these second-raters could endure more hardship, but all of the mech design students that I have trained so far are not suited for combat. Their willpower is weak, their pain tolerance is disappointing, and their progress in improving their swordsmanship is too low. Perhaps you are recruiting from the wrong pool of people. You need to recruit people who have endured a lot more hardship in their lives, like you, for example. Perhaps it may be a better idea to recruit from third-raters instead. As long as their talents are good enough, you can fix their poor qualifications by investing in them. Does that sound like a better idea? You may have a point, but I don't think we can wait that long. Second-raters need much less retraining and supplemental learning in order to become useful to our clan. I think I will continue to stick to my current plan, but I will apply different criteria to weed out the worst candidates. Chapter 55:02 Commercial Storm. Vess and Kedis talked about many topics. Though Kedis encountered difficulties in an attempt to raise successors of her own unique mech design discipline, she had much less trouble with recruiting other mech designers. Our clan has become so popular that it has become easier to recruit second-class mech designers, she reported to Vess. Novices, apprentices, journeymen, and even seniors are willing to sign up with us. I have already taken the liberty to approve the entry of hundreds of apprentices and dozens of journeymen, but I have yet to transfer them to the design department. I think it is better for them to spend more time in the trenches before they are ready to handle the greater responsibilities of working on our second-class mech design projects. Vess fell into thought. Her approach was not wrong. This was the best way to assimilate and indoctrinate a lot of external mech designers who possessed varying degrees of attachments to their old lives and previous employers. The mech designers expected to work in the design department also had to understand many different Larkinson mechs on a deeper level. It would be absurd for them to work on mech designs that they did not even understand. However, this process took time. Vess was not sure whether the Larkinson clan could afford to keep all of these new recruits in boot camp for such a long time. Have you taken a look at the market developments over the past few months? Hyper-mechs are becoming more and more essential, caddies. We need to shift more manpower to the design department so we can speed up the comprehensive revisions to all of our existing mech lines. We have already begun work on these projects, but it is hard to find any journeyman who has mastered hyper-technology well enough to upgrade our existing products. This is a really difficult field, you know. All of us have to learn so many new scientific principles that have little in common with what we have learned before. It is just as perplexing as face water technology, but in a different way. We could have gotten started with hyper-technology a lot sooner if we are able to work with seniors and masters. They are able to learn the new principles much faster. I see. Vess had improved his depth and understanding of face water theory and hyper-technology so quickly that he developed a mistaken assumption that it was not a big deal for other mech designers. However, he overlooked how his phase Lord cultivation and his existing accumulation in cultivation science massively boosted his progress in those special subjects. Not everyone enjoyed his rare combination of endowments. Ordinary second-class mech designers would have to force themselves to accept entirely new paradigms that sounded so counterintuitive that it seemed they were studying pseudoscience instead. I do not recommend that we pull the latest batches of recruits out of their current assignments too soon. They still need more time to learn the fundamentals of hyper-technology before they are ready to apply it onto the mech designs that are asking for updates. I see. This was a troublesome issue. Their current manpower was too inadequate. Have you tried to recruit mech designers who are smart enough to master hyper-technology faster? Our recruiters are doing their best to appeal to them, but they usually belong to other organizations. It is similar to the fact that those who have shown a greater ability in mastering transphasic technology can always find work at the best mech companies. There were no easy ways to solve this problem then. Vess would either have to poach these kinds of mech designers in the prosperous mech industry of Bordel Roman III, or he had to resort to other means. Okay, I understand what is going on, Vess thoughtfully said as he formulated a new plan. We can't rely on other mech designers in the short term. We can only address this issue ourselves. Once I have completed the product reveal, I will return to New Constantinople Roman VIII and reunite with my wife, who should have gained a game-changing cranial implant at that time. Gloriana and I will focus much of our time on updating our existing product lines to current engine standards in the next year or so. Our combined productivity has become so high that it is not impossible for us to complete all of that work in a much shorter time frame. Keddies looked impressed. If you are confident you can update all of our mechs in a year, then that is fantastic news. Will you prioritize our commercial mechs or focus on upgrading our Larkinson exclusive mechs first? That was a difficult question. I will prioritize our commercial works over our Larkinson exclusive ones. Our clan also makes extensive use of the former, so the Larkinson army will still be able to benefit from our newer works. As for the Larkinson exclusive mech models, I want to take my time to upgrade them. It will take more work to improve their performance gap over the competition. They need to be as good if not better than the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III that I am close to finishing. That was a good enough rationale. Vess wanted to update the mech lines that were most widely used, such as the Ferocious Piranha and the Pacifier models. This would increase the momentum of the LMC much harder in a time where his mech company needed it the most. Vess also did not forget about Keddy's mech models. I have noticed that your Monster Slayer line is quite popular among certain market segments. Are you planning on upgrading it as well? I do, but it is not time yet, the female mech designer responded. I need to complete a handful of research projects first before I gain the confidence to reshape my Monster Slayer into the mech that matches my dreams. I do not want to turn it into a simple hyper mech and call it a day. That would be an insult to its concept and a stain on my reputation as a mech designer. If you wait too long, your monster slayer will fall off hard. You have to understand that hyper-mechs will become the prevailing standard in as little as 3 or 4 years. The performance boosts are too obvious, and the supply of low to mid-grade hypers will increase so much that their scarcity will be a thing of the past. You need to move ahead of this trend if you want to maintain the popularity of this mech line of yours. Keddies let out a sigh. Lamb working as fast as I can, Vess. I won't disappoint my monster slayer model and the loyal customers who appreciate my work. The next major revision will be different. I will reveal the true potential of swordsman mechs to everyone at that time. That sounded promising and ambitious. Vess felt proud of her, but he was still concerned about what would happen in the short term. Does that mean that you will refrain from publishing any commercial mech designs in the next year? His former student shook her head. No, I know the LMC can use a hand. Once I have finalized the Storm Sword, I will transfer much of the design solutions that I have developed for this elite mech model to its predecessor. The Stormblade Samurai will no longer be as important as before, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue to publish the Mark Roman II version on the market. It will share much of the same tech as the Storm Sword, but in a cheaper and more simplified package. I can complete this update fairly quickly. It won't take more than half a year if I work on it by myself. That sounded a lot more helpful. The significance of this was great. Although the Stormblade Samurai model was not that conspicuous within the Larkinson army, that was because it was filled with lots of excellent mech models. The mech by itself was already fairly powerful due to the fact that Stormblade technology could chew through transphasic energy shields faster than normal. Now that the introduction of space suppressors had turned melee mechs into much more effective counters against alien warships, an updated and commercialized version of the Stormblade Samurai had the potential to become a new bestseller for the LMC. Vess could think of many reasons why it should succeed. The original Stormblade Samurai was relatively affordable and cost-efficient, and that should not change once Keddies updated the model. The mech imposed a low logistical burden, as it did not require the use of face water or high-grade hypers. The Stormblade Samurai was faster and easier for mech pilots to master. It put less emphasis on difficult swordsmanship, as it mostly relied on the ability to electrify its swords to do much of the damage. That said, it would still hold a huge attraction for many mech pilots, as Keddies would undoubtedly imbue it with a special sword style that anyone could learn. Most importantly, the Stormblade Samurai was a spaceborne mech. It was designed to participate in actual space battles and could readily be deployed on the peripheral war zones of the Red War. The more basic and rudimentary monster slayer had been a big hit among hunters and mech athletes. Keddies' first commercial work proved that she was able to succeed in the mech market. She was only held back by the fact that her debut work was unable to participate directly in the Red War due to its lack of wings. This was why the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II held greater significance to Vess. If Keddies proceeded with her current plan, then this special swordsman mech would be her first major contribution to the war effort. Vess and Keddies continued to talk about more promising commercial prospects. The introduction of hyper-technology promised to revitalize a lot of old mech designs, but only if they succeeded in boosting their value propositions. Every mech designer was playing the same game, so the Larkinsons had to do better if they wanted to grow their market share. Don't worry about falling behind, Vess smirked. A number of our competitors may be able to gain a head start by borrowing from ancient legacies, but I doubt that many of them can match my understanding of e-technology. I haven't been wasting my time in the last few weeks. My most recent vacation has taught me a lot of useful lessons. I cannot wait to convert all of that into brand new design applications. They continued to talk about their product strategies and business strategies for several more minutes before they switched to other important topics. How is my grandfather doing over there? Did he have a chance to prove his mettle in combat? The Swordmaster's expression changed. Your grandfather is an impressive soldier. Ever since he returned, He has beaten every other expert pilot in the expeditionary fleet. No matter whether they are Larkinsons or Crossers, he has never lost a Mech duel. The Blood Star Mark Roman II is a true wonder. I can feel how much more alive and connected he is to his battle partner. They have not yet fought against a real alien force, but it should not take too long for them to have their chance. I can't say much more over this communication channel. I understand. You guys are in charge over there. There is no need to keep me in the loop. I just expect good results. It sounded as if the expeditionary fleet was planning a risky and daring operation. This was why it had not done anything special in the last few months. The scouts and reconnaissance forces needed more time to scope out the enemy forces and put all of the pieces together. By the way, Venerable Tusa and all of the other expert pilots over here are clamoring for you to update their mechs. When will you be ready to satisfy their needs? They don't wait years for you to find the time to upgrade them into fully fledged hyper mechs. That is a tricky matter. Chapter 5503, SKL Mech Industries. Now that Vess had arrived in the Bordel system, the preparations for the upcoming product reveal picked up steam. The Living Mech Corporation and the Larkinson clan had already fabricated numerous batches of Fey Fianas by now. The feedback from test pilots and the Larkinsons who chose to embrace them all had glowing words for the impressive new drone mech. Vess spent much of the first day after his arrival in the star system to query the mech pilots, who managed to spend enough time with the Fey Fianas to share their thoughts about their new machines. I always struggled to maintain control over multiple spurs in the past. That burden is a thing of the past now that I have piloted this mech. These Fey are so much more impressive. They are smarter and actively try to anticipate my needs. It is much easier to trust them to act by themselves. The mech itself also helps me manage the Fey better. I think I can handle 1 or 2 more Fey before I reach my limit. This mech can save a lot of lives. The camouflage capabilities of these mechs aren't too strong. But unless we are fighting against the more technologically superior races like the Pulmers, the false emissions of the Fey should fool most aliens into thinking that we have brought several times more mechs than in reality. The only issue I have with your machine is that we will need to add several more cargo ships to our fleet in order to replace all of the Fey that will easily get shot down over the course of several battles. The durability of their cheapest edition is not that great. The power of the elite edition of your new drone mech is good. Its transphasic defenses can handle a large amount of punishment short of suffering a direct hit from a warship. I like the modularity of the armor system, but the plates are too thin for this to matter much. The camouflage systems are relatively decent, but if our enemies start to employ specialized scanners that counter the underlying tech, the decoys will become exposed. I like many of the strengths of my new Fey Fiana, but it doesn't hit as hard as I have hoped. Maybe it is because I only have access to the pauper version of this mech, but the Fey that is mounted with the Hyper-Gauss cannon simply doesn't hit as hard as the Gauss guns wielded by other mechs. This is despite the fact that there aren't any great differences in caliber. The ammunition reserves of this ranged weapon Fey are also tiny. It is mandatory for us to bring support mechs along that carry additional stocks of Gauss rounds. The energy weapon Fey is much better than the kinetic weapon Fey. I do not see a reason why anyone would want to make use of the latter. I have only heard about these alien luminar crystal guns, but now that I have access to them, they are so much better than I expected. Those fiery beams are more powerful and efficient than I have ever seen from a weapon this small. What is even better is that I can choose between 3 different beam types, of which one of them happens to be remarkably good at draining energy shields. Forget about the other Fey. I just want to pair my drone mech with 4 energy weapon Fey and keep blasting warships from a safe distance. I don't know why you have bothered to add these melee weapon Feys. Sticking swords and spears onto these small spurs doesn't necessarily make them useful. The mass of the Fey is too small. They can hardly build up enough momentum to penetrate through armor or quickly drain energy shields. Their maneuverability and durability also leaves a lot to be desired. I can only say that they are better than nothing. A skilled drone operator should be able to make adequate use out of them, but this is an uphill battle from the start. The opinions given by all of these test users were varied and exposed many strengths and shortcomings of the Fey Fianna. Vess particularly paid attention to all of the critique. He knew that his Fey Fianna was still far from perfection. He already thought about many of the problems during the months he spent on designing this Mech, but there was only so much he could do to solve all of these issues. The focus of much of the criticism centered around the Fey. They had many strengths. From their ability to camouflage themselves to the enhancements brought by hyper-technology to the design spirits directly boosting the performance of hyper-technology, the Fey earned a lot of praise. However, the lack of specialists working on the Mech design caused many of its technical aspects to fall behind. The Larkinson clan still lacked a dedicated kinetic weapons specialist, so the Gauss cannon technology utilized in the corresponding Fey could only be described as average. It did not matter if the integration of hyper-technology and e-technology was better than average. If the technological foundation of the Gauss cannon was only mediocre, it was unable to match the performance of the market leaders. Fortunately, this was not a fatal problem. The Gauss cannons may be simple, but that means that they are also cheaper and less difficult to maintain. Vess smiled. He had gone through great lengths to keep the standard edition of the Fey Fianna as economical as possible. Though the Mech still ended up fairly costly in the end, it was still an affordable machine considering all of the advantages it possessed. What was important was that it was not too costly to purchase spare Fey. Their cost had to be contained as much as possible in order to make it less painful for forces to sacrifice a lot of Fey in order to accomplish an important objective. It should always be better to sacrifice a lot of Fey rather than Mechs piloted by actual humans. As Vess continued to read all of the feedback and watch a lot of footage of where his Fey Fianna was being trialed, he gained a better understanding of his product. Alexa Strion arrived at the branch headquarters of the Larkinson clan and entered the design lab where Vess had made his home. "You've returned. What is your impression of Bordel Roman 3? "It is a busy planet," the young woman responded. "I enjoy the atmosphere, though I miss some of the amenities that are common on Terran planets. I have done what you have asked and scoped out the competition of the Fey Fianna. Drone mechs are not popular in this part of space, so I do not think that you need to fear too much from them. If they were truly good, then they would have been sold in greater numbers. You shouldn't underestimate them, though. They perform well as long as the conditions are favorable enough." "Oh," Vess turned away from the projected footage and gazed directly at his new disciple. "Let's hear it then. Which drone mechs have caught your attention?" Alexa activated a projection that showed several variations of a drone mech that took quantity to another level. "This is the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12, which is the latest version in a long line of drone mechs sold by SKL Mech Industries." "I am familiar with it," Vess spoke. "I came across it during my research on drone mechs. It is a sickle mech, so it is bound to attract a lot of customers." "That is correct. SKL Mech Industries has earned this popularity. A surprisingly high number of the Mech company's products can be found within the top 10 rankings of their respective subcategories. SKL Mech Industries was not an average Mech company. It was a giant and had dominated much of the Mech markets across human space for several centuries. It had a lot of excellent master Mech designers working for it, of which the best of them owned varying proportions of shares in the highly lucrative company. SKL's products were present in practically every region and every segment. The company did not know how to hold back and pursued an aggressive product strategy that compelled it to design mechs for practically every possible occasion. As such, its brand awareness was almost 100%, because it was almost impossible not to find one of the mechs that carried its famous brand name in Mech Market. SKL was so obsessed with maximizing its market presence that it maintained a strong presence in first class, second class, as well as third class Mech markets. The most ridiculous part about SKL was that it not only split its attention across a huge amount of different markets, but also managed to do extremely well for the most part. SKL earned massive profits by maintaining many dominant Mech lines that had captured at least 10%, if not 25% of their respective markets. These well-established Mech lines became so common that the Mech community regarded them as mainstream Mech models. This meant that the SKL Mech models in question had become the standards of which all other competitors had to compare against. SKL Mechs were usually called sickle Mechs due to how often people had to mention them. That was reflective of how many of them were in use at all times. SKL Mech Industries is a Terran Mech company in origin, so I know more about it than most. Alexa spoke. On the surface, the Suli ancient clan only owns 29% of SKL's stock, while 19 highly reputable Terran master Mech designers own the remainder. The latter are independents who have produced enough successes to become a partner of this transgalactic enterprise. Those that are unable or unwilling to design Mechs for the company anymore must transfer their shares to another master Mech designer that is willing to take over responsibility. This is a clever scheme, Vess admiringly said. The famous Mech company does not belong to any individual Mech designer. It is able to bring together multiple top Mech designers. SKL can offer them an excellent way for their work to reach as many customers as possible, all without needing to do all of the long and tedious groundwork. These excellent Mech designers can also collaborate with each other whenever they want, making it easier for them to design superior works that can beat the prevailing competition. This was a monstrous Mech company that was never known to be soft-hearted. Though it never employed any dirty tactics, it did not need to resort to those measures in the first place. It employed so many good Mech designers that it could compete against the best in the Mech market fair and square. A lot of other Mech designers hated SKL more than anything else for that reason. No matter how hard the smaller players tried to design inventive products that possessed their own appeal, it was far too difficult for their works to overcome the dominant position of the market leader. The only mercy was that sickle Mech were usually sold at high price premiums. This made it so that many competitors could still keep their business alive by charging less for their own products. However, SKL did not care, as its huge brand loyalty always ensured that it would sell enough copies even if their customers had to pay more. The quality, reliability, and extensive support for their products were always guaranteed. The profits earned by SKL were insane because of that. The high prices combined with the huge economies of scale due to the high production volumes of its dominant products meant that the enormous Mech company also happened to be one of the most profitable of its kind. It was not without reason that Alexa mentioned this giant to Vess. The Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 was a Mech line that many of his potential customers think of when they learned about the Fae Fianna. Chapter 5504, Vertical Integration. Most Mech designers never became good enough to challenge the market leadership of SKL Mech Industries. It was sheer folly for them to even think about competing directly against this monster of a Mech company. Smaller players simply did not have the skills to compete against the large amount of excellent Mech designers employed by SKL. Even if there were individual Mech designers who excelled so much that their products could actually achieve parity with the corresponding sickle Mechs, their own Mech businesses were simply too small and inadequate to match the industrial prowess of a giant Mech enterprise. SKL's business model centers around two crucial advantages. Alexa explained the greater details of this market leader to Vess. Due to its dominance in the industry and the market, it has always attracted a large number of excellent Mech designers. The company maintains a policy of recruiting external Mech designers from practically any state or background, as long as they are good enough to design Mechs according to its standards. SKL is never short on applicants, as many Mech designers who worked for the company all received excellent treatment for their services. Although working for SKL did not hold a great attraction to Vess, who already owned his own successful Mech company, the same did not apply to those who did not have a business empire on their hands. There were many Mech designers who worked for governments, other Mech companies, and research institutions for the majority of their careers. Once their obligations to their old employers came to an end, these newly freed seniors and masters usually wanted to dip their toes into the commercial Mech market, but did not want to build their own Mech companies and everything related to them from scratch. So long as they were good enough, there was a chance that they could get accepted by SKL, which granted them access to one of the best and most expansive business networks and industrial chains in human space. SKL could take care of every problem, from marketing to sourcing rare materials. Mech designers only had to do their core job well and leave all of the other tedious work to other highly competent professionals. The other major advantage that SKL is counting upon to maintain its dominance in every Mech market and Mech industry is its high vertical integration. SKL sits at the heart of an industrial network that encompasses many different subsidiaries. They encompass mining companies, material processing companies, logistical companies, research institutions, development companies, and even aftermarket service centers. In short, SKL utilizes its own in-house goods and services as much as possible, allowing it to control the entire supply chain from start to finish. Vess looked impressed. From what I have learned about business, most attempts at vertical integration fail. When companies spread their focus over too many different business activities, they tend to lose focus and allow a lot of inefficiencies to fester. The lack of external competition makes it so that a lot of links in the chain lose their competitiveness over time. That is true, sir, but SKL has managed to avoid that outcome. It relies on a combination of strict management as well as internal competition to keep its subsidiaries sharp. The company regularly does business with third-party companies in order to make direct comparisons. The ability for SKL to build a large and vertically integrated supply chain on such an enormous scale reflected its strength as a company. The Larkinson clan and the Living Mech Corporation were incapable of doing the same. The Larkinsons lacked the capital, the connections, the expertise, and the motivation to do everything themselves. The clan had no inherent advantage in essential links, such as harvesting raw materials and shipping large amounts of goods across human space. Trying to enter these industries was a bad idea. It did not matter if the Larkinsons took existing companies or set up new subsidiaries from scratch. Without enough people in charge who excelled in these sectors, it would be difficult to make these subsidiaries as good and efficient as those run by established competitors. Vess tilted his head in thought. SKL's vertical integration is unmatched. The closest thing we have that can compete against this powerful force are the open consortiums, but that is not a fair comparison at all. Our supply chain is still made up of a lot of external companies that each demand their own share of the profits. The Open Consortium had grown a lot since he initially founded it to make sure that the LMC's manufacturing complexes could always keep its production lines fed. Just like many other daughter organizations of the Larkinson clan, the Open Consortium established many different branches on many planets that hosted a large number of industries. It usually cooperated closely with the local branches of the LMC on the same planets, due to the reliability of contracts added to the open book. The various open consortiums established on other planets did not need to acquire their own open books. The only relic of its kind in existence was still in the hands of Chairwoman Kelsey Dornbose. In order to enable the activities of the other open consortiums, the holder of the open book was able to remove pages from it that still carried its power. These pages could be shipped to other star systems, where the local people in charge could use them to form agreements guaranteed by the Solemn Guardian. The open consortiums of our clan has recently experienced a large surge in popularity, Alexa Strion mentioned. Your explosive rise in status has caused many companies to take our open consortiums seriously. We are able to bring a larger variety of companies into the fold, allowing our clan to expand our industrial network. While it is still difficult for us to cooperate with high-end businesses, it has become much easier for us to do business and negotiate favorable terms with less established enterprises. This has allowed us to contain the costs of our business activities. Vess nodded in understanding. The Open Consortium promoted long-term business agreements. The LMC and the other divisions of the Larkinson clan could take advantage of the stability afforded by these partnerships to earn steady profits even when the local industries experienced greater disruption. However, the growing web of long-term business relationships could not match the tighter coordination of true vertical integration. All of those subsidiaries had no need to earn substantial profits. They could provide their goods and services up the chain at lower prices. This made it cheaper for SKL Mech Industries to mass-produce its mechs, thereby allowing this massive company to reap huge profits in the end. I will let you in on a secret, sir. On the surface, the Suli ancient clan only owns 29% of the shares of SKL Mech Industries. That makes it seem as if it only has partial control over the Mech company. What most people do not realize is that the first-class subsidiary companies that are part of the supply chain are all at least 50% owned by this very same ancient clan. Aside from that, the Sulis have also established excellent relationships with many of the other stockholders of the company. That meant that the Suli ancient clan pretty much determined the direction of SKL Mech Industries. That must make the Suli ancient clan one of the richest of the Terran Alliance. Alexa nodded. That is true. It occupies a dominant position in numerous other industries. All of this added together has turned it into an economic powerhouse, both inside and outside Terran space. The only territories where SKL is unable to take root are within those controlled by the Rubarthan Pact. Other than that, sickle mechs can be found virtually anywhere else. Even the states that are highly protectionist do not have the guts to deny entry to a megacorporation owned by one of the most successful Terran ancient clans. So anyone competing against SKL is actually competing against an arm of the Suli ancient clan. Is that what you are trying to say? That is one of the messages that I wanted to convey. You do not need to fear the Sulis. As one of the absolute market leaders of the mech industry, they have to contend against a huge amount of competitors, which also includes other megacorporations. You cannot even impact their bottom line. Then why should I pay attention to SKL at all? Vess asked. SKL is so large, profitable, and influential that it is able to design a large number of mechs across many different classes and product categories. The company does not like to lose, sir. Whenever one of its mainstream mech models drops in popularity, its marketing executives will become alarmed. The company will conduct a lot of research on the upstarts that had managed to dethrone its bestseller, before allocating a more competent and capable design team to develop an improved product that can regain market leadership. That indeed sounded like a serious threat. SKL could afford to do this because it employed a huge number of excellent mech designers. Vess was not surprised that the company aggressively defended its market dominance. This was the only way for it to sell so many mechs and support the operation of so many different subsidiary companies. This was the downside to vertical integration. If the end business was not doing as good, all of the companies that were also a part of the supply chain threatened to become incredibly unprofitable. Vess began to shift his attention to the overall design characteristics of the sickle mech that his Fey Fianna had to contend against. The concept and vision of the two mech lines were completely different from each other. Whereas the Fey Fianna largely focused on quality over quantity, the Sparrow Storm did the opposite. The mech frame was relatively basic, but extremely solid and cheap. It served as an excellent mothership for its many spurs. The so-called sparrows were relatively small and slender spurs that stood out for their disposable nature. The sparrows are the highlight of this drone Mech system, Alexa continued to explain. Depending on the variant, a sparrow storm can carry 16 to 64 sparrows at a time. Mech pilots can only pilot the variants that carry the most extreme quantities of sparrows. If they have specialized cranial implants, they vastly increase their multitasking ability. These were the most dedicated and specialized drone Mech pilots. Once they took this step, they would never be able to reach their full potential if they switched to another Mech type. Our product isn't designed to appeal to these hardcore drone Mech specialists. Vess spoke with regret in his tone. Yes, this is an advantage because we do not have to compete directly against the Sparrow Storm. It is also a disadvantage as we need to appeal to segments that have little experience with piloting drone Mechs. We will have to break new ground. I am sure that the value proposition of our Fey Fiona will be attractive enough to win them over. Alexa briefly smiled. I think so as well, sir. The Sparrow Storm is a great product. It is especially popular because SKL not only designed over 100 different varieties of sparrows, but also supported the rise of a growing subcommunity of third-party developers who have designed their own sparrows. The high degree of personalization and variation has made it so that the Sparrow system is not a Mech, but a platform for deploying custom spurs that fit perfectly with the needs of their owners. This was a strength that the Fey Fiona could not match. Not only was this product far too new, but it did not come with a large selection of different Fey models. Vess thought about this for a moment. He actually found the existing Fey that he had paired with the Mech design to be inadequate. Perhaps it might be useful for him to design additional Fey, especially ones that incorporated his latest insights into e-technology and the elements. Chapter 5505 Sparrow Storm. The Sparrow Storm deserved to be treated as the market leader in the second-class Mech market. The functionality provided by its endless variety of sparrows was amazing. Even Alexa could not withhold her admiration for the SKL's enduring business success with this product line. The Sparrow Storms are relatively expensive to buy upfront. Here in Bordel, a customer has to pay 2.2 MTA credits to obtain a starter Sparrow Storm that comes with a set of 16 sparrows. That is not as much as the 3 MTA credits that we intend to charge for a standard edition of the Fey project, but the production costs are not on the same level. The Mech frame of the Sparrow Storm is made out of inferior materials, but their excellent design and optimization allows the machine to utilize their properties to the extreme. Vess nodded in understanding. It is not the Mech frame, but the sparrows that are the real earners for the company, isn't that right? Yes, SKL sells a large variety of sparrows. They possess many different functions and fall into several different price categories. Since SKL has sold so many Sparrow Storms, each of which regularly run through their stock of sparrows, the company is able to achieve high economies of scale by producing large quantities of replacement sparrows. The company also keeps their prices low for multiple reasons. Cheaper sparrows incentivize existing customers to continue to use their existing sickle Mechs. The company also cannot really charge more because it has to compete against third-party developers that sell their own Sparrow models. SKL cleverly licensed out its Sparrow models under generous conditions. This attracted a lot of development companies that came up with their own unique spin on the small spurs. Although SKL could only earn a small cut from the sales of these third-party sparrows, their availability strengthened the appeal of the entire Mech platform. There was no way for the Larkinson clan to design thousands of different Fey. It was also difficult to encourage third-party developers to design their own Fey when they were so complex and difficult to fully replicate. Though the business strategy adopted by SKL was not the most lucrative, it was one that retained existing customers the best. Most of the Sparrows models were dirt cheap, and if customers wanted to obtain more powerful ones, then those varieties were available for purchase as well. Ever since the first editions of the Sparrow Storm line captured a large portion of the second-class drone market, no competitor had ever managed to depose it from its throne. It was the well-deserved king of drone, Mech, in the second-class Mech market. What is the current market share of the Sparrow Storm? Vess curiously asked as he began to look up footage of this popular drone Mech model in action. Its market share is around 31%, according to last month's statistics. Vess briefly looked up from the projected display. Early in the development of the Fey Fiona, I checked this figure myself. I distinctly recall that the Sparrow Storm had a 37% market share back then. What changed? The young woman smiled. Two major developments have caused the Sparrow Storm to drop in popularity. The transition to the Hyper generation has caused the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 11 and all of the tens of thousands of different Sparrow models to become obsolete. Although SLK has moved quickly to design and release the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12, along with dozens of upgraded Sparrow models that incorporate hyper technology, their performance against alien warships is not stellar. In fact, that was already the case before the Age of Dawn, but that did not matter too much because the Sparrow Storm is primarily designed to fight against other Mech forces. A large amount of battle footage depicted the Sparrow Storm in battles between different Mech forces. This was where they excelled. Multiple Sparrow Storms banding together could easily deploy hundreds of not thousands of Sparrows at a time. Individually, the Sparrows were relatively weak due to their awfully small sizes. Their attack power was poor, and their defenses were pathetic. What made them so troublesome was that they were relatively fast and difficult to hit. As long as a drone Mech spread out its Sparrows and commanded them to buzz around in random patterns, it became difficult for most ranged Mechs to shoot all of them down. Rifleman Mechs and many other ranged Mechs practically despaired when they were being harassed by enormous swarms of Sparrows. The weak laser beams shot by these pitiful-looking spurs could only scratch their armor, but when hundreds of them rained on their Mech frames at a time, those laser beams produced horrifying results. In contrast, the more powerful weapons wielded by these rifleman Mechs often had trouble with shooting down individual Sparrows. Even if the rifleman Mechs hit their targets, they still had to chew through hundreds more. While it was possible to cause these Sparrows to lose control by targeting the drone Mechs directly, it would not be easy to take the latter down. A good Mech force would take measures to protect their drone Mechs or make it as difficult as possible to attack them directly. The only effective counter to the Sparrow Storms was to destroy their Sparrows en masse with area weapons. Flamethrowers, explosive missiles, and in certain cases, ECM attacks could all take a lot of Sparrows out of the fight. However, there were still many ways to prevent this from happening, either by placing the Sparrows well out of range or employing active countermeasures. The Sparrow Storm truly sounds like the perfect drone Mech if quantity is all you care about, Vess remarked with a hint of appreciation. We are actually lucky that it doesn't appear to be remarkably effective when used against alien warships. This must be the main reason why it has lost its market share. That is so for now. Many of the Sparrow models that the existing customer base have used for decades are simply not effective when employed against alien warships. One of the characteristics of energy shields is that stronger attacks drain them at faster rates. The weaker the attacks, the less energy shields become disturbed by them. This effect is still manageable when Sparrows only have to break the defenses of Mechs, but warships are far too different. Their transphasic energy shields are so strong that they can practically bounce any attack from these tiny Sparrows. Energy shields worked like umbrellas. They could easily block a lot of raindrops, but they broke as long as they were struck by a few bullets. That should have made the Sparrow Storm less useful in the Hyper generation, but their developer did not give up that easily. Alexa displayed one of their solutions to Vess by projecting footage of one of the latest sparrow storms in action. SKL has already tried to compensate for this problem by resorting to the advantages bestowed by hyper-technology. Vess became impressed by the swarm of thousands of sparrows being put to use against an alien raiding fleet. Each of these sparrows were mounted with fire hyper laser beams. When each of them started to group together, they formed a pseudo-domain of sorts that contained a lot more fire-attributed E-energy than elsewhere. The large increase in fire energy allowed the sparrows that were partially built with fire hyper materials to perform considerably better than if they operated in smaller groups. The boost in firepower was not small. The spurs gained enough lethality to inflict more significant damage against the transphasic energy shields of alien warships. Our Fey Fianna can do this as well, Vess tentatively spoke. Just not as good. Each of our drone mechs start out with only 4 Fey, and it is difficult to increase that number. While each of my Fey are much stronger than any of these sparrows, it is impossible to match their quantity. When we hold our product reveal, we need to make a case that our Fey can be strong as well without needing to match the quantities of the sparrows, Alexa advised. Many people will make this comparison once they learn about the Fey Fianna. We must control the narrative by doing this ourselves. We need to show that our ranged Fey can inflict greater damage in much lower numbers. That was rather tricky. Vess needed to think carefully on how he could make this happen. He had a few ideas, but he might have to build more powerful Fey in order to fully show the superiority of his own products. That alone shouldn't be enough for SKL to restore the market dominance of its Sparrow Storm line, right? Both SKL and numerous third-party development companies have already announced their intention to design more advanced hyper sparrows that can borrow the power of E-energy radiation to a greater extent. Alexa responded. What is notable is that these hyper sparrows are designed to be backwards compatible. Last-gen sparrow storms can seamlessly carry and operate current-gen hyper sparrows after they install a simple software update. This alone is enough to secure the loyalty of its existing customers. SKL was so good to its customers. A greedier and more short-sighted Mech company would have deliberately made it so that its hyper sparrows were only compatible with the latest Mark Roman 12 version of the Sparrow Storm. However, that sort of behavior would only damage the loyalty of a lot of disgruntled customers, making it much more likely for them to do business with competing Mech companies. Many of SKL's business decisions repeatedly proved that the company was more than willing to sacrifice short-term windfalls for long-term profitability. Such companies happen to be the most difficult to compete against. They simply made no mistakes and held their markets in a tight grip. We should just stick to our current strategy, Vess concluded. It actually makes more sense for us to market our products to customers that have never fielded drone mechs before. Everyone else is already satisfied with their Sparrow Storms. Alexa concurred with this assessment. Those are my thoughts as well, sir. We need to play to our strengths. All of the user feedback that we have gathered state that our Fey Fianna model is much easier and more comfortable to pilot than other drone mechs. There is no demand for mech pilots to install specialized multitasking cranial implants in order to use our product to its full potential. Any general mech pilot can become proficient in the Fey Fianna after several weeks of training. We have the potential to expand the user base of drone mechs by ourselves. Both Vess and Alexa smiled at each other. This was a clever way to deal with powerful competitors. There was no way that Vess could defeat SKL in its home game, so he simply started his own one that best matched his own advantages. The only degree of uncertainty was whether Vess could persuade enough customers to switch to the drone mechs. A lot of mech pilots were already fairly comfortable in their own roles. It would take quite a bit of persuasion for them to accept a brand new concept like the Fey Fianna. Vess and his new disciple continued to talk about their strongest competition. Alexa issued a few more warnings. If our Fey Fianna model takes off as you think it will, our mech company will need to keep an eye on SKL. Whether directly or indirectly, the latter's market share will drop at a rapid rate. When that happens, our rival company can respond in two different ways. If SKL urgently wishes to restore its market share, it can significantly drop the price of its Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 model. Do not underestimate this. The profit margins of this model are high, but that means that SKL has plenty of room to wage a price war. That was indeed a serious threat, but Vess had enough faith in his Fey Fiona that his upcoming customers would stick to it, despite it becoming relatively more expensive. That sounds concerning, but it is not something we can stop. What else? SKL may assign a design team to develop a superior imitation of our Fey Fiona. Its Mech designers have a reputation for arrogance, but it is often well-deserved. Even if they cannot replicate all of the unique strengths of our product, they can design a Mech with comparable features that just happen to be better than our own work. More importantly, SKL is most definitely able to produce its own Mechs at lower costs, which gives them the option to undercut our prices. The company does not always resort to this measure, but once it does, it always manages to regain its market leadership. Many competitors found it difficult to cope with this response. Chapter 55, 06 Sales Ambition. After getting apprised of the current developments related to the famous Sparrow Storm line, Vess felt intimidated by this obstacle. Although the market for second-class drone mechs encompassed many other models, the Sparrow Storm line accumulated so many advantages that it was practically unassailable. Though his Fey Fiona was never designed to compete directly against the Sparrow Storm, other people might not think this way. The public would definitely engage in direct comparisons and competitions to determine the worth of his product. Alexa Strion knew this as well. Due to her background, she had become much more familiar with instances where upstart Mech companies attempted to topple the dominance of highly popular Mech lines from well-established megacorporations. The situation that you have fallen into is almost unprecedented, the clever Terran Mech designer stated to her mentor. A Mech designed by a senior should never have the qualifications to challenge a mainstream Mech designed by at least 5 masters that enjoy the support of a complete R&D infrastructure. Even if SKL only treats the Sparrow Storm as a low-priority Mech line, its standards are still high enough to turn it into an unquestionable market leader. If that is the case, then we shouldn't even be talking about this. Vess spoke with a frown. Do you really think my Fey Fiona has the qualifications to challenge Sparrow Storm? I do, Alexa earnestly replied. She did not hesitate to convey how much she believed in his work. I still recall the time where you became so engrossed in the spontaneous development of what you call the Elemental Lord. Somehow, this Mech that you have made with your own hands had become so special that it single-handedly called down a strange and unusual E-energy-infused lightning storm. Even if it ended up vaporizing your work, the fact that it had managed to provoke these responses in the first place is unquestionable proof that your work is good. Vess' expression turned ugly as he recalled his recent failure. The pain had lessened due to the passage of time, but he still felt he had let down the greatest living Mech that he had created up to this point. It did not matter that it had been doomed to fail as soon as he attempted to bring it to life. What mattered was that he bestowed the gift of life to a very special Mech that he felt enormously attached to, only for it to crumble apart before it could fulfill its purpose. What Vess had been doing after this was basically an attempt to atone for his sin. He strangely possessed a much better understanding of the mind state of the penitent sisters. He used to think this group of former hexers were sick in their minds. There was no reason for them to be penitent anymore, because they had long divested themselves from their original state and people. This group of female soldiers should have recognized that they had turned a new leaf as soon as they joined the Larkinson clan. Yet to the original members of the penitent sisters, their entire group still became burdened by the sins of the past. Such a stain on their honor could never be erased that easily, so they continued to live their lives as sinners looking to redeem themselves. While that already sounded ridiculous enough, the penitent sisters even spread this burden to all of their new recruits. This was insane. Even though their belief in collective punishment was very much an undesirable form of superstition, the Larkinson clan had never really addressed it because it was part of the core tenets of their culture. It also helped that the penitent sisters derived so much motivation from the perception that they needed to atone for their sins that they fought like hell. At this moment, Vess realized that he had fallen under a similar compulsion. He thought about his recent vacation. What should have turned into a time of leisure, instead, became a partial work vacation. Though he managed to restore his mood during the time he spent on Aukenan VI, he also engaged in a lot of discovery and learning. His gains from that trip were massive. All of the insights he gathered during his hunting trips and his flute-playing sessions were just waiting to be transformed into stronger mechs. All of this happened with a clear direction in mind. Vess consciously focused on improving his understanding and his ability to apply the powers of water because he wanted to remake the Elemental Lord once again. Right now, Vess questioned whether he was being affected by an external influence or whether this was a desire that came from the bottom of his heart. He firmly believed that the latter was the case, but he could not rule out the possibility that the iron-resonant crucifix crown may have given him a subtle nudge. It would be typical for a symbol of authority that originated from the 5 Scrolls Compact to encourage Vess to master the 5 elements. However, Vess did not really mind this. The 5 classical elements formed such a big part of e-technology that it was unreasonable to ignore them over the course of becoming a better creation cultivator. Alexa spoke again, after she saw that Vess had fallen into his own thoughts. Think about it, sir. The brief existence and potential shown by the Elemental Lord should be proof that its root must be remarkable. The Fey Fianna has great potential, especially if we can learn how to develop its various traits to produce greater advantages in the field. If we can showcase its amazing potential during the upcoming product reveal, your work has a serious chance of overtaking a well-established mainstream mech model. She was not exaggerating when she said that, though the Fey Fianna likely wouldn't be able to poach too many long-term customers who had become invested in the Sparrow Storm. The LMC's upcoming product was so easy to get started with that it could single-handedly break open a new market. Though Vess personally believed that it was not possible to draw out the Fey Fianna's amazing potential in a short amount of time, it was still worthwhile to aim a bit higher. Even if the Fey Fianna ended up short, there was no shame in becoming the 2nd or 3rd most popular mech model in a specific market category. In any case, Vess was just a senior mech designer, so it was normal for him to fail in this sort of competition. All right, if this is the case, then we should play into this confrontation. We should alter and expand our game plan for the upcoming product. I think we should arrange a few exhibition matches. We must show that we are not afraid to deploy our Fey Fianna against the Sparrow Storm. It is better for us to say up these matches ourselves, though it will be harder to convince our audience that the matchups are fair. Alexa looked troubled. Exhibition matches are indeed a good way to demonstrate the superiority of a new product over older ones, but the premise is that the Fey Fianna is truly superior enough. Also, one of the issues of challenging the Sparrow Storm is that it has existed for so long that many of its mech pilots have years, if not decades, of experience with them. They have mastered its use to an excellent degree. In contrast, our Fey Fianna is so young that even our most experienced Larkinson mech pilots only spent a few weeks with their new machines. The difference in skill was too great and could massively affect the outcome. Even if the Larkinson clan deliberately sought out less experienced drone mech pilots, these supposedly inexperienced rookies still benefited from many decades of accumulated knowledge. A mech line as popular as the Sparrow Storm probably spawned a lot of manuals, textbooks, video guides, and even specialized tutoring courses. All of these learning resources could save many years of trial and error for any new Mech pilot hoping to master this niche, but very useful drone Mech model. Though the Larkinsons could find a bunch of less qualified Mech pilots to make up for this difference, that might cause the exhibition matches to turn into a giant farce. That was not the effect that Vess wanted to see. He already started to experience a headache due to this issue. These sorts of events had to be planned out extremely carefully in order to legitimize his claims. Wait, why did he have to torture himself over these issues? He was a leader nowadays. There was no need for him to address every issue in person. Though a matter as important as this should not be delegated so easily, Vess was fortunate enough to have an excellent subordinate at his side. Alexa. Yes, Professor. I have a feeling that you probably know your way around these kinds of events a lot better. You should take charge of this. Work together with my assistant Gavin to make the necessary changes. If you need anything directly from me, just ask. Does that sound agreeable? The young woman looked surprised that he would shift so much responsibility to her. The importance of this product reveal could not be overstated. The upcoming event is not just about introducing a new commercial Mech. It also served as the formal debut of a newly promoted Tier 3 galactic citizen. If Vess did not display the strength that came with his status, it became a lot harder for other people to take him seriously. Vess raised his hand and patted Alexa on the shoulder. I trust you. Not many people in the Larkinson clan are good at this kind of stuff, but I think you do fine. Can you do this for me, or should I look elsewhere? That will not be necessary, sir. I am fully capable of organizing this. What will you be doing during this time? What else? I will be working on developing a few improved Fae models. Vess grinned. I have gained a lot of ideas as of late, and a few of them should be easy to implement. It won't take more than a week for me to whip up a batch of more powerful Fae that can be sold as supplemental products. Are you sure that is the case? A week is not much. It should normally take longer than that to develop and test a new product. I am not going to tinker with the hardware too much. Much of my work is related to e-technology. Just trust me. I will be able to present you with a more solid overview of my work in a few days. I still need to make a few inquiries and conduct a few experiments. I believe that as long as my ideas work out, the Fae Fiona should be at least 50% more attractive to potential buyers. All of the time he spent on deepening his comprehension of the water element had not been in vain. Even though it was a little too premature, Vess possessed enough confidence in his ability to design a revolutionary new set of water Fae that could produce amazing results. He just wasn't sure whether he could produce concrete results in time for the product reveal. Vess and Alexa continued to talk a bit more. The Larkinsons had already spent weeks on preparing for this event, and now they needed to make a lot of changes due to changing whims. This was quite disruptive to say the least, but Vess fully believed this was for the better. Tell me the truth, sir. How much of an impact will your water Fae make according to your estimation? If my wildest dreams come true, they should be powerful enough to turn the Fae Fiona into an essential component in any second-class Mech force. As long as the price is not too excessive, it is bound to become more popular than the pacifier. Chapter 55. 07 Mechs as Kai cultivators. The days went by in a frenzy. Alexa Strion, Gavin Newman, and many other leading figures of the Larkinson clan all worked together to expand the scope of the much-anticipated product reveal. From organizing more formal receptions to setting up more exciting exhibition matches, the Larkinsons in Bordel had to do a lot of extra work in order to do the Fae Fiona justice. Few people complained about this. The bigger the show, the greater the prestige. The Larkinsons felt glad that the latest commercial Mech of the Living Mech Corporation earned such luxurious treatment. The greater the success, the more money poured into the coffers of the Larkinson clan. Even though the clan actually earned a lot more money from selling the plunder obtained during the Trailblazer expedition, the income was way too risky and inconsistent. Any well-established clan had to establish a strong commercial enterprise in order to maintain its prosperity across multiple generations. The current living Mech Corporation had supported the growth of the Larkinson clan for a long time, but the former had become increasingly unable to keep up with the latter in the past few years. It went without saying that this was a huge problem. Neither the living Mech Corporation nor the other daughter organizations of the Larkinson clan could pay for all of the rapidly growing expenses. This was already bad enough when the Larkinson clan established a lot of costly branches across many different planets in the middle zones. The problem became a lot worse once the premier branch started to pick up steam. In fact, just the cost of maintaining all of the expensive first-class instruments and facilities over at Diandi Base was a huge burden in itself. If Vess or the rest of the Larkinson clan were unable to bring in so much money, it was impossible for the living Mech Corporation alone to cover for all of these expenses. All of that can change if the Fey Fianna can dethrone the Sparrow Storm. Due to the Red Association's excellent data gathering and record-keeping habits, it was not that difficult to obtain records of the Sparrow Storm's sales figures. Of course, much of the statistics were not that relevant to Vess. That was because the state of the Mech market during the Age of Mech was much bigger and more comprehensive at the time. Losing access to the enormous market of the Milky Way, as well as all of the Mech designers who resided over there, had completely upended the Mech industry at the start of the Age of Dawn. Although a lot of Mech companies had fallen overnight due to losing contact with the well-established lead designers from the old galaxy, not all of them perished in the Red Ocean. SKL was so big and employed so many excellent Mech designers that it still retained the services of many first-class, second-class, and third-class Mech designers. Even though SKL was unable to support its immense product catalog after losing access to so many Mech designers, the megacorporation was so powerful that it could easily hire hundreds of high-quality applicants to compensate for all of the absences. This ultimately meant that SKL Mech Industries in the Red Ocean had not actually lost any strength. It quickly recovered from the abrupt transition to the new age and took advantage of the introduction of the Hyper Generation to reorganize all of its product lines. The Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 was not only a lot different from the Mark Roman 11 iteration due to the inclusion of hyper-technology, but also because many of its contributing Mech designers had changed. Still, SKL was highly accustomed to rotating the lead and contributing Mech designers of its long-established Mech lines. It had a mature system and approach in place to allow other Mech designers to inherit its staple Mech designs. The Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 was therefore a qualitatively superior line of Mechs that had been optimized to a fantastic degree. The only flaw that Vess could speak of was that its hyper-technology application was still too shallow and rudimentary. This was exactly the vulnerability that Vess intended to take advantage of when he was ready to push his Fey Fianna. This is the Age of Dawn, Vess reminded himself as he stared at the design of his new water Fey. Unlike the Age of Mechs, conventional technology no longer carries as much weight as before. E-technology can boost the performance of Mechs just as much if not more. E-technology had many different meanings, but to Vess, it represented an attempt to apply cultivation science to modern technology. Vess recently embraced the model of treating his living Mechs as artifacts. This was a perspective that encouraged him to think of his products as remarkable objects that could be made strong through special production and evolution processes. However, now that Vess needed to figure out better ways for his Fey Fianna to compete against a formidable mainstream Mech line, he believed that this was no longer the most appropriate way to treat his machines. Artifacts are objects, he frowned. Even if they are extremely precious and powerful, they cannot escape the fact that their scope is limited. Vess had a different vision in mind for his living Mechs. From the early days of his career, he always dreamt of turning his products into true living beings. He wanted to turn them into fully sentient beings with all of the rights and obligations that came with their status. He wanted his Mechs to become fully recognized as ideal partners that attained permanent symbiosis with the human race. If living Mechs can become like humans, why not treat them like cultivators? This was a highly impactful mental model. Treating his living Mechs like cultivators meant that he would become more inclined to focus on their ability to practice cultivation methods, thereby enabling them to produce dramatic results once they mastered powerful techniques. Although Vess had already started to do this by devising the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra for his living Mechs, it only represented a single step in the right direction. When Vess recalled the mantra that he had devised by combining several components from other ancient methods, he grew increasingly less satisfied with the lack of sophistication and power of his work. I was a lot less knowledgeable at the time. Much had changed in the months that had passed since he made that mantra. Vess learned so much more about cultivation science, as well as the interaction between E-energy radiation and his living Mechs. He felt it was time for him to either update the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra or expand its techniques so that it was no longer confined to passive strengthening. This was a huge undertaking. Vess needed to cooperate with multiple experts up to and including his mother in order to achieve the best results. There is not enough time, he shook his head. The upcoming product reveal was scheduled to start pretty soon. There was no way for him to upgrade the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra in so little time. Even if he managed to improve it, the Fey Fionas would not have enough time to cultivate the improved method for more than a few days. I don't need to work on such a big project yet. I should focus on a smaller and more focused undertaking. Vess gazed at the water Fey that he had been working on. The water element corresponded best to non-offensive uses, so he had been trying to improve its utilization in the Space Suppressor Fey and the Energy Shield Fey. While the Fey Fiona was divided into several editions, Vess mainly focused his attention on the non-transphasic version of the Mech. Even though it was the weakest out of the 3 existing editions, it was the one with the greatest marketability. The standard edition had to perform well in order to sustain the popularity of this Mech line. This was why he had been working hard to improve the existing implementation of hyper-technology and e-technology into these 2 particular Fey types. Without using face water, Vess believed there were still ways for him to massively boost the performance of these 2 Fey. He smiled and raised the artifact flute that he had placed on his desk. I can't do this without your help. As soon as he held the flute, his affinity to water strengthened in an instant. It became a lot easier for him to develop intuitive solutions to problems related to water manipulation. Although this function primarily served to boost the ability of a Kai cultivator, Vess was able to take advantage of it to improve his design solutions. Now that I think about it, these living Fey are equivalent to Kai cultivators who specialize in the water element. The techniques derived from the ocean caller can easily be transplanted in these Fey. It was difficult to improve the Space Suppressor Fey and the Shield Generator Fey in a significant fashion. Any other Mech designer would probably think that Vess had gone crazy for believing he could boost their performance by a large extent in just a handful of days. However, as Vess continued to apply different concepts of water to the 2 Fey types, he did not seem to get stuck. He had already been thinking about applying these solutions before he left Aachen and Vi. Vess already solved many of the possible problems in advance. This was why his progress was so remarkably smooth. By the time he was nearing the end of this short design spree, he began to take a step back and evaluate what he had accomplished up to this point. Both the Space Suppressor Fey and the Energy Shield Fey should have become much more powerful than before. Though he had yet to fabricate them and test their performance in reality, he knew in his heart that they were no longer as unassuming as before. He was willing to bet his life on this prediction. The only issue was that he felt that his upgraded Fey was still missing a crucial component that could tie their enhancements together. What am I missing? He frowned. Since he designed these living fae as if they were Kai cultivators, he started to think back on what he knew about the latter. He had read through numerous Kai cultivation methods and also received a few insightful lessons about them from his mother. What characterized Kai cultivators the most? Their artistic conception. His back suddenly straightened as he realized why he felt his work was still incomplete. Though he had implemented several concepts related to water to his upgraded fae, that did not mean that they made for good artistic conceptions. Thinking about currents and whirlpools all of the time was like wearing gray t-shirts every day. There was little depth, complexity, and potential in developing them any further. The truly powerful Kai cultivation methods often based their artistic conceptions around complex, multi-layered subjects that enabled practitioners to develop their abilities in more sophisticated and powerful directions. If a Kai cultivator dreamt about becoming a phoenix, he could eventually incarnate as one, similar to what the first flame had done. Although there were many difficulties involved with practicing such complicated methods, the rewards were much greater. Veth's eyes shone as he gazed at his two water fae models. He needed to put his imagination to good use. There are undoubtedly limits to what I can do, but I have to try this out. The potential is just too great. The defining characteristic of his mechs was that they were alive. No other mech designers aside from his wife and his students could make anything close. Veth had nothing to fear from SKL. Though the powerful Mech company had a bad habit of trying to imitate and surpass the selling points of rival products, there was no way that SKL could make their own mechs manipulate E-energy as if they were Kai cultivators. That was because their products were not alive. He suddenly frowned. Well, that is not entirely true anymore. Chapter 5508 Balsam Indigo. Veth became so obsessed with designing a set of powerful water fae that he neglected to leave his design lab for several days. This was abnormal, as he had just arrived on an entirely new planet. He originally planned to tour the most prominent sites of Bordel Roman III. So many Mech forces stopped by the port system that the place had become livelier than Davute. At the very least, he wanted to stop by the local branches of the Larkinson clan, the LMC, the Open Consortium, and the Creation Association. However, he threw most of these appointments out of the window when he became determined to add a lot of extra oomph to his living fae. The challenge of defeating one of the dominant Mech lines in the market compelled him to work as hard as possible. Many people regretted the fact that they would not be able to meet with the famous patriarch of the Larkinson clan, but there were also a lot of other people who felt relieved that he remained out of sight. The less he moved around, the easier it became for the Mechers to defend his life. Veth received occasional reports about additional protectors dispatched by the Red Association. Even the entire venue, where he planned to conduct his product reveal, came under special protection. All of this did not bother Veth too much. He had firm goals in mind and felt driven to complete them now that he had recovered from his most recent failure. The water fae was all done. Veth had just fabricated a few batches of them after spending a day in the Mech workshop. Since they were not as big as Mechs, it did not take a lot of time and effort to bring them into existence. The only issue was that the Mech pilots, as well as the living Mech, needed to spend precious time to get accustomed to their quirks. The new fae came with additional complications, which made it a bit more troublesome to utilize them at their full capacity. Still, now that Veth had managed to complete this essential chore, he had enough time to focus on other priorities. Gavin. Yes, boss. Please purchase a dozen or so used Mechs from the second-hand Mech market. You can pick and choose whatever you like so long as they are not LMC Mechs. His assistant furrowed his brows. That is an open-ended request. Bordel Roman III has a thriving market for second-hand and even third-hand Mechs. Can you narrow your criteria further so that I have a better idea what I should buy? I want to study how constant exposure to E-energy radiation has changed them. I don't need lots of samples, so a dozen is already enough. I don't care about their Mech types, quality, features, and price levels. What I do care about is how long they have been used. Try and purchase Mechs that have been in constant use for over a decade or further. Make sure that they have also been piloted for at least several months during the Age of Dawn. The older the Mech, the more I can gain from my observations. Is that clear, Gavin? His assistant vaguely figured out what Vess wanted to look for. The dutiful man nodded in understanding. Don't worry. Many Mechs that tend to be older than 1 or 2 decades usually consist of guard machines that have rarely seen any actual use, but there are always exceptions. I will make sure to buy the oldest available machines that are still intact. Most people usually recycle them, as they are pretty much worthless after suffering so much wear and tear. But maybe there are a few weirdos who can't let their precious machines get ripped apart in order to recover their materials. Just make it happen. The sooner you bring those Mechs back, the sooner I can complete my research. Vess said. Don't worry about putting them to use. I have no intention to field them or anything. We can send them to the recyclers once I have completed my examination. That will make my search easier. Just as promised, it only took Gavin and his team a few hours to quickly scrounge up a small collection of used Mechs from the second-hand Mech market. It turned out that a lot of established Mech forces dumped their last-gen Mechs in order to free up room for their shiny new hyper Mechs. While there were many forces that were willing to wait a few months to upgrade their existing Mechs to an updated version, not every group was willing to take this route. With the introduction of the hyper generation, the second-class Mech market had become filled with models that belonged to the Facewater generation or even older. The conditions of these Mechs were actually pretty good for the most part. Even the shabbier machines got patched up in order to restore their fighting condition. This was because their owners all expected to make use of them for many more years. The start of the Age of Dawn had changed everything, so all of these decent and serviceable Mechs of the Facewater generation suddenly turned into unwanted foster children. You won't believe how many of them have been piling up inside the warehouses, Gavin said, as the recently purchased Mechs were being shipped into an underground hangar of branch headquarters of the Larkinson clan. Tens of thousands of them have been put on sale. An even greater quantity of Mechs have been sent straight to the recycling companies, who are enjoying a massive boom in business, by the way. It was easy for us to pick out the oldest and most used machines among the extensive collections of intact cast-offs. Vess couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about this. This sort of treatment fully reflected the prevailing attitude. Most people generally treated Mechs as objects, commodities, or disposable assets. Once they had outlived their immediate usefulness, their owners had no qualms about selling them off or scrapping for parts and materials. Did you happen to see a lot of LMC Mechs among those heaps? Surprisingly, no, Gavin smiled. Our living Mechs all have glows and other functions that are irreplaceable, at least for now. There is no substitute for the pacifier line, for example. Our existing products have all undergone a lot of growth. They not only became more useful, but also developed strong emotional bonds with their Mech pilots. No one is willing to phase them out so easily. Many of them are still waiting for our clan to upgrade their models into hyper Mechs. I know, I won't make them wait too long. It is good that these customers are willing to stick to their old machines and wait to upgrade them into more modern incarnations. They will fully be able to retain their growth progress if that is the case. As far as Vess was concerned, this should happen a lot more. He still had a lot of work to do in order to turn this ideal into a universal standard. Vess continued to ask about Gavin's observations when he went out to buy the used Mechs. Alexis Strion arrived a few minutes later. I heard that you were looking to examine a number of old Mechs. Is this related to your design philosophy, Professor? It is, Vess admitted and started to stride forward. Come with me, let's take a look at them. That reminds me, you should be close to choosing your own design philosophy, right? Has your extra duties delayed you in taking this crucial step? It is fine, sir. I do not mind it if I can take my time. I have continued to gather more insights from your work. The more I know about living mechs, the more certainty I will gain once I have set my course. It is better to embark on mech design with a clearer understanding of what lies ahead. She was right. Vess was on his own when it came to developing living mechs. This was the downside of becoming the pioneer of an unexplored field. They eventually stopped in front of a worn and weather-beaten landbound hybrid mech. It used to feature bright yellow coating, but it had suffered so much neglect that it had dulled to the point where it had partially worn away. Gavin proceeded to introduce the machine. This is one of the oldest mechs that we managed to pick up from the used market. It is a 15-year-old mech that is originally based on a model called the Balsam Indigo RIX 76P. It has swapped between 4 different owners according to its logs, and has been used by 9 different pilots over the course of its existence. It was already outdated during the Facewater generation, but it is still a cheap and useful mech when used to defend vulnerable colonies against exobasts and enemy raids. It has seen infrequent action over the years, and has been repaired and modified too many times to count. The only reason why it has still remained in use for so long was because it has been continually upgraded by many different mech designers. The Balsam Indigo was a mess. It originally started out as a normal production copy, but gradually turned into a Frankenstein mech. Vess did not need to read a log in order to perceive the history of this old machine. Its limbs got blown off multiple times. This was a machine that experienced more than its fair share of battles over the course of its life. Its inferior parts got replaced by superior ones, which in turn got replaced again when newer parts became available. Old tech occasionally made way for newer tech, but this did not apply to every mech system. Its weapon systems got replaced most often, while much of its internals remained as old as the mech itself. The Balsam Indigo also retained the echo and imprints of multiple mech pilots. Strangely enough, Vess could only clearly perceive 6 of them. This meant that the remaining 3 had spent so little time with it that they never managed to influence the machine. All of these events and more formed a living tapestry that defined the life and history of a simple landbound hybrid mech. It was beautiful. "What do you think about this mech, Alexa?" Vess asked as he entered his teaching guise again. "Is it a simple rust bucket, or does it hold greater value than what is obvious on the surface?" The woman did not answer immediately. She instead sent out Maya in order to study the spirituality of the Balsam Indigo. "Maya, I am not entirely certain whether it holds greater value, but I think it is alive," Alexa eventually replied. "I do not mean that in the conventional sense. This mech isn't close to matching the liveliness of your living mechs or even that of the monster slayer. It is much less developed. It is like a mouse to a human. How can this mech be alive in the first place? Has it spontaneously gained life after being bombarded by E-energy radiation?" Vess nodded. "I think that is an important contributing factor to its current state. In the past, I would have told you that this mech has developed an X factor due to being shaped by the minds of mech pilots over a long stretch of time. Normally, that would have been the end of this story, as the concept of X factor is so vague and difficult to determine that most people simply don't think it exists in the first place. That has obviously changed. The Age of Dawn has rewritten the rules." "That is apparently the case," Vess agreed. "My theory is that mechs with X factor can gradually evolve into proto-living mechs after being exposed to E-energy radiation for a long stretch of time. While they haven't met the standard of first-order living mechs, I am afraid that it may be possible for other mech designers to detect this properly and improve it through their own means." Both Alexa and Gavin looked shocked as they realized the implications of this statement. "Does that mean your living mech monopoly is about to end?" Chapter 5509, Symbol of Second-Class Humanity. The day before the product reveal was scheduled to begin, the bordel system became busier than ever. Traffic in the strategic port system had always been high, but it received a small but noticeably uptick of inbound visits. This was not remarkable in itself. Large coalition fleets occasionally returned from the hunt with a lot of valuable plunder in their cargo holds. Occasionally, the fleets that originally set off from Bordel returned with less than a quarter of their warships and mechs intact. This did not happen as frequently, because the forces who lost their battles often failed to escape the pursuit of enemy warships that were universally equipped with warp drives. In any case, Bordel served as an excellent pit stop to many kinds of forces. It was a place to efficiently dump a lot of scrap, hire new personnel, and repair a lot of damaged assets. Many people who yearned to become new elites could often find a way to mix into larger fleets by accepting the right opportunities in Bordel. The humans in the Red Ocean generally weren't stupid. Those who transferred to the new frontier at an early stage of colonization tended to be more qualified, more ambitious, and more desperate than the general population in the old galaxy. At the very least, there was no shortage of pioneers with guts among red humanity. While the dangers of fielding mechs against dangerous alien warships were considerable, everyone gradually realized that the new elites program would gradually reshape the hierarchy of red humanity. The aristocrats and the magnates who currently held the reins of power might not be in charge anymore. Anyone could overtake these old powers, so long as they fought hard enough in the Red War. Even though it was incredibly difficult to earn enough victories and preserve the fighting condition of a fighting force in the long run, that did not stop pioneers and other ambitious fortune seekers from betting everything in the fight. In any case, once they encountered a catastrophe that wiped out all of their forces, these losers likely wouldn't live long enough to suffer from their mistakes. What was different in Bordel was that it received a lot of inbound traffic that did not hang out in the Torald Middle Zone in the past. They came from other regions, such as the Magyar and Krakatoa Middle Zone. An oddly high proportion of Hexer and Davitan groups had flocked to Bordel all of a sudden. Not only that, but there was also a noticeable uptick in visitors that came from more distant zones. It became clear pretty soon that these groups traveled to Bordel for a single common purpose. They wanted to see Professor Vess Larkinson. His name became incredibly famous over the last year. He was one of the models of a pioneer in the new frontier. Yet it was only after the start of the Age of Dawn that he had become one of the most famous second-raters in the Red Ocean. Though much of the general public did not have clear knowledge of what took place during the infamous Survivalist Conference, they all learned that Vess had played an outsized role during this political crisis. The rumors that circulated among many communities even claimed that his influence exceeded the sway of a star designer. The fact that those in the know never refuted these wild claims lent a lot of credence to this belief. Regardless of the truth, the fact that a young and talented second-class senior mech designer suddenly became a third-class galactic citizen in a single leap could not be denied. Not only that, but this famous rising star also happened to possess mysterious connections with the first-rate colonial superstates. There were strong claims that Vess had managed to gain the backing of the Destroyer of Worlds for whatever reason. Perhaps it was their shared love of cats or the commonality of their companion spirits that brought them together. The Rubarthans certainly did not know how to respond to these rumors, which implicitly served as an admission that the two seemingly unrelated individuals definitely managed to hook up with each other. The new star's connection with the Terrans was much less ambiguous. Not only did he openly relocate to one of the strongholds of the DeVos' ancient clan, he also took on the granddaughter of General Axeler Strian as his personal disciple. This was practically unheard of. How could a high-born first-class mech designer ever deign to accept a second-class mech designer as her teacher? Though a lot of clever people determined that there was a connection between the legendary Ouroboros and living mechs, The fundamental reason had to be that Vess was way more valuable than a typical first-class master Mech designer. In fact, his galactic citizenship already served as concrete proof of this assertion. Vess' sudden promotion caused him to overtake almost every other master Mech designer of red humanity. This also included all of the centuries-old stalwarts who worked for the behemoths such as SKL Mech Industries. Due to all of these clues, the people of the Middle Zones came to a consensus on this subject. Vess was the hero of all second-raters. In fact, even third-raters held him up as a hero who shared the same roots as them, but no one important enough really cared for their opinions. A lot of people outright denied that Vess had originally started out as a poor citizen from the Bright Republic. What mattered in public perception was that Vess entered the Red Ocean as a forgettable and indistinguishable second-class pioneer, but had now shot himself into the leadership class of red humanity as a whole. Many second-raters dreamed of promoting to first-raters and rising up in their ranks to become a new generation leader. But the difficulty of accomplishing all of this was so high that hardly anyone had managed to succeed over the centuries. Vess had managed to do it. Not only that, he did it in the fastest and most dramatic fashion possible. Even if he enjoyed a lot of advantages and circumstances that ordinary second-raters could never dream of, at least he showed with his deeds that rising to the top from a second-class background could still be done. In truth, one of the reasons why the bordel system had become so busy over the last year was because Vess single-handedly inspired many second-raters to follow his example. If he did not rise to power in such an impressive fashion, a lot of second-class humans would never have embraced the new elites program to this extent. This was because second-raters inherently suffered from an inferiority complex. Their lack of belief in their ability to cross the gap between classes meant that they often lost before they even thought about making the attempt. Yet now that Vess had already set an extremely successful example for every second-rater, he had become the idol among the people of the Middle Zones. Perhaps only one among thousands of opportunists would succeed in becoming first-class humans, but that was already a good result compared to the old status quo. In any case, as the most valiant and successful envoy of second-class society, Vess held such a special position among the people that they placed a lot of importance on his product reveal. The fact that he intended to introduce a new second-class Mech line showed that his recent rise to power did not cause him to forget about his old people. More and more ships had poured into Bordel in the last weeks. In fact, the amount of visitors could have doubled if the Larkinsons announced the product reveal more than a month in advance. "So this is Bordel, huh? I can smell the scent of war in the air," a mercenary commander spoke as he exited his shuttle. Many more shuttles descended from the air and landed on the designated pads. The spaceports of Bordel had become busier than ever. Many queues had formed in order to inspect and process all of the new arrivals. The security protocols became a lot stricter all of a sudden. Everyone going in and out of the main city of Bordel Roman III had to register their itinerary and go through multiple security checks. A lot of forces that were previously allowed to field mechs in the city temporarily had to surrender that right. The large venue where the product reveal was scheduled to be held gained a lot of fortifications as well. So much had been done to prepare for one of the most prominent public events in Bordel since the start of the Age of Dawn. The local economy was doing better than ever. Hotels became filled. Mech stores accepted more orders than ever. Fleets that were lacking in specialized personnel easily managed to make up for their shortfall. Bordel earned so much profit from the upcoming product reveal that it didn't matter anymore if Vess made a complete fool out of himself. Though Vess occupied his time with other matters, he did not miss the changes taking place outside the branch headquarters of the Larkinson clan. He looked out of a shielded window that granted him a view of a busy metropolis. All of the shuttles and the humans moving around made the entire urban landscape come to life. You are responsible for much of it, Gavin noted as he stood at the side. This is a visual indicator of how powerful and influential that you have become. It wasn't as obvious in the past, but now that you are making your first public debut since your most recent ascension, this is the influence that you wield. As long as you continue to maintain your relationship with second-raters, you can continue to reap the benefits of their adoration. Vess grimaced as he folded his hands behind his back. You make it sound as if I am an idol. That is because you are. You are more than a Mech designer or an innovator. You have become a symbol of the people. The public will ascribe values to you that will make you larger than life. This is an advantage to you as it will let you get away with a lot of stuff that ordinary people cannot do. However, it is also a danger, because as soon as you do anything that breaks the illusion, these fans may turn against you for letting them down. That was a huge burden that only grew heavier over time. Part of the reason why Vess always felt reluctant to follow a high-profile development strategy was because he did not want to deal with these complications. Alas, it was too late now. There was no use crying over spilt milk. Vess had little choice but to accept his current reality. Does my celebrity afford me a greater advantage in selling my mechs? Yes, but it is not as big as you want, boss. The LMC's brand recognition has become higher than ever. There are few second-raters that do not know of your products. What fame cannot do is to persuade rational and cautious buyers from replacing their old machines with LMC mechs. There are way too many factors that customers have to take into account. People's lives and finances are at stake. The wrong decision can easily kill a lot of people and bring entire organizations to ruin. Ultimately, the best way to increase the market share of our products is to make them stronger than the competition. Vess smirked at that. I don't have any cause for concern if that is the case. Even if I can only release one hyper-generation product for the time being, it should definitely be strong enough to overshadow many other second-class mechs. I dare say that it may spark a turning point in the second-class mech market. Gavin did not want to celebrate too early. I hope your optimism is not misplaced. Anything can happen tomorrow. There is a chance that other competitors intend to exploit your fame by presenting challengers to the Fey Fianna. It is a cheap way for them to promote their latest products. Ha ha ha, good. I hope they will come, but I do not think that is too likely. Once I introduce my new mech, I am afraid that most of these would-be challengers will lose their courage. Chapter 55, 10-2 Unusual Visitors. If Vess happened to be a true god, he had a suspicion that he could leverage his current level of fame and adoration among the second-raters a lot better. It was a pity that he was far from reaching the level of a true god. Despite undergoing 2 sublimations, he was nowhere close to becoming a star designer or anything comparable. His various incarnations were also far away from reaching this powerful state. There was no way that Vulcan and Blinky could reach the finish line, quickly given that they were practicing extremely advanced cultivation methods that promised huge payoffs at the end. All of this meant that the literal and figurative worship of the masses had no use to him at all. Vess was not even able to sense the power of the faith that his most ardent and most loyal fans must be transmitting in his direction. Vess knew that the story would become completely different once he, or any of his incarnations, broke through the ultimate threshold and reached a much higher state of life. However, that was way too far away from him. His mother had already warned him plenty of times that he should not try to overreach and dabble with forces that he was not qualified to handle. He quickly shoved the matter of his rising popularity out of his mind and focused on more immediate concerns. In the final day before the product reveal, Vess spent much of his time meeting with different people. A lot of important acquaintances and officials had arrived from afar. Each of them deserved a small moment of his time. Though Vess found many of the talks to be tedious, Gavin advised him that this small gesture could mean a lot to the Larkinson clan. It would become a lot easier to obtain permissions and sign favorable deals if Vess showed that he cared. Vess met with Hexers, Davatans, business executives, and scientists. The only people that he refused to meet were the envoys from religious organizations. He could already predict what they wanted to ask from him. Ever since the Age of Dawn had brought the extraordinary to the forefront of people's minds, a lot of religious institutions experienced a resurgence in followers. E-energy radiation might as well be magic or the manifestation of divine power from the perspective of those who believed in gods or other supernatural forces. Naturally, anyone who seriously studied Vess' background knew that he was able to bring people closer to their supposed gods through his living mechs. The Ilvanans and the Hexers clearly benefited from his targeted works. Though it was not strictly necessary to rely on this gimmick to sustain a faith, having lots of mechs around that exuded the glows of certain divinities would make it a lot easier to expand their flock. Faiths were not exempt from competition. In this new era where belief in gods provided a lot more reassurance than before, many cults and churches began to compete with each other in order to capture the devotion of a limited pool of humans that were prone to worship. Vess did not want to get involved in these messy fights. Wars between conflicting religions featured prominently throughout human history. Getting dragged into these mudfights was an easy way to tarnish his current popularity. Right now, he already felt it was enough for him to meddle with the Ilvanans and the Hexers. He would just get entangled in a host of other historical grievances if he became involved with another religious group. As much as Vess did not want to have anything to do with religion, Vess could not avoid a meeting with the people who were intricately involved with one particular faith. That was the worship of Vulcan, who happened to be his own spiritual alter ego. Vess continued to stand in front of the high windows that granted him a view of Bordel's urban sprawl. While it looked like he was placing himself in open view to any assassins who wanted to claim his bounty, he knew that the Mechers had arranged a lot of protective measures to guard against a strike. Anyone who was remotely intelligent could easily deduce that as well, so if there were any killers in the city, none of them were stupid enough to take a shot under the current circumstances. Oh well. He turned around and faced his latest two visitors. Though Vess had a hunch that he would be meeting these two figures sooner or later, he never expected that they would come together. The woman garbed in sacred purple and gold robes possessed a complicated background. Vess could somehow perceive a strong spark of piety in her reptilian orange eyes, though he never had the feeling that she was as selfless as she appeared. No matter what, Director Samandra Avakin knew her way around religions and had done an excellent job at expanding the reach and following of the Creation Association. Vulcan gained a lot of influence among second-class and third-class artisans throughout human-occupied space under her leadership. What Vess did not expect was that she would come in the company of a much shorter, stockier, and more muscular man. He had never met this heavy gravity variant human in person, but Vulcan happened to possess a distinct impression of this bearded fellow. The man was one of the high priests of the Eternal Vulcan Church, which happened to be the only state religion of the Eternal Vulcan Empire. Though Vulcan already possessed a decent understanding of Joja Firebreath through the latter's prayers and other interactions, Vess did not really have a good impression of this dwarf. Though the man obviously received a lot of social training, the man's respectful facade could not hide the greed and ambition inside his spirituality. The way the two stepped forward and stopped in front of Vess suggested that the two were clearly familiar with each other, but did not know each other too well. That should not be a surprise, as Vess never intended for the Creation Association to get mixed up with the Eternal Vulcan Church. Even though they ostensibly worshipped the same god, he did not want the Creation Association to get contaminated by the idiocy of the Vulcanites. Alas, it appeared that the two had already reached out to each other. Any form of cooperation between the two distinctly different non-profit organizations would cause them to converge to an extent. Vess did not bother to hide his displeasure. "Why are you here? If there is anything you need, you can communicate your requests through the regular channels. My assistant Gavin can decide whether your petition is worthwhile enough to bring to my attention." Director Samandra Avakin and High Priest Joja Firebreath both swapped glances with each other. The female leader spoke first. "I urgently wish to bring a matter to your attention, but only in complete privacy. This is not a subject that should be overheard by anyone, particularly your current protectors." Though Vess did not think that a person like Samandra had anything important to say, her demeanor indicated how much she cared about this issue. "Okay, we can talk in private if that is what you want. We can retreat into a secure chamber so that we can speak in confidence," he told her before he turned to the dwarf. "What about you, Mr. Firebreath? You have come a long way. How is the Iron Emperor doing these days?" The High Priest smiled and bowed like a diplomat. "His Majesty is doing well. He has embraced this new era as it has brought all of our people closer to our God." The dwarf eagerly stared at the hammer of brilliance that hung on Vess' tool belt. The soft glow that exuded the purest presence of Vulcan signified that whoever possessed this relic would enjoy the blessing of this supposed god. As Vess studied the dwarven high priest closely, he was pretty sure that Joja Firebreath remained ignorant about Vulcan's true identity. An incredibly clever and cunning dwarf like Rian Auden had to know the truth, but there was no benefit for him to share it with the rest of his dwarven subjects. "So why have you come?" Vess impatiently asked. The high priest, reluctantly, shifted his heated gaze away from the hammer of brilliance. "I have come for multiple reasons. First, I would like to congratulate you on behalf of our eternal sovereign for your recent successes. Your defiance against forced unity has saved our culture and state. We have brought a gift in order to convey the appreciation of the eternal Vulcan Empire, which I can introduce to you later." The mention of a gift did not particularly move Vess that much. He had received gifts from numerous other visitors. They either amounted to forgettable souvenirs or outright bribes. "Is this a gift from the Iron Emperor or your dwarven state as a whole?" Vess asked. The high priest smiled and made a gesture of respect. "There is no difference between the two. The will of our eternal sovereign represents the will of our eternal Vulcan Empire. He is the chosen of Vulcan. He is the savior of the dwarven race. He is the light that will lead us out of the darkness." Vess had a strong hunch that this gift was anything but simple. From what little Vess knew about his old buddy Rian, the Iron Emperor was not the sort of dwarf that engaged in pointless pageantry. Perhaps this gift came with an obligation or another thorny entanglement. Vess wasn't sure, because his relationship with the head of the eternal Vulcan Empire was not exactly harmonious. "Okay, I am glad to accept this gesture. Is there anything else that either of you wish to bring up?" he asked. The two shared another glance before the taller woman spoke up again. "We would like to receive your opinion on how aggressively we should spread Vulcan's name within our society." Vess immediately frowned. "What do you mean by that, Samandra?" "Vulcan deserves to be loved and adored by far more people than the craftsmen and the dwarves that are most likely to come in touch with him. The mandate of our Creation Association is too limited at the moment." High Priest Joja Firebreath added his own words. "The Eternal Vulcan Church has a near-total adherence among the citizens of the Eternal Vulcan Empire, and though we would like to keep our God to ourselves, we believe it is better to convert as many humans as possible. The more humans have in common with dwarvenkind, the less likely it is for us to suffer persecution." There was likely an ulterior motive behind these words. Vess knew quite well that Rian Auden had always been plotting to break away from human civilization. However, how could it be so easy for him to completely cut off ties to red humanity and form his own independent star nation? There was no way the Red Two, with all of its god pilots and dreadnoughts, would allow the upstart dwarves to fracture their civilization in a time where every human needed to stick together. Though Vess had no idea how the Iron Emperor intended to solve this seemingly impossible hurdle, the old dwarf should definitely have a plan in mind. Perhaps hoodwinking more humans into worshipping Vulcan was an important component to the grand plan. Vess could think of several ways how this could help the dwarves escape the shackles of the tall folk. "Why are you asking me? Shouldn't you pray to Vulcan instead?" The dwarven high priest pointed directly at the Hammer of Brilliance. "You are his envoy and his favored subject. Your opinion carries great weight among our adherents. We do not dare to make a decision as important as this without consulting you first." "I see." Vess was not sure what he should say in response. Vulcan could clearly benefit from having more worshippers, but he felt more than reluctant to spread his belief beyond the groups that he had already defined. Chapter 55, 11 The Great Child. Vess definitely smelled a plot. For whatever reason, both Director Samandra Avakin and the Vulcanites wanted to convert more people into worshipping Vulcan. No matter whether this took place through the Creation Association or the Eternal Vulcan Church, the fact of the matter was that they wanted to hoodwink a lot more people into dedicating their lives to the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship. Vess would be lying if he said that he remained unmoved. Ever since Vulcan started to practice the metal god method, deity cultivation became an explicit part of his progression. The more people revered him as their deity, the more spiritual feedback he would receive. All of these worshippers also formed the basis of Vulcan's progression after he ascended to a true god. Once his incarnation gained the qualifications to harvest the power of actual faith, then he would definitely appreciate the luxury of having a large base of faithful people at his beck and call. Yet, Vess did not like this at all. He had witnessed too many cases where blind belief and superstition caused people to degenerate. The example set by the Vulcan Empire stood out the most in his memories. Ever since he witnessed how a stupid religious argument about Vulcan's race directly triggered the demise of this once great state, he firmly became convinced that he should never do anything that would lead people down the same path. This belief and conviction warred against his obvious self-interest in allowing Vulcan to gain more influence among a greater share of the population. As Vess looked at Director Samandra Avakin and High Priest Joja Firebreath, he suddenly had an awful feeling about their plans. Neither of the two had been forthcoming about their motives and their own intentions. The two certainly did not convey enough honesty and sincerity to earn his trust and ease his doubts. Vess eventually resolved his internal conflict. "I do not speak for Vulcan," he lied to the two. "I can only share my own opinion. As far as I am concerned, red humanity needs to look to each other to survive this dangerous new age. While it is possible that belief in certain deities such as Vulcan may give them the strength to do better in these turbulent times, I do not think that our society should become slaves to them. People are free to believe in whatever they want, but that does not mean I want to push this along." Neither of the two visitors were pleased by this response. The Creation Association has already done much good to the craftsmen who have come to appreciate Vulcan's blessings. Director Samandra Avakin spoke up. "The relationship between a god and his worshippers is anything but one-sided. In fact, compared to other faiths, we are much more benign to our flock. If you wish to prevent people from going astray, then it is better to convince them to pray to Vulcan rather than a more nefarious god." That argument sounded pretty logical to Vess, but it was unfortunate that he still had no enthusiasm for this entire business. "I cannot speak for the Eternal Vulcan Church, but what I can do is set the direction of the Creation Association. The reason why the latter has adopted its current form is because it promotes clear and transparent transactions that benefit both sides. There are no traps or additional obligations that Vulcan imposes onto the craftsmen that make use of his services. I think this is the most suitable way for people to interact with their gods. This is my stance." The two religious leaders tried to sway Vess a few more times, but he stood his ground the entire time. Seeing that no progress could be made on this issue, the two eventually gave up on this cause. "There is nothing more that we need to discuss with you together," Director Samandra eventually said. I would like to speak to you in private in order to discuss a topic that is particularly sensitive. Vess nodded in understanding. We can continue our discussion in a secure chamber that is built underground. Let us go. I can guarantee you that no one will be able to overhear our discussion. They took an elevator that took them straight to the underground complex of the branch headquarters. A secure chamber was a standard requirement to every branch of the Larkinson clan. Though Vess did not have total confidence that it was secure enough to prevent any form of monitoring, that was fine. Meow. I know that you have been enjoying a nap, but I really need your sensitive nose. Now go sweep up all of the bugs. A disgruntled Lucky wearily started to sweep up all of the hidden and dormant bugs and listening devices. Compared to a year ago, the cat's ability to detect the tiniest and most hidden bugs had improved once more. After his metallic body incorporated architect, Lucky's sensitivity towards any form of technology had grown once more. The cat was not the only one to conduct a thorough inspection. Vess utilized his spiritual senses as well as his spatial manipulation abilities to detect if anything metaphysical was amiss. Nothing seemed out of place, but in order to be sure, Vess utilized his Phase Lord abilities to form a special spatial barrier between himself and Samendra. The woman clearly sensed that the air had changed around her. Perhaps she was able to perceive more, but she kept her gaze low in a sign of restraint and respect. After activating a powerful jamming device, Vess brought out Blinky, who promptly established a small design network. The spiritual connection that tied Samendra's spirituality to the design network was not too strong, but it was enough for him to get an impression of what was on her mind. Her mental activity was confusing. The woman possessed a strong devotion to Vess, as well as other entities. For whatever reason, she saw no contradiction between her abnormal beliefs in multiple different gods. Vess did not know how she could be so sick in her mind, but he wanted nothing to do with her madness. He only formed this design network so that he could communicate with her in the most secure method possible. Tell me what you wanted to convey to me. I hope your need for caution is justified. The woman suddenly grew a bit hesitant as she was about to reveal her purpose for approaching Vess. When are you having your next child with your wife? She conveyed over the spiritual connection, as if she was already proficient with this method of communication. Pardon, Vess blinked. Of all of the topics she could bring up, why the hell would she want to bring up this topic? Vess did not see how this was relevant to a woman like Samendra Avakin. To be honest, the topic of having more children has slipped from my mind, he replied. I think Gloriana has paid less attention to it as well. We both want more children, but so much has happened as of late that our lives have become busier than ever. It has become a significant burden for us to raise Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane. Though we do not begrudge their entry into our lives, it is difficult to give them the attention they deserve while also freeing up enough time to do our work. Neither of us are eager to cut our work time further by raising another batch of children. This is why neither of us have really brought this matter up, especially now that our workload has ballooned. The former priestess frowned. Your responsibilities may have grown, but so have your capabilities. You are a much more powerful Mech designer than before, and your wife should be able to complete her work much faster once she has completed her implant upgrade. That may be true, but once we start to work on first-class Mech design projects, the amount of work it takes to complete them to our satisfaction will definitely explode as well. I simply cannot imagine that we can reserve enough time to raise an additional bunch of brats. You should have been raising your fourth child by now, Samendra conveyed. Your second son would have had a bright future ahead of him. He would have been our savior. That sounded weird. Vess immediately raised his guard against the woman. What are you talking about? The woman hesitated for a moment, but she eventually shared what was truly on her mind. You may not believe me, but I have been receiving oracles from Ilvain for a number of years. Several of them speak of the importance of your fourth offspring. Before the Age of Dawn, Ilvain predicted that your wife would have given birth to another baby boy at this time of year. That promised child is of great importance to us all. Despite the unexpected upheaval caused by the great severing, Ilvain's prophecies still state that your second son must be born. His birth and growth is of great importance. Samandra's emotions spiked increasingly more as she conveyed her earnest feelings about this sketchy prediction. Ves narrowed his eyes. He hadn't interacted much with Ilvain as of late. What the hell had this design spirit been doing all of this time? Why did the great prophet become so fixated on a son that did not exist at this time? Can you tell me why my supposed second son is so important? I cannot tell you that because I do not know. Samandra sheepishly responded through the design network. Ilvain has made this claim, and I believe he is right. I cannot tell you what will happen if your second son never has a chance to come to life, but Ilvain believes that it will be detrimental to you and the rest of the people that you care about. The window of time is closing. You only have a couple of years left. You must conceive a son right away, if not with Gloriana, then another woman. The great prophet has never been particular about this requirement. Ves loudly coughed. Let's not wade into this particular topic. While I can believe that you and Ilvain think this prophecy is legitimate, that does not mean that I share the same opinion. What you are saying is way too dubious. How can a single child save everyone's lives? Why does it have to be my second son? Can't someone else fulfill the same role? There are so many talented and capable humans in the Red Ocean that they can also bear this burden. In fact, why don't you leave this matter to me? I do not think I am worse than any of my offspring. Samandra firmly shook her head. As much as I respect you and believe in your ability, you cannot replace your second son in this matter. It is impossible for you to take over his mission. It is even more unthinkable for others to fulfill his purpose. What? Why not? You are withholding way too much information. You need to share something concrete if you want to convince me to take this prophecy seriously. The robed woman looked conflicted. She clearly did not feel that it was the right decision to share what else she had on her mind, but Ves' obstinacy clearly left her with no other choice. Please do your best to keep yourself under control. What I am about to reveal to you will undoubtedly affect our future, which is not conducive to fulfilling Ilvain's vision. Ves let out an impatient growl. Just spit it out. What is so important that you cannot wait to urge me to have another son? The truth is, the fourth child that carries your bloodline will carry the name of Ilvain. L. The secure chamber started to shake. Though Ves completely fell silent, the fact that his spatial abilities grew out of control was an ominous sign that he was struggling to control his emotions. There was no way he could maintain his composure after this explosive revelation. Chapter 55, 12 The Vileness of Prophecies. How could Ves possibly maintain his composure after he heard that his supposed fourth son would be named after a charlatan and a swindler? Ves could see no reason why he would possibly name his next son after a man he personally despised. Ilvain did not share any family relations with the Larkinson family. Though the design spirit that Ves had managed to construct a long time ago turned rather decent, that did not mean he liked what the name represented. More than that, Ves hated the determinism of Ilvain's supposed prophecies. Though he understood the value of gaining forewarning of certain dangers, he did not like it at all that his behavior and the behavior of others had to follow a predetermined script in order to reach a specific outcome. It made him feel that he was a prisoner to his own fate. Ves did not like to be told what to do. Telling him a prophecy was little different from issuing an order. Just by giving him a glimpse of a hypothetical future, his expectations and his planning for the future had already changed in an irrevocable manner. A single prediction about the future deprived all of the mystery and the wonder of what might happen in a day, in a week, or in a year. For example, after hearing that his next child would definitely be a son called Ilvain, who would go on to do great things, how could Ves possibly feel any joy or happiness about fathering such an offspring? Part of what made parenting so fulfilling to him was that his children could develop in every direction. By shaping and influencing his kids over the span of their childhood, he would be able to discover more about them while at the same time help them grow in surprising ways. Wes really did not set any high expectations for his subsequent children. He had already placed an unreasonable amount of future responsibilities on his current offspring, so he felt it was unreasonable to maintain this pattern when it was not even necessary anymore. Besides, he hadn't even decided whether he wanted to have any additional children. While Gloriana had mentioned plenty of times in the past that she wanted to follow the Hexer tradition and have 6 children, their current work and obligations made it far too difficult to free up any further room in their schedules. The timing was all wrong. The hyper-generation and the Age of Dawn had just begun. Wes needed to upgrade dozens of existing Mech designs in order to preserve the existing product lines of the LMC. The longer it took to update all of those outdated Mech models, the more his Mech company lost relevance in today's Mech market. It was much easier to destroy than to create. Wes did not want to throw away years of hard work and accumulation just because he felt obliged to spend a few more hours every day to give his younger children enough quality time. Though Wes admitted to himself that he had not been the most ideal parent to Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane, he did not want to compound this problem even further by adding another bunch of brats to his stable. He knew that if he welcomed any additional babies into his family, he would definitely feel obliged to raise them to the best of his ability. There was no way he could accept anything less. Caring about family was one of his most cherished ideals and principles, and he would never compromise it for anything. This caused him to become unwilling to have another child, at least in the short term. According to his prior planning, Wes believed it was better that he would continue to raise his current batch of children to adulthood, while at the same time stabilize his current position. 1 or 2 decades later, Marvane would probably be ready to go off on his own. At that time, Wes would probably turn into a well-established senior Mech designer in a period where rapid technological progression and major geopolitical upheaval had subsided. He would undoubtedly remain preoccupied with a lot of important matters, but they would probably be less acute than before. That would be a more acceptable time for Wes and Gloriana to complete their collection. Wes did not even mind it if he wanted a century before having any other children. Although it would be rather weird, it was not unheard of in modern human society. Much of the processes related to producing children had become artificial and mechanical nowadays. The physical condition of the father and mother no longer dictated the outcomes anymore. Since the output did not impose any harsh demands on the conditions of the parents, then what did it matter if Wes and his wife waited until they were a few centuries older before having a batch of offspring? Doing so would probably cause his family tree to get all messed up, but that was all right. At least it would never look as awful as the one from the Gemini family. Therefore, Wes felt there were many acceptable decisions he could make on having additional children, but he would definitely not choose to have them now of all times. If for any reason he was crazy enough to change his mind on this stance, then that did not necessarily mean that he wanted his next child to become deeply entangled with an absurd prophecy. Wes crossed his arms while staring vigilantly at Samandra Avakin. As a former religious fanatic from the Life Research Association, the woman had the odd ability to embrace many faiths without getting mired up in their contradictions. He could clearly feel through the design network that Samandra not only believed in the divinity of Ilvain with all of her heart, but that she also saw the prophecy as a verdict that must come true. It was exactly this sort of deterministic attitude that pissed Wes off. The more people expected his 4th child to become a destined savior or whatever, the less he wanted to contribute to this future. "I do not like it," Wes conveyed through Blinky as he crossed his arms. "I do not like being told what to do. I despise the very concept of a prophecy, and this goes further than that. Don't think I have forgotten about James Ilvain. Those crazy believers tried to bring back their prophet by raising a clone that is based on his genes. This sounds worse, because instead of occupying a body that does not have a spirit, my baby's original soul might get replaced or taken over by your great prophet. That is no different from killing my son. How can I possibly treat such an abomination as my own child? Seeing that Vess became a lot more agitated, the director of the Creation Association maintained a calm facade. She clung on the certainty of the knowledge bestowed by a future seer. Your second son shall not come to harm because of this. The great prophet has no intention of causing him any harm. Instead, your son will receive vital gifts that can help him navigate the currents of the future once he has developed his talents. The name he is meant to bear is not a curse. It is a blessing. That doesn't make any sense. Even if I decide to have another son, I am more inclined to call him Paul or Clyde. Ilvain isn't even qualified to rank at the bottom of the list of eligible names. You do not understand. Samandra shook her head. The name is important because it will bestow your son with a special mark that shall elevate his life. You can think of it as an inheritance, though the reality is more complicated than that. Rest assured that Ilvain shall still be your child in body and spirit. He will not be a puppet or a nefarious attempt of the design spirit to regain his mortal coil. The two will still exist as separate and independent entities. I do not believe that is true. How can the two share the same name and have nothing to do with each other? Once Ilvain the son develops similar powers to Ilvain the design spirit, who is to say they won't merge with each other or whatever? This sounds like an obvious ploy. It is not a ploy, sir. It is destiny. Your second son is meant for greatness. In a more distant future, people will need a seer who can lead them to safety in a period where you will yearn for it the most. Once you have arrived at that point in time, you will think back on this opportunity and thank yourself for making the right choice for yourself and many other humans. The more Samandra and Ilvain spoke of the certainty of a potential future, the more Vess wanted to set fire to it by completely ruling out the possibility of having any further children. In fact, he even felt tempted to screw them over by turning his fourth child into a daughter rather than a son. Vess would have liked to see their faces once Gloriana gave birth to another beautiful baby girl. The scheming design spirit would never be able to find purchase in such a child. I don't believe in the concept of prophecies, he said. What Ilvain has seen is only one of many possible futures. While he has made plenty of good predictions over the years, I have watched enough fantasy dramas to know how the heroes always end up getting screwed over by relying too much on prophecies. The more people act according to assumptions made about the future, the less they are able to respond to accidents and unanticipated developments. The woman in purple shook her head yet again. It was as if Vess was a stubborn child who had to be told that he was wrong over and over again. You are not wrong about keeping up your guard, but prophecies are not as nefarious as you think. You can think of them as sensor readouts, but instead of allowing you to gather data across space, they can give you valuable glimpses across time. There is no inherent good or evil in data. What truly determines their worth is how you use them. Just as how the readings of a long-range optical sensor can warn you that your starship is on a collision course with a distant asteroid, a prophecy made by a powerful seer can warn you that your fleet will enter into an ambush if it continues to travel along its current route. Though the analogy sounded a bit weird, it recontextualized prophecies in a way that sounded less objectionable to Vess. He had to admit that gathering more data was always useful than staying in the dark. Intelligence was one of the most valuable resources in the cosmos. There were many times where he and his clan took advantage of information asymmetry to trap their opponents and secure victory with greater ease than normal. Since the Larkinsons could take advantage of this difference, then so could others. One of Vess' greatest fears was that other powerful parties would one day force him into defeat by leading him into a trap. He had plenty of enemies, and not all of them could be dealt with by his clan and the Blue Jay fleet. It was much better to avoid disadvantageous situations in the first place rather than to blunder into them and be forced to fight for his life. Vess started to look at Director Samendra with a more intrigued expression. He couldn't believe it, but he was actually starting to consider whether it was a good idea to follow this supposed prophecy and give birth to a life-saving seer. Though Ilvain could already do a similar job, the design spirit experienced too many constraints. Having a second one at hand not only introduced a lot of redundancies, but also provided more extensive coverage. In that sense, having a second son and naming him, Ilvain was nothing different than installing an additional early warning sensor onto a starship. Chapter 55, 13 Planting a Seed. No, Vess eventually decided. As much as your argument makes sense, it is not enough to disregard all of the reasons that object to having any further children at this time. Even if I am in favor of raising another son, I will most certainly bestow him with a name that does not sound anything close to Ilvain. Will you not reconsider, sir? The value of prophecies are undeniable. They have already benefited you in the past, and they can give you even more revelations in the future. We have entered the age of dawn. With Messier 87 bathing us in exotic radiation, seers such as your future son will be able to make much more powerful predictions. That made sense. The ubiquity of E-energy radiation made it a lot easier to fuel costly abilities. Ilvain's main problem in the past had always been his inability to pay the price of gleaning the future of more powerful beings. The design spirit was unable to make any accurate and direct readings of the future whenever ace pilots, god pilots, and other supremely powerful entities became involved. This was also one of the reasons why Vess looked down on Ilvain. His future sight could easily be blocked and interfered with if anyone powerful became involved. Given that Uncle Ark and Grandfather Benjamin had both become ace pilot candidates at this time, the Larkinson clan would soon reach a point where Ilvain's sight would become even more restricted. The only ways for this design spirit to regain its effectiveness was to become more powerful or figure out a better way to leverage E-energy radiation. It would probably take a lot of time before Ilvain could overcome these hurdles. That meant that Ilvain was of little use to Vess in the present. Vess dismissively waved his hand. I do not need to rely too much on this. All of this sounds far too sketchy and dangerous to me. I have enough confidence in myself and the rest of our clan. Knowing too much about the future is not always a good thing. It is better to preserve its mystery and avoid getting lost in all of this nonsense. Living in the future is worse than living in the present. This was what he truly believed. His mastery experiences had a strong influence on his views. All of the times, his consciousness traveled to the past and completely altered the timeline actually frightened him a lot. Even though the current timeline already reflected all of the time travel shenanigans, including the ones that he had yet to embark upon, Vess always felt like he was toying with forces that he did not understand. He did not like it when he lost control. His tolerance for this sort of stuff had diminished. He just wanted to continue to engage in honest Mech design work without dealing with any further complications. Samendra did not give up, though. She presented one more argument to her superior. Sir, even if you look down on prophecies, that does not mean that others will have the same attitude. Prophecy and foresight can bestow undeniable advantages when they fall into the right or wrong people. What do you think will happen to you and our clan if your enemies have prophets to advise them, while you have no one except for a single design spirit, who you do not even respect? Vess immediately frowned. From what I can gather, none of these supposed prophets are infallible. Didn't you mention earlier that Ilvain failed to predict the Great Severing, thereby causing all of his prior prophecies and predictions to become invalid? This shows that he can only foresee one or several futures out of an infinite amount of possible outcomes. Since this is the case, there should be ways to exploit this vulnerability and completely scramble any predictions made by hostile parties. That is easier said than done, sir, Samendra replied. Prophets know each other well. When one of them makes predictions that involve another, the latter can not only sense what has happened, but make targeted countermeasures that can invalidate this potential danger. The worst enemy of a prophet is another prophet. Even if you never intend to make proactive use of the abilities of a seer, you can at least be assured that a friendly one can protect you from this angle. That sounded both dubious and unreliable. While this dynamic sounded similar to the duality of spies working as intelligence and counterintelligence agents, it all became a lot murkier when prophets took the lead. Vess would much rather create a purpose-built design spirit that could employ a much more effective counter against this sort of crap. Though Samandra tried to convince Vess of the necessity to birth a son called Ilvain, the woman failed to get past his obstinacy. Vess couldn't help but smirk when this outcome came to pass. If prophecies are truly useful, then why hasn't Ilvain fed you with a debate strategy that can successfully win me over? Surprisingly enough, the woman did not look too disappointed. Who can say that our appeal has failed? While this is hardly the most ideal outcome, we have presented our case to you. It is up to you to decide what to do with the information that you have received. There is still time for the promised son to come forth. So long as you and your wife ever change your mind in the following 2 years, our glorious Savior shall be born. Why did Vess feel that these words contained another trap? Now, it was impossible for Vess to casually shove this suggestion out of his mind. Perhaps he would constantly rethink this conversation and question whether it was a better idea to follow the framework set by this prophecy. This issue was so far out of his area of expertise that he struggled to make sense of it all. Perhaps he needed a second opinion. Goldie, what do you think? The secure chamber became brighter and warmer when the golden cat manifested herself. Naya. Emro. The ancestral spirit playfully exchanged licks with Blinky before staring curiously at Vess. You should know what we have been talking about. What do you think about this nonsense? Is Samandra being sincere? Naya. I have figured that out myself. Do you really think it is a good idea to follow her suggestion? Goldie looked uncertain. Naya. Ugh, so you don't know anything. Well, I can't blame you. This is way outside of your area of expertise as well. There was only one particular entity that Vess knew of that probably knew a lot more, but he was incredibly reluctant to call her over. He could do without her interference. Besides, who knew whether she could remain impartial when it came to her own possible grandson? Women never made sense to Vess. The more irrational they became, the less trustworthy they tended to be. That seemed to be a universal rule. Of course, it was not as if men were any better. You can go now, Goldie. Naya. Vess ultimately stuck to his decision. Though he had no way of knowing whether he had made the right choice, that was just a fact of life. He did not want his life to be dictated by vague predictions that could only ever make predictions about the highest probability future timelines. Director Samandra Avakin eventually had to depart from the branch premises without receiving the solid promise and commitment that she was hoping to hear. Still, the coy smile on her face showed that she still had faith that her earlier appeal might have made a difference. The woman managed to plant a seed in Vess' mind that could sprout at any point in the next 2 years. That was already enough as far as she and Ilvain were concerned. Vess let out a tired breath. Next. Fortunately for his sanity, the next visitor did not make any insane requests, such as making sure his 5th child would be born as a dwarf. Vess would have no compulsions of kicking the dwarven envoy straight out of the Bordel system. The eternal Vulcan Empire still relies heavily on Mechs to fight against its enemies. High Priest Joja Firebreath gruffly explained. We have no issue with them. We have many Mech designers among our people, and they are more than enough to meet our needs. If that is the case, why come to me? Vess asked. We came because there are Mechs that only you can design. Our eternal sovereign is not pleased with the inability for our dwarven Mech designers to create anything comparable to your famous living Mechs. The Iron Emperor had a good idea. He clearly recognized the strength and potential of Vess products. Yet whenever Vess thought about the insane plan that this crazy dwarven leader had in store for the future, his satisfaction immediately made way for dread. There was no way that Vess wanted to get too closely involved with the Vulcanites. Even though he was pretty sure that the Red Two already smelled an unusually close relationship between Vess and the Vulcanites, the two did not share any close relations at the moment. The story would become entirely different if he started to design powerful living mechs for them, just like what he had done for the Hexers. If you want me to design a batch of mechs for the eternal Vulcan Empire, I am afraid I have to disappoint you. My schedule is already stuffed. I really do not have the time to fulfill any further commitments. The dwarven priest smiled. Our proposal should not slow you down. On the contrary, the opposite should happen. We wish to send a batch of young novice mech designers that have recently graduated from our mech design universities. We would like you to let them work and study under you for a period of several years. This should be long enough for them to learn how to design living mechs from you. As long as they have received enough guidance for them to design living mechs in the future, they can work out the remainder by themselves. Vess did not expect to hear such a proposal. If you want your dwarves to learn how to design living mechs, why not enroll them into the Eden Institute of Business and Technology? That is the most proper venue for me to systematically teach students on anything they need to know about living mechs at their stage. Impossible. Joja Firebreath shook his head and scowled. Ever since you became a Tier 3 galactic citizen, the Eden Institute has become one of the most desired universities overnight. The amount of applicants has skyrocketed. Only Terrans can get accepted into the school. Very few foreigners are accepted anymore, and each of them have paid heavy concessions to get inside. That means that there is still a chance. A bitter expression appeared on the shorter individual's face. Not for us. Look at us, Professor. The Terrans despise our people. We do not match their aesthetic preferences. They see us as ugly, short, and unkempt savages that are only fit for drudge work. Under no circumstances has any respectable Terran university enrolled a dwarf. Hardly any of our people live in Terran space in the first place. Those snobby tall folk discriminate against us so much that even the best of us can never earn their appreciation and respect. That surprised Vess a lot. He actually never thought that the Terrans would brazenly treat the dwarven people in this fashion. The Terrans had always been nice, respectful, and polite to Vess. They never acted too arrogant or stuck-up in his presence, but he knew that was only because his identity and accomplishments had crossed the gap between classes. It was still hard for Vess to reconcile his good impressions of the Terrans with the much less flattering description that he just heard. Chapter 55, 14 Fair Trade. A seemingly simple solution became invalid because of a stupid reason. Why couldn't the Eden Institute enroll a bunch of dwarven mech design students? Did it matter that much that these dwarves simply did not look as beautiful and perfect as the rest of the student body? This was one of the most nonsensical reasons for rejection that he had ever heard. According to his own views on the mech industry, the only criteria that mech designers cared about was whether their works fulfilled the needs of their clients. It made no difference whether a mech was designed by a human or a dwarf. What actually mattered was their skills, their experience, their design styles, and other profession-related parameters. Mech designers were not actors or politicians. They could do their jobs just fine if they chose to lock themselves up in their design labs. While looks could certainly play a certain role in marketing, it would be easy enough for dwarves to hire a bunch of pretty faces to act as their spokespeople to the public. Perhaps Vess would do so as well once he became older and grew tired of this chore. Addressing the public could be exhausting when he constantly had to be careful about what he was allowed to reveal. As Vess asked a few more questions about the treatment that dwarves received in Terran space, his expression continued to fall. The high priest of the Eternal Vulcan Church expected to be met with such a response. This is the life of a dwarf. No matter whether we are third-raters or first-raters, we will always be met with scorn and derision from the tall folk. Nothing we do can change their minds and earn their respect. I do not particularly blame most of them. Our people have diverged too much from general humanity. No matter what other people may say, no human will ever call a dwarf his brother, and vice versa. They are much more inclined to treat each other as individuals of separate species. This was the core ideology of the Vulcanites. The Iron Emperor had already made it clear to Vess that dwarvenkind should not even be mentioned in the same breath as humankind. Vess did not want to discuss this contentious topic in further detail. He accepted the story given by the dwarven priest. I see. Since your dwarven mech designers won't be able to receive fair treatment from the Terrans, you would rather send them directly to me. Do you expect me to treat your people better? Most definitely, Joja Firebreath responded with much greater enthusiasm than before. You are Vulcan's envoy and the living embodiment of his power over mechs. Our eternal sovereign has personally commended you for your honesty and integrity. Not every dwarf believes you are kind to our people, due to actions that you have made in the past. But how can man who carries Vulcan's blessing ever be an enemy of dwarvenkind? We have full confidence that you and your Larkinsons will treat our dwarven mech designers as equals rather than subhumans. Vess couldn't help but take on an odd expression. To be honest, he never expected Rian Auden to ascribe so many virtues to him. Was it truly a good idea to let him become responsible for a bunch of dwarves? I am not entirely comfortable with this idea, he said. If you want me to guide these dwarven mech designers, they need to do more than study. They need to participate in my living mech design projects as assistants. While I do not have any objections to that if they were members of my Larkinson clan, that is not the case this time. The high priest raised his meaty hand in a placating gesture. There is no need to assign them any important work. They are not spies, and we do not want to give you the impression that they are sent to steal from you. It is more than acceptable to block access to more sensitive mech designs and technologies. Our suggestion is that you assign them to work on less sensitive and important mech design projects. Your mech company has many commercial mech models that are so common that they hardly hold any secrets anymore. As long as our dwarven prospects can obtain enough guidance and experience on living mechs, we will be happy with the outcome. That sounded rather reasonable. What can you tell me about these mech designers? How good are they? What do they excel in? How many do you intend to send? How long do you want them to work in my mech company? We do not ask too much from you. We are considering 5 candidates. Each of them are among the best first-class novice mech designers that have graduated from our institutions. Our mech design universities may not be as good as the Eden Institute, but we have our own strengths. Each of our novices know how to design proper first-class multipurpose mechs, though they are most accustomed to designing them in the dwarven humanoid form. We have not yet decided how long they should stay in your clan, but we hope that they can assist you for at least 3 years. Intriguing. Unlike his earlier talk with Samandra Avakin, Vess felt much more comfortable dealing with Joja Firebreath. This was a straightforward negotiation on a proposal that did not contain anything objectionable. Though Vess did not want to let in too many outsiders who could learn all kinds of stuff from him, it should be easy enough to restrict their access to anything he was not willing to share. He understood the value of obtaining 5 first-class mech designers of higher pedigrees. There was no doubt that the eternal Vulcan Empire would be sending 5 of the most talented and promising mech designers. Vess could already tell from this pitch that the Vulcanites deeply wanted to gain the ability to design their own living mechs. For what purpose, Vess did not care. At this stage of his progression, it would be better if more and more mech designers raised the presence of living mechs. There was no way that Vess could find the time or motivation to design mechs for the dwarves. It was a good alternative for their own mech industry to solve this problem in their stead. After all, only dwarven mech designers knew best what their own people wanted to pilot. Vess clearly could not do as well considering that his understanding of dwarves turned out to be inadequate. In any case, the quality of these visiting Mech designers should never be low. Even novices could be powerful as long as they were fully fledged first-class Mech designers. Vess had met many of their kind at the Eden Institute. Even if they were not as good as Alexa, they should be almost just as skilled, knowledgeable, and productive. He would definitely be able to update all of his outdated last-gen Mech lines within 2 years with all of this additional help. His gaze grew sharper. He was more than willing to help the Vulcanites out, but that did not mean he wanted to trade away his services for free. The privilege of studying under a Tier 3 galactic citizen should never be given away so cheaply. If the Vulcanites did not give enough concessions to Vess to make this trade worthwhile, then he would not be inclined to accept this deal. This was despite the fact that he had already begun to look forward to working a bunch of dwarven Mech designers to the bone. What is the eternal Vulcan Empire willing to trade? We are willing to give you a number of concessions, ranging from technologies, collaborations, rare materials, and even starships. Vess could easily obtain most of this elsewhere, but the last one was different. There was no denying that the Larkinson clan needed starships the most. Are you willing to buy my services for a first-class fleet carrier? Unacceptable. Our dwarven people are isolated and struggling. In order to fulfill our ultimate cause, we have paid far too much to gather our diaspora and give them new homes and workplaces. All of this investment has emptied much of our coffers and left us short of everything. Each of our starships, particularly our first-class ones, are priceless to us. A first-class fleet carrier is our most strategic asset that we rely on to defend ourselves. We are not as rich and profligate as the Terran ancient clans. We cannot easily make up for a single capital ship. Though Vess deliberately tried to keep his distance from anything related to the eternal Dwarven Empire, that did not mean he had no clue of how large it had grown. The Iron Emperor had done such a good job at gathering dwarves across human space that he had built up a scary following. Even if most of his subjects were second-raters and third-raters, there were more than first-raters among them to turn his eternal Vulcan Empire into a power that was no less than an average first-rate colonial state. My time and attention is precious, Vess bluntly stated. If your empire is unwilling to pass on enough remuneration, then I do not feel inclined to accommodate your young talents. A first-class fleet carrier may be of considerable cost to your empire, but the fact that you have capital-grade shipyards that can construct more of them means that a single one is not as vital as you claim. Your dwarven state should be more than capable of transferring one into my clan. By the way, I don't want a centuries-old rust bucket that is multiple generations out of date. I will only accept a fleet carrier that was designed and constructed during the Facewater generation. That is outrageous, Professor. With all due respect, I believe that not even Vulcan will approve of such a lopsided trade. The value of your teachings is great, but the value of a modern first-class fleet carrier is much greater under the current circumstances. Oh, really now? Vess smirked as he lowered his arm, pulled out the hammer of brilliance from his tool belt, and caused it to flare. As the high priest of the Eternal Vulcan Church, Joja Firebreath was most certainly familiar with the glow of his god. The dwarf immediately made a few ceremonial gestures before bowing in respect. Hail Vulcan. Vess thought about letting Vulcan manifest right inside the secure chamber in order to hammer home the effect, but that would be too excessive. This was already enough. Do not underestimate the value of receiving my guidance. Vess spoke in a softer tone after he slowly put his hammer back into its place. Your dwarven talents will be working with me on a frequent basis. I will have to teach them a lot about actual living mechs, if only to prevent them from botching their work. I can personally guarantee you that I will teach them more about living mechs than what I have passed on in the course that I am teaching at the Eden Institute. You do not have to be afraid that I will give them a few words before neglecting them for the rest of their stay. I will be attentive and earnest in fulfilling my end of the bargain. You will not give up a first-class fleet carrier in vain." That caused Joja Firebreath to fall into silence. The troubled expression showed that he felt awfully conflicted about this trade. "I do not have the authorization to accept these terms on behalf of the eternal Vulcan Empire," the dwarf eventually said. "I will need to return and make contact with our eternal sovereign. Only our highest leader possesses the right to approve the concession that you have demanded." Vess smiled. "That's okay. There is plenty of time. Do not expect me to lower my demands, though. If your leader isn't willing to give me a first-class fleet carrier, then do not bother coming back. Is that clear?" Chapter 55, 15 Small Concessions. Vess shook hands with the departing high priest. The negotiations had dragged on quite a while, despite the fact that it was just the two of them. Vess demanded a high price for his personal guidance, but the Vulcanites truly did not want to give up an entire first-class fleet carrier for this benefit. Though Joja Firebreath was not a professional negotiator, he was a first-rater who had managed to climb up to the upper echelon of the eternal Vulcan Empire. His intelligence and skill set had to be impressive in order to compete against many other highly capable dwarves. The bearded dwarf tried many ways to reduce Vess' asking price. For example, he attempted to make Vess agree to provide his services in exchange for a first-class combat carrier or a capital ship that was not built for combat. When that did not work, High Priest Firebreath attempted to persuade Vess to accept an older fleet carrier that could still keep up due to frequent upgrades. Yet no matter how many times the dwarf tried to make Vess see reason, none of it worked. "I have stated my price. It is up to your sovereign to decide whether he will accept it," Vess stated while he crossed his arms. "My time is valuable, so I would rather not waste my time on any distractions if there aren't enough incentives. Do you understand my point?" The most powerful way to strengthen his bargaining position was by making it clear that he was quite willing to refuse this deal. He knew quite well that it would be a considerable missed opportunity for him to miss out on an easy opportunity to obtain a valuable first-class starship. No one was willing to give away such an amazing strategic asset for free, especially in a time period where every starfaring vessel had skyrocketed in value. Yet Vess believed he still had other ways of building up a small but formidable first-class fleet through other means. All of the time and effort he spent on building up relationships with the Mechers, and the Terrans should have made it possible to conduct more serious transactions. He could even reach out to other first-class states and organizations for cooperation if he wanted to. There were plenty of clever people who would be glad to cooperate with a rising Tier 3 galactic citizen who clearly had a lot of potential. The reality was that Vess did not need to cooperate with the eternal Vulcan Empire. Rather, it was the Vulcanites who yearned for his power. As soon as Vess made it clear that he understood his real value, the dwarf no longer tried to obtain an outright discount, but instead tried to weasel in additional benefits. If the eternal Vulcan Empire had to give up a modern fleet carrier, then the dwarven state better obtained enough benefits to make this transaction worthwhile. Vess was a bit more willing to give a bit of ground on these issues. So long as he obtained a powerful first-class fleet carrier, he did not mind working a bit more to secure this deal. After all, the Iron Emperor had the ultimate say over whether his empire was willing to accept this trade. The dwarven leader was no fool. It made no sense for him to weaken his state just to obtain marginal benefits in return. "We would like to place 50 of our novice Mech designers in your design department." "Absolutely not. That is way too much. I do not have the time or mental capacity to guide so many dwarves at the same time. I will take 10 under my wing, but not a single dwarf more. Is that clear? If we sign this contract, then we would like your promise that you will not accept similar proposals from other groups. Otherwise, our head start in designing living Mech will lose its value. We wish to retain exclusivity for a span of 10 years. That is too excessive. Too much can happen in a decade. I will accept no less than 3 years, for the same reason that I have stated before. I can promise you that during the time your dwarven Mech designers work in my Mech company, I will not add any more guest designers to my design teams. This does not count for occasional collaborations with other high-ranking Mech designers. We can add these terms to the contract. By the time they drafted a set of terms that both sides found acceptable, if only barely, the high priest needed to go back and wait for a response from his state. Before the dwarf left, Vess asked one more question. Of all of the people that the Iron Emperor could have sent to negotiate this deal, why did he send you of all people? The Vulcanite priest turned around and adopted a pious expression. Your identity is too esteemed to be met by one of our more secular officials. Our government has deemed that only a devoted priest of Vulcan is permitted to approach a holy Mech designer such as yourself. Many of my people do not dare to show any sign of disrespect towards our shared god. That caused Vess to frown. As far as he knew, old Rian Auden had turned into an incredibly ambitious and power-hungry leader. There was no way that this once miserable dwarf wanted to put Vulcan in charge of everything. It was in the Iron Emperor's best interest to limit the influence of the Eternal Vulcan Church. However, Vess could already tell from the many clues given by the High Priest that Rian had obviously failed in this endeavor. The dwarf heavily relied on the imperial crown forged by Vess to win over a huge amount of dwarves, including many first-raters who would not have otherwise surrendered their loyalty to a disgraced leader. The Iron Emperor had managed to forge a powerful dwarven empire by exploiting Vulcan's glow, but the consequence of his amazing success was that their god had become the sole binding factor that kept all of these disparate dwarves together. This was the downside of using such a shortcut. The foundation of the powerful dwarven state was its church. The Iron Emperor might enjoy a notable reputation in his own empire, but his power and influence paled in comparison to true tyrants, such as the Star Emperor of the new Rubarth Empire. It was due to this shortcoming that the Iron Emperor had no choice but to lean so much on Vulcan to stabilize his fragile state. Should it be any surprise that the separation between church and state was non-existent in the eternal dwarven empire? Vess couldn't help but smirk at this outcome. It served that bastard right for forcing Vess to craft a masterwork crown to symbolize his rule. Though the Iron Emperor still tried many ways to gradually steer the eternal Vulcan Empire towards secularism, the fact that his dwarven state still carried the name of a god showed that he was not winning this battle. Don't wait too long to give a response, Vess told the High Priest. Once I am done in Bordel, I will return to New Constantinople. It will probably be much harder for you to reach me by that time. It is best if we can conclude this deal within a week. That does not leave us with enough time to finalize all of the terms. Tough luck, then. Tell your sovereign to hurry up and make up his mind. He's a decisive leader, so I am sure he can get it done in time. As the dwarven envoy finally left the branch headquarters of the Larkinson clan, Vess did not know whether the Vulcanites would agree to this trade. It doesn't really matter. Vess was fine with either outcome. Without the need to watch over a bunch of dwarven Mech designers, he would have less distractions in his life. He also did not need to withhold a lot of information whenever he was in their presence. Time passed by as Vess continued to meet his various obligations. None of his meetings were all that important, and he was glad that he was done with this chore. As evening rolled in, the preparations for the upcoming product reveal had all been finalized. Though Vess could have spent more time on tinkering with the mechs that he was about to present to the public, he decided to go to bed and refresh himself for the important day ahead. The next day, Vess woke up and went through an elaborate grooming process. It was no longer enough to wear his usual patriarch uniform. He needed to wear a much more impressive ensemble that enhanced his stature and made him look larger than life. Though Vess felt as if he was starting to look like a clown due to all of the excessive folds and layers of exquisite clothing, he had to admit that it would certainly make his appearance memorable. Have all of the Mech pilots and mercenaries become proficient in piloting their respective Mechs? Vess asked with a touch of concern in his voice. The people in charge have not reported any issues. Everything is fine. Gavin Newman reassured him. Our Mech pilots have taken well to the Fey Fianas. With the help of the MSDS, they have performed well in many different training scenarios. While there is obviously room for growth and improvement, you can be assured that our Mech pilots will not make any obvious blunders. Vess nodded in satisfaction. I hope that is the case, because each of them are expected to fight numerous exhibition matches against superior opponents. It is only when the odds are stacked against them that our Fey Fianas can showcase their greater potential. Have you collected any indication that other rivals and competitors will seek to challenge our new Mech line? The local Black Cats have managed to collect a few potential clues, but they have not been able to find anything concrete. This indicates that there are definitely Mech companies and Mech designers that seek to use our Fey Fiana line as a springboard for their own products. The only issue is that it is far from certain whether they are willing to pull the trigger. If they think that they will only make a fool of themselves, they will never have the guts to present their works. That was to be expected. Vess had full confidence in his ability to hype up the Fey Fiana. Has SKL Mech Industries made any notable moves? No, Gavin firmly shook his head. The company is too big and powerful. It rarely gets spooked by upstarts that are looking to dethrone its mainstream Mech lines. According to our investigation, SKL mainly adopts a reactive approach towards emerging competitors. The large megacorporation will only start to take action if sales are dropping, and even then the company is unlikely to escalate too quickly. I think that other possible rivals will constitute a much greater threat in the short term. Anyone who dares to challenge your work openly will definitely have the capital to succeed. It is regrettable that our intelligence agents have yet to find any clues on the planet. Vess did not have too many expectations in this regard. Bordel is filled with many dangerous and powerful groups. None of them appreciate people poking around their properties. Anyone who is competent enough to present a Mech model that can give the Fey Fiana a run for its money should not be weak. Though he did not have any certainty that this was the case, Vess had a hunch that the product reveal would not go smoothly. The Fey Fiana had the chance to disrupt the Mech market on a wider scale. Many Mech companies was under threat of losing their cash cows if too many Mech pilots swapped out their existing machines in order to pilot the brand new drone Mech sold by the LMC. Chapter 55, 16 Foca Arena. After a long wait for many people, the time had come for the LMC to hold its latest event. Millions of eager humans left their hotels and other abodes in the morning. Although the product reveal was not scheduled to start until noon, they had all been advised to arrive hours in advance due to all of the time needed to process the incoming arrivals. Many shuttles and other vehicles steadily converged on one of the central portions of Bordel's primary settlement. The Larkinson clan had reserved the largest Mech arena on Bordel Roman III for its own use. Ordinary exhibition halls could no longer accommodate the huge public interest in Vess's first commercial work since the start of the hyper generation. This was why the Larkinsons and the Mechers had chosen to hold the event at the famous Foca Arena. As the largest and most spacious Mech arena on Bordel Roman III, Foca Arena could easily accommodate 10 million guests by default, and could hold many more by adding in a lot of floating seats. The fighting grounds of Foca Arena were so enormous that it was usually partitioned into multiple smaller arenas during ordinary days. The only times when the enormous oval-shaped arena turned into a single battleground was when entire Mech companies fought against each other in glorious tournaments. During the last week, Foca Arena had undergone a lot of reorganization. New stages had been built, and a lot of additional protective measures had been added as well. The Red Association installed a lot of expensive space suppressors, Azure shield generators, power generators, and other hardware. While the Mechers would take back all of these costly assets, when the product reveal had come to an end, the cost of ramping up security for this event was not low. That did not stop them from going through with this. They did not even expect for the Larkinsons to pay the bill. A lot of clever and observant people picked up the message that the Red Association tried to convey. The Mechers considered Vess to be one of their own. As an honorary member of the Red Association, it was natural for the Mechers to take charge of his security. This product reveal was not just an opportunity for Vess to show off his design prowess. It was also a way for the Mechers to flex their power and take advantage of Vess' momentum. "I don't really get it," one of the more ordinary invited guests spoke as he waited in line outside of the enormous structure of Foca Arena. "Is Professor Larkinson a Mecher or an independent? The Mech patrols consist entirely of R-ray machines." "I haven't seen any Mech that belongs to the Larkinson clan." "The man is a Mecher when it is convenient, but he will have little to do with the association as soon as he becomes a problem." An older guest responded with a knowing smile. "Rising stars as volatile and unstable as Professor Larkinson are best kept at a distance." "Is that so? Doesn't that sound unfair? It sounds like the Mechers want to have their cake and eat it too. Is this why he is cozying up to the Terrans as well?" "Probably. The situation is not as one-sided as it looks on the surface. Let's not talk about this any further. It is not wise to dwell on this matter when we are well within monitoring range of the Mechers." You are right." The closer people got to the arena, the less noise they made. The Red Association was one of the most powerful human organizations in the New Frontier. It had not lost any of its prestige despite getting cut off from the Milky Way. With 5 powerful god pilots at the top, the Mechers retained full confidence in their ability to impose their rule over human-occupied space. While the Terrans and the Rubarthans most certainly wished to challenge this assumption, the vast majority of people who wanted to attend the product reveal had no thoughts of resisting the Mechers. Of course, those who held any serious thoughts about overthrowing the rule of the Red Two never had a chance to get close in the first place. Unlike prior product reveals organized by the Larkinson clan, it was no longer feasible to make this occasion open to the public. Due to all of the security concerns, guests who wanted to witness the highly anticipated presentation in person had to purchase pricey tickets. After that, they needed to subject themselves to thorough background checks. Once the ticket holders arrived at the venue, they had to leave behind their bodyguards and any unrelated people before going through multiple inspections. The Red Association already dispatched ample personnel and facilities to conduct extremely thorough examinations. The Mecher security officers did not make any exceptions. They could not be bribed, and anyone who was stupid enough to do so would instantly get locked up and shipped off-planet. The stringent security checks did not bother most of the invited guests. They understood the need for all of these extra measures and already received plenty of warning in advance. There were several groups of people who did not feel comfortable at all with the uncompromising security policies. In particular, all of the second-raters who worked in the upper levels usually possessed a lot of advanced implants. These gadgets contained sensitive data or contained emergency weapon modules. The R-Ray security officers utilized means to lock any dangerous implants and forcibly scanned any internal data storage device for any dangerous software. The heavy-handedness of these security checks actually deterred a lot of visitors. This was why many of the leading figures in the surrounding regions declined to attend in person. Senior statesmen, such as President Yenames Clive, would never dare to attend this product reveal. This was a big reason why so many important visitors met with Vess in private the day before. They would much rather discuss business with him in a more relaxed setting. What was notable about the current setup was that very few first-raters bothered to travel all the way to the Torald Middle Zone and attend the latest product of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. As much as Vess had managed to become a prominent figure in first-class society, His second-class Mech did not arouse much interest in those circles. Those who came held no interest in the Fey Fianna at all. They only came because they wanted to see a Mech designer who had the potential to become a high and mighty star designer one day. Even if the chances of that happening was low, it was still worthwhile for some first-raters to enter Foca Arena despite having to go through so many invasive security checks. Naturally, none of the first-raters consisted of anyone important. As the huge rows of seats in the enormous arena slowly filled up, the enormous grounds were not empty. Multiple classic Larkinson Mechs showed off their capabilities or engaged in mock battles. From ferocious piranhas to transcendent punishers, there were plenty of living Mechs to captivate the audience. The only major flaw was that all of them were outdated. None of the Mechs incorporated any tech related to the hyper generation. While that disappointed a lot of existing customers who relied on LMC Mechs, were hoping to receive word of additional updates, their anticipation for the new model grew even more. Of course, their expectations remained relatively restrained due to the odd choice of Mech type. Drone Mechs are not all that practical in the current age. Spurs are too small and fragile to threaten alien warships. Their transphasic energy shields are so damn powerful that they can shrug off any small caliber fire. That is not entirely true, brother. Drone Mechs have proven to be much more useful when they are deployed against the new alien face fighters. SKL's most recent Sparrow Storm are able to wear down much of alien small craft by relying on the higher quantities of spurs. With the inclusion of hyper-technology, their weak firepower has received an impressive boost. If not for the requirement to install a specialized multitasking implant to pilot the more advanced versions, I would have ordered a batch of Sparrow Storms by this time. I admit that the Sparrow Storms are good against face fighters, but so are many other Mechs. The advantage of using the latter is that they can also fight against alien warships. These drone Mechs can't do anything usual aside from diverting enemy firepower. That is an oversimplification. No sickle Mech performs so poorly. More and more guests arrived by the minute. The seats slowly filled up. Many guests even bought snacks and drinks as if they were about to watch the finals of a massive Mech tournament. As the old but proven Larkinson Mechs continued to showcase their various strengths, a calm but uplifting song played in the background. Projected banners and other symbols of the Larkinson clan hovered above people's heads. The emblem of the golden cat was practically everywhere. This earned the appreciation of many people who had a soft spot for cats. They even started to gather around various totems of the golden cat that the clan had placed at various positions around the seating areas. While these totems were not ubiquitous, they granted enough people a feel of what it was like to become a part of the Larkinson clan. So this is their exclusive glow. I wish my application got accepted. This is foul and evil brainwashing technology. No cat will convince me to abandon my state and leave my friends behind. What is up with all of the cats? Of all of the symbols the Larkinsons could have used to represent themselves, they picked a domesticated animal of all choices. Hey, don't disparage our furry overlords. Cats are way too cute. I love them all. Joining the Larkinson clan is a dream come true for every cat lover. One day I will be able to get in and pet all of the cats. As millions began to take their places, the main event drew closer. The Larkinson Mechs slowly ended their demonstrations and gradually started to leave the flat arena grounds. The lights gradually started to dim, while a countdown projected in the center of the enormous arena. The music started to shift into a rhythm that caused many people to build up more anticipation for what was to come. Many people began to look forward to what they were about to witness. The VIPs who purchased the most expensive tickets were all seated at the front rows that were situated closest to the main stage. Many other people were seated so far away that they could only rely on the projected feeds to observe anything smaller than a Mech. Are you looking forward to what Professor Larkinson is about to present? A senior tech developer asked the stranger seated to his left. I care little for Mechs, but I am intrigued by the tech he has added to his work. The implications of his inventions are far more important than his actual designs. I share the same sentiments. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Hage Pires. I am the chief developer at a company that is working on developing stronger energy shields. The other man maintained a placid expression as he shook the developer's hand. You may call me Caruth Ovis. I am but a small relationship manager at the Rigel Ovis Trading Company. Rigel Ovis, you mean the first-class shipping giant. Our company is not as great as before. With the shutdown of the Greater Bayonder Gate, our cargo vessels on this side are far from enough to maintain our previous market share. Once we reorganized our ships and renegotiated many long-term business contracts, we found ourselves lacking in hulls. Too few ships. That problem is all too common in the Red Ocean. At least the company in the old galaxy is still in good shape, not that it is any help to Red humanity. Caruthers Ovis responded with a faint smile. Those who we have left behind are the unfortunate ones, in my opinion. They are missing out on so many wonders of the Age of Dawn. Professor Larkinson's latest work is but the latest example of this. I pity them, to be honest. Chapter 55, 17 Skinny Rattlers. Vess waited backstage while wearing his exaggerated outfit. Though the people around him advised against it, he insisted on carrying the items on his tool belt. This made it a bit more challenging to present a strong image to the public. The hammer of brilliance, the hammer of melody, and the ocean caller looked so different from each other that it was hard to reconcile them in a single ensemble. Nonetheless, Vess was more than satisfied with his current appearance. He looked like a hero who came straight out of an epic action drama. Meow, meow, meow. Just bear with it, Lucky. You need to look the part in order to match this occasion. You can get rid of your coat as soon as this is over. Meow. The Archimetal cat did not look pleased at all for wearing a red and white coat that was especially designed for him. It actually granted a more regal and dignified look to the already impressive Gemcat. Lucky flew in the air, causing the coat to flap across his back like a cape. At no point did it come off as it was gently tied to his neck. A few minutes passed by before three notable figures approached the protagonist of this event. How is the security situation? Have any incidents occurred that I should be worried about? Nothing has happened that needs to be brought to your attention, Jovi said. The Blue Jay fleet and many additional forces stationed on this planet are ready to respond to any threats. The airspace is completely locked down, and we have cleared the vast majority of the starships that were previously lingering in orbit. The removal of many orbiting ships had caused a huge disruption to local intrasystem traffic. The Mechers, once again, showed who was in charge by engaging in domineering behavior. However, Vess appreciated this gesture, as it drastically lowered the risk of Foca Arena getting assailed from above. Orbital bombardment was not good for business. How are our Mech pilots, Alexa? Are they all in good condition? They are as sharp as they can be, Professor, the Terran Mech designer responded. The pilots and their living Mechs are both looking forward to demonstrating what they can do in unison. They have trained hard to leave an unforgettable impression in the minds of all of the observers. The performance of the Fae Fianna depended heavily on the skill and proficiency of the Mech pilots. Though Vess had tried his best to simplify the operation of the four Fae, a drone Mech was still inherently more complicated to pilot in the field. Gavin, how is our audience doing? The people sitting in the stands are all in decent spirits, the assistant replied. The stringent security inspections have not done their mood any favors, but they are all assuming that the ordeals are worth it in the end. We cannot afford to disappoint them. Their expectations are growing by the minute. And our remote audience. Many people are tuning in. The viewership is particularly high in both the Krakatoa and Magyar middle zones, but there are plenty of interested viewers in zones where our Mech have shown up in considerable numbers. A notable proportion of viewers come from the lower zones. but the numbers aren't as high as we expected. That did not sound surprising to Vess. The LMC still retained a handful of third-class Mechs in its Mech catalog, but it was clear that they did not receive enough love. Even though the design department made sure to allocate enough design capacity to keep them up to date, the lack of attention from Vess and other leading figures clearly caused the meager amount of third-class Mech lines to diminish in priority. Vess felt uncertain whether it was worthwhile at all to keep them alive. On the one hand, it would be a shame to let all of the existing third-class living Mechs languish without any official upgrade tracks. A lot of existing customers would probably feel betrayed by the LMC for leaving them in the cold. Unless they liked their living Mechs so much that they were willing to lean onto unreliable third-party Mech designers to keep their machines up to date, millions of old LMC Mechs were bound to get scrapped. This was not an outcome that aligned with principles. Vess felt a duty to work harder to keep these old Mechs alive, but his priorities left him with little choice. More than ever, Vess wanted to have more Mech designers by his side who were fully capable of designing living Mechs by themselves. Only these sorts of Mech designers were the most suitable to work on established Mech designs, such as the Doom Guard and the Desolate Soldier. Vess mentally shook his head. This was not the time to deal with this issue. How many first-raters are among our viewers? Low, Gavin immediately replied. We have seen greater numbers from New Constantinople, but that is it. There are pockets of viewers on almost every major planet, but they are mostly made up of politicians, statesmen, and other high-ranked figures who have a better grasp of how important you are to red humanity. Their quantities may be low, but their impact on you and your clan are disproportionately high. If you want to spread your influence in the halls of leadership of our greater society, then you will have to do a good job at showcasing our proprietary tech, not our Mechs per se. A good presentation here will result in greater interest in the future when you are ready to publish your initial first-class Mech designs. The general public definitely understood the importance of Tier 3 galactic citizens, but that did not mean they paid attention to them all of the time. It was just like how many people simply did not pay any attention to all of the boring politicians that governed their societies. Most first-raters were spoiled for choice when it came to first-class Mech designs and the people who devised them. Their scene is entirely separate from the rest. Just as Vess had little to no idea about the most popular Mech models and Mech models in the first-class Mech market, those snooty Terrans and Rubarthans had no clue at all what sold well in the second-class Mech market. Vess asked a few more questions. The more information he had at his disposal, the more he could adapt his behavior to the actual circumstances. His plan for this product reveal was not entirely set in stone. There was enough play to shift stuff around if needed. Once everything appeared to be in order, Vess waited for the final minutes to come to pass. Up in the center of the enormous Mech arena, the countdown had begun to count the final seconds. The entire venue had fallen into darkness. People had automatically fallen silent as they held their breaths for the start of the main presentation. To the utter astonishment of everyone, the moment the countdown came to an end, a cat appeared into view. This was not an ordinary cat. The small feline glowed with warmth and looked translucent. The cat also happened to be so small that she was practically indistinguishable to the naked eye in the enormous Foca arena. A lot of people made use of the amplification function of their augmented eyes or cranial implants to get a closer look at this unusual cat apparition. Others simply shifted their gaze to the many large projected feeds that gave every visitor a clear look at what was happening in the center. Once the golden cat manifested herself, she began to show off her cuteness. She licked her paws, circled in the air, and curled her tail. Many people became fascinated by the golden cat's appearance. Those with sharper senses than others clearly sensed the power and the weight of this spiritual entity. Others just thought that she was just a fun projected mascot of the Larkinson clan. Goldie did not impose herself on the enormous audience for too long. She frolicked around for 2 whole minutes before her energy manifestation disappeared from view. After that, Vess still did not make an appearance. Instead, an entirely different person flew above the main podium. The man was clearly a Mech officer, though he was likely working for a private outfit rather than the military arm of a state. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 50s, though he looked considerably younger due to his augmentations. The man radiated a clear sense of strength and resilience. This immediately earned him the respect of other soldiers who had developed similar demeanors over the course of their service. "I'm not the man you were hoping to meet," the gruff Mech officer spoke, "but since I am here, you might as well listen to what I have to say. I am Commander Icon Powell. I used to lead a modest mercenary outfit called the Skinny Rattlers before it got bought by a warlord. A Rattlers is one of numerous outfits that relies heavily on Mechs sold by the LMC to fight our battles." A new projection came to life that displayed an old battle between the Skinny Rattlers and a hostile force of Mechs that sought to raid a valuable trade convey. Human-to-human conflicts were still prevalent during the age of Mechs, so battles like these happened all of the time. The Skinny Rattlers were tasked with defending a convoy of fairly vulnerable trade ships. Their numbers were adequate, but not as good as that of the enemy side. During the time of this battle, we had only just begun to switch over to the Mech sold by the LMC. The Mech company did not sell a full range of Mech models that runs the entire gamut of Mech types, but we had already fallen in love with the ferocious Piranha and the Doom Guard. The battle footage only showed the highlights, so it soon showed a lot of action. Ranged Mechs from both sides pelted each other under the cover of their combat carriers. The riflemen Mechs from both sides inflicted a lot of damage, but none of it stuck because the energy shields and armor of the combat carriers provided them with huge buffers. It became clear that exchanging fire alone would not allow the attackers to gain the upper hand. This was why they sent in their melee Mechs. A large number of Space Knights, swordsman Mechs and axemen Mechs surged forward in a bid to overwhelm the defenders. The Skinny Rattlers were having none of it. They deployed their own mix of melee Mechs in order to intercept the attackers. Many of the Mech models utilized by this mercenary outfit came from other Mech companies, but there were a number of ferocious piranhas mixed in between. Some of the attacking Mechs tried to circumvent the interceptors and attack the convoy directly, but most of the inbound machines wanted to leverage their superior numbers to crush their opponents. This should have been an unfavorable fight for the Skinny Rattlers. Just as their name suggested, most of their Mechs were fairly light and fast, which weren't able to persist in a standing battle. Yet when the melee Mechs of both sides were about to collide, the Mechs of the attacking force suddenly lost a lot of fluency. There were even Mechs that outright lost control for a moment of time. This was enough of a window of opportunity for the Skinny Rattlers to pounce on the vulnerable enemy Mechs and finish them off before they could ever recover. Due to this powerful opening move, the Skinny Rattlers immediately gained a lot of momentum. Their Mech pilots all attacked their opponents with greater confidence and fervor, knowing that the new ferocious piranhas had made all of the difference. While the defenders gradually learned how to cope against the disorienting glow of these painful machines, they never managed to regain the advantage. In the end, the attacking force had been forced to turn around and retreat, leaving over a third of its machines behind before it could ever put up a proper fight. The outnumbered Skinny Rattlers managed to win a clean victory without suffering more than a scratch on a few of their Mechs. This is how much of a difference that LMC Mechs have made to our lives. Commander Powell spoke in a tone that conveyed utter sincerity. For years, we have made use of living Mechs to win our battles, earn our pay, and increase our reputation. We thought this would go on forever, but then the great severing happened. Chapter 55, 18 Crystal Superiority. Visions of battle projected in the Mech arena. Of course, These images did not remain confined to flat footage projected on a limited screen. Soon enough, the large-scale projection systems that ran across the entirety of Foca Arena came to life, transforming the gigantic central arena into realistic battlescapes. The changes did not remain confined to the arena grounds. The visual illusions also extended to the seats that encompassed all of the guests. Through clever technology, the observers could no longer see each other with their eyes. The projection systems had isolated them to the point where they felt as if they had been transported back in time. It was as if everyone had been individually plucked out of Bordel Roman III and suddenly ended up in the middle of a battlefield. The chaos of battle unfolded in front of them as well as around them. The immersive experience of this illusion was so encompassing that a lot of veterans immediately went on edge. Fortunately, there was still a small sense of unreality to the illusions. The Larkinsons did not want to spook or trigger the traumas of their audience, so they had dialed down a lot of settings that could have made the experience more realistic. The floating form of Commander Icon Powell also gave the ticket holders an anchor to focus on. The man's expression exuded a complete sense of control over his emotions. The sight of battle did not appear to faze him much, despite the fact that he had lived through all of these battles. In one moment, the entire projected environment transformed into a settlement that was built on the rocky and lifeless soil of a recently terraformed moon. Many prefab building modules had been stacked together next to a mining complex. The external environment was exposed to the cold of the vacuum. New Rulin IIB, a moon that is shrouded in darkness more often than not. Nobody was willing to pay the cost of terraforming this rock. The only reason why anyone would build a settlement is to mine a valuable exotic called Hachiron Theta, which happens to be buried in great quantities underneath this settlement. A raiding force composed of several combat carriers approached from a distance. The hostile nature of this incoming collection of ships became evident when the defense turrets of the settlement came online and shot bright rays at the incoming vessels. The energy shields of the combat carriers easily resisted the attacks, but that did not mean that it was comfortable for them to remain exposed. That was especially when the ranged Mech of the skinny rattlers made an appearance. At this point in time, our mercenary outfit has already replaced many of our land-bound rifleman Mechs with the Crystal Lord. That was the first time we made use of the Luminar crystal rifles that have earned so much praise from those who had the pleasure to wield them in battle. It took a bit of time for the Mechs on standby and on patrol to take action. Dozens of Crystal Lords appeared in the span of a few minutes and began to fire at the incoming vessels. The recently procured living Mechs did not fire any laser beams or positron beams, but rather disruptor beams. The effects of these beams were much different from the ones fired by the turrets. For one, the energy shields of the combat carriers started to get drained much more quickly, and that was not just because of the greater volume of fire. Though the raiders initially thought that they possessed enough strength to barrel straight into the colony and drive away all of the defenders by force, the mass disruptor beam fire quickly drained their energy shields. Once any ship became exposed, the Crystal Lords switched the attack phase crystals of their Luminar crystal rifles and began to wear down the vulnerable hull and armor plating of the vessel. Though the incoming raiding force rotated their vulnerable vessels behind their shielded counterparts, more and more Crystal Lords emerged to apply greater pressure. These Luminar crystal rifles are fantastic. They are light, efficient, accurate, and versatile. They can inflict good damage without making too many compromises. Repairing the crystals is impossible since they are alien tech, but they can easily be replaced with spares. Their best feature is how we can quickly change their beam type. Due to the heavy pressure exerted by all of the disruptor beams and positron beams, the combat carriers started to incur heavy damage. No matter what sort of protection they relied upon, the Crystal Lords always applied the right kind of damage without any delays. The hostile raiding force called off its original assault and landed on a distant location that was out of sight. The unwelcome arrivals clearly did not give up on the assault. Their vessels carried many more Mechs than the skinny rattlers deployed in the settlement, so they still had the capital to succeed. As long as they completed their mission, they could gain a lot of loot and earn a massive payout to boot. All of the losses that they incurred would be worth it so long as they won a decisive victory. They had brought additional cargo ships that contained empty holds in anticipation of salvaging a lot of broken Mechs and other loot. The scenario sped up a bit. Soon enough, the attacking force deployed a mixture of melee and ranged Mechs to this assault. The ranged Mechs largely concentrated on taking down the stationary turrets before doing their best to whittle down the distant crystal lords. The melee Mechs simply advanced forward, while making frequent evasive maneuvers to make it difficult to shoot them down. The relatively light gravity of the moon enabled these Mechs to make considerably greater steps than normal. The aerial Mechs among them also expended much less energy in order to keep themselves aloft. In the face of hundreds of hostile Mechs swarming towards the colony, the skinny rattlers readied their Mechs to meet the incoming attacks. A high proportion of LMC Mechs happened to be among the defending machines. Thus, like before, the Crystal Lords continued to shoot their Luminar crystal rifles with no abandon. Beam after beam frequently struck the distant enemy ranged Mechs. In a fight between two irregular forces, artillery and other heavy firepower was absent. Access to heavy artillery Mechs was restricted, and they were much more expensive to procure and maintain. As such, the two sides primarily relied on their riflemen Mechs to fight at a distance. Though the attacking side had the advantage of numbers, the skinny rattlers not only enjoyed a defensive advantage, but their firepower also happened to be more effective. The differences between two sides quickly became clear when the Crystal Lords gradually started to suppress the enemy riflemen Mechs. This was quite a surprise to all of the viewers who were not particularly familiar with LMC Mechs or the unique characteristics of the Crystal Lord in particular. The Mech model had always been underrated in the Mech market. Its glow did not convey any obvious advantage, which caused a lot of customers to direct their attention to machines with more impactful glows such as the Ferocious Piranha and the Pacifier. However, in this firefight where the Crystal Lords had to fight against a collection of different ranged Mech models, the crystalline machines started to gain the upper hand. Due to the narration of Commander Powell, many observers instinctively rooted for the side of the skinny rattlers. They placed themselves in the shoes of these mercenaries that had chosen to adopt LMC Mechs on a larger scale, believing that these products were powerful enough to earn them success on the battlefield. So far, it looked as if this bet paid off, as way more mercenary Mechs either had to retreat or incurred enough damage to the point where the Mechs actually broke down. The attackers still valued their machines quite a bit. Their ranged Mechs did not dare to fight too hard. From the moment their conditions fell below a dangerous threshold, they pulled out and ran right back to the combat carrier. This was not the only reason why the attackers were unable to suppress the skinny rattlers. Our Crystal Lords are simply better than the ones used by our enemies. Commander Powell spoke with a smile. Look at these beautiful machines. Can you see how little heat they emit? Their Luminar crystal rifles don't build up as much waste heat. They can remain relatively cool, even in a vacuum environment. Our Mech pilots are able to fire them to their heart's content without needing to put so much effort into managing the heat levels of their machines. The Crystal Lords also had another advantage. The attackers primarily armed their own riflemen, Mechs with cheap but cost-efficient laser rifles. Yet these were precisely the kind of weapons that the Crystal Lords feared the least. The Mechs embedded with Luminar crystals did not remain huddled behind their defensive barriers all of the time, but boldly exposed themselves and took the time to aim their shots in order to increase their hit rates. Since these Crystal Lords were stationary, the Mech pilots found it much easier to land their shots against the approaching enemy Mechs. Laser beam after laser beam regularly struck the skinny Rattler Mechs, but the Crystal Lords easily resisted them without suffering too much damage. When our Mech pilots used their Crystal Lords in combat for the first time, they felt as if they were the kings of energy weapons. They had little to fear from the enemy laser weapons, but they were confident that their own laser or positron beams could make the lives of their enemies miserable. Our living Mechs reassured each of us and helped us keep our cool in spite of the fact that we were outnumbered. The Raiders should have been the ones with greater confidence, but the lopsided results of this firefight clearly caused them to lose their confidence in battle. This affected the attacking Mech pilots in various ways, from prematurely pulling out of the battle to causing their shots to become shakier as they put far more effort into taking evasive actions. Bang, bangs, bang. However, the enemies did not give up. They had numbers on their side. On the one hand, the Raiders deployed spaceborne Mechs that sought to attack the Crystal Lords from the flanks, where they could fire their weapons at more favorable angles. On the other hand, the attackers also relied on riflemen Mechs armed with Gauss rifles to deal much more effective damage against the Crystal Lords. Nonetheless, the crystalline machines easily took care of these new threats. The Crystal Lords temporarily disregarded the enemy riflemen, Mechs armed with laser weapons. They weathered the laser beam barrages with relative ease, as they accurately pummeled the machines armed with more threatening Gauss rifles. Once these threatening Mechs had been taken care of, the Crystal Lords concentrated entirely on taking down the spaceborne Mechs. The differences between land-bound Mechs and spaceborne Mechs immediately became evident. Due to many technical limitations, the latter were unable to hit as hard, resist as much damage, absorb as much heat, or increase their accuracy. The Crystal Lords benefited from much simpler and more solid internal architectures. Combined with their excellent luminar crystal rifles, they easily shredded the spaceborne Mechs, whose maneuverability did not avail them much in the face of all of the accurate energy weapons' fire. Although it was not obvious, the more knowledgeable observers saw that the accuracy and weapons handling of the Crystal Lords were considerably better than the norm. The Crystal Lords are special, Commander Powell smiled. Their glows somehow causes their Mech pilots to use their rifles as if they are extensions of themselves. The Mech are also alive, and they were basically born for this. Many of our Mech pilots entered into a state of zen, where they continually struck the enemy Mechs where they hurt. The partially immersive battlescape continued to emphasize the impact of the Crystal Lords. Their punishing luminar crystal rifles easily caused over a third of the spaceborne Mechs to collapse. The remainder all lost courage and either landed on the ground or flew back to their combat carriers. Though the Crystal Lords had done an admirable job at reducing and suppressing the enemy ranged Mechs, the hostile melee Mechs had remained virtually untouched. This happened to be the time where the latter was just about to enter the settlement and let loose all of the anger in their bellies. Chapter 55, 19 A Tale of Human Resilience. Many spectators, both in and outside of Foca Arena, wondered why the LMC had yet to introduce the new drone Mech that they had all been waiting to learn about. However, there were many other people that appreciated this presentation. The missions undertaken by the skinny Rattlers may have taken place years ago in an age that had already come to pass, but they all served to highlight what made LMC Mech special. Living Mechs already possessed plenty of unusual traits in the past, and they did not grow any weaker or less relevant now that red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn. On the contrary, the unique and iconic traits of living Mechs had become considerably more powerful in the new era, which meant that the LMC Mechs on display were actually able to perform even better on the battlefields of the present. Even though the vast majority of people who watched this event were not in a position to buy Mechs, the Mech commanders and leaders of various organizations among them inevitably gained a greater interest in the Mechs sold by the LMC. It became clear that the Larkinsons were taking extensive advantage of the elevated publicity of this high-profile announcement. They not only wanted to explain the design philosophy and the characteristic advantages of living Mechs to a greater audience, but also advertise the performance of its existing Mech lines. If not for the fact that the LMC had yet to update them to the Hyper generation, the Mech company would have already started taking a lot of orders. In any case, the battle centered around Moon Settlement continued to unfold. The raiders had already incurred a lot of losses. Even if most of the damage was material, the attacking force clearly did not want to return empty-handed. An early retreat would not only cause them to fail their mission and damage their credibility, but leave them with a lot of expensive repairs with not a single piece of loot to pay for all of the bills. The enemy commander fell into a sunk cost fallacy. The only way to recoup the losses and earn a profit was to go through with the mission and raid the mining colony. As such, the melee Mechs on the attacking side did not slow down in the slightest. They continued their advance and eagerly sought to crush the crystal lords that had caused their side to suffer a lot of damage. Our riflemen Mechs have done their jobs at this time. It was time for them to retreat and leave the rest of the fight to more suitable machines. The crystal lords were incredibly deadly at range, but they were completely vulnerable when attacked up close. The skinny rattlers did not hesitate to pull them back and station them to the rear that was situated deeper inside the colony settlement. The prefab structures that made up the mining colony were not very sturdy, but they could block enough attacks to provide moderate cover. Of course, the structures could also provide protection to the enemy Mechs, so it became a lot more difficult for many ranged Mechs to maintain the same effectiveness as before. Other Mechs had to carry the fight at this stage. Before all of the attackers came close enough, half a dozen or so Doom Guards emerged from cover and began to spray their flamethrowers in a broad spray that looked incredibly intimidating. Even though the flames outputted by this handful of striker Mechs was not concentrated enough to melt Mechs in an instant, the enemy Mechs couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Those that did not act cautiously immediately stumbled and lost control as the disorienting glows of the Doom Guards, along with the continuous application of flames, messed up the enemy Mech pilots in an instant. The momentum of the attacking force immediately stalled as a result. We did not field enough Doom Guards to push back all of the incoming Mechs, but that was not necessary. The mercenary commander adopted a vicious grin. Our purpose in using them was to disrupt the charging Mechs and cause them to lose their coordination. The Doom Guards had been dispersed across the defensive line. They blunted the charge of half of the attacking Mechs, causing the remainder of the hostile melee Mechs to become separated from the rest. With only half of the enemy Mechs reaching the settlement, the skinny rattlers immediately began to launch their counterattack. The continuous blows inflicted onto their side had caused the Mech pilots of the raiding force to lose a lot of confidence. In contrast, the morale of the Mech pilots of the skinny rattlers had become so high that they fearlessly dispatched their own melee Mechs and went on the offensive. The proportion of living Mechs among the attacking force was not high. Only a handful of them consisted of monster slayers, but they immediately started to stand out in this frenzied assault. The monster slayer needed a lot of room to maneuver around, so they were not suitable for pitched battles. They continually kept their distance from friendly Mechs and boldly challenged the enemy melee Mechs with their large but unwieldy greatswords. Their performance was far better than usual. The skill, power, and ferocity shown by the Mech pilots that had recently mastered the special sword style associated with their monster slayers caused many enemy machines to lose their limbs or suffer heavy tears in their armor. Their impressive damage potential enhanced the psychological suppression of the skinny rattlers even further, causing these scrappy defenders to fight with greater courage than their opponents. The remaining attackers found that their numbers' advantage temporarily served no use due to the interference from the Doom Guards. The striker Mechs may be relatively slow and not suited for any offensive action, but they were excellent at area denial. Numerous enemy melee mechs tried to force their way through the flames, but the disorienting glows of the Doom Guard made it difficult for them to persist. Other machines pulled out their backup pistols or other ranged weapons, but the Doom Guards happened to be so well armored that they could continue their efforts without experiencing too much pressure. The enemy commander wasn't stupid. The frontal assault may have been blocked, but the attackers had also separated a few mech units so that they could circle around and attack the mining colony from different angles. Yet before these flanking units could enter the settlement, they became assailed by groups of ferocious piranhas. The light skirmishers were not strong or tough enough to beat the enemy melee mechs in a straight fight, but they cleverly took advantage of their glows along with their flight capabilities to harass the flankers from multiple sides. The ferocious piranhas are one of the LMC's most popular mechs, and there are good reasons for that. Commander Powell unreservedly praised this mech model without any duplicity. Back in those days, there were still many mercenaries who never fought against this devilish mech in the past. You should thank your luck if you are still able to encounter them in the future, because the ferocious piranhas can ruin an entire mech force by themselves. The ferocious piranhas showed what it could do. By utilizing their infamous glows, they frequently darted in and out of range. Each time an enemy mech showed a lot of flaws, the ferocious piranhas pounced and utilized their twin knives to quickly target the weak points. Perhaps a larger and more concentrated formation of mechs would have been able to fend off the ferocious piranhas with greater ease, but the enemy raiders had already begun to run out of spare mechs. The enemy raiding force had lost a lot of fire support. The absence of friendly ranged mechs affected them badly, and it did not help that the Crystal Lords in the rear continually focused their fire on any hostile mechs that flew above ground level. It was just too easy for them to take down flying machines, especially when the enemy couldn't pressure them back. The consequence of all of these setbacks and losses eventually broke the raiding forces. Too many of their machines had fallen or retreated. The mech pilots that hadn't run away or ejected from their crippled machines had lost so much confidence that their heart was no longer in the fight. When the enemy commander finally made the right decision, the surviving enemy mechs immediately turned around and ran back to their combat carriers. The members of the Skinny Rattlers all cheered when they sent their enemies packing. They had managed to accomplish a massive victory while suffering only minimal losses in return, all because they had made excellent use of their living mechs. New Rulin IIB was one of our greatest victories. Commander Powell spoke with pride. Our decision to invest heavily in the mechs sold by the LMC paid off. We managed to fulfill our terms of our mercenary contract while earning a large amount of salvage in return. We used the profits obtained from selling all of those wrecks to acquire even more living mechs. As we expanded our forces, we became bolder and became involved in riskier but more rewarding missions. Foca Arena's projection systems rotated through multiple battlescapes in sequence. In one moment, they were witnessing a battle taking place in high orbit of an enormous gas giant. In the next moment, the Skinny Rattlers launched an assault on a secret mining operation that was taking place on territory claimed by another pioneering organization. The change in scenery did not disorient a lot of people. The battles and the performance of all of the living mechs were so impressive that few of them minded the spectacle. This was one of the many reasons why the Larkinson clan decided to book this enormous mech arena. The sights and sounds of battle were already stimulating enough, but the depicted machines also seemed to be able to convey a fraction of their glows. Various glows affected the audience on a mild level, giving them a taste of what the LMC mechs were truly like up close. A significant change took place as the Skinny Rattlers entered the Age of Dawn. The mercenary outfit could no longer choose from any contracts where they could expect to fight against other mech forces. Now that the Red War had essentially kicked off, many alien raiding fleets had begun to attack outlying human-occupying star systems. Many of my colleagues in the business chose to shirk away from the aliens. They feared warships so much that they refused to fight against them. We were different. We sought a greater purpose than trying to beat up our fellow humans when we needed each other the most. This was why we accepted dangerous missions, where we were expected to defend vulnerable star systems against alien raids. The projected battles that unfolded were much more brutal and damaging than others. While the skinny rattlers were often assigned to fight alongside other Mech forces, they all struggled to fend off the alien raiders that frequently rained down destruction with no regard to collateral damage. Defenders had to fight battles on land and in space in order to repel the powerful alien warfleets. It was during these desperate struggles that we truly found our mission. Commander Powell spoke with a grim expression. All around him, the Mechs and Mech pilots of the skinny rattlers suffered all kinds of defeats. Mechs vaporized in an instant as they were struck by the main battery fire from alien warships. Orbital bombardment broke through Titan shields and crushed a large settlement that had only been partially evacuated. Hundreds of thousands of people perished, while the defending Mechs futilely tried to attack the warships that incurred no damage by relying on the protection of their transphasic energy shields. Without transphasic weapons of their own, the Mechs of the skinny rattlers found it difficult to break through the defenses of enemy warships. They still tried their best. Many other Mech pilots belonging to other forces had broken down from losing so many friends and comrades, but the skinny rattlers all stuck together despite not doing better themselves. Their cohesion and mental fortitude clearly stood out as they fought to defend vulnerable humans. This was not just a tale about the excellence of LMC Mechs. It was also a tale that highlighted the resilience of human protectors. Even though many of the combatants of the skinny rattlers consisted of living Mechs, they bravely served their purpose and did everything they could to support their human compatriots. Chapter 55, 20 Perseverance. The skinny rattlers clearly earned a lot of success in the past by making use of the advantages of the Mech sold by the LMC. Yet their most valuable gains only became prominent when they were facing a lot of headwinds. It was in times of adversity where people's true character came to light. The skinny rattlers transitioned from a successful mercenary outfit into defenders for hire. Though its Mech pilots were still soldiers of fortune, they no longer fought against other human forces, but made the determination to fight against the alien menace. The strength, numbers, composition, and tech of the alien raiding fleets were all over the place. This was because many of them consisted of warships that belonged to all kinds of strange and exotic minor races. Each of them were forced to obey the directives of the Red Cabal and send out their warships to attack human space one way or another. While many of the alien raiding fleets were not as powerful and unbeatable as the defending side initially expected, the risks of fighting against them were still higher. It was difficult to match the superior firepower of ship-mounted weapon batteries. Odd alien starfighters also swarmed the human Mechs in considerable numbers. While the quality and defenses of many starfighters were generally worse than Mechs in the same class, there were still outliers. The elite starfighters that relied on their own inbuilt transphasic energy shields to shrug off damage often tore apart entire squads of Mechs with relative ease. Many people in the audience who had fought similar battles in the past year all felt as if they were reliving their nightmares. The skinny rattlers incurred more losses in these dire months than they had in entire decades. The main reason why the skinny rattlers managed to persevere, despite suffering so much attrition, was because the rewards for participating in the defense of vulnerable human colonies were much higher than anything they earned in the past. Commander Powell remained grim in the face of all of the living Mechs that got destroyed in the battle footage. We never had any complaints about our earnings during the last year. We earned far more cash than what we needed to replace our lost Mechs. We also earned large amounts of MTA merits for the first time. We upgraded our augmentations, bought a few batches of transphasic weapons, and increased the pensions for the relatives of those who sacrificed their lives. The skinny rattlers did not perform exceptionally well in the first few months. Their living mechs conveyed limited advantages due to their lack of strong firepower or other hard features. While the mercenary company partially compensated for these weaknesses by purchasing more powerful mechs sold by other mech companies, they never gave up on living mechs. We lost a lot of good men during those difficult times. The friends I knew for decades disappeared in the blink of an eye when warships annihilated their mechs. We had to hire a lot of mech pilots, promising them much higher pay along with the glory of defending our race. More of them died, but we did our part to slow down the alien advance. Just like many other outfits that volunteered for service, the skinny rattlers started to improve after each and every battle. The aliens exposed all of their weaknesses and forced the mercenaries to squeeze out their potential. The skinny rattlers started to purchase standalone luminar crystal rifles in bulk in order to arm all of their machines with guns that could fire disruptor beams. These energy beams were more efficient at draining transphasic energy shields. The more elite mechs piloted by the veterans of the mercenary outfits all began to utilize transphasic weapons that enabled them to make a much greater impact on the battlefield. The skinny rattlers also did not hoard their MTA merits, but exchanged them for valuable support in upgrading and modifying the designs of their living mechs. More powerful and customized versions of familiar models, such as the ferocious piranha and the Crystal Lord, started to demonstrate their power. They pressured their alien targets much more effectively than in the past, allowing them to attain much better results than before. Yet still the aliens pressed on. Their raiding fleets were so numerous, and their warships were so difficult to take down, that it seemed as if a tide of enemy bulwarks were about to break through the front lines. It was during these pressing times where the mechs and mech pilots of the skinny rattlers started to show their true potential. The projection systems depicted a chaotic battle in space. Numerous defensive stations tried to hold back the incoming alien warships. Thousands of mechs deployed in the field. The skinny rattlers only contributed a few hundred of them, and over half of them were piloted by rookies whose genetic aptitudes previously limited their job prospects. Nonetheless, under the glows of the desolate soldier and other mechs, they fearlessly fought against the alien warships. What was notable was that the skinny rattlers had altered the designs of their favorite mechs so much that they had developed a style of their own. The desolate soldiers, doom guards, ferocious piranhas, and so on all put greater emphasis on speed rather than defenses. This made them more elusive and difficult to strike, but it also made them vulnerable against the fast-firing weapon systems of alien starfighters and warships. At one point, the mechs belonging to the skinny rattlers suddenly became assailed by a small formation of elite starfighters. Though their numbers were much less, the elite starfighters took full advantage of their high acceleration and transphasic energy shields to shrug off most of the incoming attacks. The attack passes made by the elite starfighters destroyed many mechs without incurring a lot of damage in return. Many observers could see that if nothing else happened, the elite starfighters would definitely be able to crush the mechs of the skinny rattlers. The former mercenaries fought back as best as they could. The mech pilots maintained their composure and tried to increase their hit rates as best as possible, but there were limits to what they could do in this situation. Seeing comrade after comrade getting torn apart by the rapid-fire laser beams of the elite starfighters, several crystal lords that were mounted onto floater platforms couldn't take it any longer. They took decisive action. The machines turned their weapons against each other and disabled the safety mechanisms that inhibited friendly fire. They fired laser beams at the crystals mounted onto their exteriors. As the crystal lords started to glow brighter and brighter, they unleashed all of the accumulated energies in the form of large concentrated energy beams that struck a number of the elite starfighters and broke through their defenses at once. The sudden turn of events took the alien pilots by surprise and completely disrupted their rhythm. Other ranged mechs armed with luminar crystal weapons pounced on the opportunity and proceeded to whittle down the remaining elite starfighters until the beleaguered aliens chose to retreat. Our mech pilots did not choose to fire their guns at each other. The living mechs made that decision themselves. Commander Powell made an admission that shocked a few people. Our pilots could have superseded the decisions of their machines, but they chose to trust their battle partners instead. We are all glad they did, because those crystal lords were able to channel all of that rampant energy into powerful but accurate beams. This was just one of many instances where the living mechs started to do more than take the lead of their mech pilots. In another battle, a troop of ferocious piranhas that had been seeking to close in on an alien warship while carrying powerful explosives came under heavy fire. A handful of tertiary gun batteries sought to intercept the light skirmishers with continuous streams of kinetic shards. The ferocious piranhas did everything possible to evade the storm of metal shards, but they only had to make a few mistakes before they started to malfunction. Once their mobility became compromised, it became easy for the alien gun turrets to finish off the fragile machines. As the mech pilots of the light mechs struggled to maintain their composure when they were being targeted by such a powerful threat, the surviving ferocious piranhas suddenly started to evade a little better than before. The difference was rather subtle, but less of the mechs got struck than before. As our men continued to pilot their living mechs, they began to experience changes in their relationships with their machines. The LMC mechs suddenly became alive on a whole other level. They became smarter and more talkative. Whenever that happened, they were able to cooperate more effectively with their mech pilots. The mech became a body controlled by two complementary minds. Each of our pilots were able to concentrate more on what was important, trusting that their machine partners will take care of the rest. The approaching ferocious piranhas eventually managed to get close enough to launch their prepared bombs at the enemy warship at close range. The bombs that were all laced with small amounts of face water exploded in a violent fashion. Once the alien warship lost its relatively unsophisticated transphasic energy shield, the ranged mechs of the skinny rattlers immediately took advantage of the opening and punched through the inadequate armor of the enemy vessel. Commander Icon Powell moved on from this battle and highlighted several more where the skinny rattlers managed to overcome difficult odds. In one battle, a relatively untalented pilot of the Desolate Soldier broke through, much to many people's surprise. When the Desolate Soldier became flooded by the power of forced resonance, the mech utilized its supercharged luminar crystal rifle to shoot down elite starfighters and save friendly mechs from destruction. In another battle, the same mech pilot who was utilizing an upgraded version of the same machine managed to break through yet again. The successive breakthroughs fueled the evolution of what was originally just a basic Desolate Soldier. During the second and most important breakthrough, the Desolate Soldier seemed to come to life in a way that was difficult to describe. He was not the only one, the mech commander spoke. More of us broke through. They not only managed to fulfill their dreams and become expert candidates or expert pilots, but also transformed their living mechs in the process. It is as if the mech of the LMC can break through as well. No words can describe how amazing that is. If we had more time, then we would have been able to show you one of the expert mechs that we have upgraded from one of our living mechs. Breaking through was the dream of many mech pilots. However, they still found the concept that mechs could undergo breakthroughs difficult to accept. Were living mechs that amazing? The expansive projection systems slowly retracted their illusions now that they had run through the highlights of the skinny rattlers. Commander Icon Powell began to wrap up his story. Dozens of mercenary outfits that I know of have collapsed after suffering heavy defeats in the Red War. Our skinny rattlers could have been one of them, but we managed to hold ourselves together and survived the worst that the aliens have thrown at us. We have proven our mettle many times. Our living mechs backed us up when we needed their strength the most. After we proved our courage and our effectiveness in battle, we finally earned the recognition that we deserved. Projections of the skinny Rattler mechs came to life. Each of them looked considerably better and received a lot of upgrades. They had also been marked by a prominent new emblem that showed that they belonged to a different organization than before. More than a month ago, I agreed to a buyout offer that transferred my mercenary outfit to a new owner. My men and I gladly accepted this offer because Duke Rigel Armouse appreciated our performance. In exchange for becoming his loyal retainers and subjects, the nobleman awarded us with control over a modest planet called Hark Sotho VI. I have been appointed as the governor of this agricultural planet. So long as I continue my service, it is only a matter of time before my rights to rule over my dominion becomes fixed. I can become a hereditary baron who is permitted to establish my own noble house. This inspired many ordinary people among the audience. Chapter 55, 21 Coasting on Success. Though the story told by Commander Icon Powell did not sound like a big deal to those who already ruled at the top, it was incredibly inspiring to the people at the grassroots. Many Mech pilots entered the Red Ocean in the hopes of fulfilling their dreams. Glory, power, wealth, territory. Many dreamers passed through the greater Bayonder Gate, believing that the dwarf galaxy with the red nebulas offered a chance for them to fulfill their dreams. While the opportunities of the Red Ocean had indeed enabled a small proportion of pioneers to prosper, the vast majority of humans failed to improve their station in life. If they were lucky enough, their status and wealth remained relatively stagnant. An ordinary soldier in the old galaxy was still an ordinary soldier in the new frontier. What few people understood was that the success of the few were built on the corpses of the many. Too many people had decided to chase their dreams, only to die in a galaxy that was far away from humanity's home ground. All sorts of conflicts followed after the human immigrants and led to a lot of failures. Entire pioneering fleets disappeared. Colonies burned as they were razed by hostile forces. Many investments went bust, ruining the lives of many hopefuls who sought to reinvent their lives in the new galaxy. The opening of the Red Ocean introduced naive and underprepared people to the cutthroat environment of a true frontier. The start of the Age of Dawn changed everything, but the nature of the Red Ocean still remained the same. The biggest difference was that many humans were no longer engaged in fighting against each other anymore. In the face of an overwhelming external threat, everyone had at least a bit of sense and turned their weapons against the aliens. Unfortunately, the races who treated humanity as intruders played by completely different rules. The aliens never showed mercy. They fought with little restraint. Many of the aliens conscripted by the Red Cabal fought hard as they believed that they were literally fighting on behalf of their native gods. A fight between mechs and warships was unequal from the start. The natives of the Red Ocean had so much accumulation at their disposal that only a fraction of their total war-making potential already led to many tragedies at the border regions. The tale of the skinny rattlers was not entirely unique, but people needed to hear more about such exploits. They needed to understand on a more visceral level how much these former mercenaries had sacrificed to prevent the hostile aliens from penetrating deeper into human space. Yet that was not enough. People needed to take the Red War more seriously, but they shouldn't get scared to the point where they lost their courage to volunteer for service. As an honorary citizen of the Red Association, Vess needed to produce the opposite effect in order to advance the objectives of his patron. The guest speaker invited by the Larkinsons therefore ended his tale on an uplifting note. Though many fighters of the skinny rattlers had fought and died over the course of slowing down the alien aggressors, they paved the way for the surviving members to shed their old identities as mercenaries and become hereditary rulers over an entire planet. Such a swift and speedy class transformation was unimaginable in the old galaxy. The skinny rattlers fulfilled the dreams of trillions of ordinary humans who yearned to rule their own planets one day. While the tale of the skinny rattlers primarily centered around the exploits of Commander Icon Powell and his increasingly more battle-hardened troops, their mechs played an integral role to their success. It was hard for people to imagine that the skinny rattlers would have the courage to volunteer in the fight against the native aliens. It was even harder to believe that this band of former mercenaries could actually punch above their weight and display so much more ferocity against the hostile aliens. Whether directly or indirectly, the living mechs of the skinny rattlers supported their human partners every step of the way. The LMC wanted to make it clear that its products had played an essential role in the rise of these mercenaries-turned-landowners. The only issue was that many people found it difficult to determine how extensively their unique properties enhanced their performance on the battlefield. So these living mechs only make their mech pilots feel better. You can easily produce the same results by injecting stimulants into their bodies. Wait, do these glows work against the aliens as well? From what I can gather, the positive changes produced by these living mechs are mainly psychological in nature. I can believe that these living mechs have caused the skinny rattlers to earn more success in their battles, but how many of their mech pilots got killed because their artificial emotions overrode their sense of self-preservation? Commander Powell is much more selfish than he appears. He has continually sacrificed the lives of his men to fuel his own ambitions. Once he is enfeoffed as a baron, who will remember the people who actually paid the price for his ascension? These living mechs sound fishy. They are too autonomous for my liking. It is only a matter of time before they get hacked. AIs are certainly useful, but giving them too much control over our systems is just asking for trouble. I would never trust a living mech that is able to move by itself and fire its weapons without the need for human intervention. A lot of people sitting in the seats of Foca Arena talked with each other in low voices. More people exchanged their opinions as they watched the broadcast of the product reveal from remote. Vess was able to get a sense of all of the questions and doubts surrounding his living mech. As much as they grew impressed by the example set by the skinny rattlers, many people who were not familiar with the products of the LMC still needed more persuasion to embrace their existence. This was where Vess was for. After building up so much anticipation, it was time for him to enter the spotlight and clear up the confusion. He reached out with his hand and rubbed Lucky's head. "Are you ready to make an appearance, buddy?" The Cape Gem Cat looked annoyed. "Meow meow. It's all part of the show, Lucky. Your appearance alongside me will enhance my stature among the true rulers of red humanity. Not everyone has a cute archimetal contraption by his side like me. So few people have managed to figure out Architect that any adaptation of it is priceless. The first raters will not look down on me so easily so long as they recognize your true value. Don't you think it sounds great for you to get admired by so many people at once? You will earn the status of the most expensive cat in the Red Ocean." Meow. After Vess pepped up his cat, his nerves had eased a bit. This was an important presentation for him and his clan. Expectations were so high that he could already feel the weight of people's attention crushing him on another level. He took a few more breaths before he exited backstage and floated above the main podium. Commander Powell had already left at this time. Only a single spotlight shone in the arena, and it was aimed squarely at Vess. Bombastic music played as many people started to clap at his appearance. After so much waiting, the mech designer that they had all been waiting for had finally arrived. Is that what Tier 3 galactic citizens are like? He looks so handsome. Now that is how a true leader should present himself. With a getup like that, I wouldn't be surprised if he crowned himself Emperor of Red Humanity. Is that cat made out of archimetal? Where did he learn this tech? Where can I get an archimetal pet of my own? Please contact the Larkinsons right away. I must buy this cat. Everyone became impressed by Vess in one way or another. This was not just because he got dressed in a flamboyant outfit or because he deliberately showed off his Archimetal cat. Vess was a living legend. Many people were at least somewhat familiar with his history by now, and he had made many achievements that were completely atypical of any other senior Mech designer. His living Mechs had made an enormous impact on the second-class Mech market. The products of the LMC had especially changed the Mech landscape of the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Magyar Middle Zone. All of his accomplishments turned him into a Mech designer that came across as larger than life. What also caused him to stand out was that he gave off a similar impression to his living Mechs. Vess had silently unveiled his glow. He no longer suppressed anymore because this was not an instance where he wanted to remain unnoticed. This time, Vess deliberately revealed a part of his transcendent state. Though his appearance did not undergo any obvious changes, there were many subtle shifts that amplified the instincts of deference and admiration in the hearts of many people. This was the differentiation in life state. A glow was nothing but a phenomenon that was produced when two entities of different strength came into contact with each other. The greater the extent that ordinary people looked up at Vess as an omnipotent powerhouse, the more he had evolved beyond his original mortal self. Vess even gained the illusion that he had become a god to all of these people. It took a considerable effort for him to reign in this delusion. After the clapping started to subside, he began to address his audience in a firm and steady cadence. People of red humanity, thank you for devoting a small part of your time to listening to what I have to say. Earlier, you have heard the tale of one of the living Mech Corporation's most loyal customers. The Skinny Rattlers are but one of many groups that have utilized our living Mechs to great effect. Vess waved his hand. Many projected Mechs came into view. Each of them consisted of the latest versions of the commercial Mech lines sold by the LMC. Machines such as the Desolate Soldier, the Sanctuary, and the Hymenoptera each possessed their distinctive strengths and style. From the moment I designed my first original Mech less than 2 decades ago, I set out to fulfill an ambition. It is a simple one. I have seen many instances where people treat their Mechs as lifeless machines and tools. There is nothing wrong with that, but there is much more to Mechs than you realize. Every living Mech has the potential to become alive, and not just in an abstract sense. When you extrapolate this thought far enough, you will end up with a Mech that is intelligent, capable, and self-aware. If Mechs such as these become more common, why not regard them as living entities akin to humans? This was an old and familiar goal to Vess, but it still bore repeating. Many people had never put any serious thought about this question. Was it truly desirable to treat Mech similar to fellow human beings? This was a thought-provoking question, to say the least. Even Vess had not yet fully made his mind on how this should be implemented. Vess continued his pitch. Since those early days, I worked towards this singular direction. My living Mechs became increasingly more sophisticated. From the invention of glows to the addition of design spirits, I owe much of my success to the signature features that I created in those times. Vess looked down at each of his projected Mechs. Yet technology never rests. Times have changed. The Age of Dawn has rewritten many of the rules we took for granted. As new technologies and possibilities have emerged, our living Mech Corporation must evolve as well. We may have been silent for a time, but we have not been coasting on our past successes. After many months of focused development, we have finally managed to attain crucial breakthroughs in our research that has enabled us to design a Mech that truly embodies the potential of the hyper-generation. Chapter 55, 22, a lecture on E-energy. When Vess referred to the new technologies that became available after the start of the Age of Dawn, many people became interested in what he intended to announce today. Given that his previous Mech models were all based on unorthodox design principles, a lot of people expected that his latest innovations were bound to be unique as well. The previous presentation had already done a good job at highlighting the unique traits of the products of the LMC. Whereas other Mech companies often tried to differentiate their Mechs by boasting about their superior armor systems or their specialized firearms, the Mech sold by the Living Mech Corporation always became known by their weirder traits. Mechs that were alive, glows derived from mysterious existences that sounded like God. How could a Mech designer even come up with these design applications? Though the LMC has long moved past the stage where it struggled to prove the value of its living Mechs to a wider audience, there were still many people who still maintained their skepticism towards living Mechs. People simply didn't understand. Vess could do little about this in the past, but he was confident that this time would be different. Previously, the problem that Vess had issue with was that the advantages of living Mechs did not translate into obvious performance improvements. It was hard to argue that his Mechs were better when they did not enjoy any obvious performance boosts to their attack power or defensive attributes. Living Mechs were so abstract and difficult to quantify that people who mainly paid attention to the numbers never really thought they were on the same level as the Mechs designed by rival Mech companies. Vess slowly smiled when he thought that he could finally break this curse. Living Mechs have continued to evolve since I first introduced them to the Mech market. Many of the additions that I have made are relatively minor, but there are times when I have made major leaps in technology. The armed forces of my clan make use of many of my powerful innovations. In time, their benefits may flow to the commercial Mechs that I will design in the future. As he spoke, he continued to exude a glow that radiated a strong sense of vitality that was amplified by his strengthened body. Everyone listened carefully to his words. Few people showed any sign of disrespect by talking among themselves. This was a clear sign that he commanded their attention. Meow. Lucky continued to act cute by floating by his side and capturing the hearts of many cat lovers. Though his presence diverted quite a bit of attention, Vess did not mind. The true purpose of showing off his cat was to make sure that first-raters took him seriously. Anyone who was able to gain access to Architect in a time where it was still an obscure secret had to be a big shot. At least that would be the logic used by many powerful individuals. Only the xenotechnician managed to fully reverse engineered Architect to the point where he can reproduce it well enough to create a mechanical cat. Has Professor Larkinson received his teachings or his gift? Don't be fooled by the innocent look of that cat. That Lucky is a killer that hides great power. My intuition is screeching in alarm whenever I stare at it. That cat is evil, I tell you. Evil. As his audience entertained many thoughts, Vess continued to explain the development of his living Mechs. He did not try to bore his audience with technical details. He simply wanted them to gain a better understanding of how much he worked to improve the state of his living machines. A few minutes passed by when Vess finally came back to the current age. As I have said before, the Age of Dawn changed everything. Mechs are experiencing the same upheaval as many of them have inexplicably become more powerful due to changes in our environment. His words continued to stroke the moods of many avid listeners. He felt as if he was pulling half the red ocean into his narrative. Vess waved his hand again. The projections began to depict a slideshow of different Mechs. Each of them were designed and produced shortly after the new possibilities became available. While they shared many differences, one of the traits they had in common was that they were all hyper Mechs. All of the displayed Mechs incorporated hyper materials in one way or another. This caused their performance as well as their visuals to become considerably more impressive than before. Look familiar? I have selected a number of popular Mech models. Many of them were already released in the first 3 months after the start of the hyper generation. What is more interesting is that the Mechs completed there in the last few months are barely better in their utilization of hyper technology. This was not an entirely fair assessment. Vess certainly made a lot of fans and designers of existing hyper Mechs upset. Hyper-technology was not easy for people to comprehend at the start. It was commendable how the fastest Mech designers quickly implemented rudimentary hyper-technology applications in their existing Mech designs. Sure, the upgrades were shallow and superficial for the most part. Grafting on hyper-materials and arranging them in a specific fashion onto Mech designs that had never been designed with these features in mind often led to subpar Mech designs. Yet the market did not care. Many customers wanted to pilot the first possible hyper-Mechs came along. It was only later that a lot of Mech pilots and the buyers responsible for procuring the machines learned to differentiate the good from the bad. Hyper-technology may be based on an extraordinary form of energy, but it obeyed many rules that gradually became more defined. This was why the Mechs designed in the last 2 or so months had begun to draw out the greater potential of this tech. The Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 released by SKL Mech Industries was one of many hyper-Mechs that had begun to strengthen people's ability to fight against the alien menace. Impressive, are they not? Vess made a coy smile. Each application of hyper-materials enables Mechs to utilize E-energy in a direct and obvious fashion. From adding fire to energy beams to amplifying the toughness of armor plating, the Mech industry has been tirelessly working to make their machines stronger in any way they can. Day after day, month after month, Mech designers and other tech developers have ceaselessly worked to advance Red humanity's ability to harness the power of E-energy radiation. Vess did not hold any animosity towards the hyper-Mechs designed by others. The machines might not be the most sophisticated, but they delivered on their basic promises and granted superior performance compared to the Mechs designed in the previous generation. Yet for all of their progress, the vast majority of hyper-Mechs never delve any deeper in the more advanced applications of E-energy radiation. All of the haste put into their creation produced quick results, but that has left their designers no time to sit down and explore the greater nuances of the new forces that we have at our disposal. There were many reasons for Vess to look down on the Mechs designed with shallow applications of hyper-technology. As respectable as these early works may be, their relevance is limited so long as they are not updated with more developed designs. He spoke. Too many of my competitors are unaware of the forces they are contending against. This is not their fault. E-energy is still a new phenomena to far too many of them. They must still work hard to comprehend the very basics of hyper-technology. As for E-technology, that is too far away from them. It is nearly impossible for them to work on the latter when they cannot even perceive E-energy directly. Vess began to smirk. While many of my colleagues in the Mech industry only learned enough hyper-technology to quickly slap their design solutions onto their existing works, I have been working on deepening my fundamental understanding of the forces that have enriched our understanding of the universe. He proceeded to showcase his progress by stretching out a hand and summoning a fireball. This did not shock the audience right away. There were so many technological sleight of hands that the fireball could have been generated by 1,000 different ways. Aside from a small number of people with unusual strength and abilities, the majority of the viewers simply thought little of the illusionary fireball. Vess casually tossed it aside, causing the fireball to fall and scatter against an azure energy shield. He utilized his improved comprehension of water to generate a stream of water. Though he was not able to control it as finely as a true Kai cultivator, he was still able to perform small tricks, such as looping it around him in a circle. This was another unspoken message. Only the right people would understand what he tried to convey with his seemingly trivial parlor tricks. E-energy is a fundamental source of power that most of us have yet to explore in depth. Vess lectured his audience, while Lucky continually tried to dodge the streams of water that threatened to splash his body. The changes it has wrought to our society are profound and multifaceted. One of its most defining traits that enables us to exceed the limitations of conventional technology is that it responds to conscious thoughts and emotions. Ves clasped his hands together in a gesture of mercy. The water that he had been playing with gradually began to glow and exude a faint attraction to many people. By showing kindness, we can turn plain water into a nurturing liquid substance that can reduce inflammations and sterilize wounds. Ves raised his hand and formed a fist. The water sprout turned into a fist that increased in size and volume. By focusing on our aggression, we can turn water into a projectile that can deal a surprising amount of damage. He then proceeded to spread out his hands above his head, as if he was pleading for deliverance. The water fist rose into the air and began to disperse into a miniature cloud. By thinking about cultivating crops, we can turn water into rain that can nurture the land. All of these transformations looked rather basic, so few people were impressed by the displays. They had witnessed much more amazing feats of magic in fantasy dramas and other works of art. Ves inwardly smirked. This was just the beginning. He began to exert more strength. While he was unable to mobilize a lot of E-energy by himself, his companion's spirit was different. As a spiritual entity that was expressly designed to devour and manipulate spiritual energy from the start, Blinky was much more of a Kai cultivator than Ves. With the secret assistance of the Star Cat, Ves began to exert more power while spinning his hands in a circular motion. This caused him to summon more water. Soon enough, he formed a large and glowing whirlpool that spun right behind his back. The whirlpool spun increasingly faster, causing it to accumulate more power. What was even weirder was that strange shapes began to poke out of the whirlpool from time to time. Those with sharp enough eyes could recognize that those water protrusions looked like dragons. This caused Ves to give off the impression that he had become a god who commanded the power of water. His aura grew stronger and more obvious. More and more attendees within Foca Arena began to realize that Ves might be doing more than weaving an illusion with the projection systems. Humans such as you and I have unlimited potential. By methodically applying our mind and spirit, we can command these energies by ourselves, allowing us to wield additional power without the use of machines. Chapter 55, 23, The Next Evolution of Living Mechs. Most of the people watching the broadcast had yet to be introduced to the greater meaning of E-energy. These were mostly average people who had grown up in a society that depended on technology for almost everything. This was why they did not take Ves' lecture so seriously. Even if he happened to be right, what did his lesson have to do with them? Ordinary folk were too far removed from majestic displays of power. It didn't matter. Ves was doing them a favor. Each of them would realize sooner or later that his lesson was more relevant to them than they could ever imagine. The powerful whirlpool behind Ves broke apart as Blinky began to exert his control in a different fashion. The large mass of water gradually reformed into a visage that looked like a miniature copy of the Azure Tornado, dragon that he once fought against. Though Ves had decided to feed its entire spirituality to the ocean caller, his brief but intimate contact with the mutated beast enabled him to memorize many of its details. The water version of the Azure Tornado dragon did not just look like a water mold of this once powerful beast. It also imitated its original aura. Of course, its glow was not as good as the authentic version. Ves only comprehended so much of the concepts that the Azure Tornado dragon innately mastered. The boost in understanding granted by the ocean caller also had its limits. The demonstration of power still managed to produce a greater impact than usual. More and more people began to suspect that Ves was teaching them a lesson that was more profound than they realized. Ves blamed the Red Two for the reluctance to disclose the greater truth surrounding E-energy. He understood why the Mechers and many other groups refrained from teaching everything. Knowledge was power, and it was better if it was concentrated at the top. E-energy could be dangerous in the wrong hands. Red humanity had not yet developed enough safety measures to detect and counteract the many ways it could be abused. This was a persistent policy problem at the top. Multiple factions had formed around the question of how extensively society should gain access to the methods that enabled people to wield E-energy to a greater degree. Vess had yet to make up his mind on the issue. His work made it so that he was leaning on the side of greater liberalization and knowledge sharing. Yet he was not naive enough to know that a lot of individuals would definitely find a way to abuse the power of E-energy for their own selfish desires. The most powerful humans at the bottom were especially prone to extreme behavior. Back during the age of Mechs, they could hardly make any waves due to the fact that individual power meant nothing in a huge technological society. The Mechs and warships of the Mech Trade Association could easily crush any opposition that threatened the stability of human space. This time was different. From what Vess had learned from various sources, Kai cultivators relied heavily on talent and comprehension to increase their power and longevity. Special resources could also help them overcome their lack of qualifications and improve their conditions. That alone was enough to prevent the vast majority of people from making rapid progress, but there were always outliers who were able to leapfrog their way to power. Perhaps the upper echelon had already put Vess into the same category. He was no different from the ordinary folk that the leading figures were wary about. Fortunately, Vess had the good sense to build a good relationship with the Mechers. By proving with his actions and deeds that he was willing to abide by their rules and make them happy. He wondered how long that would last. Vess knew that he was definitely pushing a few boundaries today. Perhaps the transhumanist faction would be happy to see him reveal a small portion of the greater truth of reality, but the Fleeters and many other powerful groups might not be too happy with him at the moment. Too bad. After making his point clear, Vess and Blinky dispersed the vivid and animated water version of the Azure Tornado Dragon. Human beings have unlimited potential, he repeated to his audience. Many of us may start out weak, but through the power of growth, we can evolve into better, smarter, and stronger versions of ourselves. The god pilots and the star designers that many of us admire so much are the modern pinnacles of what we can attain through continuous growth. It was not always proper to invoke these esteemed powerhouses in what amounted to a glorified sales pitch, but Vess deliberately mentioned them in order to put his audience in the right mindset. Vess smirked. If humans can grow, what about Mechs? E-energy is a fundamental power that can transform the properties and attributes of any object. It can imbue Mechs with the power of life. This not only makes them smarter and more responsible, but also grants them the ability to grow if they did not have it already. He waved his arm, summoning projections of third-party Mechs standing alongside LMC Mechs. Each Mech possesses a small but inherent capacity for growth. They can even break through certain barriers and gain many traits that can only be found in more powerful machines, Vess revealed. Yet most machines are never designed with growth in mind, so their capacity to evolve past their physical limitations have always been constrained. Vess raised his arm and swept them in front of his face. Old battle footage of numerous familiar Larkinson Mechs filled up the Mech arena. Over the past year, numerous old Mechs derived from models such as the Bright Warrior, the Valkyrie Redeemer, and the Transcendent Punisher evolved into third-order living Mechs. Each of these Mechs had outgrown their original templates and embarked on a unique growth trajectory. While they would always share a connection with their original designs, third-order living Mechs fared best if they received targeted modifications. Each third-order living Mech gave off the impression that there was a beating heart beneath all of the strong and sturdy alloy plating. It was an odd sensation, and one that felt contradictory to many people. Regardless, now that Vess had introduced them to the crowd, it became easier for these people to distinguish third-order living Mechs from their more mundane counterparts. This was not a lecture on living Mechs per se, so Vess was preparing to unveil the new Mech that he always wanted to present. The projections disappeared. Much of Foca Arena's interior descended into darkness. The only source of light that remained was the spotlight shining onto Vess and his cat. Lucky had perched onto Vess' shoulder by this time. He sat in a more attentive posture that made it seem as if he was playing the role of a ceremonial guard. Meow. Mechanical sounds began to spread across the empty Mech arena. Pretty much every Mech pilot was familiar with them, as these were the noises produced by Mechs on the move. The darkness and the projected shadow curtains ensured that the Mech stepping into the enormous central arena remained clouded in darkness. Faint whining noises could be heard as well. These were the telltale sounds of a combination of antigrav modules and thrusters that were usually associated with medium-sized bots and drones. The more perceptive and augmented people in the arena were faintly able to estimate how many Mechs and spurs were on the move. What puzzled a number of them was that the estimated quantity of drones was not high relative to the amount of Mechs. Ordinary drone Mechs tended to deploy a multitude of disposable spurs. The Sparrow Storm's multitude of sparrows had defined this Mech type for so many generations that it had become the widely accepted standard in the Mech industry. As the Mechs in the dark continued to step closer to the center of the Mech arena, Vess continued his speech. Growth and evolution is central to progress. Without moving forward, we deny ourselves the ability to improve our capabilities. Just as we can foster our own growth, we can advance our technologies as well. As a tool-using race, humanity's strength has always been defined by the tech we use to amplify our own strength. My living Mechs have made a lot of progress since I initially brought them to life. The loud metal-on-metal footsteps ceased once the Mechs reached their assigned locations. Darkness still kept the machines out of sight, though a faint amount of light shining from indeterminate angles caused their contours to become more visible. The Mechs did not look too big or broad at first glance. Their frames were rather slender, but that was usually expected when they had deployed their spurs. The only reason for drone Mechs to bulk up was if they needed to accommodate greater quantities of spurs. The more advanced versions of the Sparrow Storm were considerably broader and heavier than their base model. This reinforced the impression that the upcoming new drone Mech evidently did not emphasize quantity all that much. This was not a conventional design choice, to say the least. It made at least a bit of sense in the current day, as smaller spurs found it challenging to inflict serious damage onto alien warships, but smaller quantities of spurs somewhat defeated the purpose of fielding drone Mechs. Was the LMC truly preparing to introduce a worthwhile new Mech model? It had to be worth all of the hype if the Larkinsons and the Mechers spent a lot of effort into organizing this product reveal. The Living Mech Corporation has remained quiet in the past year. My fellow researchers and I have chosen to stay out of the generational opening rush and work towards developing meaningful improvements. Now that we have completed multiple significant advancements, I am happy to reveal our first proper commercial Mech line. Compared to many of the products that have been put on sale, my latest work has been properly adapted to the hyper generation from the ground up. You can all rest assured that it is an original Mech design that is fully made with hyper materials and E-energy in mind. Drums started to roll as the time to unveil his Mech had come. Vess exuded a stronger glow as his enthusiasm reached a peak. Let me introduce you to the tricksters that can fool your sensors, the lords that are born to wield the potential of multiple elements, and the spirited machines that contain multiple interconnected lives. Please grace your eyes on the Fey Fianna. Many lights began to fall upon the different variants and configurations of the Fey Fianna, casting them in a sculpted light that caused these machines to show off their exteriors in a dramatic fashion. The music became more bombastic to the point where a lot of attendees applauded the long-awaited reveal. The Fey Fianna not only showed their appearances to the public for the first time, but their Fey also made an impression to all of the viewers. Each Fey exuded a more constrained sense of vitality. The Fey also looked surprisingly large and bulky when compared to other spurs. This gave the Fae a greater sense of weight and importance. No matter whether they were armed with luminar crystal cannons or energy shields, the Fae looked like they possessed an attitude that hinted at independent control. Yet they also circled around their drone mechs under the careful and deliberate arrangement of their mech pilots. This made it seem as if the large spurs were more akin to dogs on a leash than mindless bots that could not do anything without receiving any deliberate commands. Whether that was good or bad remained to be seen, but the new mech certainly aroused the interest of a lot of people. Chapter 55, 24 Thin Protection. The Fae Fiona is the next evolution of living mechs. The next evolution of living mechs. As the sharp lighting of Foca Arena lit up the contours and part of the surface of the newly unveiled Fae Fionas, the attendees developed high expectations for this new product. If Vess failed to meet those exaggerated expectations, then he was bound to suffer a serious blow to his reputation. This could not be allowed to happen. Vess believed so much in his new product that he was willing to put his credibility at stake. The new Fae Fionas did not remain motionless. They moved their limbs and took a few steps forward to demonstrate their fluidity and ease of movement. The sharp lights caused the new mechs to alternate in shadow and light. Nobody with normal eyes were able to gain a clear view of the new machines, but that made them look all the more impressive. The contours of the Fae Fiona appeared to be fairly rounded and soft. This was a small deviation of Vess' visual design language. Normally, he preferred to blend rounded surfaces with a modicum of sharper angles. The blend between geometric angles and organic human-like shapes elegantly symbolized the merger between life and mechs. Vess chose to lean more towards an organic visual design this time. The Fae Fiona were more alive than any other mech he had designed up to this point. It was not only the most advanced implementation of a living mech, but its very name and theme also evoked the image of the mythical Fae prancing in a forest. The 9 Fae Fionas were all coated in mottled green. Each of the 3 distinct variants on display possessed different accents and markings to distinguish them from each other. The standard edition of the Fae Fiona possessed the fewest bells and whistles. Its exterior held the least amount of markings, making it seem as if it could blend into any arboreal environment. What was regrettable was that the Fae did not resemble their namesakes. They were shaped more like traditional egg-shaped constructs, while they were far more rounded than the angular sparrows of the Sparrow Storm, as Vess had clearly chosen function over style in this case. The Elite Edition obviously looked to be a step up from the Standard Edition. Its superior materials and tech led to many subtle changes to the quasi-first-class mech design. Its exterior bore more silver accents in order to differentiate this particular variant better. Even the formula of its coating had been upgraded to a much more superior one that was much more resistant to damage. The Larkinson Edition looked like a reskinned version of the Elite Edition. On the surface, the mech utilized nearly identical high-quality parts as the previous variant, but there were subtle indications that it was even more powerful than the other variants, as its face water content was significantly higher. As far as appearances went, the Larkinson Edition not only bore the golden emblem of the Larkinson clan, but also came with red accents that added a touch of aggression to the design. Vess did not have to present the Larkinson Edition to the public. The mech possessed additional advantages that were only exclusive to the strongest variant of the new mech line. However, Vess kept the possibility of challenges into account. If other mech companies chose to stand up and issued their challenges, then he wanted to make sure that he would still have his best and most combat-capable Fae Fionas on hand. Of course, it would be better if Vess did not have to reveal their special traits in this public event. The aliens were clearly keeping an eye on human civilization, so it became more difficult to preserve the element of surprise. After the Fae Fionas left an unforgettable impression in people's minds, Vess began to explain their basic properties. The Fae Fiona is a new line of living mechs that is currently split up into 3 variants, of which 2 of them are available for sale or on commission. The standard edition is a premium hyper-drone mech that is fairly light and mobile without its fey. The armor system of this edition is made out of a cost-efficient combination of alloys that incorporates water-attributed hypers for additional sturdiness and protection. Tables filled with basic technical data came into view. Laymen had no clue of what the numbers meant, but the mech designers among the viewers all understood the essence of the defenses of the mechs at a glance. Vess put Beatrice Hendricks in charge of designing the defenses of the Fey Fianna. Her design philosophy centered around adaptive modular armor systems, so the physical protection of the mech could be rearranged on the fly. The Fey Fianna was not an ideal mech for recently recruited journeyman mech designer. Beatrice was able to do much more with modular armor systems if there was a lot more mass and armor plates at her disposal. When she was assigned to a mech design that only had room for relatively light and thin armor, she had little choice but to make the best out of a bad situation. In order to limit the cost of the Fey Fianna, the mech did not feature a battle skirt like the Maiden of Adversity. The drone mech featured very little redundant modular armor plates, so if any of them broke, the mech's internals became exposed. There were several reasons why this wasn't as bad as it looked. Vess flew closer to a standard Fey Fianna and put his hand onto one of the small armor plates. The modular nature of the machine was hardly obvious on the surface, as Beatrice Hendricks did a good job at hiding the seams. The custom-developed modular armor system of the Fey Fianna is designed with a focus on efficiency and maximization of limited assets, he explained. The rapid and precise redeployment of modular armor plating can effectively increase the damage tolerance of this mech without burdening it with excess mass that can slow it down. While the Fey Fianna is largely designed to rely on its superior mobility to avoid getting hit in the first place, light to moderate attacks will not easily be able to damage the internals so long as the modular armor system is given enough time to respond. Vess slapped the surface of the mech, causing it to demonstrate this capacity on the spot. A projected rifleman mech came into view. It raised its Gauss rifle and fired a single powerful round at the Fey Fianna. Bang! The simulated attack struck the midsection of the Fey Fianna. The modular plates located over there fell out of the mech as if they truly shattered into pieces. Before the rifleman mech could fire a second Gauss round, the same quantity of modular armor plates detached from the rear of the Fey Fianna and quickly filled up the sensitive gap at the front. Bang! The same spectacle repeated again. Bang! And again. Bang! And again. The repeated redeployments of the modular armor plating showed how fast and reliable they responded to a dangerous situation. So far, the demonstrations certainly highlighted the ability for the Fey Fianna to cover up its weak points, but many mechs equipped with modular armor systems could do the same. This was why additional simulated enemy mechs came into existence. They all fired their weapons at the singled-out Fey Fianna, causing the mech to lose a lot more modular armor plates than before. Yet no matter how its defenses got stressed, the adaptive modular armor plating all removed themselves from the limbs or from the rear that wasn't being threatened at the moment. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. Modular armor plating fell down like drops of rain, yet more of them flew in order to close all of the newly formed gaps. Of course, the Fey Fianna could not keep this up forever. Its non-essential limbs and rear section soon lost all of the modular armor plating that they could spare. Once the drone mech received more hits at this junction, it could only reposition the modular plates at the front, which would just expose other critical weak points to the opposing mechs. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. Yet just as the armor coverage at the front of the torso became stripped, additional modular armor plates flew from other directions. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. No matter how many times the enemy riflemen mechs fired their weapons, the Fey Fianna benefited from a seemingly limitless of spare modular armor plates, enabling it to weather attacks that was far in excess of what an ordinary Mech was able to withstand in this situation. Another rifleman Mech appeared in view. This one was clearly more dangerous, as it was armed with a much more dangerous transphasic energy rifle. Just as it took aim and prepared to fire its much deadlier firearm, the vulnerable Fey Fianna adopted a much more different defensive arrangement. A much greater quantity of plates appeared and stacked on top of each other, thereby creating a temporary multi-layered chest plate that happened to cover all of the essential internal components. If that wasn't enough, the Fey Fianna also began to channel more water energy. Since each modular armor plate contained a modest amount of water hyper materials, the ensemble gained a strange form of empowerment that gave off the illusion of a body of water. Bang! The simulated transphasic Gauss round tore through multiple modular armor plates in an instant, but lost more energy and penetration power as it went deeper. The round finally stalled as the final layer of armor successfully bled the projectile of all of its forward momentum. This was a more impressive display to the audience. The speed, precision, and most importantly the prediction of the incoming trajectory of the Fey Fianna in response to such a dangerous threat could save actual lives on the battlefield. Many Mech pilots who only had the option of piloting Mechs with traditional armor systems all grew jealous at the Fey Fianna. For those who piloted machines with lighter armor, the ability to dynamically plug weak points could be a lifesaver in the right situations. This is but a brief demonstration of the dynamic defensives of the Fey Fianna, Vess remarked with a smile before gesturing at the surrounding Mechs and Fey. As you can see, a Mech under fire does not have to rely on the modular armor plates attached to its own frame for additional protection. When necessary, it can draw from the exact same type of armor plates from its own Fey, thereby choosing to give up on protecting them in favor of saving what is truly important. Vess gestured to the neighboring Fey Fiannas that had lost a portion of their modular armor plating. Although we do not recommend it, different Fey Fiannas can dynamically transfer modular armor plates to each other at short ranges. Secure protocols that require the permissions and active participation of both the Mech pilots and the living Mechs will ensure that this will not cause Fey Fiannas to get stripped of their protection for no reason. If you cannot trust the reliability of this sharing system, then you can deactivate this function on a hardware level. No one will be able to hijack your modular armor plates in that case. This was not enough to reassure those who were paranoid about this sort of stuff. One of the reasons why modular armor systems weren't ubiquitous was because there was always the chance that they could get hacked or jammed to the point where they became useless. Modular armor systems were also costlier and more fragile, but Vess had chosen to pair them with the Fey Fiannas anyway because the fit was too good. With the ability to draw out modular armor plating from both the main body and the accompanying Fey, the survivability of this new Mech model should be considerably higher than the norm. Chapter 55, 25 Stuffing a Straw. Vess continued to elaborate on the defensive features of the Fey Fianna. Its modular armor plating was fantastic and fared best when locked in a fight against small craft. Unfortunately, all of this fancy tech that enabled rapid dynamic redeployment of modular armor plates served little purpose when struck by the gun batteries of a warship. Any primary or secondary gun battery of a sizable alien vessel could blow the Fey Fianna to bits with ease. This was why many Mech pilots among the viewers still tempered their enthusiasm for this new drone Mech. This amount of armor meant little in the face of overwhelming firepower. Of course, thicker and stronger armor did not necessarily mean that a Mech could withstand the powerful attacks of a warship. Additional bulk might save the Mech from getting torn apart by attacks launched by secondary or tertiary gun batteries, but it would ultimately slow down the machine to such an extent that it became a sitting duck. That was why a lot of people understood the design choice that Vess had made for this machine. Emphasizing mobility over hard defenses granted the Fey Fionas a considerably greater chance of surviving clashes against formidable alien warships. Over % of the Mech designers among the viewers would have made a similar choice as Vess if they were in his shoes. The remaining 20% probably intended to rely on gimmicks such as ECM systems or other special tech. Armor was not completely useless, though. There were many hazards that could not be evaded and could only be resisted with hard defenses. Armor also helped a lot with allowing Mechs to endure the attack runs of alien starfighters. As you can see, the armor system of the Fey Fiona is primarily based on the water attribute. Vess highlighted one of the more important quirks of his new Mech. I will elaborate more on this subject, but at a basic level, the use of the water element can work just as well as the metal element in strengthening the damage-resisting capabilities of armor plating. The decision to base it around the water element is to reduce potential incompatibilities and allow it to maintain maximum effectiveness when employed alongside its energy shields, which are also enhanced by water energy. The Fey Fiona was not a defensive Mech and could not accommodate more than a small energy shield generator. It was not meant to repel a lot of attacks, but was merely there to prevent accidents and fatal blows. In fact, the energy shield generator was rather underpowered compared to the needs of the new drone Mech. Vess added it anyway, because the inclusion of water hypers gave the Mech the potential to amplify the performance of its energy shields beyond a reasonable level. The more expensive editions of the Fey Fiona did not have to worry about this issue. Each of them were equipped with more effective Azure shield generators. While they were nowhere near as huge and exaggerated as the ones mounted on the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet, the devices were more than capable of protecting the Fey Fiona from a lot of sustained firepower or a few powerful impacts from a transphasic weapon. In short, the defenses of the Fey Fiona are empowered by the water element, which means that it can resist physical attacks much more effectively so long as they are not infused by the power of the earth element. The energy shields are particularly effective at limiting the damage of energy attacks, especially when they are enhanced by the fire element. All of these relations may sound convoluted to you, but the R-Ray's internal database has a full list of synergistic and antagonistic relationships between different E-energy attributes. Talk about different elements sounded too abstruse to many people. Only those who possessed unusual backgrounds or had already gotten started in hyper-technology understood the significance of this explanation. To most Mech pilots, all they had to know was that defenses enhanced by water were pretty effective at resisting fire attacks. Physical attacks were pretty dicey, as the ones empowered by the earth element could more easily overpower the Fey Fiona's defensive layers. Of course, all of these relationships were relative to their power levels. A fire energy beam attack from a battleship could easily wipe out the Fey Fiona with ease regardless of what sort of fancy tricks it pulled. Vess moved on to talk about the direct armaments of his new drone Mechs. The Fey Fiona is primarily designed for ranged combat, but it is still able to defend itself in close combat as long as the Mech pilot has the right skills. The Living Mech Corporation is ready to sell the Fey Fiona with a range of different weapon loadouts. Our recommendation is to equip the Fey Fiona with one of our newly developed 4th-generation Luminar crystal rifles and a backup knife. He spent the next few minutes showcasing the power of the Fey Fiona's direct weapons. They were not too remarkable aside from the fact that they were also hyper weapons. The Luminar crystal rifle, equipped with a powerful fire beam attack phase crystal, could spit out fiery rays that were especially good at melting metal-reinforced defenses. If not for the fact that the fire energy drawn by the weapon would interfere with the water-based defenses of the Fey Fiona, the rifle could have been good enough to serve as the main weapon system of this Mech. Though the performance of the 4th-generation Luminar crystal rifle was not outstanding, it did not lose out on many other weapons of the same type. The Fei Fiona is not a specialized rifleman Mech, but it is able to attain higher accuracies when the living Mech and the Mech pilot have experienced enough growth and training. The light and compact Luminar crystal rifle is excellent at producing sustained output without imposing too much of a burden on the machine. However, if you ever need more punch, you can swap its weapon for a heavier and more powerful rifle, though it is recommended that you upgrade the Mech's energy reserves in order to sustain its energy consumption. The Fei Fiona was a hungry Mech model. The energy shield generator and the modular armor system all needed to be powered in order to be effective. The machine also had to power its flight system in order to make it agile enough to evade many attacks. Vess did not spend any time on highlighting the Fei Fiona's melee combat capabilities, as they were truly not worthwhile for him to draw attention to. They could only be described as barebones at best. Perhaps Vess or another Mech designer might design a melee-oriented variant of the Fei Fiona. That would allow it to synergize with other powerful features that were only effective at close range. Once he addressed the weapon loadouts, Vess moved on to the most important elements of a drone Mech. Vess floated over to one of the Luminar crystal cannon Fei, which looked eager to introduce itself to the public. Lucky followed suit and perched his body on top of the rounded surface of the Fei. Despite the fact that the Fei was clearly lower in volume to a Mech, Vess still looked relatively small in proportion. The Fei clearly leaned on the larger side of a spur. Compared to the thin and elegant sparrows of the Sparrow Storm, the Fei looked like their fat, oversized cousins. Yet their greater size did not look particularly bloated or ugly. Their size was exactly right for their purpose. Although the Fei were not as small and nimble as the sparrows, their superior capacity enabled them to get away with a lot more stuff. They were able to mount stronger weapons and resist significantly more damage. There were also other important advantages to their higher volumes, a few of which happened to be highly relevant in the Age of Dawn. While Vess methodically explained these differences, he projected two different simplified internal diagrams. One of them depicted a dumbed-down version of the internal layout of the Luminar crystal cannon Fei. He especially color-coded the sections in order to make it easier to understand to the technological illiterates. The other diagram depicted a similar diagram of a spur that looked suspiciously close to a basic sparrow. It was easy to spot a lot of obvious differences. Mech designers could puzzle over them all day, but Vess had to keep it short. Spurs can come in all shapes and sizes. There is a collection of drone Mech that are always characterized by their small and slender spurs. Designed many generations ago, the properties of these spurs completely fit the needs of the market at the time. By equipping drone Mech with a large amount of small and disposable spurs, these machines can tear through lightly armored Mech with ease. Though vulnerable to area attacks and weak against better armored units, these drone Mech occupy their niche so well that they have set a standard that has lasted for the remainder of the Age of Mechs. Many insiders knew what Vess was referring to. For the Sparrow Storm line to consistently capture at least 30% of the galactic Mech market over a span of many years, it had absolutely earned its place on the throne. Yet Vess did not believe it was unassailable. The past was not the same as the present. A part of his excitement faintly radiated through his glow, causing others to hang onto his words even more. The size of spurs has an important impact on their capabilities. Due to many reasons, smaller spurs have less disposable space inside of their metal shells, which have to be at least a certain thickness in order to be practical in combat. Just like straws that you can use to sip your beverages, there is not much space that you can use to squeeze in useful modules. Larger and more squarish spurs can contain a lot more modules in proportion. This was clearly visible in the schematics. Every spur had to reserve internal space for all kinds of essential components such as armor, inertial dampeners, maneuvering thrusters, processor chips, energy cells, and so on. While their volumes could all be adjusted according to the needs of the design, they could not be diminished too much, or else the spur would become useless. Once all of the available capacity was filled up with essential components that could not be removed no matter what, the amount of space left available for functional and optional parts was not that much. This was why light mechs always had to struggle to squeeze in one additional energy cell, while heavy mechs could easily stuff so many of them inside their frames that they could fire their energy weapons for hours on end. Vess gestured at the two projected schematics. After sending a silent transmission, the spaces that were not essential lit up, making it obvious how much disposable internal volume they had at their disposal. As you can see, the differences in size and other factors make it so that the small and thin spurs that are commonly utilized by many drone mechs cannot accommodate as many hyper materials. Anyone who has studied hyper technology understands how debilitating that may be. The mechers have called this period the hyper generation for good reasons. How can any self-respecting mech skimp on hyper materials? These needle-like spurs are hardly superior to their previous versions, and the real space performance metrics back up this conclusion. In other words, Vess basically castigated the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 for being an ill-suited mech for the current age. SKL Mech Industries had done an admirable job at figuring out hyper technology quickly and updating many of its mainstream mech lines with remarkable speed. The customers who bought or upgraded to the Mark Roman 12 also got their money's worth. The immediate 20 to 30% or so performance boost enabled many second-class mech forces to reduce their losses and earn more decisive victories. Yet Vess did not see a future in the Mark Roman 12. Its legacy design choices had become counterproductive in the new age. Only larger spurs could accommodate more significant quantities of hyper materials, and the Fei Fiona was the first drone mech to field more properly sized spurs. Chapter 55, 26 Transition Period. Though his previous explanation veered into the technical side, the use of two different diagrams provided a clear and intuitive visualization to many ordinary people. These laymen clearly understood that if they had to choose between stuffing as many hyper materials as possible into a thick straw or a small lunchbox, they would always choose the latter. Even though there were many more straws available than lunchboxes, the latter was simply a better choice. They naturally lent themselves to storing a lot more junk than usual. This was the central design choice behind the Fei of his new drone mech. Unlike the highly competent design teams of SKL Mech Industries, Vess was not shackled to the past. He was free to choose any size of spur he liked because he was starting completely from scratch. This was how he could easily pick the most optimal dimensions for the current age and mech generation. In contrast, the much more experienced and specialized mech designers always had to design their assigned sickle mechs with at least one hand tied behind their backs. One of the enduring advantages and selling points of well-established mech companies such as SKL was that its product lines always remained somewhat consistent. Its mech designers painstakingly needed to abide by design choices made 20, 50, or even 100 years ago. Each time these old mainstream mech models had to be refreshed, the newer iterations had to resemble the older ones to a high degree. The materials and parts had to be as identical as possible. The less changes made to the design, the cheaper it was to retool large-scale production lines and retain the value of old inventory of materials and loose components. Fixed customers who utilized the previous versions of a mech line also appreciated the fact that much of the essential characteristics of an existing model remained the same. The newly updated models only came with the most essential upgrades. Anything more was a waste of time, money, and resources. The changes had to be small enough for existing mech pilots to transition to the improved mechs, while requiring only a minimal amount of retraining. Yet they also had to be innovative enough to prevent the product lines from losing their competitiveness. The mainstream mech models could not afford to fall behind too much. While they were mainly attractive to Mech buyers due to other factors, their technological sophistication had to be at least above average in their product categories in order to sustain their market leads. Vess believed that the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 fell short of this goal. When he addressed this topic with Gavin in a past discussion, they both realized the amazing opportunity this represented. SKL Mech Industries is not in a good shape, Gavin spoke. It is still a huge megacorporation, but losing complete contact with its headquarters in the old galaxy has disrupted many contracts, Mech designers, and other ongoing arrangements. The company executives and managers had to put out the immediate fires first, and that has left them with scant little attention and resources to form more comprehensive product strategies. I seriously doubt that anyone in their Red Ocean headquarters put any serious thought into the future of the Sparrow Storm line. Vess nodded in agreement. The impact of losing access to a lot of fixed Mech designers and design teams also should have hurt the company a lot. A whole bunch of excellent Mech designers became unavailable. Many of them must have worked on the Sparrow Storm line for decades, if not longer. All of their considerable institutional know-how has effectively become lost on this side of the Greater Beyonder Gate. The execs who are scrambling to restore the health of their lucrative megacorporation probably gathered whatever decent Mech designers were on hand and commanded them to update their product lines in a hurry just to prove that SKL is still alive. It is not as if their design teams can do any better when the company is in such a mess. Both Vess and Gavin grinned at each other. They both understood what this represented. If this is true, then the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 was never meant to be their proper version of a hyper-Mech at all, Gavin avidly concluded. It is a stopgap model. It is made to serve as a bridge between the old Facewater generation and the promising new hyper generation. It was never meant to last more than 5 or 10 years. Once SKL has completed its reorganization and rebuilt its entire supply chain and value chain, that is when the megacorporation is in a position to design a proper iteration of the Sparrow Storm. Vess added another important development to the story. With the early release of a new version of the Sparrow Storm, SKL is under much less pressure to update all of its product lines so soon. The Mark Roman 12 barely meets the standards of a hyper-Mech, but it can still legitimately be regarded as one. In that sense, it is hardly any different from all of the other early models released in the first months of the Age of Dawn. I think that the execs at SKL likely assume that this move has satisfied the immediate needs of their existing customer base. This allows them to allocate its highly competent Mech designers to other, more important product lines. The mention of multiple product lines reminded Gavin of how many SKL had actually published over the years. Discounting all of the variants, one-off models, and lagging sellers, the megacorporation maintained hundreds of lines, of which a quarter of them had become market leaders, and earned an insane amount of revenue as a result. The true pillars of SKL are far more important than a relatively niche second-class drone Mech, Gavin noted in a solemn tone. I have studied the releases of this company. They have released a lot of superficial updates to their existing Mech lines. In order to prevent them from being stained by the label of a last-gen Mech, they have to incorporate at least a small amount of hyper materials in order to keep up with the latest trend. In fact, I think that the company's Mech designers are being worked to the bone in order to complete the hasty refresh of its remaining Mech lines. There are just too many of them. Just the need to refresh the most popular variants alone is enough to occupy their work for years. Vess accessed the Galactic Net and studied the list of Mechs that SKL and its many subsidiary companies had released during the first year of the Age of Dawn. His assistant made a good observation. The huge Mech company may have enjoyed a huge advantage in the past, but these legacies also weighed it down. Both Vess and Gavin confirmed that there was an opening that they could use to overtake SKL. There is a delay of at least several years between the release of the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 and its more fully fleshed out Mark Roman 13 version that will be out in a few years. Vess surmised. The former is too inadequate, and the latter will take too long to get released. It takes a lot of time for Mech designers and other developers to figure out the finer applications of hyper-technology. There is also another factor that may cause SKL to delay the release of the next version of this line and other lines. All of those early adopters and fixed customers paid good money in order to update their Mark Zeiss into Mark Roman 12. Each of these high-priced clients are important to SKL. They are not only fantastic sources of revenue, but also bestow a lot of credibility to the Mech company. SKL absolutely cannot afford to piss off its most loyal and strategic customers by releasing another revision a short time later. It was like buying a shiny new comm model, only for the company to release a much more powerful one just 6 months later. How would existing customers feel when they had bought an inferior model because they had been too impatient? Even if these groups were fairly rich and powerful, that did not necessarily mean they preferred to get ripped off. There was no way that Mech buyers would hold much affection for a Mech company that utilized exploitative moves to treat them as money dispensers. What I have noticed from SKL is that they always value stability and long-term interests over immediate results, Gavin told his boss. That works fine in a period of relative peace and stability, but it leaves a company too slow and cumbersome to respond to crises that have unfolded during unexpected periods of time. It goes straight against their existing policies to refresh its Mech lines so soon. SKL might make an exception due to the abnormal circumstances of the times, but the chance of that happening was low. Besides, even if SKL wanted to accelerate the design and release of proper hypermechs, it would definitely start with the top-earning cash cows. Popular models such as Rifleman Mechs, Light Skirmishers, Swordsman Mechs, and Night Mechs were responsible for the majority of the earnings of the Mech company. A second-class drone Mech such as the Sparrow Storm line might have captured a hefty market share, but only in a relatively small product category. There was no way that SKL would put a high priority in updating it to the current era. All of this meant that the LMC could take advantage of this transition period to release their own version of an excellent drone Mech. Gavin analyzed the conditions and estimated whether it could work. You may actually be able to succeed in taking over much of the market share that is currently in the hands of SKL. The start of the Age of Dawn has reset every piece of existing technology that currently exists. Every Mech company has to start anew, at least when it comes to the new technologies that have become available. We have entered into a crucial period now. While the big old lumbering SKL is still stuck in trying to executive its enormous strategic shift, our LMC can slip in and capture the market for one of the minor fiefs that it previously did not prioritize. Several conditions had to be true at the same time. Aside from the aforementioned ones, the targets also had to be right. The attention of the LMC had to be set on one of the secondary mainstream Mech models. Their move would probably backfire if they miscalculated. Clearly, Vess had decided to take this gamble. He believed he had earned the qualifications to do so. The Fey Fianna had definitely become good enough to fill this crucial gap, and Vess was confident enough that his rapidly rising reputation should be sufficient enough to counteract the existing reputation of SKL. This fateful position had led him to this point. Now, he could feel so much attention swinging in his direction. There are no other drone Mech like our Fey Fianna on the market, Vess confidently boasted to his massive audience. The use of large-sized spurs is rare, though it is admittedly growing. Yet among all of the Mech designs that feature spurs of larger stature, none of them carry the distinct and unique advantages of living Mechs. Each of these Fey are alive, but what does that truly mean? It means that they can possess their own personality and quirks, which carry on even if the physical Fey are destroyed and replaced. As Vess continued to extol the virtues of the Fey Fianna, He believed that the executives and Mech designers of SKL may have definitely drawn their attention to his product reveal. So what? It was far too late for them to think about issuing a response. Unless they had a superior version of the Sparrow Storm ready to go, there was no way they could interrupt the momentum of the LMC. Chapter 55, 27, The Superiority of Living Fae. It was difficult for Vess to explain the full magnitude of what it meant to make the Fae alive. He tried the best he could, but he was afraid that most people wouldn't understand the full implications until his customers started to talk about it in their own words. He tried to do his best, as he wanted his customers to have as few surprises as possible when they purchased his products. Vess gestured towards the different Fae types that he had designed for his Fae Fianna. Each individual Fae Fianna Mech is alive. At the same time, it is home to 4 subordinate lives that can act as the lives inside a Fae. The metal spurs are not alive by themselves, but they are akin to empty living shells that can easily be taken over by one of the subordinate lives of a Fae Fianna. There are many advantages to this arrangement. If any of the Fae are ever destroyed in battle, then the living entity that used to occupy it can return to the main body. Once a new Fae is assigned to the Fae Fianna, that existing living entity can enter a new body and resume its growth. All of this sounded far too complicated and convoluted when conveyed through words alone, but that was why Vess accompanied his words with a visual presentation. He could feel that many of his viewers did not actually remain confused in the end. It became clear enough how the living Fae were supposed to work in this context. The hardware was disposable, but the lives contained within were priceless. One of the most crucial design solutions behind this seamless puppetry and Fae takeover process was that it actually borrowed from Gloriana's second skin approach. Gloriana's second skin living mechs primarily centered around allowing human mech pilots to embody living mechs to a much deeper extent than usual. The current implementation in the Fae Fianna design was to treat the subordinate spirits as pilots of their own Fae. It was an ingenious arrangement that largely reduced the pain from losing a lot of Fae. The loss of all of that hardware would definitely be costly to replace, but the true heritage and accumulation of the Fae Fianna remained completely intact. Each of the 4 living Fae of every mech is precious and valuable, Vess affectionately said, as he caressed the different Fae as if they were welcoming pets. The pain of losing them may not be evident at the start, but as long as you continue to invest in the growth of the Fae Fianna, they become increasingly more powerful and irreplaceable. Just as how veteran mech pilots can easily defeat multiple rookies in most fights, a Fae Fianna with living Fae that have evolved for many years simply cannot be bought in any of our stores. He smirked as he made use of various projections to show how older Fae Fiannas could become increasingly more powerful, while fearlessly sacrificing their Fae whenever it was necessary to complete their missions. The spurs of a drone mech had to retain their disposable property in order to remain useful. If a Fae Fianna could not afford to lose any of its Fae for fear of killing off the crucial living entities, then no mech pilot would dare to take any risks. This defeated the purpose of a drone mech. The addition of multiple living entities anchored to a single living mech frame is one of the latest refinements of my living mechs. Vess emphasized his vital contribution to this impressive arrangement. Designing mechs that are alive and can evolve by themselves is too simple for a more complicated model, such as the Fae Fianna. Only the attachments of multiple subordinate lives can make this drone mech gain so much potential. Each living Fae can not only be restored without being too picky with their physical bodies, but they are all able to learn and develop their unique techniques. There were still a few downsides and limitations related to the possibility of transferring the subordinate spirits from one physical shell to another. A living entity that spent years mastering the capabilities of a fire beam luminar crystal cannon Fae would have to learn a lot of tricks from scratch if it was transferred to a water space suppressor Fae. perhaps the living entity, was unable to make this transition, at all due to the inability to master additional E-energy attributes. Vess was unable to tell what would happen if such a scenario took place. It was fine if the living entities weren't too adaptable. There were always possibilities for the Fey Fianna to spawn additional subordinate spirits. Unlike many other drone Mech models on the market, our Fey Fianna is optimized to fight with 4 Fey at the start. This is the optimal number that we have settled upon after exploring multiple alternatives. 4 living Fey does not sound like much, but when each of them can become powerful on their own, you will learn to respect their strength and abilities just like how we treat our own human heroes. The implication here was that every subordinate spirit had the capability to grow and break through, just like human Mech pilots. Such a complicated and powerful arrangement sounded impossible to many people, but Vess somehow made it clear that he had succeeded in bringing it to life through his presentation. A lot of leaders and Mech designers who had attempted to imitate living Mechs each understood how far ahead Vess had gotten. The small field of living Mechs has advanced by a considerable extent. If Professor Larkinson's claims about the potential of these subordinate spirits are true, then he has developed a design application that will take many years for our new specialists to master, if that is possible at all. By then, it is likely that he has already leapt ahead and developed another major improvement to his living Mech systems. This was the annoying part about falling behind in a new and exciting field. Living Mechs existed long enough now to spawn a lot of initiatives aimed at replicating them with their own personnel. The Terrans actually enjoyed a head start in this, as Vess freely shared his knowledge in the courses he taught at the Eden Institute. Even so, it was a bit difficult to expect Mech design students, who have yet to complete their programs, to design living Mechs on the spot. Sooner or later, the monopoly on living Mechs would break, and Vess would no longer be as lonely as before. There was no reason at all for him to feel concerned about this. The successful development of multi-spirit Mechs was such a major advancement that his living Mechs would assuredly remain the leader in this aspect. Over and over, Vess emphasized the fact that the subordinate spirits could not only maintain their lives so long as the main body of the Fey Fianna did not get destroyed, but also grow and develop as if they were actual human Kai cultivators. It was a bit difficult to make his audience realize the significance of that last part through explanations alone. The upcoming demonstrations and exhibition matches were crucial to making his audience understand how important it was to the total package. Vess smiled as he floated among the living Fey. After explaining what they shared in common, he began to explain the individual strengths of each Fey type. So far, our LMC has only developed a handful of distinct Fey types, but more will be developed in the future based on market demand and technological breakthroughs. Every Fey model serves its own purpose. There are currently 2 offensive Fey models that you can choose from, and their selection will have many implications for the Fey Fianna that make use of these killer machines. Vess flew next to a fire beam luminar crystal cannon Fey and patted his palm against its surface. The most convenient offensive Fey at our disposal is this particular one. Armed with a 4th-generation luminar crystal cannon, it can fire persistent hyper-energy beams. It is especially powerful if it is able to output fire-attributed laser beams at different targets. Once this Fey gets going, it can burn enemy targets with the power of fire and heat with firepower that is roughly equivalent to that of a complete ranged Mech, especially if it has evolved for a time. This was a new concept that Vess constantly had to remind his audience. He had to make it clear to everyone that the hard performance of his living Mechs were no longer as static as before. The reality-distorting properties of E-energy make it possible to empower the hardware of any living Mech or Fey. This could lead to a substantial amplification in the future. The troublesome part about this was that it all took time. The experiences of every living Mech was unique, so their growth trajectory was not uniform at all. Every living Mech became defined by their individual journeys. They were no different than human cultivators in this regard. Vess commanded one of the standard Fey Fianna to become more active. To be more specific, he asked the Mech pilot to activate the hyper-tech on all of the hardware at his disposal. Multiple energy vortices came to life. The main body of the Fey Fianna began to absorb copious quantities of water energy. The different Fey all started to absorb their own associated E-energy attributes. As many Mech pilots have gradually come to know, the performance of hyper-Mechs can fluctuate when they start to harness the power of multiple E-energy attributes at once. This is most dangerous and difficult to separate with single Mechs, but drone Mech such as my Fey Fianna are different. As you can see, as long as the Fey keep their distance from any other conflicting unit, they can draw power from E-energy radiation with fewer scruples. The Fey only had to remain far enough from the main body in order for a water-based Mech to make optimal use of its fire hyper materials. All of this and more made the Fire Luminar Crystal Cannon Fey into an attractive choice. It was efficient, longer-lasting, and not as heavy and bulky as the other offensive Fey. Vess slapped the side of the Earthgauss Cannon Fey. This is a considerably different beast than the previous Fey model. It is larger, slower, and heavier. The Gauss cannon that can be equipped by this Fey is integrated with Earth hyper materials. This is an excellent combination, as the living Fey can continually learn how to apply the power of Earth in each subsequent attack. The more it is put to use, the more the living Fey will figure out better ways to empower its attacks. It is much like an expert pilot in this regard, though it mainly relies on E-energy rather than true resonance to amplify its performance. His words gave Mech pilots the hope of wielding power that was comparable to an expert pilot, without breaking through themselves. How could they not feel tempted by this possibility? This alone was enough to earn the support of a lot of eager Mech pilots. The aliens became more dangerous every day. Their quantity could crush the forces of red humanity, and the major races often enjoyed a crushing advantage against second-class Mech forces. More and more Mech forces learned that they needed all of the power they could get, and if they were unable to add any expert Mechs to their Mech roster, then buying a lot of living Mech should yield much better results. What pained these Mech pilots was that the LMC was too damn slow. Its first true living Mech model of the Hyper generation was a drone Mech rather than any of the staple Mech types. How long would it take for the LMC to release other Hyper Mechs? Chapter 55, 28, A Meeting at Bridgehead 1. In a location far away from the Bordel system, Bridgehead 1 had become a hive of activity. The star system had always seen a lot of traffic, but experienced a sharp decline after its Greater Bayonder Gate turned into a useless metal ring. Now, 1 year after the Age of Dawn, the first port of arrival of many red humans flourished yet again. Its distance from alien space, along with the huge reconstruction effort of the Greater Bayonder Gate, turned it into the most important stronghold of red humanity. This was the final bulwark of humanity in the Red Ocean. If Bridgehead 1 ever fell, then it was likely that the remaining human survivors could only scatter in the darkest corners of the dwarf galaxy in order to preserve their fragile lives. As the unofficial capital of their greater society, Bridgehead 1 easily broke the record for hosting the most humans and possessing the largest amount of fortifications. Many warfleets regularly patrolled the neighboring star systems. Each of them were on the lookout for any sneaky alien phase whales or warships that sought to infiltrate the central nexus of human space. Extremely advanced detection devices that exceeded the size of space stations constantly expended a massive amount of energy to detect every single manifestation of space warping and FTL travel. Based on the ingenuity of multiple star designers, these masterwork megasensor arrays exceeded the level that ordinary human scientists and engineers could develop on their own. It would probably take centuries of deliberate R&D in order for ordinary humans to develop anything comparable, and even then they would still be marked by shortcomings. It could easily be argued that the megasensor arrays may be the most powerful and advanced sensor systems in the new frontier. Supremely powerful processors rapidly analyzed every scrap of data, flagging anything suspicious up the chain until multiple human experts could form a conclusion. Not even a voribug egg or an interstellar fly could sneak into Bridgehead 1 without anyone's notice. Deep inside a secret base, an advanced and extremely well-equipped complex of research labs and industrial workshops was being put to use day and night. What was remarkable was that there was hardly any noise. The pristine white chambers all looked cold and sterile as many different first-class instruments worked by themselves. Bots, mechanical arms, and antigrav manipulators handled all sorts of objects and control panels. They were so good at their jobs that they completely replaced the role of humans. While it was true that many of these devices were at least partially governed by AIs, the truth was that these machines were all controlled by a single person from a remote. Yes, a single person. To call her a human was stretching it, though. She may possess the guise of a sharp and clever human female, but the polymath had surpassed this humble form many years ago. Her true form was far greater and more abstract than most people thought. As a star designer who boasted one of the brilliant minds that humanity had ever spawned, the polymath could genuinely be regarded as a job. Therefore, it was trivially easy for her to take control over an entire R&D complex. Just her supremely powerful mind alone was enough to do the work of thousands of different researchers and master Mech designers. In fact, the polymath had a lot of spare thinking capacity left. She did not let this powerful resource go to waste. A part of her split attention accessed a huge amount of data feeds at the same time and constantly fed the star designer with new information. Another part of herself conducted highly realistic thought experiments within the confines of her godlike mind. From designing complete mechs within seconds to modeling the entire progression of the Red War in the next 20 years, the polymath would have overheated to the point of immolating herself a long time ago if she was still constrained by human limitations. Alas, as productive as the polymath appeared to be, she could do so much more if she still retained her old status and rights. She could not help but think about all of the additional inventions she could make if she was allowed to return to her old labs or visit other research bases. Instead, she remained stuck inside this limited base. An esteemed star designer that almost every human eagerly wanted to please in the past had become a pariah in the Red Association and beyond. Though the Red, too, never made any comments about the change in the polymath's status, the upper echelon of Red humanity knew that it was best if they did not maintain their old relations with her for the time being. All of this limited the polymath's capacity to conduct research and develop new tech even further. Every shipment of materials, tech and other goods had to be vetted by an entire department of Mechers. With the known and estimated capabilities of the polymath, it was not outlandish to assume that she could construct a super teleporter and forcefully move hundreds of light years away in an instant despite being subjected to extreme space suppression. Even then, few people let their guard down when it came to the most controversial star designer in the Red Ocean. It was almost impossible for mortals to restrain the actions of a true god. The difference in power and other capabilities were so enormous that many of the security officers and inspectors that occupied this base believed that they could do nothing to stop the polymath from breaking the rules. Only another true god could restrain such a legendary figure and encourage her to remain honest. It became customary for a star designer or a god pilot to frequently drop by this secret base and check up on the polymath's work. On this particular day, a special visitor had come to keep the female star designer company for a few hours. Both of their human forms sat on a couch and watched a live feed that was remarkably more detailed and realistic than what a general broadcast could ever hope to match in the foreseeable time. The live feed just happened to depict Vess as he eagerly introduced the features of his latest commercial work. "That cheeky brat has opened up Pandora's box," the woman garbed in a deceptively simple lab coat spoke. He could have developed his living mechs in relative peace so long as he continued to present his work in his usual fashion. Now that he has equated his living mechs to cultivators, many more mech designers will seek to specialize in living mechs in any way they can manage. If he isn't careful enough, he will find that he is no longer the sole authority on this matter. What do you think, my friend? The god pilot, sitting in a ramrod straight posture on another cough, closed his eyes for a time. Once he opened them, he struggled to hold back the huge amount of rage and power that continually threatened to escape his control and destroy the entire base in a destructive outburst of power. There was always a price to power. The Fist of Defiance was famed for being able to unleash strength that was far beyond his level and fight against a multitude of equally strong opponents at the same time. This had led to the belief that the Fist of Defiance was unbeatable in direct combat. He could win any duel as a stronger opponent only provoked a stronger response from the famous combat maniac. In a battle where he was outnumbered by his opponents, his fighting spirit would explode so much that the god pilot turned into a beast that could hold back a multitude of ancient phase whales. Where did all of that energy come from? Only his extreme rage and other aggressive impulses could sustain such outbursts. The god pilot was a genius for turning his own powerful mood swings into an energy source that could empower him to a height that was difficult to attain through other means. Of course, the violent emotions of a god pilot was nothing to joke about. Every aspect of a true god was stronger or better in any way. A simple temper tantrum could easily wipe out half a planet if the Fist of Defiance ever lost control. The god pilot could not let that happen. He continually exerted his extremely potent willpower to suppress his perpetually rebellious emotions. This also had the benefit of polishing and refining his willpower, which would ultimately help him strengthen his god kingdom and make him more powerful. It took a bit of time for the Fist of Defiance to regain a semblance of his humanity. This happened to be a fairly bad day, so the man still exuded a strong sense of oppression that could not be contained. We need more mech designers like him. He has more guts than all of the cowards in Bridgehead one combined. This new drone mech model looks interesting. They look like blank slates that can learn anything. I wonder if I can train them to fight like myself. The polymath shook her head in disapproval. Living mechs are not entirely reliable. The more intelligent they become, the more they question the point of working with humans. The stronger they become, the greater the probability they will show contempt towards our race. My calculations predict that there is a 87.343% chance that red humanity and living mechs will suffer a breakdown in their relationship. The release of living mechs that contain multiple different personalities, such as the Fey Fiona, has increased this probability by 16.82% alone. Although the polymath had been stripped of much of her power, her intelligence and formidable calculation ability were still as good as ever. As a beacon of truth, there was no way that the polymath would fudge her calculations. Such an act was anathema to her very own creed and existence. As a pilot who had effectively fused with his god mech, the Fist of Defiance was not as stupid as he looked. That did not mean that he had lost any of his old habits. We will clean up these living mechs once they become a problem. Until then, we can leave the brat to his own devices. The reality of our dire situations does not grant us the luxury to turn away the power of living mechs. We have made too many compromises in the last year, the polymath remarked as she continued to watch the broadcast while working on thousands of other processes. The lack of enforcement has emboldened too many groups. They have all become more unscrupulous about employing dangerous cultivation techniques and developing dangerous means to exploit E-energy. Are you truly willing to let our association stand by while these space peasants play with fire? Children armed with fire at least have a chance of defeating hostile adults. the Fist of Defiance gruffly replied. In this new reality, we have all been reduced to children. We cannot grow up into adults again who can take care of our own affairs if we do not become strong enough to live past tomorrow. A moment of silence fell in the enormous lounge as the two powerhouses engaged in their own thinking. The god pilot who had succeeded in reshaping red humanity eventually made another inquiry. What is your progress in converting the Greater Beyond Gate? We are proceeding faster than we anticipated. The Greater Beyonder Gate remains fiendishly difficult to decipher and transform. What is different is that my ability to solve many of the problems that have delayed me in the past has improved. E-energy radiation is fascinating and contains a depth of information that is nearly impossible to attain through other means. How soon? 2 years at the latest, barring any sabotage or hostile attacks. That is our responsibility, not yours. Your tone betrays your desire to fight against the ancient phase whales once again. The clever star designer quickly discerned. Do not use the Greater Beyonder Gate as bait. I have little doubt in your ability to suppress hostile intruders, but I am less confident you can keep the gate unharmed. The gate shall not incur any damage. You have my promise. IT is the vital engine that is responsible for revitalizing our race. Chapter 55, 29 Fisting Addict. The status of the Fist of Defiance and the polymath couldn't be more different. One was a powerful god pilot who possessed such domineering will that it had become the primary force that sustained his existence. The other was a star designer who was not only known as a prolific inventor, but also happened to be a failed tyrant whose attempted coup d'etat had left her in disgrace. Philosophically, they were even further apart. Even if they were both members of the survivalist faction, they believed in very different solutions to save red humanity from getting overrun and wiped out from existence. It was difficult for anyone to discern the polymath's true motives and intentions at this time. This hyper-intelligent star designer shouldn't have been a person who was prone to madness and megalomania, but she surprised everyone during the survivalist conference. Still, the fact that she was still aligned with red humanity and plainly acknowledged her defeat meant that she did not receive any heavy punishment. Certainly, the loss of reputation and the complete breakdown of her expansive network was a blow to her power and influence, but a star designer was force onto itself. Perhaps lesser mortals still needed to rely on lots of alliances and mutual interests in order to get stuff done. But true gods like the polymath no longer needed such unnecessary entanglements. The Fist of Defiance even suspected that the polymath deliberately accounted for this outcome, just so that she could make a clean break with her past burdens and relationships. No matter what, the Fist of Defiance never fully trusted the polymath from beginning to end. Every star designer tended to disgust him a bit. They were way too clever and scheming by nature. The vast majority of them had never seen a lick of true combat in their life. Everything they knew about warfare was through second-hand information and the occasional human-to-human brain interface nonsense. It was a pity that their relationship had deteriorated to this point. The Fist of Defiance previously respected the polymath for becoming a rising pillar of the survivalist faction. Alas, her ego and her over-reliance on data turned her into a creature that did more harm than good, at least as far as he was concerned. Was he any better, though? The Fist of Defiance had no doubts about his beliefs, policies, and convictions. Nobody became a god pilot while still having questions about himself. He was even more stubborn about pursuing his goals to the end than a star designer like the polymath. Yet that did not mean that he lacked self-awareness. He was more than cognizant of what kind of person he had turned into. Several centuries of fighting and training had allowed him to comprehend his psyche on a deeper level. The Fist of Defiance was a god pilot who preferred to solve problems with his fists rather than his brain. Both literally and figuratively, he always tried to forge ahead by applying the most direct application of force as possible. The passing of his seemingly idiotic deep strike plan was just the latest in his long line of bullheaded accomplishments. Since Red humanity united around his vision, his status changed considerably. People already looked up to him for obvious reasons, but ever since he returned to human-occupied space, the folk practically revered the architect of the Deep Strike Plan. So many common folk regarded the Fist of Defiance as the father of Red humanity that the God Pilot had no choice but to accept the responsibility that came with this title. Even if the survivalist faction, along with every major human bloc, explicitly rejected the drive towards centralization as proposed by the polymath, the current status of the Fist of Defiance exceeded that of any other God Pilot or star designer. His words had 10 times the amount of political weight than before. He could no longer indulge himself and take action without thinking it through. A fast-growing political movement began to form across human-occupied space that espoused his ideals. All of these new burdens did not cause the Fist of Defiance to regret the actions that led to this outcome. God Pilots never regretted their choices. What he did find troubling was how to proceed from here. Nobody wanted him to become a tyrant or a monarch of Red humanity, the Fist himself included. Yet his intuition and his foresight vaguely hinted that even if he did nothing else, there was a chance that Red humanity would slide in this direction. Was it right for him to become the leader of a race that had never responded well to total unification in the past? The man felt repulsed by the very thought of becoming the figurehead of his race and civilization. Perhaps that sounded like a dream come true to control freaks like the polymath. They would kill to be in his shoes. Yet the Fist of Defiance would gladly trade places with another leader, so that he could go back to bashing alien skulls and cracking open alien warships like eggs. The rage and aggression building up inside his heart could not be contained without limit. These destructive forces constantly tempered his willpower, but there was a limit to how much it could improve. He did not belong in Bridgehead 1. Instead of babysitting the polymath and guarding the greater Bayonder Gate, the Fist of Defiance yearned to go back to the front lines so that he could fist more phase whales. If only those alien whales weren't so damn good at hiding inside their secret pocket spaces. Even a powerful God Pilot could not track them down without any solid clues of where their pocket spaces were located. God Pilots could only rely on the power of their organizations to gather these clues and find a trace of those powerful whales. Of course, there were plenty of other enemies they could fight. One of the reasons why the front lines remained so stable despite the increase in alien incursions was because the God Pilots had already begun to clear out the alien menace whenever a problem region was reaching its limit. Though it was fair to find any worthwhile opponents in these cleanup operations, it was better than nothing. He needed to vent his desire for battle and fist as many aliens as possible. If that was not possible, then he needed to have a good brawl with one of his fellow God Pilots. Venting his aggression and his lust for battle against another God Pilot was always a good way to enjoy a hearty battle. Even though a lot of his peers hated to fight against a persistent and unstoppable adversary Ike himself, both sides usually harvested many gains from a serious spar. You are departing soon. Within a month, which is several weeks too much, my patience is already wearing thin. Everyone knows who you are. They will not neglect this manner. The last thing that they want to see is for you to lose control and go berserk in the most important star systems in human-occupied space. The Fist of Defiance grimaced. The few times he had lost control were not pleasant. From the moment he embarked on this path, he always had to improve fast enough to contain the beast that was growing from within. The pressure eased up once he advanced to a God Pilot, but he did not utilize his newfound strength to crush the beast when he had the chance. The Fist of Defiance had instead chosen to preserve it and nurture it so that it could grow strong enough to exert the same effect on him as before. Has your control over your inner beast deteriorated? The the polymath pointedly asked, as she observed the god pilot with her insightful eyes. The beast is always trying to pry out of its cage. Everything else is none of your business. Everything has an ending, my friend. You cannot sustain this forever. I can foresee only two possible outcomes. You will either crush the beast and gain the peace that has been denied to you, or you will become vanquished by it, allowing it to break free and spread terror across the stars. How many admirers of yours will still be able to regard you as their hero if they know that you are containing a terrible beast? The Fist of Defiance shrugged in a deliberately nonchalant manner. Their opinions are worthless to me. I am only concerned at how quickly I can get back to driving my fists into powerful alien adversaries. Typical, the polymath contemptuously spoke. Of all of the leader figures that red humanity has chosen to idolize, it has to be the most crude and battle-hungry among us. I still find it difficult to accept that your deep strike plan received the most votes at the time. The diplomacy plan was the logical fallback choice. If not for the endorsement of this cheeky brat, your simplistic and excessively risky plan would never have become so widely adopted. The Fist of Defiance found amusement in her complaints. He crossed his arms and looked at her with a smug expression. I won anyway. The process is not as important as the outcome. I truly have to show my gratitude towards the cheeky brat for doing what was right for all of us. With regards to my plan, I kept IT simple enough that others can make IT happen without any further involvement from me. I never asked to sit on a throne, unlike you. I am only happy when I am close to an enemy that I am allowed to punch. Even if every state agrees to give me a crown, I will only crush IT with my hands before tossing the broken lump of metal away. It was so infuriating for the polymath to talk with a brainless Neanderthal like the Fist of Defiance. She knew that he was deliberately talking about how he did not want to rule over red humanity, just to rub it in her face that she had failed to secure this right herself. While she was fully capable of suppressing her frustrations, the polymath had learned her lesson. Letting her rationality monopolize her decision-making process was just asking for trouble in an imperfect society. She needed to refamiliarize herself with her humanity if she wanted to navigate society in the future. Are you not curious at all why we have decided to pass on my old crown to the cheeky brat? No, that is a lie. Let me elaborate. I am curious, but I do not think IT is worth my time to investigate further. What can a crown do in the face of the power of my fist? If that is not enough to solve a problem, then I can always unleash the beast on my own accord. I may not be able to return once I do so, but I can guarantee you that anyone in front of me will receive the same ending. If the polymath was not a powerful transcendent, she would have shuddered at the mention of this threat. One of the reasons why very few open dissenters had emerged since the deep strike plan went into effect was because no one wanted to provoke the unreasonable and violent god pilot who proposed it in the first place. Though the Fist of Defiance had matured quite a bit since his wilder days, he could never get rid of his reputation as a troublemaker. There was a period in the past where he looked for every possible excuse to have a good fight. He provoked the Terrans, the Rubarthans, his fellow Mechers and random aliens just to satisfy his craving for a beating. Ironically, it was this exact notoriety that accidentally turned the Fist of Defiance in the greater force of unity within red humanity. Every major group and faction had plenty of reasons to fight against each other, but they all happened to form a total consensus on a single matter. Never give the Fist of Defiance a reason to come and bash his fist in your face. Chapter 55, 30 Wave Pressure. Unknowing of the esteemed audience that he had managed to attract back in Bridgehead 1, Vess continued to present the defining strengths and features of his latest commercial Mech model. Millions of people inside Foca Arena became completely enraptured by his elaborate explanation. Those who watched the product reveal in the comfort of their own homes or workplaces also became fascinated by the range of features or the depth of complexity by what should really be a simple drone Mech. Though Vess veered into his professor mode at times, few people complained about his lecturing. He knew his audience well and kept everything simple in order to avoid flooding people's ears with numbers and mathematical formulas. Of course, Vess did not want to give rival Mech designers any freebies if he could help it. Just because he did not mind it if others started to figure out how to design living Mechs on their own did not mean he wanted to give away all of his trade secrets. He had worked hard to develop his multi-spirit living Mechs. He studied a lot of obscure and confusing cultivation texts. He conducted a lot of tedious and repetitive spiritual experiments in order to figure out brand new mechanisms. He squeezed his ingenuity to the limit to solve various problems that limited the practicality of the Fey Fianna. All of that work and effort paid off in spades. The Fey Fianna was not a simple multi-spirit living Mech. One of the features that he only mentioned in part was that it not only came to life with 4 subordinate spirits, but that it could also generate more if necessary. Vess did not bother to explain the exact rules and conditions behind this vital mechanism because it was not relevant to most people. Yet its importance was still great to the Mech pilots and the owners of the Fey Fianna. The Fey Fianna was designed to pair with 4 Fey at the start. There was nothing stopping it from controlling additional Fey, for example ones that had been left behind on the battlefield, but without any spare subordinate spirits, the control wouldn't be as good. A true living Fey had to be occupied by a subordinate spirit. In order to develop a reliable solution to this problem, Vess came up with multiple ideas before settling on a single approach. He granted the Fey Fianna with the ability to create its own subordinate spirits on demand. This was like a human operating on his own spirituality, so that he could make his own companion spirit. While it sounded crazy at first, the difference between a Fey Fianna and a human was that the design of the former was completely under control. Vess had many different ways to program, elaborate functions in his Mech designs. It was easy enough for him to alter the spiritual design and implement a self-carving function that would enable the Fey Fianna to create additional subordinate spirits so that it could perfectly control 5 or more subordinate spirits at the same time. The only requirement was that the Fey Fianna received permission from the Mech pilot to do so, and that it had enough strength to donate to the new subordinate spirit. Each birth of a new subordinate spirit weakened the dominant spirit to an extent. This traumatic process should not be performed in quick succession, as the dominant spirit needed time to heal and regain a lot of strength. In this regard, the faster the growth, the more often it could split new subordinate spirits. There was no theoretical limit to this process. So long as the Fey Fianna continued to heal and grow in power, it would always have enough spirituality to spare for this purpose. It could even perform if it was upgraded into a high-ranking Mech. Vess could already imagine the sights of the future. Perhaps one day, expert pilots would emerge with dozens of living Fey at its beck and call. Ace pilots may show up that could control hundreds of living Fey at a time. As for what might happen next, there may be a chance that the army of one would no longer be the only drone Mech among the ranks of God's pilots. Of course, that was too far away from him. Vess mainly implemented this handy function in order to serve the more immediate needs of his future customers. If there was any downside to relying on growth to expand the subordinate spirits of his Fey Fianna, it was that it was almost impossible to make a copy of this drone Mech that could perfectly command more Fey from the start. Unless Vess was willing to spend his valuable time on fabricating a masterwork Fey Fianna that started out as a third-order living Mech right from the beginning, all other Fey Fiannas had to start with just 4 Fey. Fortunately, the Fey Fianna was not a Mech that emphasized quantity. It was much more logical to upgrade the existing Fey that the drone Mech had at its disposal. He made sure to emphasize that as he explained the other Fey types. The Water Hyper Energy Shield Fey can serve as an important lifesaver and defensive tool. he said as he patted the surface of one of the Fae in question. Since it is based on water energy, it can get close enough to the main body without generating any conflict. In fact, sticking together will be beneficial for them both as they can increase the concentration of water energy even further, thereby enabling them to amplify the performance of their defenses even further. You will be able to witness the defensive strength of its energy shield later. While the Fae Fianna benefited from an excellent adaptive modular armor system, it was not ideal for the Mech to rely on it for protection. The energy shield Fae might not possess a lot of energy cells, but they were somewhat sufficient to power a single primary function. The more the energy shield Fae could rely on water energy to strengthen its defenses, the longer its energy cells could last. This meant that older and more experienced subordinate spirits would be able to resist way more attacks when inhabiting this Fae model. After explaining a few essential technical details about the energy shield Fae, Vess gestured towards another essential Fae model. Unlike many of the drone Mech that are only able to equip themselves with thin and needle-like spurs, a Fae has enough internal space to fit a relatively compact space suppressor module. It was a rather tight fit, and Vess had to compromise on a lot of structural components, but the space suppressor along with other supporting parts finally managed to fit into the Fae design. This was incredibly useful, as it was always better to throw a lot of disposable spurs rather than more valuable Mech onto alien warships. Space suppression technology had become an essential tool for Red humanity. From preventing alien warships from warping away to weakening their powerful transphasic energy shields, space suppressors had already become a mandatory addition to every Mech force in the short time they became available. The space suppressor Fae is augmented by water hypers as well, Vess explained to his audience. That is not because it is meant to align with the defenses of the main body. This is because I have discovered rules and interactions that can amplify the effects of a space suppressor. Let me give you a demonstration. One of the space suppressor Fae flew forward and stopped in front of a transphasic energy shield that just came online. It went without saying that it was a simulation of a typical transphasic energy shield that one would see around an alien warship. When the Fae activated its space suppressor module, an invisible energy field came online. Since this field obeyed the inverse square law, the effectiveness of this space suppressor field was much more effective at close range than at a distance. While this should have allowed the Fae to make a substantial impact on the transphasic energy shield, the reality was that their power levels were too far apart. It was like hitting a stone against a dam. Vess grinned as he saw this result. This was just a reference test. The true power of his space suppressors would become clear soon enough. Under the instruction of the Mech pilot, the space suppressor Fae began to absorb as much water energy in the environment as possible. As an energy vortex formed around this Fae, the space suppressor field began to fluctuate. The field started to glow in blue as the insertion of water energy changed the energy field's properties in a profound manner. Then, the space suppressor module started to pulse from the center. This pulsing pattern repeated over and over, causing the effects of the energy field to become uneven. Yet instead of making the effect weaker or less consistent, the transphasic energy shield started to destabilize more and more. Even though the effect was still slight due to the difference in power level, the relatively small water suppressor Fae was doing an excellent job at amplifying its performance. As the water suppressor Fae continued to make use of its water hypers, the glowing energy field gradually started to pulse increasingly harder. The amplification bestowed by water energy became stronger with each subsequent pulse. Soon enough, the blue glow started to take on the form of water waves that continually spread from the center of the Fae. These waves gained more and more momentum and damaged the integrity of the transphasic energy shield increasingly more. The wave illusion also became more realistic. They gained more detail and evoked the power of stormy waves in the middle of an ocean much better. Even if this image was just false, due to certain rules, it could actually affect the performance of the space suppressor field in reality. After the space suppressor, Faye battered the transphasic energy shield with enough waves. It finally broke. For a moment, everyone had fallen silent. Then, a lot of knowledgeable people started to talk to each other about the remarkable sight that they had just witnessed. How can that be? According to the specs listed by the table, the small-sized space suppressor should never have been able to exceed the restoration rate of that transphasic energy shield. Those water hypers must have strengthened the space suppression field, but I have never witnessed any instance where it had been amplified by this much. I would have expected this to happen with a transphasic space suppressor. Only face water can effectively neutralize other face water effects. If this Fae just now truly doesn't have a single drop of face water, then this humble construct holds the secret to breaking many powerful transphasic energy shields on a budget. I must find out the secret behind this application. This is true Mech design. Our work is never about defeating the strong with even stronger Mechs. It is about enabling the weak to defeat the strong. Professor Larkinson truly deserves his accolades if his skills are this good. If he can popularize and license out his proprietary method of amplifying the performance of space suppressors with water hypers, then he could earn a fortune. Vess allowed the people to speak among themselves for a time before he resumed his presentation. I am glad to see that enough of you understand the implications of what you have witnessed. What happened is not that complicated. The space suppressor controlled the power of water and blended it with space to form an effect that can deprive transphasic defenses of the advantages bestowed by face water. After all, this substance has water in its name, so when it becomes affected by the metaphysical waves, it would be hard for the face water to remain impervious. What he just said was a rare accomplishment. This was not the first time that a Mech designer exploited the water element to weaken transphasic parts. That did not mean it was common. In this relatively early phase of the hyper generation, any Mech that possessed a more effective, but also affordable means of generating a space suppressor field had much less to fear from alien warships. Chapter 5531, First Time Trial. Though the Fae Fianna had yet to demonstrate its comprehensive performance in an exhibition match, a lot of people already became convinced that it was a remarkable machine. How could they not? Many aspects had been carefully designed and improved by the Larkinsons. Its offensive, defensive, mobility and utility characteristics all scored high based on the configuration of the drone Mech. Not all of its specifications were good in an absolute sense, but considering what Vess and his fellow Mech designers had to work with, they squeezed out a lot of value from the relatively affordable materials used to construct the machines. That was what mattered the most. The Fae Fianna, as presented so far, could already crush the likes of the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 and other comparable drone Mech models in terms of effective performance. Few people were able to dispute this statement. The various functions and features revealed so far combined into a comprehensive package that was so innovative that it may be the most advanced, second-class drone Mech up for sale at this time. That said, there were enough clever people among the viewers who understood that this was partially the case, because the other Mech companies had yet to publish a proper hyper Mech design. Many people understood the product strategy chosen by companies such as SKL Mech Industries. The first hyper Mechs they released at the start of the hyper generation did not represent their full design strength. Once the scientific community of the Red Ocean studied hyper technology a lot more extensively, they would definitely be able to come up with much more powerful hyper Mechs. Yet, as Vess continued to present the various Mech systems that he put great care and attention in the design phase, it became harder for the Mech insiders to believe that follow-up hyper Mechs, such as the hypothetical Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 13, could actually beat the Fae Fianna in a straight matchup. Maybe it is because of the identity of the lead designer or how he made his work sound so attractive. But many Mech buyers who possessed the slightest interest in drone Mechs did not want to bother with old staples such as the Sparrow Storm line anymore. All of this new technology sounded much more exciting. The concept of living Mechs, glows, design spirits, dominant spirits, and superior spirits all sounded rather strange and confusing, but their benefits were concrete enough to make them worthwhile. Even the Mech buyers, who ordinarily never bothered with drone Mechs due to their well-established shortcomings, reconsidered their decision. These interested buyers were the exact sort of people that the LMC wanted to target with the Fey Fianna. However, in order to rope in these tempted individuals, Vess needed to do more to reduce their reluctance in trying out a new Mech model. This was why Vess finally addressed the piloting experience of the Fey Fianna. Lucky flew back to his shoulder and began to flop onto it as if he was a sausage. Meow. Vess completely ignored his cat as he gestured towards the 9 Fey Fiannas standing on the floor of the enormous Foca arena. What I am about to tell you is not based on my own experiences. I am not a Mech pilot, so I do not have the pleasure of being able to pilot my own work. However, I am well versed in how my design choices impact the piloting experience of my Mechs. I have also collected an extensive amount of feedback to guide my judgment and optimize my implementations. From the moment I designed my first drone Mech, I set out to make use of the strengths of my living Mechs to reduce the difficulty of piloting my work. He smiled while sweeping his gaze across the expansive Mech arena. Now I know what you are thinking. Drone Mechs cannot be piloted by the meek. It often requires higher genetic aptitudes and specialized training in order to manage so many moving parts in an effective manner. The truly dedicated drone Mech pilots do not hesitate to install specialized implants in their heads that enable them to multitask to such an extent that they can control up to 64 spurs at a time. None of this makes drone Mechs easy to get started with. Just the excessive mental load of manually controlling multiple spurs is enough to create headaches. Not many Mech pilots ever tried to find out what it was like to pilot a drone Mech, even if it was just a virtual one in a simulation program. It was worse when they did so when they were still studying in the Mech Academy. At that time, they still struggled to control ordinary Mech types with enough proficiency and control to make them do exactly what they wanted. How could they ever expect to achieve any combat effectiveness with a more demanding drone Mech if that was the case? Once the Mech cadets advanced their studies and decided on their specializations, they usually graduated with a firm selection of acceptable Mech types in mind. It was not common for graduated Mech pilots to completely change the Mech types they were willing to pilot. This meant that few of them ever glanced in the direction of drone Mechs. Perhaps they had already become good enough to be able to pilot these machines, but their infamous difficulty and long training programs intimidated a lot of pilots. All of this scared away many Mech pilots from trying out drone Mechs. Vess intended to change this dreary reality. If there was no demand for drone Mechs, then he would create it himself. If many Mech pilots became intimidated by the high requirements just to become qualified to pilot a drone Mech, then Vess would do everything possible to lower them to reasonable levels. Compared to the demands imposed by other drone Mechs, the difficulty of piloting my Fey Fiannas is much lower, Vess confidently claimed. If you don't believe us, then let us show you. Do you recall Commander Icon Powell of the Skinny Rattlers? I have invited him back to the stage so that he can try out what it is like to pilot one of my machines. A new light shone at one end of the oval-shaped arena. The mercenary commander floated in front of the open cockpit of a prepared standard Fey Fianna. 4 different Fey were mounted onto the harness that kept them attached to the back of the main body. That added to the difficulty of piloting the drone Mech, as each individual Fey needed to be handled in a completely separate manner. Vess flew over until he stopped a short distance away from the invited guest, who had already changed into a piloting suit. Hello again, Commander. I am sure that many people will doubt what you are about to say, but please answer this question. Have you ever piloted the Fae Fiona or any other drone Mech for that matter before? No, I can stake my honor on that. The man replied with such firmness that it did not seem he was lying. I have never piloted any drone Mechs in reality or in a simulator program in my life. I grew up in a state and attended a Mech academy where such machines are completely absent. I doubt they get sold at all. After I entered the Red Ocean, I never saw any need to add any drone Mechs to our Mech rosters. Everyone in our community knows that you need to invest heavily to integrate Mechs, such as the Sparrow Storm, in an existing outfit. The investment never made sense in my eyes. Understandable, Vess nodded. What do you know of our Fae Fiona? How well do you expect to pilot it in the first few minutes after activation? I have read the manual that you provided to me 2 days ago. There are many warnings and precautions, but it wasn't as demanding and convoluted as I feared. I have a basic theoretical understanding on how to use its functions and how to best pilot it on a fundamental level. I cannot say more about this, as I have yet to pilot it in any way. Did you hear that, people? He is a true newcomer when it comes to piloting drone Mechs. Let us see how he fares in the cockpit. The Mech commander entered the cockpit and soon turned the Mech online. The Fae project did not flail or show any uncontrolled moves. As an experienced Mech pilot, Icon Powell patiently explored the controls and slowly began to make basic movements with its limbs. There was nothing remarkable about the Fae Fiona when it moved like any other ordinary humanoid Mech. Powell mastered the basic controls quickly enough for that reason. Okay, Commander Powell, are you ready to activate and deploy your 4 Fae? I am. Please be careful. I may not be able to control the Fae. Vess floated away, but did not leave entirely. He proved with his actions that he had full confidence in his work's ease of use. Additional noises emerged as the 4 Fae detached themselves from the main body's rear. Surprisingly enough, the Fae moved so smoothly and in sync that it appeared that Commander Powell did not lose control over them, which was a common phenomenon when piloting drone Mechs for the first time. The problem was so bad that most drone Mechs had to be configured so that their spurs entered into safe mode. That meant that they could not fire any weapons no matter what and automatically halted their movements if they were on a collision course with anything else. None of that seemed necessary in this case. The 4 Fae did not make any fast or dazzling movements, but as Commander Powell experimented with them more, he showed that he was able to make them move as he commanded. There were only 2 possible explanations for this outcome. The first one was that the mercenary commander lied and desecrated his honor by hiding the fact that he had practiced with drone Mechs in the past. The second one was that Commander Powell was truly new to the Fae Fiona, but that it was so easy to get started with that he already got the hang of coordinating the 4 Fae at once. How could a mercenary commander, who became the retainer of a warlord and the newly appointed governor of a planet, lack honor? This was an impossible contradiction in many people's eyes. This was why more and more of them genuinely believed that this was a truthful display of piloting control. You can do more than stand still while you focus on manipulating your Fae. Come on, Commander. Try and maneuver around as if you are on an actual battlefield. You can even try and activate the weapons and the other functions of the Fae while you are at it. Go test your limits. With the encouragement from Vess, the trial pilot gradually began to perform multiple functions at once. Projections of enemy Mechs flared to life. Each of them started to simulate attacks onto the Fae Fiona. The Mech commander focused first and foremost on evasion, as he had been trained to do whenever he was in control of a maneuverable machine. The simulated hits automatically caused the adaptive modular armor system to replace the damaged armor plating and fill up the gaps. Yet that was not enough to keep it safe. The energy shield Fae flew in front and activated a water hyper energy shield that produced a strange vortex illusion. It effectively blocked the incoming attacks without any fuss or excessive burden to the Mech pilot. The real test came when the Fey Fianna had to fight back. It did not utilize its Luminar crystal rifle, but instead pushed forth its two offensive Fey and commanded them to fire at the same time. The projected Mechs were not easy to hit. Just like the Fey Fianna, the imaginary enemy units flew around in order to make themselves as difficult to target as possible. Though the Gauss Cannon Fey and the Luminar Crystal Fey did not hit their targets, they continued to fire as fast as they could, while constantly attempting to track the moving adversaries. Though their accuracy and deviations were clearly poor at the start, Commander Powell managed to deliver an increasingly better performance after a few minutes had passed. Soon enough, the Luminar Crystal Fey finally managed to strike one of the evading enemy Mechs. Good job. Now that you have managed to succeed once, it shouldn't be too difficult to replicate this feat. Chapter 55, 32, Drone Mech Control Techniques. The Fey Fianna, under the control of Commander Icon Powell, gradually fought more proficiently. The mercenary commander might not be exceptionally talented or clever, but the man had to possess enough skill in order to earn the respect of his subordinates. As an experienced mercenary leader who piloted many different Mechs over the course of his career, his ability to pick up new machines and quickly become proficient in their use was not weak. The manual that the Larkinsons had given to him also contained a lot of helpful tips and thought exercises that could help Mech pilots control multiple objects. As projections of Mechs continually appeared inside the vast central grounds of Foka Arena, the sole Fey Fianna controlled by a new Mech pilot organically displayed all of its basic capabilities. A lot of Mech pilots and other Mech insiders gained a more intuitive grasp of the Fey Fianna's speed, maneuverability, accuracy, and many other traits. Seeing a Mech in action granted them a much better idea of how the Mech would fare in combat than seeing a lot of numbers on a spec sheet. At a certain point, the projected Mechs began to be replaced by battle bots. These machines were relatively cheap and disposable, but they exerted enough pressure onto the Fey Fianna that Commander Powell had to pay attention to defense. Relying on the adaptive modular armor system had to be avoided as much as possible. It was not desirable to rely on hard armor to fend off attacks because it was a non-renewable resource. The main defensive tool in this demonstration was the Water Hyper Energy Shield Fey. The single-phase energy shield was not as strong as a transphasic energy shield, but it did a good job at trying to close the gap. Whenever the Fey projected its energy shield in a bubble that was large enough to cover the main body, its entire surface glowed in blue. At the same time, it produced an illusion that resembled multiple whirlpools that seemed to suck all of the energy out of incoming attacks. Both laser beams and Gauss rounds found themselves unable to wear down the energy shield as effectively as before. Once a battle bot started to employ a hyper weapon, the results drastically changed. The battle bot armed with a laser rifle suddenly released a beam that was imbued with fire energy. Boom! A small explosion erupted when the fiery beam struck the water energy shield. The collision between fire and water often produced explosive results, and this was no different. However, the power of the laser beam could not overcome the power of the energy shield. Boom, boom, boom. The firepower of the battle bot armed with a hyper weapon largely became suppressed by the water energy shield. Even though the louder explosions looked more dramatic, the reality was that much of that power got wasted when it was directed elsewhere. The water energy shield decisively held the advantage in this instance. Vess occasionally narrated what was happening as the demonstration continued to unfold before everyone's eyes. Water energy and fire energy normally enjoy an antagonistic relationship. If everything is equal, then water usually holds an advantage, which means that it is the most suitable element to defend against energy attacks imbued with fire energy. However, the energy shield Fae cannot keep this up forever. The incoming laser beam attacks will still deal damage even if they are unable to display their full power. The Fae Fiana's other two living Fae locked onto the threatening battle bot and sought to pummel it into pieces. This was difficult as both sides did not remain stationary. The Fae Fiana and its accompanying Fae were constantly moving around, which made it difficult to maintain an acceptable degree of accuracy. The opposing battle bot did not enjoy much protection, but that made it lighter and more nimble. It was a challenge for the two offensive Fae to land their attacks, especially when the Mech pilot in charge of them was completely new to attacking with the help of spurs. However, enough time had passed for Commander Powell to understand the knack to utilizing them. Drone mechs existed long enough for mech pilots to develop a lot of standardized techniques and mental shortcuts that enabled them to improve their control of their difficult machines. Vess had studied them as well. "Ah, I see that Commander Powell is utilizing two related control techniques at once. The manual that we have provided them has only given him a description of how to execute them, but the living mech he is piloting is actively helping him to perform these new and unfamiliar methods. This is one of the reasons why his control has improved so quickly." The lack of proficiency at the start was quite clear and obvious to the mech pilots with drone mech experience. They had lived through this phase as well. The difference was that it usually took weeks if not months for them to tame their spurs and make them move according to their will. Even if those past struggles happened with more traditional drone mechs with a dozen spurs or more, it was still remarkable how Commander Powell was able to control 4 different Fae without looking like a fool. The first control technique he is using is to imagine that his Fae are limbs extending from his mech. Mech pilots often pull it off by visualizing their Fae as tentacles. By imagining that the mech has 4 extra tentacle limbs extending out of its sides or back, it becomes easier to control the Fae like they are extra hands. Of course, this mental model also comes with a number of downsides. The spurs have to stay relatively close to the main body, and they cannot make movements that would cause the extra limbs to break or perform illogical movements. This was a tried-and-true control technique that every drone mech pilot started with. It reduced the complexity of controlling the spurs while also borrowing existing human neural pathways related to the control of limbs. It was a lot easier to get started with this technique when the mech pilot hopped inside the cockpit of a humanoid mech that actually possessed such a limb structure. Piloting a mech with 5, 6, or 8 arms enabled mech pilots to experience what it was like to control additional limbs that did not directly correspond to the human body. Once they transferred to a drone mech, the gap between their past and current machines wasn't as big as before, making it much easier for the mech pilot to intuitively control spurs as if they were tentacles. More proficient drone mech specialists usually abandoned this technique once they got enough practice under their belt. The true potential of spurs could only be unleashed if they were allowed to travel much further away from the main body or perform complicated maneuvers that could make actual tentacles get twisted into knots. However, that was not an issue that most beginners had to worry about. The extra limb control technique was already good enough for most mech pilots. Aside from the extra limb control technique, do you see how synchronized the Luminar Crystal Cannon Fae and the Gauss Cannon Fae have become? They have practically become twins with each other. They are always floating next to each other. Their guns are pointed at the exact same direction with minimal deviations in angle. They even fire their weapons at the same time, despite the fact that the Luminar Crystal Cannon can fire faster. This is usually known as the Spursas fingers technique or the fingering technique. The Spursas fingers technique was an approach that encouraged the mech pilots to imagine the spurs as individual fingers attached to the same hand. Doing this activated certain parts of a mech pilot's brain that was related to controlling the fingers of their own hands. This effectively reduced the burden of controlling multiple spurs, as the mech pilot automatically grouped them in the same hand. This was an especially helpful control technique for drone mechs that carried many spurs. It helped even more if the spurs were either identical to each other or possessed enough similarities that it did not matter too much. This made it a mandatory technique for any mech pilot expected to master the Sparrow Storm. No baseline human mech pilot could effectively control an entire mech as well as 16 spurs at once. Without relying on augmentations, a mech pilot had to use shortcuts like these to make the process of controlling all of those spurs more manageable. Naturally, more seasoned drone mech specialists eventually abandoned this technique as well. The disadvantages of grouping lots of spurs to the same hand were considerable. The lack of flexibility and the inability to maximize the use of every spur in a given moment restricted the mech pilots too much. The prestige of piloting drone mechs without the use of these training wheels was considerable. Only those who were able to control every spur as if they were individual fishes swimming around the main body were recognized as true drone mech specialists. Their skill and lethality with a drone mech was on another level. They were highly desired among certain employers who recognized the benefits of using drone mechs. The highly specialized mech pilots were usually able to negotiate much higher salaries and other benefits due to their value. In addition to that, drone mech specialists usually made for good battlefield commanders. Their ability to multitask and pay attention to many different moving elements at once could easily be applied to commanding entire mech units. Once drone mech started to age and decline from their peak, it was natural for them to switch to command mechs and start ordering around their subordinate mech units like they were spurs. Vess did not think that would apply to the Fey Fianna. It was not a typical drone mech, and its target audience did not consist of mech pilots who were necessarily good at controlling many different pieces at once. While other drone mechs forced mech pilots to adapt to their unique circumstances, the Fey Fianna instead took the initiative to accommodate its own mech pilots. The demonstration that continued to unfold before him made that very clear. With the help of the extra limb control technique and the spurs as fingers technique, Commander Powell exerted enough control over his offensive Fey to aim and fire their modest arsenal as if they were guns on a weapon turret. Each time the Luminar Crystal Cannon Fey and the Gauss Cannon Fey fired their respective weapons, their output either missed or struck their targets in almost perfect synchronicity. Most salvos missed, as it was not easy for spurs to land hits against a maneuverable battle bot, but Powell was constantly improving his proficiency in his techniques. Bang! The battle bot eventually got struck enough times for it to malfunction and collapse to the arena floor. More threatening battle bots emerged. Each of them were equipped with basic hyper weapons that produced different reactions when they struck the water energy shield depending on their E-energy attributes. The additional battle bots stressed the defenses of the Fey Fianna, while at the same forcing it to quickly eliminate the machines by improving its hit rate. Commander Powell endured a lot more stress than before, but he grit his teeth and persisted in this challenge. This demonstration did not only showcase the excellent features of the Fey Fianna, but also revealed how such a mech would fare in the hands of a capable mech pilot that had yet to pilot a drone mech than before. If such a pilot was already capable of reaching this level of combat effectiveness, then how much better would a true drone mech specialist perform under the same circumstances? The lower limit of the Fey Fianna became quite clear after this display. However, the true value of the Fey Fianna still remained unclear so long as its upper limit had yet to be shown. Chapter 55-33, The Real Function of the Fey. Mechs could take on many different forms, but the humanoid shape was dominant for good reasons. It was a lot easier for mech pilots to learn how to control a humanoid mechanical form. By borrowing the existing human brain's ability to control a bipedal humanoid form, mech cadets could easily fast-forward their way through controlling the familiar physical characteristics of mechs and move on to learning more important skills. That was why the majority of mechs were humanoid in shape, that made use of external weaponry. Mech cadets often learned their weapon skills by practicing equivalent weapons with their human bodies. This was a shortcut that enabled them to transfer their personal combat skills whenever they piloted mechs. Yet this was not the most ideal way to utilize a mech. The key advantage of using mechs as combat platforms was that they could do stuff that normal human bodies could not do. They lengthen or shorten their limbs, add additional limbs to their bodies, or take on a completely different shape that was much more effective for specific purposes. The training of first-class mech pilots was often many times harder than that of their lesser counterparts due to this reason. They needed to train how to pilot mechs that deviated a lot more from the baseline human form. First-class multipurpose mechs occasionally looked like humanoids, but it was more common for them to take on more weirder and abstract forms. As mechs that carried so many miniaturized modules and weapons systems at once, mech designers had to make many difficult design choices in order to maximize their lethality, while keeping their volume as limited as possible. Drone mechs were not comparable to first-class multipurpose mechs, but their piloting challenges were somewhat similar. In other words, anyone who mastered the art of piloting a drone mech would have a much easier time of piloting a first-class multipurpose mech. It was the same the other way around. Such a thought doubtlessly entered the minds of at least a portion of the mech pilots among the growing audience. More and more people had begun to tune into the live broadcast when they heard about the increasingly more compelling properties of the Fey Fianna. Many more second-raters had begun to develop a genuine interest in acquiring or piloting this unusual new drone mech. Not only did it embody the hyper-generation much better than many of the previous mechs that came out in the past half-year, but it also promised them a way to improve their skills far beyond what any other mech could accomplish. The skills that Commander Icon Powell learned over the course of piloting the Fey Fianna for the first time were all valuable outside of this specific mech model. Even if it was clear that the living mech was actively helping Powell along, this was no different from having a personal tutor by his side who constantly provided him with useful guidance. In that sense, the Fey Fianna also happened to be an excellent teaching mech that could help mech pilots master the art of piloting more complicated drone mechs. As the current demonstration was about to reach the pre-established time limit, Vess wanted to showcase one more feature that he had yet to unveil. I am sure that you are interested in why this mech is called the Fey Fianna and why its spurs are called the Fey. I won't bother you with the full story, but let me show you what makes the Fey different from other spurs besides the fact that they are alive. Vess transmitted a hidden signal that caused the Fey Fianna piloted by Commander Powell to unlock an important restriction. The mech pilot clearly sensed the change and understood what he could do with the new feature. He had already read the relevant instructions from the manual. A change occurred in the field. The remaining battle bots stopped their hostilities and retreated. What came in their place was a projection that was so massive that much of the oval-shaped mech arena became filled with visions of metal. Much of the spectators had to shift their views to the projected screens in order to gain a clear overview of what just appeared. It was a warship. The alien warship was not particularly large. She was roughly equivalent to a destroyer and possessed a range of formidable armaments. Such a warship was beyond the capacity for any standard mech to defeat. Just the transphasic energy shields alone made it impossible for a mech such as the Fey Fianna to land damaging attacks onto the hull. This demonstration was not about proving that the Fey Fianna could single-handedly tear apart an alien destroyer by itself. It was already enough to show that his new drone mech possessed the capital to survive a bit longer against such a powerful force. What you see before you is a projected simulation of an alien destroyer analog. One of her main gun batteries is about to lock onto the Fey Fianna and attempt to blast it to pieces. Normally, a warship is quite capable in destroying lone mechs by themselves, but the Fey Fianna possess a useful trick that can give it a greater chance to survive against such an onslaught than normal. Commander Powell, you know what to do. Activate the decoys. After receiving that instruction, the 4 living Fey stopped what they were doing and released a burst of interfering ECM and other disruptive emissions. Underneath this momentary interference, the 4 Fey had all disappeared from sight. In their place were 4 identical Mechs. Each of them matched the appearance of the original Fey Fianna. The projected appearances were so accurate in their imitation that they even copied the small marks and other unique touches of the real Mech. Not only that, but the Mechs also exuded the exact same glow and vibe as the original. Since the subordinate spirits were all offshoots of the dominant spirit, they were actually one and the same for the most part. Vess had deliberately designed them so that the former could easily imitate the latter. While there were many powerful and bizarre means to distinguish the true Mech in the midst of the false images, it was a lot harder to do so in a busy battlefield, where lots of interference and frequent energy emissions degraded the effectiveness of sensor systems. Another setting became active. A lot of people felt that their view became fuzzier and a bit more difficult to watch. The circumstances inside the arena had begun to match a realistic spaceborne battlefield environment. Subsequently, the projected warship's sensors behaved as if they were being affected by the interference. The vessel no longer had the ability to distinguish the true Mech from the decoys. Commander Powell knew what was coming. There was no way to effectively defend against the firepower of a formidable cannon of a warship. The only way to preserve his Mech and his life was to evade the attack entirely. The Fey Fianna and the 4 Fey in disguise all began to perform evasive maneuvers while keeping well away from each other. At this moment, the decoys showed several characteristics that were highly unusual. First, Commander Powell clearly did not have the ability to control all of his Fey on an individual basis, but right now they moved around as if they were truly piloted by humans. Second, the Fey moved further away from the main body. Heavy jamming and other electronic noise usually meant that this was a bad idea, but the Fey possessed an alternate means of control that was less susceptible to the current kinds of interference. Hiss. A bright laser beam struck one of the decoys in an instant. Although the attack was slightly off the mark, the simulated laser beam fired by the cannon was so big that it would have burned through half of a Mech while melting the other half right after. Naturally, the warship attack did not strike an actual Mech at all, but merely destroyed a single disposable Fey. The water energy shield Fey should have disappeared entirely if this was an actual battle, but right now it merely made a controlled descent to the ground. Hiss. The second beam struck another decoy. The same response happened again. The warship had wasted the power of one of her cannons yet again, just to crush a single Fey that could easily be replaced after a battle. Hiss. Hiss. Whether deliberate or not, it took 4 powerful attacks in total before the alien destroyer finally struck the authentic Fey Fianna. With only 1 decoy left at this point, the alien warship effectively had a 50% chance of striking the right target. Though the Fey Fianna struck by the gigantic laser beam had been killed in an instant, the audience did not feel like the Mech performed poorly in this instance. The Mech pilots among them all appreciated how long the Fey Fianna managed to last in this scenario. Many other Mechs would have been vaporized after the warship opened fire for the first time. While the decoy function of all of the Fey had not been tested in actual field conditions, as long as it was at least half as effective as now, it would already have the ability to save many human lives. That alone made it worthwhile to obtain a batch of Fey Fiannas. Thank you for your cooperation, Commander Powell. You may go back now. Vess spoke as he flew back to the original 9 Fey Fiannas before addressing his audience. What you have just witnessed is one of many possible scenarios where the decoys can play a useful role. 1 Fey Fianna can produce at least 4 decoys. That does not sound much, But what if there are more Fey Fionas in a Mech unit? Let me show you what that looks like. The Fey Fionas that were all piloted by Larkinson Mech pilots began to make the same moves. The Fey under their control immediately activated their decoy functions as well. The entire area occupied by the Fey Fionas on standby immediately became a lot more crowded as 36 decoy Mechs appeared in an instant. Each decoys looked exactly the same as their principals. They also exuded the same vibes that made them nearly indistinguishable from each other when observed by spiritual senses. The impact of this impressive display was not small. If people didn't know any better, they would have thought that a Mech squad had suddenly expanded into a Mech company. There was a huge difference between the two. The threat levels and other factors simply weren't in the same dimension. If enemies noticed the approach of a Mech company, they would become much more intimidated and make decisions that would be different than if they knew the truth. Many Mech pilots and Mech commanders understood the potential of this decoy function. They could take advantage of this capability to pull off so many deceptive tactics and maneuvers. For example, they could make a false flank attack that looked incredibly serious on the surface, but only consisted of a lot of disguised Fey. When the enemy repositioned its forces to defend against this threatening offensive, the attacking side could easily form an actual attack from a more favorable angle. In another scenario, the Fey could get mixed into large Mech formations that were closing in on a fleet of alien warships. This maneuver was always responsible for killing a lot of good Mechs and Mech pilots. If the massed firepower of alien warships could successfully be diverted onto all of the decoys produced by the Fey, then that would most definitely allow Mech forces to win their battles with fewer losses than before. No matter what, a single Fey was much cheaper and easier to replace than a full Mech paired with a Mech pilot. The addition of this decoy function caused the already considerable value of the Fey Fiona to increase even more. At this time, the willingness to purchase the Fey Fiona had become so high that the LMC was already starting to receive a torrent of purchase orders. Chapter 55:34 The Real Fey Fionas. The decoy function exploded everyone's interest in the Fey Fiona. The product suddenly became a lot more attractive once people found out that the Fey could do more than fire weapons or form energy shields. It was not as if those primary functions were weak or worthless, but these were already jobs that other Mechs could already fulfill. In other words, a Mech force did not actually gain a lot of new capabilities after adding the Fey Fiona to their lineup. They just received a bunch of odd machines that could control a lot of smaller machines to do the same stuff as usual. While the product reveal had made it clear that the Fey possessed nuances that made them better in many situations, they still failed to introduce anything that was radically new and different. That changed when the Fey showed that they could imitate Mechs well enough to fool enemy sensor systems. Of course, the decoys were not entirely realistic. Their lack of mass and the imperfections inherent to a compact projection system made it so that powerful or advanced enough sensors could expose their true nature. That said, it was not that easy to detect which was real and which was false in most field conditions. It was a lot more difficult to determine that the projected Mechs were decoys at medium to longer distances. This was usually where alien warships tended to kill a lot of Mechs. Anything that could divert their firepower was helpful to any Mech force. Another factor was that the decoy function differed in effectiveness, depending on the version of the Fey Fiona. The standard Fey Fiona was made out of cheaper tech and materials. Vess and his fellow Mech designers had to cross out a lot of items on their wish list in order to make their design reasonable and practical enough. The emissions of the ordinary Fey were quite decent, but nothing exceptional when compared to similar systems that were available to other Mech designs. The same limitations did not apply to the elite Fey Fiona. Made out of higher grades of exotics, hypers, tech, and more, the quasi-first-class Fey contained a lot of tech that reached the limit of what a second-class product was able to bear. The projected appearance and the various emissions produced by the Fae were much more realistic. Sensor systems had to work a lot harder in order to determine whether they were true or false. Even though these differences were impossible to detect by laymen, there were plenty of Mech insiders who had their own ways of detecting these differences. Vess had yet to explain the characteristics of the elite edition of the Fae Fianna, but the various displays already showed that they were much better than the standard edition. Unfortunately, only a small quantity of potential customers possessed the qualifications to buy the elite Fae Fiannas, but they usually stuck to using Mechs produced by themselves or their longtime partners. The LMC did not expect to receive many orders for the elite edition, at least when it had yet to prove its true worth on the battlefield. This was also why Vess did not bother to elaborate on the elite edition. The standard edition was much more attainable to the majority of Mech buyers. In any case, the event had reached the next phase. What people truly wanted to see was not the Fae Fianna when it was being piloted by an individual who only came into contact with it for the first time. They wanted to see the performance of the Fae Fianna at its height. They wanted to see it piloted by those who possessed actual experience in controlling drone mechs. They wanted to see the performance of the Fae Fianna that had already grown for enough years to become powerhouses in their own right. It was impossible for Vess to realize their dreams in full. None of these conditions were easy to accomplish. That did not mean that it was futile to try. In the month after he decided to hold a product reveal on board El Roman 3, the Larkinson clan had done its best to do what was necessary to allow the Fae Fiannas to display their greater potential. When the first batch of Fae Fiannas finished production at the local Mech factory, the clan assigned them to the few Larkinson Mech pilots with existing drone Mech experience. None of them were dedicated specialists that had mastered the Sparrow Storm and could control 64 sparrows like individual birds. Such Mech pilots tended to be trained and nurtured into lifelong soldiers by specialized Mech armies. Even if these Mech pilots were looking to change their jobs, they would not join the Larkinson clan due to the lack of drone Mechs in its Mech roster. The only drone Mech pilots that the Larkinson clan was able to gather in the short term were those who merely dabbled in drone Mechs and a handful of new recruits. That was already sufficient as far as Vess was concerned. The difficulty of piloting even the most basic version of the Sparrow Storm was several times greater than the Fae Fianna. Vess made a gesture that prompted 6 of the Fae Fiannas to step forward. The 3 standard Fae Fianna formed a single team, while the elite Fae Fianna formed another team. Each team was accompanied by 12 Fae each, and their composition was mixed and balanced for the time being. The most handsome and powerful Larkinson Fae Fianna did not join the rest. They simply turned around and left the arena grounds. It was enough for the Larkinsons to show off their exclusive edition of this Mech line. Vess did not actually want these Fae Fianna to reveal too much too soon. No matter how much they restrained their performance, Mech designers would always find a way to detect a lot of clues and form a lot of accurate estimations. Now, I am sure you have been waiting to see how our Fae Fianna will perform as a team and under the control of more skilled Mech pilots. The people who are sitting the cockpits of these 6 machines are all part-time drone Mech pilots. Their fundamentals and their experience are much stronger. Aside from that, they have already trained with their Fae Fiannas for several weeks on end. They have worked hard to deepen their control over their drone Mechs as much as possible in order to give you a preview of what Fae Fiannas can truly do with a bit of effort. In order to make the upcoming demonstrations more realistic, the Larkinsons no longer deployed any projected Mechs or disposable battle bots. An entire squad of ranged Mech showed up this time. This was a generic lineup of 12 identical hyper-rifleman Mechs. The model of the Mech was not important. It was enough to know that they were pretty sound if lacking in any distinctive qualities. Even their hyper-laser rifles closely matched the template released by the Red Association. Even so, The opposing squad had twice as many Mechs than their adversaries. The only factor that made this comparison a bit unfavorable for the Rifleman Mechs was that none of them reached the standard of a quasi-first-class Mech. There was an easy way to balance this matchup. Only one team entered this fight. The standard Fey Fionas began to move forward, while the elite Fey Fionas deliberately back away. "Does anyone dare to bet which side will win?" Vess playfully asked. "I know what it looks like. 3 Mechs are unlikely to defeat 12 Mechs. Something questionable has to happen in order for the outnumbered side to win. I can promise you that the Fey Fionas will not be cheating in this demonstration match. The Mechs will be fighting at each other at full power. The Mech pilots of the Rifleman Mechs are all skilled and reputable mercenaries who are entitled to win massive prizes if they succeed in beating my standard Fey Fiona. Under all of these conditions, even I cannot say for certain whether my work will win this match." The situation was not as lopsided as it looked, as Rifleman Mechs were not the best choice to fight against drone Mechs. The former usually found it difficult to eliminate a lot of individual Fey. However, Rifleman Mechs were usually capable of sniping drone Mechs directly on open terrain. Fight. That was exactly what happened at this time. The experienced and motivated mercenary Mech pilots all commanded their machines to split up and engage in independent movements. At the same time, the Mechs all aimed their rifles at the Fey Fionas and opened fire while on the move. The 3 Fey Fionas did not remain still. From the moment this match had begun, the Fey Fiona split up and covered themselves in energy shields produced by their only defensive Fey. The shields immediately took damage, but just like before, fire laser beams failed to display their full damage potential against water-attributed energy shields. Those energy shields look a lot differently. What are those projections? These energy shields are much better at resisting damage than the one we have seen before. Even though the Fey Fionas in the field were identical to the one piloted by Commander Powell, their actual performance deviated quite a lot. The main cause of this was that the Mech pilots and the living Mechs were able to utilize E-energy to amplify the performance of their energy shields a lot better. As the Fey Fionas tried to block the incoming damage as best as possible, the Mechs stuck close to their energy shield Fey and actually combined forces with each other. It was difficult for a single Fey to attract a lot of water-attributed E-energy from the environment. This was why the main body also pitched in. Their defenses all happened to be based on water energy as well, so they could easily work together with a Fey of the same attribute. That was not all. The dominant spirits and the subordinate spirits were all a few weeks old. They had become a lot more proficient on how to manipulate E-energy to produce specific outcomes. The Mech pilots also spent weeks of time cooperating with their living Mechs. The power of a cooperating human contributed a lot. The most visible consequence of all of the improvements was that the energy shield Fey utilized more advanced and effective methods to strengthen their defenses. The energy shield Fey consciously formed their own artistic conceptions and cultivated them with the hopes of fulfilling their roles a lot better. Every subordinate spirit was free to cultivate whichever way it liked. Neither Vess nor anyone else had imposed any restrictions on them. Their existence was so new that no optimal methods and solutions had emerged. One of the energy shield Fey visualized a hurricane. This was a step up from a whirlpool. Not only did it create a much larger and more three-dimensional energy manifestation, but it was also a lot better at dispersing the energy of all incoming attacks. This happened to be especially effective against energy beam attacks. Much of their potency came from the fact that they were able to concentrate their power. The impressive miniature hurricane that formed over the energy shield could not do much to neutralize the power of the incoming beam, but scattered it to a small extent. That might not sound like much, but it was enough to reduce the strain on an energy shield by a significant margin. The Fey only had weeks of time to form and strengthen its artistic conception, But the fact that it was able to do this much was shocking to a hidden group of observers. Those who enjoyed sufficient access to the legacy of ancient cultivators saw that the defensive Fae delivered a performance that exceeded the current boundaries of hyper-technology. They effectively gained the power of a Kai cultivator and utilized it in an effective way. This was a sight that could not be produced by any other hyper-mech released up to this date. Chapter 55-35 The Flashier, the Stronger. The performance of the 3 standard Fae Fianna stood out in many ways. From the ease in which the Larkinson Mech pilots controlled their 4 Fae to how much power they were able to draw from E-energy radiation, it became clear to everyone that the Fae Fiannas represented a generational change among mechs. A lot of mech designers understood much deeper of how exceptional it was for the LMC's design department to make so much progress in such a short time. It had only been a year since the Age of Dawn had begun, and only now did they manage to see a true hyper-mech. Yes, the Fae Fianna was one of the few machines that utilized hyper-technology, and more importantly E-technology, to such an impressive extent that it had the capital to be called a true hyper-mech. Lust the fact that the mech and its Fae were all alive and could imitate Kai cultivators to an extent was already enough to regard them as a core product of the hyper generation. No matter what, after the product reveal was over, a lot more mech designers would definitely conduct a lot of investigations into living mechs. The majority of them had no interest in changing their specializations or studying the creation of living mechs to the limit. However, when faced with an epochal field of technology that may be just as big as space suppression technology, if not more, the mech industry may not have a choice in denying its usefulness and universality anymore. If no other technological field was able to present a viable and competitive alternative to living mechs, then there may be a time where living mechs became just as essential as hyper-technology. By that time, every mech designer would not be able to escape the necessity of grappling with living mechs. Those who did not gain at least a basic proficiency in this strange and unorthodox field would continue to fall behind. Only those who were able to design and create comparable machines possessed the capital to be at the forefront of the mech industry. This was what many mech designers saw as they continued to observe the current exhibition match. Even if it was ludicrous to expect that 3 drone mechs could win a match against 12 rifleman mechs, the Fae Fiannas merely had to hold out long enough to prove their mettle. When the former managed to resist the combined firepower of the latter while also launching counterattacks, there was no way to deny the crushing strength of the new Fae Fianna model. Naturally, there were many subtle ways for the Larkinsons to cheat this process. From tampering with the selection of mech pilots to secretly telling them to alter their behavior, there were many ways for a mech company to produce the desired outcome of an exhibition match that it had organized themselves. Yet would a Tier 3 galactic citizen stain his honor and desecrate his professional reputation just to gain an advantage in such a trivial matter? Even though Vess mostly acted as if he was still an independent mech designer, he was also an honorary member of the Red Association. An entire escort fleet followed him day and night to protect and monitor him at all times. How could a mecher like Vess possibly break the rules as well as the code of conduct that the Red Association held dear? It was not a secret that the mechers possessed many flaws and shortcomings. They were only human, after all. Yet when it came to their former namesakes' duties, they had always gone above and beyond in performing all of the duties of a real trade association. Given how heavy the Red Association's presence had become in and around Foca Arena, everything that happened during the product reveal must have received the powerful organization's implicit or explicit approval. The obvious presence of the mechers also made people draw other conclusions, though whether they were right or wrong remained to be seen. How can our works possibly surpass the continual increase in potency that comes from the growth of living mechs? Professor Larkinson is practically cheating. All of the progress that living mechs are able to make is no longer the result of his direct design work. He is just sitting back while letting his mechs grow stronger by themselves. That is no longer mech design. It is more apt to call it mech husbandry. If the general progress of hyper-technology cannot keep up with the development of living mech technology, then the latter will become an essential component in any mech design going forward. Only a few mech designers have managed to turn their design philosophies into a universal requirement in their field, and an unusually high proportion of them went on to become star designers. Professor Larkinson is playing with fire. Designing autonomous mechs that can think and act by themselves is already dangerous enough. Giving them the power to evolve and develop without any human direction or supervision makes them even more dangerous. Has he learned nothing from the AI accidents of the past? It only takes a couple of accidents for his living mechs to turn them against their own owners. These living mechs must be castrated in order to prevent such an occurrence. It would be too late to strain these crazy machines when they have spread all across our society. Many mech designers continued to argue with others as the Fey Fianna continued to stage an impressive performance. At this time, the energy shields of the Fey Fiannas were absorbing heavy punishment, but they stubbornly drew on a lot of E-energy to increase their resilience. The enemy-ranged mechs tried their best to focus their fire in order to eliminate a Fey Fianna quickly and reduce the pressure by 33% in a single go, but the drone mechs simply covered for each other as best they could. The rifleman mechs did the same. While they were not equipped with powerful energy shields, it still took concentrated firepower to penetrate their defenses and damage their internals. With 12 mechs on their side, it was easy enough to shift into formations that allowed damaged mechs to shield behind more intact mechs. However, this was not an absolute. None of the mechs excelled in defense, and the constant maneuvers frequently exposed the mechs in the rear. What ultimately decided this fight was not tactics, but how well the mechs were able to produce effective results with the limited resources at hand. In this, the Fey Fiannas were clearly superior to the other mechs. To the laymen among the crowd, the simplest and most intuitive way for them to discern the differences between the two sides was to compare their light shows. The mechs that glowed brighter and produced flashier illusions had to be the stronger ones. After all, that was usually the case in all of the action dramas, where the mechs piloted by the protagonists produced illusions of mythical heroes or animals before going on a killing spree against thousands of cannon fodder mechs. The current display coincidentally produced this association among many people. What they were seeing was practically an action drama come to life. For example, one of the Fey Fiannas had developed a penchant for rotations. Its water hyper energy shield Fey manifested its artistic conception in the form of a miniature hurricane that seemed to swallow and disperse anything that got inside. The projectiles launched by its Earth hypergauss cannon Fey seemed to turn into drills that spun much faster than they should, causing them to punch through anything they hit considerably better than usual. The Fire Hyper Luminar crystal rifles shot out flaming energy beams that took on the form of brief fire vortices. They happened to break through opposing water hyper energy shields much better and transfer their heat energy a bit deeper when striking armor. Meanwhile, the main body of the mech began to produce an artistic conception of its own. It had begun to generate a much larger whirlpool that seemed to draw in vastly more water-attributed E-energy at its location. Everything about this Fey Fianna is spinning. It is a mech that has discovered how to exploit the power of rotations to a greater extent. Another Fey Fianna followed a completely different tack. This one seemed to have developed an affection for humans. Its primary artistic conception was a large human that strongly resembled its own mech pilot. It was unclear what sort of benefits it brought to the main body, but its defenses were still respectable. Its Fey differentiated themselves much more. Each of them produced their own human artistic conceptions that were aligned with their E-energy attributes. The water energy Fey seemed to cope with incoming attacks by tweaking its settings and performing constant optimizations at a greater efficiency than before. It was as if the intuition and the intelligence of the operations system of the defensive Fae had gained its own pilot. The performance of the offensive Fae had increased as well. While the Gauss Cannon Fae and the Luminar Crystal Fae did not gain that much more damage, their accuracy and their targeting had improved by a large extent. These two Fae might not hit the hardest, but they often managed to strike the opposing riflemen Mechs where it hurt the most. Boom. FCZZZ. Two riflemen Mechs suddenly lost power and threatened to crash onto the arena ground if the safety systems hadn't come online and cushioned their sudden descent. The firepower directed towards the three Fae Fionas had dropped considerably, enabling them to endure the incoming attacks a bit longer. This reprieve was all thanks to the odd Fae Fiona that had chosen humans as its artistic conception. The third Fae Fiona adopted the most striking artistic conception of its team. What is that? Is that a phase whale? No, phase whales can come in many different shapes and sizes, but they still conform to a number of rules. These aquatic beasts resemble phase whales, but there are obvious signs of hybridization. The third Fae Fiona took advantage of the connection between its space suppressor Fae and the Phase King, and tried to imitate the race of the latter. By creating multiple artistic conceptions based on fish whales, this Fae Fiona managed to gain several notable advantages. The first was that it became easier to borrow the power of the Phase King. Unfortunately, the Phase King's ability to exert its power was limited when there wasn't any face water present, or else it could have empowered the Fae Fionas a bit more. Even so, just a fraction of his power was already enough to strengthen the drone Mech's performance. The energy shield Fae gained the ability to imbue its energy shield with a faint spatial barrier. Though the effect was so weak that it could not replicate the defenses of a transphasic energy shield, the small change was already enough to increase the longevity of its defense. The two offensive Fae, meanwhile, did not necessarily inflict more damage, but managed to perform more penetrating attacks, thereby showing that their fish whale artistic conceptions were not decorations. Impressive. There was no order or standardization to these artistic conceptions. Vess and the Larkinsons allowed their living Mechs to do whatever they wanted, mostly because they did not have a prescribed formula that could guide the living Mechs towards the best outcomes. Experimentation was essential to fleshing out the power system of his living Mechs. Though all of these artistic conceptions looked gimmicky, inconsistent, and unreliable, their effects were undeniable. Even the skeptics had to admit that these odd methods enabled every living Mech to absorb and utilize E-energy much better than Mechs that could only manipulate E-energy through fixed design structures. This was the essential difference between living Mech and lifeless Mechs. The former could effectively imitate the power of a Kai cultivator, while the latter could only rigidly harness E-energy through the hyper-design solutions embedded in their Mech frames. To Vess, this was comparable to the most fundamental difference between a high-level artifact and a low-level artifact. Chapter 50, 536 Resource Utilization. As the demonstration battle proceeded onwards, the endurance of the Mech started to reach their limits. The riflemen Mechs could barely be considered hyper-Mechs. The differences in E-energy absorption and conversion were so much that these machines could already be regarded as last-gen Mechs in front of the Fae Fiona. Nonetheless, the advantage of numbers had the potential to trump any technological edge. It was extremely common for more powerful and sophisticated Mechs to get defeated by swarms of lesser adversaries that might not even cost as much in total. The riflemen Mechs may be weaker in every aspect, but they had numbers by their side. That not only increased their firepower, but enabled them to surround and flank the outnumbered Fae Fionas. This started to make an increasingly greater difference, even if the riflemen Mechs started to get picked off over time. The Mechs all fought hard against each other. All of the machines kept flying across the expansive arena perimeter that was completely enclosed by strong energy shields. After getting struck by so many laser beam attacks, the Fey Fionas and their defensive phase had been stretched to their limits and more. Each of their energy shields had been depleted. No matter how much water-attributed E-energy they attracted from the environment, it was hard for them to do anything useful when there was no foundation for them to enhance. The only way the Fey Fionas could persist for a longer time and resist more attacks was to rely on their adaptive modular armor system to consume incoming attacks. FCZT, 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 FCZT. Fire laser beams continued to strike water modular armor plating, depleting the latter at a steady but concerning rate. The riflemen Mechs tried their best to penetrate or bypass all of the water-empowered armor so that they could inflict serious internal damage, but time and time again they got stymied. The Fey Fionas made the best use out of their maneuverability and modular armor to mitigate the incoming attacks in absence of their energy shields. In this kind of situation, the artistic conceptions mattered less as there was not as much room for them to alter the properties of stating armor. Nonetheless, the artistic conceptions based around a whirlpool, a human and a fish whale wrapped around the Mechs, and seemed to give the Fey Fionas an indeterminate blessing that elevated their overall performance by a slight margin. The momentum had been on their side from the beginning, and never abated due to the fact that their Mechs lasted for so long. The dwindling number of riflemen, Mechs continually had to endure constant attacks from the different Fey, as well as the luminar crystal rifles in the hands of the drone, Mechs themselves. The key to tipping this battle in the favor of the riflemen Mechs was to eliminate a single Fey Fiona. Take one down, and the remaining two won't have as much firepower and cover anymore. Should we target the Fey instead? They are smaller and more fragile. No, there are too many of them, and they are more difficult to hit. Wasting our firepower will only cause us to play into their hands. Focus your fire on the Mechs directly. Alas, their wish was not easy to fulfill. In many cases, the Fey physically interposed themselves between their principals and an enemy-ranged Mech. Unlike the small and skinny spurs of other popular drone Mechs, the Fey happened to be large and chunky enough to serve as adequate shields. Many times, the riflemen Mechs found their attacks landing on the more disposable Fey rather than the crucial Mechs themselves. Getting rid of the drones was not that easy either. Those modular armor plates keep filling up the gaps made by our weapons. As long as attacks continued to pour from the same direction, the Fey Fionas could patiently draw out modular armor plates from other Fey and bolster the defenses of the one under attack. The mercenary Mech pilots strengthened their efforts to focus their firepower on a single Fey Fiona and encircle it from multiple directions. Yet their attempts constantly failed to produce the desired results, because the Fey and their shared modular armor plating always got in the way. Every Fey Fiona had 4 Fey at their disposal. Disregarding their main functions, each of them could effectively serve as 4 physical shields that could potentially block the attacks of at least 4 riflemen Mechs. The difficulty of doing so was high in practice, because it took a lot of effort to change the positioning of 4 Fey at once, while at the same time anticipating the aim of the opposing riflemen Mechs. Yet for whatever reason, the Larkinson Mech pilots and the living Mechs controlled their Fey so well that the riflemen Mechs only sparingly managed to land their shots onto the main bodies of the drone Mechs. The Fey Fiona that developed an artistic conception based on a human appeared to possess the weakest defense among the 3. However, it also happened to be the trickiest Mech to defeat. Its control over its Fey was considerably better than the other 2 Fey Fionas. The energy manifestation of its artistic projection grew increasingly brighter and more solid, as the living Mech enthusiastically learned a lot of practical lessons in actual combat. The human illusion actually started to become more animated after a while. It gained life and began to make gestures that made it seem as if it was coordinating the movements and actions of the Fae. The aim of the offensive Fae improved even further, enabling them to eliminate another Rifleman Mech after successively hitting the same weak point. The space suppressor Fae functioned as the primary physical shield of the Fae Fianna, as its main function was not relevant in this particular matchup. It steadily sacrificed all of its modular armor plating and endured steady attacks to its internal components, but still it stubbornly clung to life in order to prevent the main body from incurring any damage. The other three Fae started to donate a portion of their own modular armor plating, yet the focused attacks caused them to get depleted at a rapid rate. The scorched and half-molten space suppressor Fae still did not give up at this junction. Instead of compromising the defenses of the main body, it instead began to borrow modular armor plating from the Fae belonging to the other two drone mechs. Vess had already warned his audience that this was not a recommended setting. However, the Larkinson Mech pilots intrinsically trusted each other. They did not fear that anyone would abuse this feature at the expense of the lives of their fellow clansmen. They are actually doing it. The other two Mech pilots have agreed to lend their own modular armor plates to their colleague. How long can this single spur last? I have counted the amount of times it has been struck. This single device has endured enough damage to destroy 4 to 6 Mechs on average. That is far greater than what I can ever expect from any other spur. These illusions aren't as empty as they seem. They are affecting the living Mechs in a profound manner. The Rifleman Mechs had been whittled down to half their number, and many of the ones who still remained operational all bore many marks of damage. The Fae Fiannas might be outnumbered, but they actually possessed 3 ranged weapon systems each. With the combined output of a Luminar crystal rifle, a small Luminar crystal cannon, and a small Gauss cannon, the 3 Fae Fiannas actually possessed the capital to come close to matching the firepower of the Rifleman Mechs. The biggest difficulty was that every Larkinson Mech pilot had to be responsible for the control and targeting of the Mech, and the Fae that possessed these crucial armaments. Yet for the Fae Fianna that produced a human artistic conception, the living Mech and its Mech pilot were able to coordinate their available resources much better. It even gave people the illusion that the Fae Fianna was not a composite between a multi-spirit Mech and a human Mech pilot, but a single united human entity that possessed complete command over its own body. What an imaginative direction! Vess couldn't help but praise this living Mech. The benefit of allowing living Mechs to choose their own growth directions is that they can always give us surprises every once in a while. The greater the quantity of living Mechs, the greater the occurrence that you will encounter one that has attained greater success. I believe that this particular living Mech can serve as a model for other machines of its kind. He was very serious about this. Perhaps this artistic conception may not be useful for every living Mech, but the focus on coordination and unity happened to be an excellent for a drone Mech with multiple moving components. In fact, this cultivation approach was actually a lot more suitable for a drone Mech that commanded much larger quantities of spurs. Regardless, the excellent control of the human Fae Fianna combined with the unlimited sharing of all of the modular armor plating between the 3 drone Mechs caused the demonstration match to swing decisively in their favor. They're losing. They're actually losing. From the moment the Rifleman Mechs had lost half their number, while the opposing side still retained 3 healthy Mechs, the outcome had almost been set in stone. People were basically waiting if the Fae Fiannas and their living Fae suffered any sudden and drastic breakdowns due to being squeezed to their limits, but that never happened. Though a couple of Fae that had been stripped of all of their modular armor plates eventually suffered fatal strikes that caused them to collapse, their elimination hardly reduced the overall combat effectiveness of the 3 Fae Fiannas. The constant modular armor reinforcement effectively caused the firepower of all of the Rifleman Mechs to get dispersed across a much larger surface area. It was the equivalent of firing a lot of individual shots once onto the entire exterior of a Mech. None of the attacks managed to strike the same location twice, which meant that the attacks were unable to effectively take advantage of any weak points and inflict serious damage. Bang, bangs, bang. FCZT, FCZT, FCZT. Overcoming a squad of 12 riflemen Mechs was not easy, no matter how well the Fey Fyanas managed to distinguish themselves in this bout. The Gauss cannon Fey started to run out of ammunition. The only other way they could contribute to the battle was use their physical forms as an additional shield, but even that became less tenable since the Fey Fyanas were rapidly running out of spare modular plates. The Luminar crystal cannon Fey never inflicted the most damage, but they were so efficient and steady that they were still able to fire their weapons with hardly any difference from before. Yet it was not until the energy shield Fey reluctantly managed to restore their functionality and redeploy their energy shields that the victory and defeat became certain. The mercenary Mech pilots did not give up and admirably fought to the very end, allowing their actions to emphasize the superiority of the Fey Fyana model, just as the last rifleman Mechs succumbed to all of the attacks. A few seconds of silence ensued. It was as if hardly anyone could accept that this outcome had turned into a reality. Woo-oh. Fantastic. This Mech must be mine. Millions of people stood up from their seats and expressed their utmost admiration and enthusiasm for the Fey Fyana model in every way possible. Vess smiled as he took in the huge amount of respect and acknowledgement from so many people. This was why he became a Mech designer. There was nothing that could satisfy him more than for his earnest works to receive the validation of the masses. He already knew that no matter, the momentum of the Fey Fyana Mech line could no longer be stopped. Chapter 5537, Mixing Up the Fey. Vess felt incredibly gratified that he lived during the Age of Dawn. Only in a more energy-rich environment would his living Mechs gain the opportunity to tap into their greater potential. Back in the Milky Way, his living Mechs weren't exactly useless, but they had no choice but to live and fight with one hand tied behind their backs. Vess had no doubt that he would have been able to climb up the ranks by continuing to develop his design philosophy in a low-energy environment. But his works would never be able to display as much overt power as his Fey Fyana had displayed during this shocking exhibition match. The explosive performance of the new Fey Fyana has exposed the truth of the Mech industry. Innovation has stagnated, and the leading Mech designers have become creatively bankrupt. If the megacorporations want to regain any credibility, then they must turn off their autopilots and design real hyper Mechs for a change. No other Mech model released for the rest of this year can possibly exceed the stellar reaction to the introduction of the Fey Fyana. The only possible way for this revolutionary Mech model to get outclassed is if Professor Vess Larkinson trumps it with another Mech of his own design. Does the LMC have the courage to match its latest work against the drone Mechs of other Mech companies? As many different journalists tried to vie for attention while they commented on the Fey Fyana, Vess attracted everyone's attention once again now that the Mechs had their fun. The standard Fey Fyanas left the arena grounds in order to undergo repairs, while all of the broken debris had already been swept out of sight. The way that people looked at Vess had changed. The strength of his Mech design directly affected people's respect towards its maker. Many people who were already familiar with his works already held him in high regard, so their opinions did not change that much. They were already accustomed to his miracles. It was the folk who were less familiar with his works that became impressed by his ability to design such a powerful Mech. There were still plenty of second-raters who resided in middle zones further away from Krakatoa and Magyar that began to develop a serious interest in living Mechs this time. The LMC's market penetration was not as good in those distant zones. Perhaps the pacifier models might have started to show up on various planets, but Voikin Industries was primarily responsible for the sale and distribution of those Mechs. The Fey Fyana could be the breakthrough that the living Mech Corporation needed to properly enter those markets. To be more specific, the Fae Fianna could single-handedly enable the Larkinsons to establish a presence in the second-rate colonial states of both the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. More sales not only translated in more revenue, but also increased the influence that Vess could wield in human society. This increased his political weight and allowed him to gain a greater say in affairs relating to the running of human society. More importantly than that, changing the lives of more Mech pilots and their dependents through his works validated his design philosophy. This helped to promote his progress and bring him closer to advancing to the rank of Master Mech Designer. How could Vess not be pleased at this time? He graciously smiled at his audience even as he stroked Lucky's back while he held the cat in his arms. Meow. What you have just seen is an early taste of what you can expect from our latest work. No matter whether the Fae Fianna is controlled by general Mech pilots or skilled drone Mech specialists, it can bloom in anyone's hands. Its low barrier of entry and endless depth can allow the Fae Fianna to fit in nearly any Mech force composition. With subsequent training and more refinement, I believe that each Mech force can turn them into their own characteristic mainstays. Vess briefly raised his hand as a signal. 3 more drone Mechs stepped forward. They were the more expensive and exclusive elite edition of the Fae Fiannas. The standard edition of our new Mech line should already satisfy the needs of most of you. But if you want to gain much more assurance in becoming a warlord, then investing in our elite edition is a wise choice. So long as you are willing to pay the extra price in Facewater, our best Mech factories will carefully fabricate your new quasi-first-class Mechs with exquisite care and attention. When the elite Fae Fiannas initially stepped forward, they were accompanied by a mixed configuration of Fae. Instead of showing what they were made of in their current state, an unexpected change occurred. New Fae appeared and swapped places with the current ones. The 3 elite Fae Fiannas had changed their configuration so that they were accompanied by 12 transphasic fire hyperluminar crystal cannon Fae in total. This completely altered the threat level and the role of the Fae Fiannas. A small swarm of target dummies entered the other side of the arena grounds. The target dummies were little more than moving constructs of layered armor plating. They possessed no combat power, but were so sturdy that it would take any typical Mech a lot of effort to break. The elite Fae Fiannas opened fire. Their luminar crystal rifles, as well as all of the luminar crystal cannon, Fae under their control simultaneously shot at different targets each. Not all of the attacks struck a target dummy, but those that managed to do so quickly burned through the layers of armor while leaving lingering flames behind. Bright and fiery laser beams continually struck the target dummies over and over again. Each and every salvo silenced the crowd and caused them to become amazed at the firepower that these 3 Mechs commanded. Just 3 Mechs commanded 15 energy weapons, and none of them were weak. The 4th-generation luminar crystal weapons were not only transphasic, but integrated much higher grades of fire hyper materials in their construction. All of this caused their penetration power and absolute damage levels to vastly exceed the weapons utilized by the standard edition. It was like comparing a second-class Mech to a first-class Mech. The Fae Fianna can approximate the firepower of 5 times its number in the short term. Vess boasted as he appreciated the sight himself. Compared to fielding 15 rifleman Mechs, you can produce similar results by bringing in the right amount of offensive Fae. The Fae responsible for launching these attacks are smaller, cheaper, and much easier to store on a starship. If they run out of energy, you don't have to bring them back to their mothership and manually replenish their energy reserves. You can just swap them with a fresh batch of fully charged Fae to resume their fire support mission without interruption. The transphasic luminar crystal Fae had already demolished 24 hardy dummy bots in a short amount of time, and could definitely eliminate more with their remaining energy reserves. However, they prematurely swapped places with the 12 Gauss cannon Fae that showed up next. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. The firepower of these Fae was domineering in a different way. The sheer penetration and impact characteristics of the transphasic Gauss rounds was so impressive that every target dummy could only endure 1 or 2 hits before they lost the ability to maneuver above the ground. The earth energy empowering the Gauss rounds caused them to hit harder and dent the target dummies even more. Every Fae Fianna can be molded according to your needs and your purpose. You can raise them as individuals, or you can mold them into soldiers of a single cohesive unit. The choice of Fae models can further specialize them and enable them to perform specific tasks much better than more traditional mechs. Once the elite Fae Fianna had pounded all of the unarmed target dummies into scrap, they sent away the Gauss Cannon Fae and gained 12 Azure Energy Shield Fae in return. Each of the latest Fae were equipped with the best energy shields that they could fit into their relatively compact forms. Soon enough, these 12 Fae spread around the 3 Fae Fianna and activated their Azure Energy Shields at the same time. Many different spheres of remarkably powerful energy shields came into existence. None of them were able to overlap or combine with each other, but that did not stop the main body as well as all of the Fae from forming a wall of shield bubbles. The area coverage of this energy shield array was remarkable. An entire wall had formed that could shield an entire mech company from a hefty amount of damage. 40 fresh battle bots appeared on the other side. They immediately opened fire with their relatively ordinary hyper weapons, but their combined firepower failed to do more than give all of the Fae a modest amount of stress. The differences in tech, materials, and design between the two sides had grown so exaggerated that just 3 powerful Fae effectively held back the equivalent firepower of an entire mech company. That was not all. The battle bots ceased fire and backed away. In their place was an enormous cannon that the Larkinsons had especially brought into Foca Arena after receiving permission from the Red Association. Is that a warship-grade laser cannon? It looks like an alien laser cannon that someone has directly stripped from a derelict warship. No way. That is illegal. Arrest the Larkinsons immediately. The Larkinsons possess a warship token. Didn't you know that? They have the right to make use of warship armaments. The relatively large and imposing transphasic laser cannon was one of the many salvaged war spoils that the expeditionary fleet had sent back to Bordel. It was not that difficult to restore its basic functionality and gain control over its alien systems. As the authentic warship-grade laser cannon started to charge up, the 3 elite Fae Fiannas did not attempt to defend against this threat by performing evasive maneuvers. Instead, they lined up and stacked all 12 Azure Energy Shield Fae in front of them, so that they formed 3 layers of shield bubbles in front of the mechs. FCZZZT. The laser cannon opened fire at full power, causing the entire mech arena to light up with overwhelming brightness. As flash disappeared almost as quickly as it came, everyone eagerly tried to see how the 3 elite Fae Fiannas managed to fare. They are alive. None of them suffered any damage. The price of resisting this direct attack had been heavy. 10 out of 12 Azure Energy Shield Fae failed to resist the transphasic energy beam as they cut through all of the layers of protection and easily vaporized the small Fae. Yet as the laser beam struck the defenses of the final surviving Fae, its potency had finally been exhausted, causing this powerful attack to fall short of eliminating the more crucial mechs. The precious mechs and mech pilots remained safe. All they lost was a bunch of transphasic Fae, and while their cost was much higher than their regular counterparts, they were still much easier to give than the alternatives. Amazing. Give me 200 of these elite Fae Fiannas. I can overwhelm several alien warships with these babies. Chapter 55-38, Licensing Fee Multipliers. Vess could practically feel the money rolling in at this time. The presentation had been an undeniable success. Millions of guests reacted with overwhelming enthusiasm towards the Fae Fianna. Vess had proven without any doubt that he had advanced the state of hyper-technology and e-technology by developing and publishing the Fei Fiona design. A disproportionately large number of Mech designers had already licensed the Fei Fiona design before the presentation had come to an end. Each of these Mech designers wanted to study and learn the secrets that Vess had applied to his complicated drone Mech design. This was not an easy job. Since his spiritual engineering existed as an invisible layer of data attached to the actual Mech design, Mech designers faced an uphill battle in accessing it, let alone trying to decipher his work without a proper understanding in living Mechs. The Mech designers would probably have a working copy of the Fei Fiona within their reach in order to make any actual progress, but Vess still did not have high hopes for them. The best that they could do under normal circumstances was to develop their own variants of his new drone Mech. Whatever the case, Vess did not mind it if lots of people studied his work. The Red Association had set the licensing fee for an unrestricted 10-year license of the standard edition at 75,000 MTA credits. Vess had no idea what kind of criteria the Mechers utilized to determine the licensing fees of published Mech designs. According to private studies, they usually hovered between 100 to 1,000,000 times the average production cost of a Mech model. However, there were always outliers where the licensing fee fell way outside of this range, so this was not a hard rule. What complicated this situation even further was that the standards used by the Mechers frequently changed over time. The phases of a Mech generation and other macroeconomic conditions could drastically raise or lower the multiplier, which the Mech industry used as an unofficial measuring stick of the actual worth of a Mech design on the date of its release. The Red Association was also not entirely identical to the Mech Trade Association. Vess had read industry publications that suggested that the administrators in charge of this sort of stuff wanted to encourage more knowledge sharing, which in practice translated to legal technology theft. That meant that many licensing fees set by the Red Association tended to be lower than the historical trend. The production cost of a standard edition was around 2 MTA credits, so that meant that the multiplier of its design had reached as high as 37,500. While that was still far from the normal upper boundary, it became exponentially harder for Mech designs to surpass a multiplier of 10,000. Only master Mech designers and higher could design anything that earned a multiplier of over 100,000, and they did not reach it every time. For example, the average production cost of the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 was estimated at around 1.4 MTA credits, though Vess did not know for sure as the information was not public. Yet the upfront licensing fee was priced at only 25,000 MTA credits, which was a huge reduction from the licensing fee of the Mark Roman 11 during the previous Mech generation. The Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 essentially reached a multiplier of only 17,857, which was a paltry figure for a megacorporation as dominant as SKL Mech Industries. This effectively showed that even the Red Association thought that this stopgap model was a disappointment. Even though the Mark Roman 12 came out in the early days of the Hyper generation, the lack of innovation, the high retention of many old design elements from the previous version of the Mech design, and the lack of added value to the Mech community all negatively impacted its score. The only saving grace was that the existing market dominance of the Sparrow Storm Mech line ensured that customer demand would remain high despite all of these shortcomings. Vess personally thought that the multiplier for his Fei Fiona was set rather low, though he could guess why the Mechers did not make it higher than 37,500. The Mech design lacked a high degree of optimization and refinement. Vess could have waited a year or hired a lot more assistant Mech designers to improve the Fei Fiona by many small increments. His work also contained a lot of missed opportunities that he should have taken if he wanted to be more serious about topping the sales charts. He could have brought in knowledgeable specialists who could do a better job at improving the hyper-energy shields and the Gauss cannon Fey. All of these shortcomings, combined with the uncertain prospects of a brand-new Mech design that had no existing equivalent in the Mech market, depressed the multiplier of his Fey Fianna. He smirked. 75,000 MTA credits was not chump change. In absolute terms, this was still a large amount of cash. Very few second-class Mech designers were willing to spare that much money to study other people's work, but it was practically trivial for first-class Mech designers. Normally, first-class Mech designers had little reason to license any second-class Mechs, but this might be one of the rare exceptions. Vess was pretty sure that the majority of the people who licensed the standard edition of the Fey Fianna came from the upper zones. One of the indications that this was the case was that over 100 of them also chose to license the elite edition of the Fey Fianna. Its upfront licensing fee was as high as 6 million MTA credits, which became a new record for Vess. With a record-breaking multiplier of 70,588 for Vess, it became abundantly clear that the Mechers appreciated the elite edition a lot more. This was not surprising, as its complexity and its absolute combat power were much higher. The Elite Edition combined more advanced and developed applications of face-water technology, hyper-technology, and e-technology. The results accomplished by this variant provided a lot more value to the Red Association and the Mech industry at large. In addition, as a quasi-first-class drone Mech, it only took a few targeted upgrades to the power reactor and other substandard Mech systems to make the Fey Fianna usable in first-class combat. Even without these steps, the Elite Edition was still a good Mech that could produce an outsized impact in any second-class Mech force. Vess' only regret was that virtually no one who licensed Elite Edition intended to develop their own variants and put them on sale. The first-class Mech designers only paid 6 million MTA credits for the right to research one of his best works to date. The story was different for the standard edition of the Fey Fianna. As a much more commercially viable Mech model, the LMC easily expected it to sell millions of copies. So long as the Fey Fianna lived up to all of its promises, it could continue to become an enduring seller in the long run. That could tempt plenty of ambitious Mech designers in designing and selling their own variants of the Fey Fianna. The relatively high multiplier meant that a third-party Mech company needed to sell tens of thousands of copies in order to justify the investment. This was a bit much, as many Mech buyers often flocked to original products unless they absolutely demanded features that were not present in the most authentic Mech models. Vess checked the figures yet again. Over 1,000 Mech designers and Mech companies licensed the Standard Edition, while around 150 of them licensed the Elite Edition. With the sudden infusion of this amount of cash, the Larkinsons could already afford to fund the establishment of hundreds of branches of the Larkinson clan in distant middle zones. It could also be used to place priority orders at second-class shipyards. The money that Vess earned today might not come close to the profits earned from defeating a large alien fleet, but the difference this time was that he did not have to fight any battles to earn this much money. This was how Mech designers usually solve their money problems. Even if the LMC did not do anything else with the Fey Fianna, money would continue to roll in so long as there was sufficient demand. The Living Mech Corporation could just pretend to be a design studio and rely entirely on licensing and royalty fees to profit from the Fey Fianna. Vess did not mind it if other Mech companies succeeded in selling their own variants of his products. The current policies of the Red Association seemed to set the royalty fee somewhere between 5 to 30% of gross sales, though the Mechers occasionally adopted other formulas for specific reasons. Whatever the case, the LMC was entitled to a cut of all of these proceeds, so the more variants got sold, the better. Vess felt quite gratified that he had managed to solve the LMC and the Larkinson clan's latent money concerns. It was rare for a new line of mechs to become so popular at the start. The vast majority of commercial mechs published onto the market failed to attract so much customer demand, let alone rake so much licensing fees. To think that Vess initially wanted to keep the Fey Fiona to himself, turning it into another Larkinson-exclusive mech, was a waste of its potential and an enormous missed opportunity. The LMC would assuredly be able to use the Fey Fiona to become prominent again, so long as Vess sustained its momentum by releasing other good hyper mechs in the coming months and years. His mech company would definitely have a chance to become a larger player in the second-class mech market. As Vess processed all of these thoughts in the privacy of his mind, he continued to address the crowd while holding Lucky in his arms. Once the Elite Edition had unveiled a portion of their amazing combat potential, Vess explained the pricing, the availability, and other commercial information about his new mech line. The production of the standard edition of the Fey Fiona is likely to fall far short of current demand, so we would like to ask you to be patient. Each of you who orders a batch of this mech will enter a waiting list. The wait times will likely ease in 3 to 6 months, as our mech company is actively seeking to outsource production to many more third-party mech manufacturers. The demand for the Fey Fiona had actually exceeded everyone's expectations. Gavin and the upper management of the LMC must be tearing their hairs out due to the huge amount of work required to persuade other mech factories to produce copies of the Fey Fionas according to a specific production approach. The Elite Edition of the Fey Fiona can only be ordered by a select clientele that is willing to draw from their own stock of face water. Vess proceeded to add a bit more exclusivity to the current top product of the LMC. We offer customization services for every acceptable client, so you can be assured that our products can fit into your existing mech roster as seamlessly as possible. Customers who were able to afford quasi-first-class transphasic mechs always demanded a lot more personalization. Even the best mechs might not be suitable for their needs if the fit was too poor. We shall continue to hold numerous demonstrations and exhibitions of the standard edition of the Fey Fiona. You can continue to remain in your seats and observe our mechs and Fey in use. If that is not enough to satisfy your curiosity, you may send an application to us to test pilot the Fey Fiona for a short amount of time. The arena grounds here will be split in many smaller spaces to allow as many of you to try out our new product. It's first come, first serve, so apply quickly. That immediately aroused the interest of a lot of mech pilots in the crowd. It was one thing to hear and see all of the amazing stuff about the Fey Fiona. To be able to experience these benefits firsthand was a dream come true for many mech pilots. For the LMC to allow its invited guests to try out the Fey Fiona on the spot was a definite mark of confidence in its latest product line. Chapter 5539, Naughty Journalists. Now that Vess had ended his main presentation, he took a short break before holding a question and answer session in a more personal setting. Hundreds of journalists, along with many other VIPs, gathered inside Foca Arena's largest hall reserved for press conferences. The energy among the crowd was electric. Journalists and mech insiders were still buzzing with excitement from what they had witnessed up to today. Though not everyone appeared to be taken in by all of the hype, the general consensus among the gathered professionals was that the Fey Fiona may have earned its place in the mech history books. People wanted more. The information that Vess presented so far only explained his latest commercial work to a shallow degree. The exhibition matches and other demonstrations revealed a lot more details about the performance of the 2 main editions of the Fey Fiona, but that generated even more questions among the experts. Hence the need for a queue and a session. These obsessive journalists and mech nerds would not rest unless they gained all of the clarifications they needed to soothe their restless curiosity. Before Vess went up the podium, he briefly conferred with Gavin and Alexa on what he should and should not say. The public reaction so far had been overwhelmingly positive. Gavin spoke in a satisfied tone. That means that you can take it easy, boss. The worst thing you can do is to put your foot in your mouth. What you need to do at this point is to consolidate our gains and prevent any accidental losses. Saying nothing is sometimes better than saying anything. Do you understand? I get it. We should play it safe. Alexa, have our people detected any challengers among the VIPs? There are dozens of potential candidates who have the reason and the motivation to challenge the Fae Fianna. The former Terran Mech designer replied. The exceedingly high publicity surrounding your latest work has shifted the dynamics surrounding this matter. The probability that Mech designers intend to challenge your Fae Fianna with drone mechs of their own has dropped. The technological and design differences between our latest product and any direct competitors have become insurmountable at this point of time. None of the existing drone mech manufacturers are willing to make a direct comparison that can turn this speculative idea into a concrete fact. That made a lot of sense. It was what Vess would do if he was in their place. There were still other ways for established mech companies to stem the bleeding and retain as much of their existing customer base as possible. They just had to draw attention away from these painful comparisons. If our Fae Fianna stands to dominate the market for second-class drone mechs, then why should we still fear challenges? Drone mechs occupy a smaller niche in the mech market, so hardly anyone invests their full resources into them, sir. In the first year of the Age of Dawn, SKL Mech Industries and many other well-established mech companies have devoted much of their effort into designing better versions of their top sellers. The quality and performance of their latest rifleman mechs, swordsman mechs, light skirmishers, and so on are much better than the general standard. Many of them may still be in the prototype stage, but have already made so many gains that they can compete against our Fae Fianna. These are the potential threats we need to be prepared to meet. Gavin agreed with the younger mech designer. This is an excellent way for rival mech companies to obtain a large amount of free publicity. The risks are great. Losing will damage their reputation and destroy much of the hype around their new product. Winning can give their upcoming products a massive boost. They might even steal our thunder if they crush our Fae Fiannas in a fight. Vess furrowed his brows. The temptation for rival companies to challenge his new mech was high. It might be a little shameless for them to earn publicity during another mech company's product reveal, but these sorts of challenges were not uncommon in the mech industry. Mech designers needed to stand behind their work. As long as the matchup was not so obviously lopsided, then they were expected to prove the combat worthiness of their own mechs. Although Vess felt that he had nothing more to prove due to the obvious strength and superiority of the Fae Fianna, his honor and his obligation as a mech designer prevented him from refusing every challenge. That did not prohibit him from gaming the system, though. Vess continued to pet Lucky, who had been lounging in his arms for a while now. The lazy gem cat paid little attention to all of the excitement happening all around. Meow. Properly speaking, the Fae Fianna should only accept challenges from other drone mechs, he said. I should have much more leeway if rivals want to force the Fae Fianna into matchups against other mech types. Drone mechs were not omnipotent, though it had made a close impression of it during the demonstrations. They were subject to clear counters that could easily tear them apart under the right circumstances. After a few more exchanges, the time had come for Vess to address the representatives of the mech industry more directly. He still wore his overly dramatic and multi-layered outfit, but he wore his clothing with so much confidence that it did not look awkward in the slightest. As Vess stopped behind the podium stand, he briefly swept his gaze across the 1,000 or so people. The journalists among them were easy to spot. They were all accompanied by their own recorder bots and possessed weak to non-existent extraordinary power. It was the ones with greater strength that Vess was wary of. There were plenty of master mech designers and other figures with strong demeanors who may or may not intend to issue a challenge. He felt both fearful and excited at the prospect. He still found it difficult to decide whether he should proactively embrace these challenges or try to avoid them as much as possible in order to lower the risks. After all, there was not much more that he could gain after the Fey Fiona already attracted a lot of positive interest. Good afternoon, my esteemed guests. Now that we have introduced our new Fey Fiona Mech line to you all, I am sure that you are brimming with questions. I am willing to spend a few hours here to answer them so long as they remain on topic. Please do not use this queue and a session to ask any irrelevant questions. You will be silenced and removed without exception. Now, let's begin. A lot of hands went up into the air. Vess made use of a randomizer to select the people who would have an opportunity to address him directly. Who are you, sir? Nevender Emmerich of the monthly Mech report. Let me say that it is an honor to ask the first question to a renowned Tier 3 galactic citizen such as yourself. The slender, teal-haired man respectfully said before he quickly went on to business. As far as my question is concerned, it is clear that your new Fey Fiona models will capture a large share of the market for second-class drone mechs. Do you have any intention of adapting your work for the first-class or third-class market? That was a tricky question, and one that related a lot to the business strategy of the LMC. Vess did not hide his frown as he issued a calm reply. The Fey Fiona is conceived as both a second-class mech and a quasi-first-class mech from the onset. Since it is an innovative mech that introduces several radical new technological applications, we will need to observe our products while they are being put to use. Once we have a better understanding of how our Fey Fiona operates in diverse circumstances, we will be able to make more informed decisions about whether to expand its class range. That was not a good enough answer to the reporter. Can you give us any informal indications of what you have in mind? As a former third-rater, does it not make sense for you to give back to the original community you came from and grant your fellow third-raters the benefit of piloting a more appropriate variation of your Fey Fiona? The Living Mech Corporation is driven by rational decision-making. Our Mech company will be glad to adapt the Fey Fiona line to the third-class Mech market if it is viable and practical enough. For now, there is not enough evidence to support such a move. The randomizer picked another reporter before the man from the monthly Mech report could badger Vess once more. Elza Godark of the Davute Star Telegraph. As a former resident of Davute, you have established a deep and special relationship with the Colonial Federation of Davute. You have already accepted several commissions to design exclusive mechs for our colonial state. Will a more exclusive and powerful variant of the Fey Fiona be included in those special commissions? What a devious question. This was pretty much a propaganda attempt from Davute. Any information related to mech commissions is confidential. It is not proper for any mech designer to divulge private contracts and agreements with clients. If Davute sees fit to share details on any possible agreements or transactions with my clan and I, your colonial state is welcome to disclose them on its own accord. A first-rater, finally, received the opportunity to ask a question. Icarus Hallweather of the Rubarth Daily. How widely will the Fey Fiona be distributed? Will it be available for sale in every middle zone? That is what we are attempting to accomplish, Vess steadily replied. Our Mech company has a sufficient presence in the middle zones of the Red Ocean Union, but we are still in the process of establishing new company branches in both the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. In the meantime, we are actively looking to cooperate with local Mech manufacturers to produce Fey Fionas to meet the market demand in the immediate regions. Thank you for your clarification, Professor. Do you have any intentions of selling a first-class adaptation of the Fey Fiona in either the Rubarthan Pact, the Red Ocean Union, or both? Vess twitched his lips. What was up with journalists and pushing political agendas? As I have stated earlier, it is too premature for the Living Mech Corporation to consider adapting the Fey Fiona to any first-class market. Drone mechs have a very different positioning in the first-class mech community. We may have to convert it into a fully-fledged multi-purpose mech in order to fully satisfy the needs of first-raters. This is a major undertaking that our company is not ready for. If this changes, then we will try our best to sell our new first-class Mechs in every upper zone, unless we are hindered from doing so by the polities in question. Do you think your first-class adaptation of the Fey Fianna will receive a friendlier and more enthusiastic welcome from the Rhubarthan Mech market as opposed to elsewhere? Our Mech community is much more open-minded and willing to experiment with new and experimental products. I am afraid that your upcoming Mech will not be received well in a staid and stagnant Mech market, where many customers are accustomed to buying the latest editions of Mech lines that have largely remained the same since the beginning of the age of Mechs. You should consider whether. Vess loudly coughed even as he transmitted a certain command. The annoying Rhubarthan reporter immediately lost the ability to transmit sound from his mouth. A few seconds later, the floor beneath his feet turned into a hole, causing him to quickly drop out of sight. Nobody exhibited any surprise that this had happened. No press conference or queue, and a session proceeded without at least one journalist trying to cross the line. Next, Chapter 55, 40 Pritchard and Terse. The queue and a session proceeded fairly normally after that. A lot of journalists were not unscrupulous by nature. They were already satisfied if they could gain answers to fairly normal questions. How much market share do you expect to capture with your latest product, Professor Larkinson? We do not have a clear indication of that, other than that sales will likely exceed our minimum acceptable target. It is much more difficult to anticipate how much market share the Fey Fianna will gain, because of its low barrier to entry and obvious attraction to non-traditional buyers of drone mechs. I am confident in stating that our latest commercial products will most certainly expand the market for second-class drone mechs. It may even double or triple in size. How can you possibly calculate the expected market share in such malleable circumstances? The female reporter from the Stein VI Daily Cord smiled. Then let me rephrase my question, Professor. As you are most certainly aware of, the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 currently occupies the greatest share of the second-class Mech market at around 30%. Do you have the confidence that your Fey Fianna will match or exceed this share by the end of the year? Definitely. Vess had no doubts at all about this question. However, it would be too ugly for him to show so much overconfidence or even hubris. Vess quietly reminded himself that he needed to maintain his caution and dignity. No one can say, miss. Much can happen in a single year. Just think of how much our mechs and technologies have leapt ahead since the start of the Age of Dawn. The hyper-generation is still in an early phase, so hyper-technology and e-technology will continue to advance at a rapid rate. Perhaps my Fey Fianna can be regarded as a Mech model that is ahead of its time, but it is not certain whether it is 6 months or 6 years ahead of the rest. I have the greatest respect for an old and trusted megacorporation such as SKL Mech Industries. Its award-winning design teams may choose to update its Sparrow Storm line later this year. Vess was almost certain that this would not be the case. The analyses conducted by Gavin and Alexa came up with many logical arguments that this year was not the time to act hastily. Of course, Vess was not particularly afraid if SKL surprised everyone by releasing the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 13 anyway. He just wondered whether the drone mech would still be competitive enough to stop the momentum of the Fey Fianna. Acacia Bratislava of the Terran Telegraph. Professor Larkinson, your current permanent residence is located on New Constantinople Roman 8 in the Terran Alliance, which you have emigrated to at the first possible opportunity. Since you are both teaching and studying in the best Mech community of human-occupied space, how soon will you debut your first Terran Mech design? Vess ignored the political undertones of this question and answered it in a straightforward fashion. Unless I work on commission, I generally do not wish to restrict the market availability of my products. The only exceptions are the colonial states that my clan and I have conflicted with in the past. That means the Friday colonies, by the way. As far as I am aware, I am on good terms with every other colonial state, no matter whether it is first class, second class, or third class. As a Mech designer and an entrepreneur, I prefer to make friends rather than enemies. It is my principle that my Mech should benefit our society as a whole, and not a select clique or subgroup that only represents a part of our great civilization. Yet you refuse to add the Friday colonies to your generous list. Vess narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. The Friday men have been murdering, kidnapping, stealing, exiling, and slandering my fellow Larkinsons, and I for at least a decade. Thousands of my blood relatives, as well as my adopted relatives, have died at the hands of unprovoked aggression from the citizens of the Friday Coalition and its Red Ocean counterpart. A formal declaration of war has never been made, but we have never signed a formal peace treaty either. Current developments may not allow either of us to pursue open hostilities against us anymore, but that does not mean that I am eager to do business with the Friday men. There are plenty of alternative products on the market. Perhaps this was not the most politically elegant way he could have responded to this question, but he did not want to back down on this matter. The current trend in Red humanity was that even when people ceased to fight against each other, the competition that existed between them had never faded. They just chose to fight against each other by fighting against the aliens instead. Next question. The randomizer happened to give the word to a man that clearly did not look like a journalist. There were more than enough clues that pointed to this conclusion. He was not accompanied by a personal recorder bot. His understated but excellent formal suit was made of excellent materials. Most importantly, his spirituality clearly matched that of a master Mech designer. Thank you for giving me the word. Let me introduce myself. I am Master Olaus Kreshnik, the current acting chief designer of Pritchard and Terse. Have you heard of our Rubarthan Mech company? I am afraid not. Vess shook his head. I have yet to travel and spend time in the Rubarthan Pact, but I intend to do so in the future. We might be able to get into contact more often when that happens. That is a possibility, the Rubarthan Master Mech designer said. Your lack of familiarity with P&T is excusable. Let me state my purpose. As one Mech designer to another, I challenge you. I challenge your Fey Fianna. Our Mech company has recently finalized the development of a defensive rifleman Mech model for the second-class Mech market. Let us see which one can defeat the other in this Mech arena. Oh boy, this was it. The first challenger had arrived. How should Vess respond to this development? He needed more information. Fortunately, Alexa had rapidly collected a lot of details and compressed it all in a succinct report before transmitting it to his cranial implant. The context of this challenge immediately became a lot clearer. Master Olaus Kreshnik definitely had strong reasons to challenge Vess and his work. The reason for that was the Mech company that did not bore his name. Pritchard and Terse might not be a megacorporation, but it used to be a fairly large player in the Milky Way. It had only dipped its toes into the Red Ocean in the past decade, and hired additional Mech designers, such as Master Kreshnik, in order to coordinate R&D activities between the galaxies. Yet when the Great Severing occurred, the former owners and chief designers of Pritchard and Terse could no longer access their branch in the displaced Red Ocean. This caused a huge legal and financial mess, as the P&T branch was never meant to operate as a completely independent Mech company in isolation. Nobody could have foreseen this accident, not even P&T. The result of this was that the company had so few applicable contingency plans in place that its very existence was at stake. Although the proof was not present in the report compiled by Alexa, she suspected that the smokestack principality that wielded a disproportionate influence over the economies and industries of the Rubarthan Pact was willing to sort out this mess in exchange for other favors. Alexa boldly speculated that Master Kreshnik was deliberately sent to challenge Vess. Once the fight began in earnest, it may be possible for the Rubarthan Master's work to trounce the Fey Fianna by relying on advanced first-class knowledge tech that he had downgraded to second-class standards. This challenge was not fair on the surface. Ves was merely a senior Mech designer, while Master Kreshnik was over 200 years old. According to the Galactic Net, Master Olaus Kreshnik transferred to the Red Ocean because it provided a lot of inspiration and new research material that could spark a renaissance in his specialty. Master Kreshnik possessed a class Roman III design philosophy. His strength lay in fast regeneration energy shield systems. The attractiveness of transphasic energy shield technology was the primary reason why the master Mech designer found himself stuck on the other side of the Greater Beyonder Gate. Now, the master coincidentally got rid of anyone who was more senior or more deserving to take over P&T in the Red Ocean. It was a pity that Master Kreshnik's claim was not strong. He only possessed a modest amount of stock in the Mech company, and this became his greatest stumbling block. Right now, challenging the Fey Fianna was a possible way for the Rubarthan master to strengthen his claim. No Mech company could do without Mech designers, its business model literally depending on their work. Delivering a brilliant victory during this product reveal would assuredly win over all of the holdouts of P&T. Not only that, but Alexa strongly guessed that the Smokestack Prince personally commanded Master Kreshnik to challenge Ves' latest work. Although Ves had pushed the Rubarthan Pact out of his mind for the time being, he did not forget that he had already become a de facto member of the militaristic faction, led by the Inferno Spear Prince. From the moment it became known that he was acquainted with the Destroyer of Worlds, Ves had automatically taken the side of the peak Rubarthan ace pilot and prince. That was not good news for the industrialist faction, led by the Smokestack Prince. Both descendants of the legendary Star Emperor vied for power in the Rubarthan Pact. The first-rate colonial superstate would never be able to unite and rally around a single leader figure so long as the Rubarthan princes kept fighting for the red-stained throne. From this context, this challenge was not as innocent as it seemed. Should Ves accept it knowing that it would deteriorate his relationship with a powerful faction of the Rubarthan Pact? "You have yet to present the Mech model that you have high hopes for," Ves spoke. The master smiled in response before activating a projection that displayed a snapshot of a dark blue-coated Mech. "I was waiting for you to ask this question. What you see before you is an image of my new Nellarat Anin 733-2 Mark I, which is classified as a defensive rifleman Mech. I am confident that it shall pose a much greater and more authentic challenge to your Fey Fiannas in the arena." Defensive rifleman Mechs were not too scarce, but they showed up from time to time. They were rifleman Mechs that carried physical shields and enhanced energy defenses. That practically turned them into artillery Mechs with better mobility and not enough punch. Despite all of these shortcomings, the Nellarat Mark I truly had the potential to become a valued Mech model. However, for all of its defensive prowess, Ves seriously doubted that this shield-carrying rifleman Mech was able to resist the direct attacks from an alien warship, but it probably did better elsewhere. "All right, Master Kreshnik, you have my interest, proposed terms. Minimum 3 Mechs on one side. Quantity and quality of the Mechs assigned to the opposing side is variable depending on cost, tech, and the counter factor. No time limit, no terrain features, flight allowed." Ves frowned again. He had the strongest feeling that these terms benefited Master Kreshnik more. Which variable was responsible for setting a trap? Gavin's words discreetly transmitted into his ears. "You need to invite the Mechers to preside over this formal challenge. Otherwise, a Rubarthan magistrate who is on good terms with Master Kreshnik might find a way to give his side access to another Mech by skewing the interpretations." "Good idea. I shall mention that right away." Chapter 5541, Uneven Challenge. Tensions started to spread across the press hall. Everyone else fell completely silent as they observed the invisible confrontation between Professor Ves Larkinson and Master Olaus Kreshnik. This was not an ordinary challenge. The journalists invited to this queue and a session may look as if they had become completely frozen, but they were frantically writing or dictating words through their cranial implants. Each of them smelled drama from this exchange. Hundreds of journalists began to conduct a lot of research. They dug every piece of information that looked relevant to them and began to weave the details into narrative that may or may not make sense. It didn't matter so long as it was exciting enough. Other individuals who intended to issue their own challenges became thoughtful as they observed the man who was lucky enough to issue his own one first. Master Olaus Kreshnik should not belong here. He was a dignified and powerful first-class Mech designer who had realized his design philosophy a long time ago. He had lived through 5 times as many years as his target and accrued a lot more knowledge and experience during his long career. To be appointed as the leading Mech designer at the Red Ocean branch of Pritchard and Terse was a testament to his ability and competence in the notoriously competitive Rubarthan Mech market. Why would such an esteemed Mech designer travel to a middle zone and issue a challenger against a much younger professional who was not only just a senior, but not even first-rater? This was an incredibly unfair matchup, according to the standards of the Mech industry. It was almost as outrageous as Vess issuing a challenge to a lowly novice Mech designer. Vess had every right to refuse such a ridiculous challenge. Let alone a master Mech designer, even a senior Mech designer of the same age as Olaus Kreshnik would incur a lot of notoriety for the act of bullying a member of the younger generation. Yet strangely enough, none of the people in the crowd appeared to acknowledge the inherent unfairness of this possible matchup. It was not because Master Kreshnik was a bad Mech designer that diminished his work or anything. It was because Vess was too strong of a senior Mech designer. In fact, given all of the feats that made him so famous and notorious in and outside of the Mech industry, an increasing number of people questioned whether the phrase Mech designer still held the same meaning when applied to Vess. He was practically an alien freak compared to every other senior Mech designer. The greatest reason why most people did not think that Master Kreshnik was bullying Vess was because of the disparity between their galactic citizenships. The Red Association designated Vess as a Tier 3 galactic citizen and did not receive any pushback for it. Many important power blocks such as the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance, and the Rubarthan Pact did not object to this highly unusual promotion, which effectively meant they approved of this measure. All of this effectively meant that Vess possessed capabilities that exceeded the vast majority of high-ranking Mech designers in the new frontier. Master Olaus Kreshnik also happened to be on this list. Even though he was a 200-year-old master Mech designer who designed first-class multipurpose, Meched all of the time, none of his designs or research results actually contributed all that much to human society. Whether he refused to share his best results to humanity at large, or simply wasn't competent enough to produce major breakthroughs and advancements in his respective fields, Master Kreshnik simply wasn't valuable enough as a Mech designer and a human being. The best way to understand the differences in status was to imagine how human society would change if any of these people suddenly disappeared one day. If Vess ever got lost, the damage to red humanity was incalculable. Much of his work was either incomplete or had yet to reach their full potential. The disappearance of his design philosophy may or may not compromise his living Mechs, but the loss of his inheritance was a tragedy. His absence would also stall all of his ongoing developments and research projects. Red humanity would lose the inventor and the most useful guide to many different e-technology applications. Much of the reasons why the Mechers promoted him from a Tier 6 galactic citizen to a Tier 3 galactic citizen all at once was because he was responsible for amazing innovations such as the companion spirits, design spirits, the transcendence glow, kinship networks, and battle networks. Vess had managed to develop all of these radical advancements before he reached his 40th birthday. His future potential was even more monstrous. If people had any idea what sort of crazy ideas he was cooking up in his mind, and how likely he was able to realize them in the future, then their evaluation of him might increase even further. Unfortunately, galactic citizenship was mostly based on current value rather than nebulous contributions in the distant future. Even so, Vess truly possessed the strength and capital to defend his elevation to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. The presentation, where Vess introduced the Fey Fioner, reinforced this idea ever further. Compared to a renowned prodigy who had received the personal recognition of numerous star designers as well as god pilots, Master Olaus Kreshnik was practically a nobody. He was a Tier 7 galactic citizen, according to his record. That might sound fairly impressive, as it was not easy for many people to become a galactic citizen, let alone rise above Tier 9, but this was considered a mediocre result. Pretty much every Master Mech designer was able to become a Tier 8 galactic citizen. Master Carmen Olsen had become one as well, and so did Master Benedict Cortez. The act of realizing their design philosophies and the inherent capabilities of Master Mech designers in general already merited this status. Master Kreshnik was not all that special among other first-class Master Mech designers, so his galactic citizenship only rose by a single tier as he continued to design a lot of mechs and developed his specialization further. If the Rubarthan Master ever went missing, then the negative impact of his loss was negligible. Sure, Pritchard and Terse might enter into a crisis that might cause the company to collapse, but there were so many other mech companies in the Rubarthan Pact that such an incident could never affect the state of the mech industry. Not even a crisis as enormous as the Great Severing had caused the business community of the Red Ocean to collapse. The most serious loss that Red humanity would suffer was that the mech industry lost an authoritative expert on energy shield technology. Perhaps energy shields might not improve as fast as before, but who could tell the difference? All of these thought exercises clearly highlighted the enormous disparity between the two mech designers. In fact, people might even be able to argue that it was unfair for Vess to confront Master Kreshnik. How could a Tier 3 galactic citizen possibly condescend to bullying a mere Tier 7 galactic citizen? Of course, the actual reality wasn't as straightforward. The two did not compete against each other in terms of overall contributions, but their ability to design good mechs. Vess was unable to translate many of his contributions into the narrow field of mech design. Master Kreshnik's extensive years of experience and knowledge accumulation became a lot more relevant in this situation. In the end, no one was able to come up with a definitive answer of who possessed the advantage in this matchup. The only way to know for sure was to allow the challenge to play out. The process and the outcome would definitely show how far Vess had come in terms of mech design. This was why everyone was still in favor of the challenge, even if Vess was at a severe disadvantage. In any case, they all maintained their silence, as Vess did not show any intention of avoiding this challenge. He calmly discussed terms with Master Kreshnik. At this time, the much older mech designer did not accept the proposal to let the Red Association preside over the challenge match. It is not my intention to question the impartiality of the mighty Red Association, but as a high-ranking honorary member of this great organization, there is an inherent conflict of interest. The Red Association would never tarnish its reputation in professional matters, Vess retorted. It is not my intention to question that. I believe in their impartiality as well, but it is best to address this matter to prevent any future unpleasantries. The two sides eventually agreed to allow the challenge to be supervised by the Red Association, as well as the more local equivalent set up by the Rubarthans. The first-rate colonial superstates did not like the Red too. If possible, the Terrans and the Rubarthans did everything possible to avoid interacting with the Mechers and the Fleeters, so they built up their own infrastructure that could partially fulfill the roles of the current hegemons of human civilization. The two argued on a bunch of other terms. Neither side was allowed to make use of Mech models other than the standard Fey Fiona and the Nellarat Mark I. Vess was not allowed to equip his drone Mechs with custom Fey that were not on the official product catalog of the LMC. Neither side was allowed to apply any upgrades or modifications to their machines. The two spent 10 whole minutes on restricting the range of Mech pilots that would pilot their machines in the challenge match. The Mech pilots should not be older than 40 years old. The genetic aptitude of the Mech pilots should be no higher than B. The Mech should only be piloted by genuine second-class Mech pilots who never benefited from first-class education and augmentations. Neither Mech designers were allowed to interfere directly in the challenge match through the use of E-energy manipulation or other forms of space wizardry. The stakes were high. Both sides stood to lose a lot of reputation and market share if they lost. This was why Vess and Master Kreshnik did not dare to be sloppy. When? Vess succinctly asked. Tomorrow. Acceptable. Anything else? Master Kreshnik loosened his posture and smiled. No further. We have covered all of my points of concern. I find the terms to be acceptable. I have no objections either. Good luck, then. May the best Mechs win. That was it. The challenge had been made and accepted. Tomorrow afternoon, the newly announced Fey Fiona would enter into a challenge match against the Nellarat Mark I, an unannounced second-class defensive rifleman Mech that was sure to contain a lot of surprises. Though Vess did not have a good understanding of Master Kreshnik's specialization, the image of the Nellarat Mark I contained a lot of useful clues. If Vess did his homework on the Rubarthan Master Mech designer, he would surely be able to decipher this interesting ranged Mech design. Before I move on to answering other questions, let us get these challenges out of the way, he announced as he addressed the crowd again. Anyone who intends to issue your challenge to me, raise your hand. I am willing to accept a handful more in order to prove that my work is robust enough to handle a diverse range of threats. Please do not issue any challenges if all you have is a ranged Mech model. After a brief delay, around 50 arms rose in the arm. That offered Vess plenty of challenges to prove from, though he was sure that not all of them were serious. It would not surprise him if a Mech designer simply wanted to take advantage of all of the publicity to spread his name, not caring that he would turn himself into a laughingstock for presenting a weak Mech. Shem, let's see who can give me a worthwhile challenge. Chapter 55, 42 Interesting Challenges. After Vess courageously asked for other challengers to come forth, around 50 or so Mech designers or representatives eagerly wanted to enjoy their moment of fame as well. Yet not every Mech design was suitable to challenge the recently unveiled Fey Fiona. I challenge your Fey Fiona with my honest arcs. Do you dare to put your drone Mechs up against my Axeman Mechs? If you are confident in the defenses of your Mechs, then my honest arcs will be happy to put them to the test. Let's turn this into a Tovsio group match. Combat Mechs like ours are not meant for dueling. Only a big battle can their teamwork shine. Everyone, including Vess, could see that the Fey Fiona was at a disadvantage against an Axeman Mech like the honest arcs. The offensive melee Mech possessed a good balance between physical power, defense, and mobility. It was only armed with a large axe and a backup pistol, but it did not require any more complicated weapon systems in order to function as an excellent breakthrough machine. Such a Mech was sturdy enough to resist a lot of attacks on approach. Once their enemies were within reach, the power of their continuous axe blows could disable nearly any form of defense, including energy shields. Although the hyper-energy shield field Fey was able to leverage a large amount of water-attributed E-energy to amplify its defenses, there was a limit to this process. Vess performed a lot of quick mental calculations in his mind. He carefully estimated the specifications of the honest arcs based on his observations and felt that its offensive power was not weak. The only part about this Mech that was weak was its mobility, but he was pretty sure that his challenger took this into account. The honest arcs should have a means to close the gap. Another unfavorable point was the group match. If Vess had a choice, he would rather opt for a one-on-one duel than a more chaotic group match. Melee matched working, as a team could easily box in their opponents from multiple sides, thereby negating any advantage in mobility to an extent. It was not possible for a ranged mech to kite numerous melee mechs, especially in a fairly restricted environment such as a mech arena. In short, the Fey Fianna had to give up so many advantages that the only way for it to win was to overpower the honest arcs on a qualitative basis. Yet this was exactly the trap that his latest challenger had set. If Vess refused this challenge, he implicitly conveyed the suggestion that his Fey Fianna were not that special. This would neutralize a part of the momentum that Vess had managed to build up during his previous presentation. So what? The Fey Fianna possessed clear strengths and weaknesses. Though its ability to cope with different situations was greater than usual if it was able to pick and choose the right combination of Fey, that still did not take away its vulnerability at close range. Though Vess had designed the Fey Fianna in a way that it was able to put up a decent fight when armed with a melee weapon, a dedicated offensive melee mech was so much better at the former would only be able to buy a dozen seconds more time before it inevitably got crushed. Though Vess could think of a few ways for 10 Fey Fiannas to perform a miracle and somehow defeat 10 Axeman mechs after paying a grievous price, it was not worth it to take on this punishing challenge. He plainly shook his head. If you wish to put your honest arcs to the test, then I suggest you approach a mech designer who has recently designed a comparable melee mech. I am not afraid to admit that my Fey Fianna will not fare well in this matchup, but only for the time being. If you are willing to wait for a year for the first batches of Fey Fiannas to grow, and for our mech pilots to become much more proficient in piloting them, then I am more than willing to accept this challenge. Even if my drone mechs are still disadvantaged on paper, I am more than willing to bet that the precipitation of time has benefited my Fey Fiannas a lot more than your own products. Vess smirked as the opposing master mech designer looked upset. It took a bit of quick thinking, but Vess had successfully mitigated the damage of refusing the challenge. He not only emphasized that this was a lopsided matchup to begin with, but that his Fey Fianna could still defeat a bunch of threatening Axemen mechs so long as they had developed their individual powers long enough. This was a capability that virtually no other standard mech model possessed. Vess essentially communicated to everyone who was watching this cue, and a session that as long as the Fey Fianna grew old enough, it could transcend any weakness that restrained it in the past. The Ouroboros was the most impressive example of this, but it was a pity that Vess was not able to explain that it was his work. He hadn't even been born when the Ouroboros initially came to life. Next, Vess said as he let the randomizer pick another challenger. A small light soon shone on a woman who sat near the back of the hall. Thank you for unlocking my voice. I am Master Ginevra Hubert Calmain from the Greenwich Middle Zone. A woman introduced herself while she projected her newest work. My mech company has recently designed the Montabura GHCMQ-3. It is a second-class hyper-lancer mech that excels at charging, but can purge its armor and competently fight hand-to-hand with short spears. I would like to compare its performance against your standard Fey Fianna. Their mech archetypes may be completely different, but we can learn the most about our works when they are put into atypical combat scenarios. Few, if any, people imagined a matchup between a drone mech and a lancer mech. The two were so far apart that it seemed that they belonged in different galaxies. Their roles were very different on a fundamental level. Drone mechs were generally versatile, but lacking in strong specialties and hard power. Lancer mechs were highly specialized and only excelled in a very specific role. Of course, the Fey Fianna and Master Hubert Calmain's Montabura were hardly typical to their mech types. This made this potential matchup a lot more interesting. Would the Fey Fianna have the hard power to defeat these formidable-looking melee mechs? Would the Montebrae have the flexibility to overcome all of the difficulties imposed by the Fae and defeat the drone mechs themselves? No one was able to come up with any definitive answers to these questions. That was a strong indication that this challenge was meaningful. Neither side was at an overwhelming disadvantage, and the variables were tricky enough that neither side could complain about the unfairness of this matchup. That was good enough for Vess. Terms: fight in space, if preferable. The Montebrae needs enough free space to build up its momentum and perform a proper charge. Not necessary, Vess rejected. The Fae Fianna is not a heavy knight mech. Your Montebrae doesn't have to build up so much momentum to breach the defenses of my machine. It is best to limit these challenge matches to Foka Arena. It is large enough that your Lancer mechs should still have enough room to perform adequate charge attacks. Do not forget that the limited range in the arena grants my Fae Fianna less time to shoot at your Montebrae. Master Hubert Calmain conceded this argument. Very well, then let us turn it into a match that involves the least amount of mechs as possible. A single duel is most preferable. The mass of our mechs may be far apart, but their prices are in the same range. That was an interesting choice. Her request essentially signaled that she had greater confidence in her Montebraes if they did not have to fight against many ranged mechs at the same time. Vess had a guess why this may be the case. From what he could surmise from the appearance of the Monbra, the Lancer mech was fairly heavily armored in its base configuration. Once it purged its armor, its physical defenses plunged while its mobility skyrocketed. Though it would be far too exaggerated if its speed and maneuverability matched the standards of a light mech, the liberated machine should still be fast enough to quickly catch up to the Fae Fiannas. However, his latest works were not slow. It would still take a bit of time for the Montebrae to catch up to the kiting Fae Fiannas. This gave his drone mechs enough time to pelt the Montebraes with a continuous stream of attacks of multiple ranged weapon Fae. Master Hubert Calmain had clearly witnessed the offensive prowess of the Fae Fianna during the previous demonstrations. If dozens of Fae focused their fire on the relatively fast but fragile Montebraes that had purged their armor, then the latter would quickly be defeated in detail. How about a small team? Vess suggested. A one-on-one duel is too simple. I think a two-on-two match is more interesting for everyone. If one mech makes a mistake, there is still an opportunity for the other one to redeem itself in the unfolding battle. That is acceptable. They continued to discuss the terms of this challenge. They were nothing special and contained all kinds of common sense rules that were meant to prevent cheating and gaming the system. See you tomorrow afternoon. Vess eventually concluded his talk with the master from the Greenwich Middle Zone. It is nice to compete against an actual second-class mech designer. I am curious to see how my Fae Fianna will fare against a pair of Lancer mechs. Do you have enough Fae Fiannas and mech pilots to fight multiple challenges on the same day? We do, Vess smiled back. We do not have many standard Fae Fiannas left that are paired with mech pilots who have been able to train with them for longer than a week. By the way, we still have 3 elite Fae Fiannas in stock that are also open to challenges. If anyone else has a collection of transphasic hyper mechs, feel free to issue your challenge. The randomizer picked a bunch of people who issued unacceptable challenges. Vess did not think too much about these developments and simply refused any obvious unfair matchups. Soon enough, a man who almost looked as young as Vess stood up when he was lucky to be selected. Everyone has learned that you are a prodigy and a genius. You have feats on your name that no other mech designer of our generation has come close to accomplishing by themselves. You are a hero of our times. Though Vess felt flattered by the praise, he knew that this was useless talk. The queue in a session does not last all night. Please be succinct so that we can spare as much time as possible. I have also earned the reputation as a genius, the young mech designer quickly said. I might not be able to match you in the quantity of my inventions, but I am utterly convinced that their quality exceeds the quality of your own works. Please accept my challenge and agree to put your Fey Fiona in a duel against my latest hybrid Mech." When the boastful Mech designer finally projected an image of his proud work, all of the other Mech designers exhibited a unified reaction. They grew disappointed. Vess did not bother to hide his contempt. "Is that it? Let me guess. You are still a journeyman Mech designer, right? So only you are allowed to accept leapfrog challenges. Do not underestimate me, Professor. I am a genius. I have won design duels against senior Mech designers in the past. My latest hybrid Mech is more than able to push your Fey Fiona to its limits." Vess' response to this extraordinary claim was to transmit a command that opened a hole beneath the journeyman's seat. Bye-bye. Chapter 55, 43 The Human Interest. Nobody who had the guts to issue a challenge to Vess was stupid. Except for that journeyman Mech designer who either tried to become famous overnight or thought that his disgrace of a Mech design actually stood a chance against the Fey Fiona. The other challengers all exerted a lot of pressure. This was because their qualifications were all good. Their Mechs were all well-designed and possessed numerous different advantages that gave them an edge over the competition. Vess did not dare to underestimate them. Just the fact that they were designed by master Mech designers who realized their design philosophies a long time ago and made further advancements in the years ahead meant that their specializations were bound to make a massive impact in battle. That did not mean that Vess was afraid of them. Ever since he developed the ambition to turn the Fey Fiona into the market leader for second-class drone Mechs, he needed to show that it had the strength to resolve numerous challenges. The Storm Sparrow line had earned its dominance for many generations due to its strength, as well as its ability to cope with a diverse set of enemies. The demonstration match that took place before already showcased the superior performance of the Fey Fiona, but despite the lopsided numbers, not everyone was willing to take this outcome seriously. The opposing riflemen, Mechs, simply hadn't been good enough. The challenges issued by other Mech designers were different because the quality and strength of their works definitely ranked a lot closer to the top of the Mech market. All of this presented a lot of interesting questions for Vess. He knew that so long as the Fey Fiona either won or produced a good showing during tomorrow's matches, its ascension to a market leader would turn into a guaranteed outcome. However, if the challenger Mechs all outshone the Fey Fiona, then that would cause many people to doubt whether the hype was real. Vess did not dare to accept too many challenges for that reason. Numerous victories in succession might cause the Fey Fiona to build up a little more momentum, but the initial public reaction was already high enough. In contrast, just a single ugly defeat where the Fey Fiona got utterly crushed by a challenger Mech would have significant negative repercussions. It was a lot easier to remember such a glaring defeat. Even if the Fey Fiona went on to win the remaining challenges, the stain could not be removed so easily. In the end, Vess rejected a lot of challenges because they contained traps or because they stacked the deck a little too much in the favor of the other party. No challenger wanted to lose, so they tried to get away with as many favorable terms as they could. This turned into a game of sorts. The challengers engineered their proposals that granted them serious advantages without making it obvious on the surface. Vess managed to catch most of these pitfalls anyway. This was because every Mech designer had to present the Mech models meant to challenge the Fey Fiona. There was no way that Vess would accept any challenges when he did not even know what to expect. In any case, when Vess did not hesitate to reject over a dozen different challenges, he made it clear that he did not care about his current image. He also conveyed the clear ability to discern the strong points of different Mech designs upon sight and figure out how the rules benefited them in an unreasonable manner. This was a subtle way of proving his competence as a Mech designer. At the very least, it was impossible for other Mech designers to take advantage of his ignorance in their shared profession. In the end, Vess chose to accept 2 more challenges. One of them would put his Fey Fiona in a match against a striker Mech. Under normal circumstances, a striker mech was one of the natural counters against a drone mech. The flamethrowers, or other area denial weapons of a striker mech, was one of the most suitable ways to wipe out a lot of spurs at once. The sparrows of the Sparrow Storm were especially vulnerable to this, as they were both thin and numerous. The Fey Fianna deviated so much from this pattern that it had become a different mech type entirely. The question now was how well the Fey Fianna could cope against a former counter, like a striker mech. The results had significant implications to Vess and his latest commercial work. If the Fey proved to be strong and resilient enough to cope with area attacks, such as those launched by flamethrowers and explosive missiles, then that would undoubtedly make the Fey Fianna much safer to pilot. After all, the real enemies of red humanity were the native alien races of the Red Ocean. Numerous races invested heavily in arming their warships with all kinds of missiles and more exotic forms of weapons that could easily wipe out a lot of spurs at once. The fourth and last challenge that Vess accepted, surprisingly, involved the elite edition of the Fey Fianna. The challenger was willing to put forth a top-notch quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-hero mech. Just like the elite Fey Fianna, the hero mechs were designed for an elite mech unit and not really meant for widespread adoption. They looked like they could be fairly threatening at range, but become even more dangerous up close. It was almost certain that these hero mechs would choose to close in, as they were at a clear disadvantage at range. Accepting this challenge was essentially putting the elite Fey Fianna up against melee mechs, which was anything but ideal. The biggest mitigating factor was that hero mechs were not completely optimized for melee combat. Having designed numerous hero mechs in the past, Vess possessed a particular love and understanding for this interesting mech type. Though the opposing hero mech model clearly looked like it possessed a couple of nasty surprises, that was to be expected for a mech of this caliber. Quasi-first-class mech straddled the line between second-class mech and first-class mechs. They already possessed a part of the characteristics of first-class multipurpose mechs, which meant that their ability to cope with different situations was much better. It was pretty clear that the elite Fey Fianna would be facing an uphill battle when fighting against a hero mech that boasted even better versatility in combat, but Vess could not resist this interesting scenario. Vess needed to know. He needed to know whether his Fey Fianna could defeat his favorite mech type. Even if his elite Fey Fianna ended up losing this high-level matchup, Vess did not think he would have any regrets. Once he dealt with all of the challenges, Vess resumed the queue and a session, though not everyone was able to maintain their interest by this time. Instead of sitting around and asking stupid questions, a number of people would rather wait for tomorrow and view the confrontations between the Fey Fianna and the challenger mechs. Of course, this only applied to the minority of the crowd. Most were serious journalists who were earnest about doing their jobs. Eric McMaster of the Human Interest, a bookish-looking first-rater, introduced himself as he spoke in one of the most sophisticated accents that Vess had ever heard. "I would dearly like to invite you to an interview where we can explore your thoughts on subjects, such as the role of the Red Association in the current age, or the future of red humanity in the context of widespread availability of E-energy radiation. Alas, since you have set a clear rule that every question must be relevant to your latest product reveal, we will have to postpone this interview. Do you have a question, Mr. McMaster? You have revealed powerful technologies with the release of the Fey Fianna. According to expert analysis, the principal reason it is able to punch above its weight is because you have especially developed new e-technologies for your work. Given the abstruse, confusing, and thought-provoking nature of E-energy and the technologies derived from this phenomenon, is there any justification to the argument that we are working with a force of magic as opposed to a force of science? What a deep and difficult question. Though Vess was not familiar with the publication that Eric McMaster worked for, Alexa already sent a quick summary to his cranial implant. The Human Interest was apparently a monthly publication that primarily published philosophical and political articles. It had a reputation for being erudite, and many of its writers were known to be idealistic. In other words, they were dreamers. Yet it was because of this exact characteristic that the Human Interest had become a widely read publication among the upper echelon of human civilization. No matter whether they were leaders, statesmen, or politicians among the Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, or Rubarthans, they all shared a common interest in this elitist publication. The Human Interest occasionally invited guests to write opinion articles on a relevant subject matter. The writers had the option to publish the articles with their names or remain anonymous to shield themselves against any possible backlash. Vess actually grew intrigued about this publication. The Human Interest must be able to influence a lot of human policymakers, which meant that its influence was great. How come he never heard of it before? This was one of the many secrets that separated the upper echelon from the masses. I think it is wrong to turn this into a false dichotomy, Vess answered. Science and magic, however you choose to define it, are both artificial constructs. We construct certain models and theories of how stuff works, but that does not mean we make the rules of how our reality operates. That would make us gods. That said, I prefer to retain the conventions of science in my work. The word magic has negative connotations and can produce many misunderstandings. It also imposes expectations that we can magically wave our problems away as long as we manipulate E-energy well enough. I do not want my mechs associated with such an impression. My mechs are powered by E-technology, not magic. It would be a mistake to think otherwise. To be honest, Vess was not as confident in this answer as he sounded, but he kept his doubts hidden. Thank you for your insightful answer. Allow me to ask a different question. Your Fey Fyanas appear to be able to affect human society to a greater degree than many other mechs for sale. How do you think that your Fey Fyana can strengthen our society if it continues to sell? Will these changes be for good or for ill? It could be argued that those were two questions, but oh well. My main ambition has always been to persuade the mech community to treat their mechs as if they are living beings who are eager to partner with mech pilots. The popularity and the prospected sales of the Fey Fyana gives me hope that I can introduce more people to the wonders and benefits of living mechs. More specifically, the Fey Fyana is also a new and more advanced form of living mech. I want to make it clear that I am the foremost authority in this specific field. Everyone else who has dabbled in living mechs cannot possibly design a mech like the Fey Fyana. They simply do not know the right methods or design philosophy to replicate all of the work that I have put into mech models such as the Fey Fyana. The journalist looked mildly impressed. You sound confident on this matter. It is clear that you care greatly for your living mechs. Your previous works have already shown a measure of autonomy and conscious thinking in past instances. However, the Fey that accompany your Fey Fyana seem so intelligent and responsive that it is difficult to believe that it is controlled by a single mech pilot. How much do the pilots control their own Fey, and how much are the spurs governed by their own living mechs? 30 years from now, it is conceivable that you will develop this specific application further. Is there any place for a human mech pilot in the cockpit of a mech in this potential future? Chapter 55, 44 Concerning Trend. The Human Interest possessed an outsized influence in human society. That was the case in both the Old Galaxy and the New Frontier. Though the Great Severing had separated its red ocean branch from the Milky Way, the human interest in the New Frontier simply carried on with only minor adaptations to its policies and approach. One of the main goals of the human interest was to serve as the conscience and the guiding voice of red humanity. It was one of the publications that most encouraged the people of the New Frontier to cling to their original humanity and avoid getting lost in all of the radical changes that took place in the New Frontier. Whether it was the heavy pressure exerted by the Red War or the seemingly magical gifts brought by exotic radiation, There were many ways for people to stray from their original selves. This was anathema to a publication like the Human Interest. This was why Vess felt as if he was in the crosshairs of this newspaper at the moment. Many of the changes brought by his inventions steered their users in a direction that turned humans increasingly further away from how they used to think and behave back in the Milky Way. It was difficult and dangerous to attack Vess directly, especially since his work had received widespread support from so many different parts of human society. The best way to attack him was to question the safety of his works. Vess leaned forward and stared a little closer at Eric McMaster. This was a first-class journalist who worked for one of the most influential publications of human civilization. It would be a mistake to underestimate this sharp and observant fellow. It is difficult to describe and define living mechs in the terms and meanings that people use today. He replied to the journalist's latest question. Their properties and their implications may not be agreeable to everyone. I am aware that humanity is averse to the idea of surrendering too much control to artificial intelligences and autonomous systems. However, my living mechs are different from those cold and unfeeling machines. Is that truly the case, Professor Larkinson? McMaster immediately interjected. By your frequent admissions, living mechs are not only intelligent to the extent of developing actual sapience, but they are also able to take partial or complete control over their own bodies. That is a concerning development. How far do you intend to slide down the slippery slope? The more we depend on your living mechs, the less our mech pilots are able to fight by themselves when your inventions fail for whatever reason. The journalist's words evoked deep-rooted fears of losing control over the technologies that humans depended upon to live and prosper. There were many cases in human history where automated societies either glitched out or crashed completely. The people who lived under those circumstances certainly did not enjoy the experience. Vess found that he could not provide an answer without making at least one concession. This was not a pleasant development, but he saw no other way of worming out of this confrontation. Avoiding it would do no good. Fundamental problems like these would show up sooner or later. It was best to get it out of the way while he was still surrounded by a halo. Living mechs may not be for everyone, he admitted. It takes a certain level of trust and willingness to pilot mechs that are alive and can grow more powerful over time. I cannot guarantee that living mechs can be twisted into monsters or enemies of red humanity, but I have done my best to minimize these undesirable outcomes. I have little control over what happens once my living mechs fall into the hands of my customers. It is up to them to treat my products correctly and raise them into the strongest and most dependable allies of red humanity. You speak as if your living mechs are a separate race, one that is able to learn from the human race long enough to betray it one day. Vess grew increasingly more frustrated at the attempts to twist his living mechs in the worst possible light. As I have said before, living mechs develop according to how they are being used and treated, he firmly responded. Unlike ordinary mechs that steadily depreciate in value the older they become, my products are the opposite. They can become stronger, smarter, and more unique over time. These are all powerful advantages that can lead to much better results in battle. However, these trade-offs do not come without a price. The people who intend to make use of them must treat their machine partners in a responsible manner. I see them as the modern equivalent of pets. They can be our most valuable companions, but only if we treat them with love and respect. Eric McMaster adopted a deeply skeptical look. Are you suggesting that red humanity cannot overcome our enemies and secure our survival unless we turn to living mechs? Is the power that we can obtain from them worth the risk of raising an even more threatening enemy in the future? How can we stop ourselves from raising and educating a superior synthetic race that may eventually decide that there is no purpose to serving their creators anymore? No living beings wish to become slaves to others if they can help it. The greater their power, the greater the risk of rebellion. Do you agree, or do you deny that your living mechs can turn against humanity one day? This was growing increasingly trickier for Vess. Gavin and numerous other advisors quickly transmitted a few diplomatic ways for him to deflect all of these concerns, but he did not pay attention to any of the well-meaning advice. The questions posed by the journalist were all valid and deserved proper answers in return. The topics were also deeply related to his design philosophy. Vess could not avoid these issues if he wanted to develop his specialization further. Living mechs are products that are uniquely suited to the age of dawn, he responded first. The introduction of E-energy radiation has given us access to a new source of energy. But because it is so powerful and so accessible, there is a much greater chance that malcontents will abuse its power and inflict harm on others. Does that mean that we should abandon hyper-technology and e-technology? That is absurd. The native aliens of the Red Ocean do not care about our morality or our doubts. They will wipe us out so long as we keep holding ourselves back all of the time. That does not mean that we should abolish all of the rules and the taboos that have kept our society safe and prosperous in the previous age, Professor. I agree, Vess smiled. I doubt that many people will be able to control themselves once they have managed to get their hands on a powerful warship. That said, the power of living mechs cannot be obtained in an instant. It takes years and constant use to fuel their evolution. Their growth efficiency is too low if they are left by themselves. Only through constant human contact will they be able to tap into their potential, and that is intentional. They are never designed to operate independently. They need us, just as we need them. It is only when we work together that we can both achieve greatness. Just as McMaster wanted to ask another question, Vess quickly muted the insistent journalist's voice. That is enough. There are many others who are waiting to ask their questions. It is not polite to deprive them of their opportunities. Next. The rest of the queue and a session proceeded fairly smoothly, as no one wanted to make life difficult for Vess. The only issue was that the contentious exchange had Vess' good mood. He no longer felt as satisfied, as he knew that trouble was likely brewing in the future. If an influential publication such as The Human Interest started to regard living mechs as a potential threat, then a movement may arise in the future where his products might be actively rejected by entire groups of people. Though Vess did not think this would happen as his works were simply too useful, it wouldn't be the first time that humanity deliberately turned its back on powerful technology because of paranoia. Vess needed to reset his mood and restore his mindset, or else he would never be able to handle tomorrow's challenges with grace. This was why he decided to check up on the people who had fallen in love with his Fey Fiona. This mech is a blast. It's so much easier to pilot than the Sparrow Storm that it isn't even a competition, a ticket holder enthusiastically exclaimed after he reluctantly exited the cockpit of a demonstration mech. 5 minutes is not enough. I haven't come close to exploring what I can do with all of those fantastic Fae. Controlling them is a breeze. Them being alive isn't as scary as it sounds because they are so trusting and obedient. They remind me of my kids. You only have to raise them right. After the evening rolled on, much of Foca Arena had become a lot emptier. The product reveal had come to an end, and many people had their fill of the excitement of today. Not everyone chose to leave, though. A large number of Mech pilots and other interested parties continued to linger long after the main presentation had come to an end. Each of them became so fascinated by the Fey Fiona that they either wanted to test pilot the new mechs or study them at closer distances. The fact that tens of thousands of Mech pilots, Mech designers, Mech commanders, and even Mech design students chose to stay in the evening was a testament to the attraction of the LMC's latest product line. When you came up with the Fey Fiona, could you have imagined that you would have made such a splash in the Mech community by releasing your new drone Mech? Gavin asked as he stood next to his superior. Vess shook his head. I never thought about putting it up for sale. The Fey Fiona is not a traditional drone Mech. I thought that if I managed to succeed in designing a multi-spirit living Mech, I would keep it as an exclusive Mech for our clan. A machine with all of these capabilities sounds as if it is too good to be used by other people. I also believed that only the Larkinsons can make full use of the living and growth aspect of my new Mech. Alexa Strion found that to be a perplexing idea as she held Lucky in her arms. The cute Archimetal cat purred as she petted and scratched his head and back in just the right ways. Meow. You cling too much to the habit of reserving your best works to our clan, she told Vess. I have not lived through the turbulent early history of the Larkinson clan, but it has clearly stabilized ever since you chose to settle down in Davute. The design department has designed and updated many Larkinson-exclusive mechs that were quite good on release. They may not have been able to produce an impact as large as the Fey Fiona, but they would have expanded the LMC's product catalog and sped up the growth and expansion of our clan. Why did you decide to confine well-received mech models, such as the Stinggripper, the Nullifier, and the Redlance to our clan? There were good reasons at the time. Vess defended himself. We were fighting a lot more actively against the Friday Men and other human opponents back then. Each of them are capable of spending a lot of time and effort on dissecting and figuring out all of the weak points of our mechs. Our clan has relied a lot on unexpected trump cards to turn a battle around. We still need to rely on them to prevent the native aliens from figuring us out. While I am willing to think about putting up a handful of Larkinson-exclusive mech models for sale, our Larkinson army must still retain its own unique strengths in order to remain competitive. He did not intend to change his mind too much. Chapter 50, 545 Priority Hires. Miss Alexa Strion came from a Terran ancient clan. She was familiar with the benefits and the rationale of building up a mech roster of exclusive models. However, the Larkinson clan was different from the Strion ancient clan. The latter was a behemoth and had so many mech designers at its disposal that it was not short on exclusive and commercial works. The Larkinson clan was much smaller and needed to earn a lot more money in order to deepen its foundation. The Larkinsons had a lot of ambitions, but not enough funding, resources, access, and relationships to strengthen and deepen their roots in human society. The successful expeditions occasionally produced massive windfalls, but these were incidental and unreliable earnings that had nothing to do with normal economic activity. Due to the expeditionary fleet's penchant for challenging ever more powerful adversaries, the Larkinson clan was forced to invest much of the money and resources obtained from plunder into strengthening its own forces. In short, the Larkinson clan's military arm had grown disproportionately large compared to its civilian arm. That was not a healthy development at all. If the former ever suffered a catastrophe, the flawed foundation of the clan would immediately teeter on the precipice of collapse. This was because it was impossible for the underdeveloped industries of the Larkinson clan to maintain the current level of expenditures and other needs of the vastly oversized Larkinson army and the Larkinson navy. What was worse was that the Larkinson clan had recently founded a lot of side branches on different planets. Each of them enabled the LMC and other daughter companies to enter into a lot of new markets, but it took a lot of time and money to pay back the initial investments. In short, the Larkinson clan was still stuck at the stage where it needed to put a lot of effort into building up enough profit-generating activities to sustain its high consumption. It made a lot more sense for the Larkinsons to focus a lot more on building up its core businesses, of which the Living Mech Corporation was by far the most important. Yet instead of devoting more time and energy on expanding its product catalog, Vess directed an unreasonable amount of time and effort into designing and updating all kinds of Larkinson-exclusive mechs. Though Vess understood Alexa's underlying perspective, he did not entirely agree with her perspective. He shook his head even as he stared at all of the trial mechs being put to use. We are all products of our environments. During my career, I have found that depending on others is dangerous without enough force on hand. The cost of betraying us was not high enough because we weren't strong enough to retaliate. That has started to change as our clan built up its Mech legions and started to win impressive victories with the help of our exclusive Mechs as well as our expert Mechs. We pursued growth through the fastest means possible, and that strategy has paid off. We would have never been able to earn so much glory, fear, and respect in such a short span of time. Have you forgotten the lessons that I have taught during my Frontier Wisdom course? I did not forget, but you have neglected your Mech company for too long, sir. You are lucky that you have designed a remarkably powerful Mech that can captivate the market this time. If you failed to design a Mech that is close to the level of the Fey Fianna, you would have been unable to stand out from the competition. It would have been much harder for you to reverse the decline of the LMC at the start of the new Mech generation. Vess nodded. She had a good point. It was not healthy to rely on flukes and other rare blowout successes to correct for his mistakes. He continued to watch the trial Mechs being piloted by both experienced drone Mech pilots as well as complete newcomers to this Mech type. It was interesting to see that both groups responded well to the Fey Fianna. Hardly any of them exhibited any frustration or lack of trust towards the living Mechs. I intend to invest a lot more into expanding and updating the product catalog of the LMC in the next 2 or 3 years. Vess decided. You are correct that our clan's economic foundation is not good enough. We grew so quickly that our uneven development has caused many parts of our clan to fall behind. I will focus on designing a lot more commercial Mechs in the second-class market. The design department will also undergo a large expansion to scale up our design activities. I hope that our clan will be in a much more solid position by the time we begin to participate in the deep strike operations. By then, my focus will largely be centered around strengthening our clan's core combat capabilities. In other words, you wish to go back to old habits. So long as our product catalog is large enough, our clan should be in a much more stable position. Vess responded. Aside from that, we have a much larger number of Mech designers at our disposal. We can design a lot of Mechs even when I am busy with other affairs. The quality of our designs and the popularity of our products are highly dependent on your work, Professor. The lack of master Mech designers in our design department is a major limitation. I know, but that just means that we should put a little more effort into raising other competent Mech designers. What people actually want are living Mechs that introduce a lot of new stuff that they have never seen from any other machines. They do not necessarily have to be designed by masters or an outlier like myself in order to become popular. Just look at Caddy's. Her unusual circumstances have led her to find her own path to success. Her swordsman Mechs are so useful that they will always have a place in the market. Caddy's alone is not enough to take over the burden of supporting our clan. Then we just need to obtain more Mech designers who can design living Mechs by themselves. Vess shrugged. You are on your way to becoming one. There's also a kid in our design department that has been puzzling over living Mechs for a while. Then there are my students who are on track to graduate from the Eden Institute in the coming years. Each of them can expand our design capacity in the best way possible. Wouldn't it be great if you are in charge of your own design projects? The former Terran Scion did not think she was ready to bear this heavy burden. It is too premature to conclude that I can take over your role and design new living Mechs that can achieve the same level of sales as your past successes. I am not entirely suited to working on second-class Mechs either. I am much more at home with first-class multipurpose Mechs, and the same applies to the graduates of the Eden Institute. Don't worry, I promise you that our design department will go through a major expansion in the near future, Vess said with a reassuring expression. One of the reasons why I agreed to take a trip to Bordel is because I intend to hire a lot of second-class Mech designers to fill up the void left behind by the lead designers who chose to undergo EdNet training. The success of our latest product reveal will definitely make it easy to hire a lot of competent journeymen. Vess did not intend to return to New Constantinople Roman 8 without a handful of Mech designers who were just as good as his other lead designers. Though Vess had his mind set on becoming a first-class Mech designer, the product revealed today had renewed his appreciation for second-class Mechs. They were still an important pillar of the Larkinson clan, and it would be short-sighted to waste all of this accumulation because he wanted to play with shinier toys. Even a first-class Mech designer such as Alexa Strion believed that the Larkinson clan should strengthen its commitment to second-class Mechs. Gavin helpfully tried to assist in this matter. We have received a lot of offers and applications this afternoon. We are already used to them, but the amount of people who are interested in working with us has skyrocketed. I can tell you that there are dozens of journeyman Mech designers among them who are currently in Bordel. You won't find many places where you can find a larger reserve of Mech designers for hire. If you want, you can inspect their records and invite them to an interview. This will allow you to return to Diandi base with half a dozen of journeymen that can alleviate our lack of manpower. That was a good suggestion. Vess originally planned to travel to a different destination to hire a batch of journeymen, but he might as well start in Bordel since it hosted an even larger Mech scene. I will be busy inspecting and tuning the Fey Fianas for tomorrow's challenges for the remainder of the night, he said before turning to his latest student. Alexa, you have learned enough about our clan to understand our needs. Can I leave this responsibility to you? By the time we depart from Bordel, you should ideally bring along 6 journeyman Mech designers that can enrich our design department. The woman did not expect to be handed so much responsibility. I should be able to handle it. What are your requirements? You should already have an idea of what I generally want. Limit your hiring to journeyman Mech designers. We can hire large amounts of apprentices everywhere, so don't worry about them. Don't look at seniors or masters. It will be difficult for them to accept that they have to answer to me. What I need are talents that are willing to commit to the Larkinson clan and answer to me. If that is not possible, then you can just leave them out of consideration. Understood, sir. Your demands will disqualify many promising journeymen, but I understand your concerns. That reminds me that we need to work on filling up the gaps in specializations. For a long time, our design department has been subject to shortcomings and limitations arising from a lack of relevant specialists. Try and put extra effort into hiring journeymen who are specialized in ranged kinetic weapons, ranged energy weapons, energy shield generators, light mechs, heavy mechs, ECM systems, auxiliary mechs, field repair systems, and smart metal systems. Both Gavin and Alexa became overwhelmed by Vess' wish list. Your demands are not small, the woman responded after a few seconds. Unless you are willing to lower your requirements, I do not think it will be possible for us to hire enough journeymen that can cover all of your demands. It's okay, Alexa. Just do the best you can. I have listed my demands in order of priority. I am already happy so long as we can add a few ranged weapons specialists to our design department, but it is always if we can cover all of the other fields that I have mentioned. If we want to increase our sales even further, we will have to design more mechs and make use of more advanced tech and more original design solutions. It will be difficult for our mech company to break into the much more competitive markets for riflemen mechs, and so on, if we don't even have a proper ranged weapons specialist on hand. Previously, the products of the LMC had no hope of becoming a market leader, so it didn't really matter if they possessed obvious technical shortcomings. That was becoming increasingly less tenable now that he wanted to enter the big leagues. As Vess continued to move up in the mech industry, he learned that mech design was increasingly becoming more of a team effort. It was not enough to rely on his own efforts to design good mechs. He needed to have an excellent team around him to support his ambitions. Chapter 50, 546 Wait and See. Vess felt it was premature to shove so many responsibilities to a new Larkinson mech designer who had only joined up relatively recently. Nevertheless, Alexa had proven that she was competent and trustworthy to take care of important matters. She was particularly good at administration and working with high technologies. This meant that she was one of the most ideal assistants he could ask for, especially now that the design department had become a lot emptier than before. Vess felt almost guilty for thinking about ways to keep her by his side. Alexa would never reach her full potential if she continued to act as his gopher. She needed to design mechs on her own once she broke through to the rank of journeyman. Now that he had clarified his plans for the immediate future, he observed the trial mechs and people's reactions to them for a while before he decided to retreat. The challenge matches scheduled for the next day loomed over his shoulders. Vess was certain that none of them would be easy to win. The prospect of losing was a very realistic prospect. This was why Vess was more than willing to pull another all-nighter. There were always ways for a clever enough mech designer to squeeze more performance out of a mech design. Unfortunately, many of his options were limited. The challenges centered around proving the combat effectiveness of standard mech models. The rules set by Vess and his challengers explicitly prohibited any modifications and upgrades that deviated from the base models. The most Vess could do was to conduct repairs and tune the components within a narrow range that was permissible. Many standard mechs required extensive changes to their settings. A number of their parts also had to be manually tuned in order to accommodate their individual piloting and fighting styles. It was generally sufficient to rely on mech technicians, or maybe low-ranking mech designers, to perform these basic tweaks. Vess doing all of this work in person was overkill, but he didn't care. He understood his mech designs the best. He was one of the only people who could tune and optimize them to the next level. Nothing exciting happened as an entire night had passed in Bordel Roman 3. Vess did not go out or take any unnecessary risks. He did not even bother to leave Foca Arena as its mech workshops already satisfied his needs. Once the local star rose above the horizon of the capital city again, Vess finally took a break and freshened himself up to face the new day. Once he started to enjoy breakfast, he checked the news and paid attention to the initial reactions to his Fey Fianna. Many people still retained a high opinion of the Fey Fianna, but that did not mean that they were completely confident in this radical new drone mech line. The most important criteria was whether it would be able to hold its own in the battles of the Red War. Battles between different mech forces had subsided by a lot now that Red humanity faced an existential threat. All of the bouts between the Fey Fianna and other mech models mainly demonstrated their combat prowess when fighting against other small craft. What truly lingered on people's minds was whether the decoys and the other functions of the Fey Fianna would hold up when they fought against actual alien warships. Our initial orders are already high, so much so that they can keep our mech factories busy for months, Gavin explained as he entered the VIP dining room that Vess had claimed for himself. This is only the tip of the iceberg, though. Many potential customers are not in a hurry. The Fey Fianna imposes a lot of demands on their owners. Mech forces will have to plan around the use of drone mechs, and they will also have to start with stocking up on a lot of spare Fey. Their leaders are questioning whether it is worth it to change the way they fight just to accommodate the Fey Fianna. Vess briefly paused. The only noises in the room were produced by Lucky, who was crunching on his own bowl of high-grade exotics. Rare and difficult-to-obtain materials worth thousands of MTA credits steadily disappeared into his gullet. Meow. I don't expect our Fey Fianna to become a must-have for second-raters, but it sounds like people still need a lot more convincing. That is right, boss. The challenge matches scheduled in the afternoon will help with this, but the true test will take place on the battlefield. It will take months before the Fey Fianna will deliver a steady stream of positive battle results, if that is the case. Vess furrowed his brows. Will we be able to maintain the momentum of our new product line in the absence of immediate proof? Every brand new mech model suffers from the same problem. Gavin nonchalantly replied, as if it was not a big deal. If we want to speed this process up, you can instruct the expeditionary fleet to prioritize their deployment in the field. The spirit of Bentheim can produce them quickly enough, and it will only take a month or two for our Mech pilots to become proficient enough to use them in actual battle. That won't be necessary. General Verl and the Legion commanders can make their own decisions on this matter. I do not believe that they are blind to the many advantages of the Fey Fianna. They just had to be patient. Gavin shook his head. It doesn't matter if our Mech has yet to reach its peak. Our production capacity has already reached its limit, and it is not easy to find third-party manufacturers that can expand our production. Greater demand will just make the waiting list longer. You've mentioned that multiple times. Has it become difficult for us to increase the mass production of our Mechs? We were hopeful about the market appeal of the Fey Fianna, but we were not truly ready for a response as big as this, boss. You should already know that production is mainly limited by two factors. First, many third-party manufacturers are already locked into existing contracts with fixed business partners. Sales of Mechs are booming because we are in the early stages of a galaxy-wide upgrade spree. Many forces are swapping their last-gen Mechs for brand-new hyper-Mechs, and that means that many Mech production lines are working around the clock. So that is why it is so difficult for us to find new third-party manufacturers to take care of production, particularly in more distant middle zones. Raw materials are also in short supply. The prices for everything has increased even further because demand has increased. Many colonists chose to relocate from the front to the rear of human-occupied space. It takes a large amount of construction materials to build all of their new apartments, houses, and workplaces. Then there is the increased attrition from all of the battles and skirmishes of the Red War. Both Mechs and warships are getting destroyed at an increasing rate. These losses can be made up as long as our side is able to salvage the battlefield. But the aliens sent to attack our border systems are just as greedy for them, especially if there is a large amount of advanced tech or transphasic parts flying around. I see. As Red Humanity increased its exploitation of the star systems within its territory, more and more raw materials became available. Yet the demand for materials rose even faster. It had only been a decade or so since the Red Ocean became open to widespread human colonization. Many settlements and colonies were still stuck in a relatively rudimentary stage of planetary development. In addition, the New Elites program encouraged many parties to expand their armed forces. More Mechs and starships were being built than ever in the Red Ocean, yet the increased supply was only a drop in a bucket compared to the huge demand. This is a situation where centuries-old megacorporations have an inherent advantage over smaller upstarts such as us, Gavin explained to Vess. Many large mining companies and material wholesalers always supply their goods to their biggest and most reliable clients first. Smaller players such as us are next in line. Whatever is left gets sold on the open market, but that has become increasingly more scarce. Vess scratched his head. Hearing this makes me think that our clan should branch out into the mining sector. Why should we continue to rely on these material suppliers who are constantly playing favorites with their old buddies? It is not that bad. Our clan is already starting to break into the old boys network. You are a Tier 3 galactic citizen, after all. Many companies are willing to do you a favor and give you special treatment just to stay on your good side. Vess was vaguely aware of that. It is not enough, or else you wouldn't have mentioned this issue. You know how it goes. It takes a lot of time for large companies to pivot and change. They soon returned to talking about more relevant topics, such as the sales projections of the Fey Fianna. The numbers were optimistic, but it was difficult to know how much the Fey Fianna's rise would lead to the downfall of other competing drone Mech models. We cannot estimate how much market share the Fey Fianna can gain due to the fact that it is attracting a lot of Mech buyers who are unfamiliar with drone Mechs. Our loosest estimate is that we should comfortably be able to capture 10% of the drone Mech market if we account for the expansion. That sounds like a minimum safe number. Gavin did not even deny this. Personally, I think the Fey Fiona can easily occupy 15 or maybe even 20% of the market for drone mechs, but we need to keep track of so many interrelated variables that it is impossible for us to know for sure. A market share of just 15% in a specific product category was already enough to turn the LMC into an established player in the mech market. This much market share meant that the mech company was able to design such good mechs and sell enough of them to repeat these successes in the future. It was not enough for Vess, though. He wanted the Fey Fiona to overtake the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 and capture at least 30% of the market, if not more. It will be much more difficult to jump from 20% to 30%, Gavin warned his boss. Part of the reason why the Sparrow Storm is so widely used among drone mech users is because there is a rich and vibrant community of third-party mech designers and development companies that have designed many different varieties of Sparrows. They can easily license one of many official Sparrow designs and modify them to perform better under different circumstances. They can also obtain a more general license and design their own custom Sparrows from scratch that can complete missions that cannot be done by official Sparrows. Third-party spurs were not always the most reliable, but they had many other advantages. They could be cheaper, more versatile, obtain new functions, or make use of brand new tech that had yet to be integrated in any official models. Are there many people and companies who have decided to license our standalone Fey? There are, but not too much. It is too early to tell whether we will be able to create a large and vibrant community of third-party Fey developers. Just like many customers, they are still waiting to see whether the Fey Fiona has the qualities it needs to become a market leader or close to it. Developers do not want to risk the chance of investing so much time and money into developing a new Fey model, only to find out that the Fey Fiona has collapsed in popularity. In other words, this took time as well. We'll just have to wait. Perhaps we should reward the early movers and incentivize more companies to invest in our Fey systems. The LMC is already working on that. For example, they have recently begun to organize a contest. A contest. Chapter 55-47, Organizing a Contest. A contest. That sounded interesting. Vess had a decent amount of experience with contests and competitions. He competed in them on occasion whenever it suited him. He derived a certain sense of enjoyment from showing off his design skills in public. He also found it fun to whip up a mech design in a matter of days, if not hours. Contests and competitions were generally reserved for journeymen and lower. Once mech designers advanced to the rank of senior, they usually lost their hot-blooded demeanor. Having reached the upper ranks of the mech designer hierarchy, seniors usually worked on more important affairs that could have significant consequences for a major mech company or an entire state. How could such an esteemed figure possibly waste his time on a childish tournament? After all, mech design tournaments mainly served to simulate the real competitive design process. From a certain perspective, Vess had chosen to participate in the hardest mech design tournament, one of all, which was participating in the galactic mech market of the Red Ocean. The Fey Fiona was his competition mech entry. He relied upon it to defeat the other competition mechs in the form of the top models on the market, such as the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12. The winner of this tournament would be the one to become the market leader. Of course, a real-life mech design tournament was not rigid. SKL Mech Industries and other mech companies all had the power to contest the outcome and present their own works in the future that could threaten the Fey Fiona's dominance. This was the charm of competing in the market. Nothing was static, and the winners could be overtaken at any time. The conditions weren't fair either, as other contestants could be older, cooperate together, or take advantage of superior access to tech, resources, and useful connections. The pressure Vess had to endure in order to compete in the greatest contest imaginable was far greater than what he experienced during his tournament participations. After all, the stakes were far higher this time. This was why Vess completely felt that it was pointless for him to sign up for any Mech design tournaments these days. It was literally child's play to a Mech designer of his caliber. That did not mean that he thought that Mech design contests had become redundant to others. He still saw how it could stimulate and reward more junior Mech designers. Vess just felt a bit unaccustomed to the fact that he turned from a participant into an organizer. "Tell me more, Alexa." The former Terran Mech designer did so. "The contest we intend to launch will not take the form of a tournament where Mech designers must design their Fae on the spot. Our goal is to kickstart the formation of a vibrant and active community of third-party Fae designers. This is why we are simply asking for anyone who possesses the necessary skills to sign up on the LMC's Galactic Net portal and design their own Fae based on the licenses that can be obtained at a discount. They can design their own Fae and submit them to us within the next 6 months. After that, we will evaluate the entries and award the top 2 with prizes up to 10,000 MTA credits. The top prize is only 10,000 MTA credits. That is correct. We believe it to be an appropriate sum for winning first place. Second place and third place will earn 5,000 MTA credits and 1,000 MTA credits respectively. That used to be a massive sum for the Larkinson clan just several years ago. Nowadays, Vess just considered it to be pocket money. We can do more with this, Alexa. We have just received a huge infusion of cash from granting so many licenses to Mech companies and Mech designers. Why don't we jack up the top prize to 100,000 MTA credits or even 1,000,000 MTA credits? That will definitely encourage the formation of a lot of third-party Fae models. Strangely enough, both Gavin and Alexa shook their heads. A higher prize pool will distort the competition, the personal assistant explained. Many seniors and maybe even masters will get tempted by the opportunity to win a large amount of money by doing relatively little work. While it is true that they can design better Fae than apprentices and journeymen, the issue is that they are too good to rely on designing Fae. These esteemed Mech designers are already highly successful and often run their own businesses already. Instead of wasting their time on designing Fae for another competitor, their time is much better spent on designing a new Mech platform that is also open to third-party contributions. That made a lot of sense. Seniors and masters valued their reputation too much to design variants of products that belong to other unrelated Mech designers. A large pot of gold might tempt a few of them into participating in this contest, but once it was over, they would go straight back to working on their own original Mech designs. If the goal was to foster a sustainable market for third-party Fae, then what the LMC truly needed to do was to attract the apprentices and possibly journeymen, who were much more likely to keep updating their Fae designs in order to maintain their income. "I understand," Vess said. "You should disallow the participation of Mech designers who rank higher than journeymen if that is the case." Alexa nodded. "We have already added that to the rules, but it is still a good idea to keep the costs at a proportionate level. The higher the cash prizes, the greater the chance that journeymen will enlist the aid of large development companies that can mobilize thousands, if not tens of thousands of R&D personnel. The competition will devolve into a contest of who has the greatest backing." "I see. I guess you have already considered all of these scenarios. I guess it is not necessary for me to intervene, then." Vess rubbed his hairless chin. "Do I need to announce this contest later today?" "It would help if you can direct attention to it. You do not need to go all out, or else it will attract the wrong sort of participants. Just a small mention is enough to arouse the interests of low-ranking Mech designers who are struggling to break out of their mediocrity." Every tournament and contest had a goal. This one was meant to build up a modest community of third-party Fae designers. As long as this initiative yielded the desired result, Vess and the design department no longer had to worry about designing lots of Fae models for the purpose of expanding the versatility and use cases of the Fae Fianna line. Due to the characteristics of a drone Mech, the Fey Fiona vaguely worked in a similar manner to a modular Mech platform. Just like how the Bright Warrior could completely swap out its internal and external loadouts to function like a Space Knight or a Rifleman Mech, the Fey Fiona could take on completely different roles depending on the choice of Fey. In fact, the right kinds of drone Mechs were much more suitable to the approach to modularity. Their spurs were entirely external and could easily be swapped out by different Fey models. Bright Warriors, on the other hand, had to return to their mothership and spend at least a few hours in the Mech workshop to painstakingly replace the modular components attached to their Mech frames. This was a cumbersome process that could not be completed during a short but intensive battle. In any case, the Fey Fiona had a much better chance of overtaking the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 if the market gained access to a large variety of useful Fey. "Oh, by the way, has there been any response from SKL?" Vess asked. Gavin shook his head. SKL has not released any statements, whether through official or unofficial channels. It is not in the nature of a large megacorporation to respond quickly to any external developments. The executives that run these companies prefer to remain silent and allow their subordinates to conduct thorough investigations. Once they have read the detailed reports, they will make decisions based on the will of their shareholders and their ongoing business strategies. That sounds like it will take a while. Don't be surprised if SKL will take multiple months to finally do something about a new upstart that is threatening to dethrone one of their cash cows. Even now, SKL still has far greater concerns on its mind. That is good, Vess smiled in relief. He was afraid that SKL might feel unusually threatened, or that one of its Mech designers felt the need to take this matter more seriously due to the involvement of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. The longer the SKL remained distracted and complacent, the better. The Fey Fiona needed precious time to dig into the market and win the hearts of a large number of customers. If SKL suddenly released the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 13 that integrated hyper-technology a lot better than its previous iteration, then the Fey Fiona's momentum would definitely slow down a lot. Inertia and sunk costs were powerful forces. A lot of existing customers still had Sparrow Storm in their hands. If the cost of upgrading them to the Roman 13 was way lower to replacing them all with Fey Fionas, then many of them would probably stick to their familiar machines even if the works of Vess were objectively superior. That reminded Vess of the challenge matches scheduled in the afternoon. His Fey Fionas needed to deliver dominant performances in order to reinforce the image of superiority in everyone's minds. "All right, I am done with breakfast," Vess said as he rose from his seat. "Let's get ready for the big occasion." The product reveal had become a multi-day spectacle. Many people who attended yesterday's presentation came again in order to try out the Fey Fiona. Feedback from the people who took the Fey Fiona for a spin was overwhelmingly positive. A lot of Mech pilots found it regrettable that they had to leave the cockpit far too soon. As the hours passed by, Vess fulfilled several duties, from listening to user feedback in person to taking part in several interview sessions. Of course, the clan had carefully selected the interviewers to ensure that none of the questioning touched on any difficult or controversial topics. All of the marketing helped to raise the profile of the Fey Fiona and persuade more people to take an interest in the drone Mech model. It was a pity that one of the more traditional methods of evaluating a new Mech model did not work anymore in the current day and age. Many Mech commanders base their purchasing decisions on their experiences with piloting the virtual version of a Mech model. Gavin explained to Vess. The old simulation programs were never completely adequate, but they were realistic enough that most people can account for the minor differences. That has become completely different nowadays. Hyper-technology and e-technology can't be broken down into a set of clear rules and formulas that can form the basis of a new physics model that can accurately simulate their performance. Vess understood this problem quite well. I bet that all of the companies involved in this business are having a hard time. This shortcoming has sparked a growing crisis in the use and popularity of simulation programs. None of the companies who develop them have yet to make any significant improvements that have closed the gap between simulation and reality. There is only one exception, but it is one that has yet to become widely available. You're talking about our mental simulation training system. Gavin smiled and nodded. Exactly. This special simulation program of yours has unexpectedly turned into an unexpected success. This is not the time to talk about competing in the market for Mech simulation programs, but I think we can not only compete in this business, but potentially establish a monopoly over this entire sector. As long as your Tier 3 galactic citizenship allows you to get away with it, I think it is worth it for you to make this attempt. What a bold idea. Chapter 48, Monopolistic Temptations. For a moment, Vess felt awfully tempted. Every entrepreneur dreamt of securing a monopoly on the market. Becoming the sole provider of a good or service meant that Vess did not have to bow down to anyone. He could dictate the price levels to earn the maximum possible revenue. There were no pesky competitors who threatened to undercut his prices. Vess also did not have to invest as much time and effort into increasing the competitiveness and value proposition of his good or serve. He could choose to spend his time on much more important pursuits while continuing to rake in a lot of money. More importantly than that, becoming the sole provider of an essential product granted him a lot of power. His identity became a lot more important as people would not dare to affront the sole owner and developer of the most realistic simulation program that currently existed. Losing access to the MSDS when there were no viable alternatives in place meant that thousands, millions, or even billions of Mech pilots would lose access to an essential training tool. If this denial of access lasted long enough, then the overall skills and proficiencies of those deprived Mech pilots would definitely fall behind compared to rivals who still retained access to the MSDS. As such, whatever decisions that Vess made in relation to the MSDS could change the fate of entire states and large organizations. Wielding so much direct power was both tempting and scary. Vess was not sure whether it was a good idea for him to obtain so much strategic power over human society. Have none of the simulation program developers managed to create an improved physics model after all of this time? He questioned. His personal assistant shook his head. If there is, then everyone is doing a good job at keeping their mouths shut. I think it is safe to assume that no one has cracked the code. In fact, if you are willing to believe in the rumors on the galactic net, then none of the companies have made much progress beyond the basics. The properties of e-technology are too deep, complex, and more importantly mutable. How can you simulate a new energy type that can actually undergo perplexing changes based on what people think at the moment? Vess shrugged his shoulders. Lamb's sure that a lot of clever people are working on the problem at the moment. I think it will get solved in 4 or 5 years. It can even be solved sooner if a star designer takes action. A prolific inventor like the polymath would definitely be able to come up with her own new simulation program after spending a bit of effort. She was much more suited to this sort of work, as her domain was practically tailor-made for this purpose. Figuring out new phenomena and deriving universal rules from them was a clear expression of discovering the truth of how reality worked. The only reason why the polymath had yet to turn her formidable intellect to this issue was because she needed to direct all of her effort into reverse engineering and converting the greater Beyonder Gate. If no other star designer was willing to address this increasingly more pressing issue, then adopting the MSDS in the immediate future sounded like an increasingly more attractive prospect. However, was the MSDS able to keep up with the massive expansion of usage? Currently, Vulcan essentially acted the server of the MSDS. He was able to maintain the current level of use without much issue, but if he had to simulate 1,000 times more training scenarios at a time, then even he would explode from overworking. Vess would have to develop a more sophisticated solution in order to scale up the MSDS to a level where Mech pilots across human-occupied space could make use of it, possibly with moderate restrictions in order to reduce the total load. He may even have to create a new design spirit that was designed to act as a server from the very beginning. Even though Vulcan was doing a decent job so far, his lack of specialization in this area resulted in a lot of inefficiencies. I will talk to Jovi Armalin about this next time we meet, Vess eventually decided. If I decide to make the MSDS available to the wider public, I will likely have to do so through the channels of the Red Association. This was not unusual. There were many different people and companies who wanted to sell their goods and services to a wider audience, but lacked the scale or infrastructure to reach every market. Many of the items listed on the association's merit exchange consisted of highly prized specialty products that were difficult to obtain through other channels. In any case, Vess did not have to worry too much about distribution, dirty tricks, unfair treatment, and so on if he relied on the Red Association to manage the MSDS. The downside was that he would have to give up a lot of control over it. Vess might not have much choice in the matter if other simulation program developers failed to make enough progress. The urgency shouldn't be too much for the time being, Vess surmised. Many mechs only apply hyper-technology to a shallow degree. It is easy enough to manually simulate the phenomena they can produce. Mech pilots can still gain a lot from training with regular virtual mechs. This was not ideal, though. A solution had to be found to prevent Mech pilots from backsliding in the new age. Vess temporarily set this matter aside and focused on preparing for the next big event. He went through another wardrobe change. He did not wear the same exaggerated getup as yesterday. Instead, he wore a more martial ensemble that resembled a military uniform. This granted him a more combative vibe that fit the occasion a lot better. Lucky dispensed with a cape, as it wasn't necessary for the Archimetal cat to dress up this time. Meow meow, the cat perched on Vess' shoulder again. Vess reached up with his arm and petted his cat. How are you feeling so far? Have you detected anything suspicious? Meow. That is reassuring. The Mechers are doing a good job at maintaining security. His last talk with Jovi constantly lingered in the back of his mind. Vess had not forgotten about the fact that the Red Cabal had issued a huge bounty on his head. The rewards sounded so tempting that Vess almost couldn't believe that no one had made any attempt on his life so far. No major irregularities had occurred. The Mechers responsible for maintaining security had not increased their alert level either. If anyone wanted to make an attempt, then they had to act today at the latest. Vess did not intend to stick around in the bordel system any longer than that. He would remain out of the public eye for the remainder of his stay before teleporting directly inside the hull of the Tarrasque. Though Vess felt a little concerned at how his would-be assassins intended to bypass all of the heavy security, there was no use for him to worry so much about this issue. He could only shove this issue to the back of his mind and focus on the stuff that he was able to affect through his own actions. Let's head out. Make sure to keep an eye on my back, Lucky. Meow. As the time had come for Vess to make his reappearance, the Mech arena had already become just as full as yesterday. Though a portion of yesterday's ticket holders declined to enter Foca Arena again, it was easy enough to sell their seats to other people who were interested in witnessing the show with their own eyes. The hype surrounding the recently announced Fae Fianna was still strong enough to draw in a lot of people in the bordel system who missed out on purchasing a ticket the first time. As the spotlight shone on Vess once again, he briefly took in the excitement and anticipation in the air. A lot of people expected the Fae Fianna to vanquish its challengers. Whether that would actually happen remained to be seen, but Vess had enough confidence in the combat capabilities of his latest commercial mechs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day where you can get to know our new Fae Fianna line better. As you are all aware of, we are about to host 4 action-packed challenge matches for today. We have cleared the entire arena grounds in preparation for the matches between the Fey Fianna and a variety of new or yet-to-be-released mechs designed by others. Let me briefly explain the rules and format of these challenge matches. Vess spent the next 5 minutes explaining the rules that he agreed upon with his challengers. Every challenge consisted of only a single match that would determine the success and failure of this venture. The MTA, along with possibly other institutions, would referee the matches in order to maintain fairness. The mechs used in the competition were all standard copies with no custom changes and additions that exceeded a low threshold. The mech pilots working for the challengers were all carefully selected to match the strength of the Larkinson mech pilots. The number of mechs assigned to each side had to be adjusted for the cost, counter factor, and other variables in order to make the matches as fair as possible. All of these rules imposed additional burdens and restrictions onto the participants, but they were very much necessary in order to ensure the challenge matches correctly showcased the strengths and weaknesses of every mech model. By the way, before we proceed with introducing my first challenger, let me briefly mention a contest that our company has decided to hold. Vess proceeded to draw attention to the new Fey design contest that had just launched this morning. The Fey Shaper contest is open to all journeyman mech designers and lower. With a generous prize pool, anyone who is willing to design a compelling new variant of one of our Fey can win up to 10,000 MTA credits. Although 10,000 MTA credits could be used to buy a single luxury handbag, it still represented a fortune to many impoverished mech designers. MTA credits was a standardized currency that was based on the spending levels of the mechers. This was why a sum of 10,000 MTA credits was bound to make a lot of second-raters crazy. Many second-class apprentices and journeymen could launch an entire medium-sized mech company with this much money at their disposal. Whether they would actually be able to make their company profitable over the long run was another matter. In any case, Vess could clearly sense a spike in excitement as many younger mech designers felt they had a chance of entering the top 10 or even the top 3. Before I let you go on and plan your designs, let me warn you that my Fey all have the capacity to be alive or host a life, Vess carefully said. You need to design them with a respectful mindset towards life. If you solely participate in this contest without caring for your work, then do not be surprised that your entry will earn a low score even if it contains superior tech and design implementations. That sounded rather confusing to many people, so Vess shared a helpful tip. If you want to be sure that your new Fey design is well received, then I suggest you fabricate a few copies and assign them with different Fey Fiannas to see how well they cooperate with each other. If the living mech likes your new Fey, then you have done a good job. If that is not the case, then you will have to go back to the drawing board. This contest can only be won by the designer who possesses the strongest heart towards their Fey. Chapter 49, The Master Gambler. Once Vess announced everything that he wanted to convey to the public, he finally made way for his first challenger. There were no official rules for challenge matches, as they were informal by nature. However, they happened often enough during the age of mechs for mech designers to formulate a set of customs. In any public challenge matches, the mech designer that issued the challenge deserved to enjoy his own moment in the spotlight. Lights began to shine onto 4 distinct second-class mechs that had just entered the expansive arena grounds. The Nellarat mark I proudly flew forward. Each of them primarily functioned as rifleman mechs, but their arsenal and their notable defenses made them look as solid as heavy artillery mechs. Their most distinctive feature was their excess armor. Unlike other rifleman mechs that generally eschewed armor in favor of mobility, the Nellarat mark I had taken the opposite approach. Not only was its frame thicker and more heavily armored than usual, But it also carried additional modular armor that made it look as if the mechs had turned into industrial mechs all of a sudden. Deployable armor, Vess accurately identified. The riflemen mechs weren't supposed to haul all of this heavy and bulky armor all of the time. If they ever deployed with all of this additional cargo, they were meant to find a favorable firing location and deploy their excess armor into a small defensive cover that could resist quite a number of attacks. Even though the Nellarat Mark I carried a lot of excess armor plating, none of them looked particularly expensive. They were all made of fairly cheaper materials that could easily be bought in bulk. Vess bet that Master Kreshnik resorted to hyper-technology to amplify the defensive strength of the deploying armor. That was the only way for this arrangement to make sense. Another aspect of the Nellarat Mark that attracted his gaze was the weapons loadout of this rifleman mech. Instead of arming it with a large cannon, Master Kreshnik instead chose to equip his defensive rifleman mech with 2 identical Gauss rifles. Vess had to scratch his head at this design choice. It was not a decision that he would have picked, as it was quite difficult for mech pilots to handle 2 external rifles at the same time. There had to be a clever rationale behind this deliberate design choice, but Vess was unable to figure it out at the moment. He would have to wait until the match commenced before the truth would become clear. The Nellarat Mark I possessed many other nuances that spoke of thoughtful and deliberate design. Vess gained a much better sense of Master Olaus Kreshnik as a mech designer. Much like other first-class mech designers, Master Kreshnik preferred to calculate as many possible solutions as possible. The Nellarat Mark I looked as if Master Kreshnik had utilized his cranial implant and all of the processors he could muster from the Red Ocean branch of Pritchard and Terse to calculate and optimize as many aspects of this mech as possible. That explained why Master Kreshnik was so confident in his work. Large megacorporations such as SKL Mech Industries most certainly had more design teams and processing power at their disposal, but it was impossible for them to allocate all of those resources on a single mech design project at a time. Just like Vess and the design department, many mech companies tended to work on multiple mech design projects at the same time. Pritchard and Terse evidently chose a different direction. Vess increasingly developed the suspicion that the company under the leadership of its new acting leader had completely put everything else aside and invested all of its resources into a single mech design project. This enabled Master Kreshnik to concentrate on designing a single mech during the first year of the Age of Dawn. With no other distractions and obligations in the way, Master Kreshnik could work day after day to turn the Nellarat Mark I into a true hyper-mech that had the potential to win awards. What an interesting business strategy. This was an extreme decision. If the Nellarat Mark I failed to catch on for whatever reason, then P&T and its new leader had essentially wasted a crucial year, while their competitors released a bunch of profitable mech models during the same time period. There was no way that Master Kreshnik could take over the mech company if that happened. This guy is a gambler. A highly calculative gambler, but a gambler nonetheless. Vess could tell because he was a similar sort of mech designer. Sometimes, he did not even bother to do his math before he made his bets. As Vess tried to imagine the approach towards designing the Nellarat Mark I, he guessed that Master Kreshnik had tried to spice up his work by making a number of risky gambles. From the deployable armor to the double Gauss rifles, Master Kreshnik boldly gambled on the chance that his creative design choices would pay off in reality. Maybe he'll be proven right. The most remarkable aspect about this new mech was not the aforementioned design choices. What truly caused Vess to take the Nellarat Mark I more seriously was how many hyper materials had been stuffed into its frame. Many mech models released in the past half-year only reluctantly incorporated hypers into their construction. This was because their previous iterations were designed during the hyper generation, where all available capacity had been used up by functional parts. Converting these last-gen mechs into current-gen mechs in a hurry could only be done by removing a few of these functional components and putting hyper-materials in their place. This was a painful sacrifice, and one that mech designers hated to make. This was why models such as the Sparrow Storm Mark Roman 12 only barely met the definition of a hyper-mech. The Nellarat Mark I is different from all of that junk, Vess immediately concluded. The 4 rifleman mechs conveyed the impression that they were 4 compact mountains that just happened to move. Even though they were clearly made out of metal, Vess had the weird impulse to treat them as mountains made out of the solid form of rock. No other hyper-mech had managed to produce such a strong reaction from Vess. The Nellarat Mark I had clearly been designed to function as a hyper-mech from the onset, and not an average one either. It was easy enough to design a fairly strong hyper-mech by adding a larger than usual quantity of hyper-materials into its frame. The hard part was to unify all of that hyper-materials into a more cohesive package that could materially affect the performance of the hyper-mech in a highly focused manner. Even though the Nellarat Mark I was clearly not alive, the mech nonetheless relied on a more sophisticated implementation of hyper-technology to produce a phenomenon that was similar to an artistic conception. It's akin to an extremely well-designed and well-made low-level artifact. Just because mechs weren't alive did not mean they were weak. The mech industry had advanced the state of mechs for over 4 highly productive centuries. 100 star designers emerged during this time who all made significant contributions to the development of mechs, all while treating their works as lifeless objects. Master Olaus Kreshnik made an appearance as well. He moved closer to the central position occupied by Vess. The man looked proud and had every right to feel this way. Vess and many other mech designers could already tell that the Nellarat Mark I was bound to perform better than other ranged mechs of its kind that was currently released on the market. This was the power of an accomplished Rubarthan master mech designer. Although there were many second-raters in the audience who felt upset that an elitist first-rater chose to go down and compete against their own homegrown mech designers, the Red Association did not prohibit this kind of behavior. If second-raters were upset about outside intrusions, then they just needed to work harder and design better second-class mechs to fend off the competition. The mechers only cared about advancing the state of mechs as fast as possible. First-class mech designers always exerted a high degree of competitive pressure onto the lower markets, as they were always willing to earn easy money if the native mech designers were not up to par. In the current situation, the first challenge match could be interpreted as a duel between a real second-class mech designer like Vess and a powerful first-class mech designer who did not belong in the middle zone like Master Kreshnik. Of course, this competition took on another dimension when Vess thought about the subtle ties to the Rubarthan, Pack's internal political struggles. Vess had no interest wading into the mud fight between the Smokestack Prince and the Inferno Spear Prince, but it looked as if he did not have a choice in the matter. Professor Larkinson, the 200-year-old Rubarthan master mech designer, kindly greeted Vess upon approach. "Thank you for accepting my challenge. You are just as courageous as your reputation suggests." Few seniors dare to accept a challenge from a master, though it could be argued that you are different from the rest of your group. I hope that you will not take my challenge as a personal insult or a condemnation of your skills. What a diplomatic opening. Vess smiled back as he shook the Rubarthan's relatively firm hand. As a mech designer, I enjoy this competition in its purest form. Our feelings and our opinions are irrelevant. Our main purpose is to serve mech pilots, and we do so by designing the strongest and most suitable mechs for their needs. Let our works be judged by those standards, and nothing else. I do not reject your challenge because my Fey Fianna must prove it has the ability to cope with a variety of powerful threats. It sure looks like your Nellarat Mark I's fall into this category. Would you like to introduce your work to the public? Why have you chosen to design a defensive rifleman mech? The master Mech designer was not afraid of revealing a bit of information about his unreleased work. The Nellarat mark I is the culmination of Pritchard and Terce's effort to design cost-effective counters against small craft and other threats on the same scale. While there has been a concerted effort in the Mech industry to increase the firepower of ranged Mechs to make them more effective against warships, P&T believes that the native aliens will make much more extensive use of starfighters, and more notably face fighters, in the near future. Our enemies are learning from us. They may not be able to imitate our Mechs, but what they can do is to increase their production of face fighters and develop more effective tactics to prevent our Mechs from coming close and using their space suppressors to destabilize their transphasic energy shields. What a far-sighted perspective on the Red War. This was reflective of yet another calculated gamble. Whereas most of his rivals had indeed tried to design Mechs that performed better against warships, Master Kreshnik consciously went against this current and chose to design a Mech that specialized in shooting down alien small craft. Master Kreshnik must have set this goal before the start of the Hyper generation. That meant that he did not know at the time that the Red Association would unveil space suppression technology that made melee Mechs a lot more threatening to alien warships. In response to the much greater threat posed by all of these melee Mechs, the aliens would most certainly respond by producing a lot of starfighters that were especially designed to counter all of these melee Mechs. Yet before these starfighters could do their jobs, the Nellarat mark I would be ready to swoop onto the battlefield and shred these alien craft apart with their twin Gauss rifles. Chapter 55, 50, The Challenges of the First-Class Mech Market. Master Olaus Kreshnik made a lot of odd and risky choices when he took over Pritchard and Terce. Though the company built up a modest presence in the Rubarthan Mech market over the years, the Great Severing affected P&T much more than other companies. Due to the company's relatively light footprint in the Red Ocean, the branch headquarters found itself unable to bear the burden of updating its entire first-class Mech catalog. The competitive pressure was too high. Whereas other Mech companies transferred plenty of master Mech designers and a lot of other supporting infrastructure to the new frontier, P&T only had Master Kreshnik, a bunch of contributing Mech designers, and a lot of low-ranking Mech designers not worth mentioning. This put P&T far behind its other competitors in the Rubarthan Pact. Since the start of the Hyper generation, every existing client and customer clamored for Hyper Mechs. The performance boost was too great. If Mech designers and Mech companies did not update their existing Mech lines soon, then they would inevitably get dumped by the vast majority of their customer base. This put Master Kreshnik in an awful position. As the most capable Mech designer left in P&T's branch headquarters, he was unable to update all of the existing product lines by himself. Every competitive first-class multipurpose Mech design represented the culmination of the collaborative efforts by 5 master Mech designers over months, if not years, of dedicated work. The difficulty became compounded by the fact that Master Kreshnik did not lead any of the design projects that resulted in the creation of the old mainstays of P&T. Most of them had been birthed from the visions of the founders and lead designers of Pritchard and Terce that comfortably remained in their old haunts in the Milky Way. There was no way that Master Kreshnik could inherit these old Mech designs and do them justice. He also did not have the prestige and connections to convince other master Mech designers to replace the design philosophies that allowed P&T's products to carve out their own niches in the Rubarthan Mech market. P&T was not the only company that suffered from this problem. Many other Mech companies found themselves incapable of supporting the bestsellers and mainstays that used to channel steady profits into their coffers in a bygone age. Most of these companies that had fallen into trouble chose to give up. They put up their brands, their fixed assets, their personnel, their intellectual property, their existing business contracts, and sometimes even their high-level design talent up for auction. A large round of consolidation ensued during the first year of the Age of Dawn, as large megacorporations eagerly snapped up a bunch of smaller competitors. This enabled the big players to quickly fill up their own gaps, putting them in a much better position to update their own outdated Mech lines. It would have been completely normal for P&T to give up and allow itself to be absorbed by a larger company. Master Kreshnik was different, though. He went against the grain and argued hard that the company still had a future as an independent company in the Age of Dawn. I spent weeks arguing with the remaining upper management of P&T. Master Kreshnik spoke to Vess as both of them waited for their respective mechs to complete their final inspections. In my 200 years of life, I have worked for one organization after another. P&T is but the latest employer that has accepted my services. I am tired of letting others dictate my work. Now that I have a chance to take over our former branch headquarters, I needed to take the plunge. Bold choice, Vess responded. Being in charge is always better in my book. I would have thought that masters such as yourselves are more than capable of starting off on your own. Why did you not go independent sooner? It is not as easy as you may think, Professor. The first-class Mech market is much more brutal than the other markets. No single master can expect to do business by designing and publishing first-class multi-purpose Mech designs by themselves. Every customer expects to obtain the best of what their budget can afford them. So it is essential for a team of 5 masters, as well as an entire support network of high-tech development companies, to unite all of their efforts to produce a single Mech design that can possibly outperform the prevailing competition and sell enough units to recoup the massive expenditures. Vess pressed his lips when he heard that. Master Kreshnik did not mince any words when he described the extreme difficulty of developing a profitable first-class Mech. While it was true that first-raters had so much money at their disposal, they were much more knowledgeable and discerning as well. Many first-class organizations were already capable of raising their own in-house design teams. Mech companies that catered to the open market had to exceed the standards of all of those in-house Mech designers in order to sell their products, and that was not an easy task. So you decided that P&T should give up on the first-class Mech market. It was not an easy decision to make. Master Kreshnik spoke with narrowed eyes. Many executives in my company have become attached to the status and prestige of working with an established brand in Rubarthan society. It is considered to be a great shame and a mark of failure for a first-class Mech company to retreat from its native market and go down into the second-class Mech market. Yet you managed to ram this decision through anyway. The data supported my arguments. Our chances of developing even a single profitable first-class hyper-Mech model were virtually zero. Since no one else has been able to offer any alternatives that could give us a viable pathway to remain in the first-class Mech market, we had to choose between 2 different options. We could either sell our company to a larger conglomerate, or we could temporarily retreat to the second-class Mech market while steadily rebuilding our capital to return to our original market in the future. If I was in the shoes of those executives, I think that transferring to a bigger, more prestigious, and more secure Mech company sounds like a good deal. That is true, but much of the value of a Mech company is concentrated in its high-level design talent. If I choose to depart from P&T, the company becomes an abandoned shell that is burdened down by outdated Mech designs and other marginal assets. I have every justification to leave on the spot, considering that a force majeure has occurred that unreasonably damaged my own interests. So you used the threat of your departure to browbeat the remaining executives into keeping P&T independent. Correct. Once I found out that they are primarily driven by profit and status, it is not difficult to formulate strategies that target their proclivities and vulnerabilities. I presented a workable business plan that calls for building up a foundation in the second-class Mech market first. Once we have stabilized our new positions, we can gather the necessary capital and design talent to make a fresh start in the first-class Mech market. It does not matter if we abandon our old Mech lines, as none of them are designed with hyper-Mechs in mind. Their individual brands also aren't valuable enough to keep them alive. It is better if I design my own hyper-Mechs based on my own vision from the beginning. You will be giving up the first mover advantage if you start out later. That is a necessary sacrifice. If you want to survive in this business, then you need to possess an objective understanding of your own situation. I have made the decision that it is better to retreat and wait until our collective understanding of hyper-technology has advanced much further before I design serious first-class multipurpose Mechs once again. There is so much we have to learn before we can properly utilize the properties of hyper-materials. I agree. It is not a bad idea to be a little more patient and try to find ways to differentiate yourself from the competition. The two continued to chat as if they were friends and colleagues, rather than bitter rivals. As much as Master Kreshnik issued a challenge to Ves, the two did not have a strong basis for conflict. The Fey Fiona and the Nellarat Mark, I did not compete directly against each other. They occupied their own corners of the second-class Mech market and addressed different needs. Ves and Master Kreshnik were also completely different from each other. They did not compete for the same opportunities, so why should they hold any personal animosity for each other? The only complication was that Ves suspected that the Smokestack Prince had induced Master Kreshnik to issue this challenge. No matter what, losing the challenge match definitely damaged Ves' interests. This made it a lot more difficult for Ves to befriend the Rubarthan Master. That did not stop him from pumping Master Kreshnik of every scrap of information related to the current situation of the first-class Mech market. Originally, Ves intended to put his products up for sale in this market as well. Yet the more he learned, the less he was willing to go through with this plan. Considering how even a 200-year-old master Mech designer lacked the confidence to compete at this level, it appeared that it was way too premature for him to think about designing commercially viable first-class Mechs at this stage. Compared to the Terran Mech market, the Rubarthan Mech market is not as difficult to enter as an independent, Master Kreshnik freely shared. The former is largely captured by old and established brands. Terran customers are much more accustomed to work with a selection of trusted Mech companies over the long term. There are Rubarthan customers that adopt the same approach, but since our Mech market is more dynamic, there is much more acceptance to purchasing standalone Mechs to adapt to changing circumstances or address an immediate shortcoming. However, the level of competition in the market is so high that you need to be the best in your field to sell more than a handful of copies. If that was the case, then Ves could forget about selling any of his Mechs onto the Rubarthan Mech market in the next decade or two. He did not think he could meet all of the harsh requirements that would allow his first-class Mechs to reach the necessary level of performance, especially when he had to implement all kinds of powerful and extremely advanced high technologies. What would you advise if I want to enter the Rubarthan Mech market? Ves asked. Lamb studying hard to become a first-class Mech designer. What do you suggest I do once I have learned the necessary tech? Master Kreshnik gave the younger man a pointed glance. I suggest that you take a step back and collaborate with more established Rubarthan Mech designers. You already have a history of collaborating with numerous other Mech designers and Mech companies. You can use this existing model and apply it in other cases. It isn't necessary for you to retain any ownership of the Mech designs that you have contributed to. The lessons you learn and the experience you gain when working as a contractor are the greatest rewards that you can earn. When it comes to designing first-class Mechs, it is vital for you to build up a network of high-level talent that you can rely upon for collaborations and technical support. Ves nodded in understanding. He was incredibly deficient in this area. It couldn't be helped since he was an outsider to the first-class Mech industry. I guess this is why most second-class Mech designers hardly ever succeed in entering the first-class Mech market. It isn't enough to possess the requisite knowledge and skills. You also need to find a lot of willing partners to support your goals.